Chapter 10:14. Tianyun withstood the thunder with his bare skin and shocked everyone as he exceeded their expectation again. I feel pretty good right now, Tianyun said as he quickly absorbed the energy that lingered around him. Still, Tianyun, fortunately, didn't bring anyone to his core planet. Otherwise, the people he brought would turn to ashes by now as the heavenly thunder that he absorbed also entered his core planet. Nevertheless, Tianyun repaired all damaged areas on his core planet, and that was all. People were still shocked by Tianyun's display of power, and they couldn't help but envy him for what he could do. They saw Tianyun just sat there meditating, but he could withstand every heavenly thunder so far. Could he withstand the last heavenly thunder with his bare skin? Someone wondered. There is no way, right? The last stage must be more powerful than any other heavenly thunder we have seen so far. It is impossible for him to withstand it with only his skin. Another cultivator said with worried eyes. But no one doubted Earth Monarch Tianqing's sacred flame ability to burn the last heavenly thunder at all. While Earth Monarch Tianqing also sat in the arena, meditating, she had sacred fire to defend against the heavenly thunder. Meanwhile, Tianyun didn't use anything at all. Earth Monarch Tianqing finally paid attention to Tianyun. Interesting, I thought I would be alone on the final level of this stage. Earth Monarch Tianqing said with a smile on her face. Earth Monarch Teg also looked at Tianyun with dark eyes. No one knew for sure what he was thinking about. Earth Monarch Yao Tong was also shocked by Tianyun's situation as he knew how powerful the 8th level was, but clearly, it wasn't something that Tianyun had to worry about. No wonder he didn't even think twice to antagonize me, his skill is the real deal. Earth Monarch Yao Tong said while he released so much killing intent. Meanwhile, Earth Monarch Yun Lei just stared silently at Tianyun. Only 5 of them remained as the other 3 cultivators were eliminated in the 8th level. Now, the 5 of them were the top 5 of the entire War of Ascension, but their rank would be determined after the end of the 2nd stage. This is great, Heavenly Edict Territory Lord shouted excitedly while the rest of the observant didn't say anything. This is the best result that our Heavenly Edict Divine Territory ever got. Nian Siyu said excitedly. Their result was always at the bottom of the War of Ascension ranking, but now it was the other way around as a super genius named Tianyun joined their rank. Now, it is time for the 9th level. Elder Go Huang announced. This is the last stage, and if you can withstand it, you will earn the greatest honor that we can give you. Even if you don't participate in the 3rd stage of War of Ascension, you can always join our 5 great god domains. Elder Go Huang said excitedly. The group of people that were already eliminated earlier suddenly felt upset as they didn't expect that the end reward of the 2nd stage would be the instant pass to be one of the 5 great god domains disciples. They thought that the reward this time was definitely unfair. Was the 9th level of the Heavenly Thunder so powerful that those who passed it didn't have to partake in the 3rd stage of War of Ascension? The difficulty of the 9th level is the highest as it was unprecedented and many times stronger than the 8th level. I solemnly remind you that if you give up now, we won't force you to stay. You can always get what you want from the 3rd stage later. Elder Go Huang reminded the participants solemnly once more. That was obvious, please just give up. It is better than dying. The eliminated cultivators earlier said, mockingly. Is there anyone that would like to give up now? Elder Go Huang asked. The 5 cultivators in the arena remained silent as they didn't have any intention of giving up. Very well, the 9th level starts now. Elder Go Hong said as the clouds began to rumble once more, and this time, a tint of blue hue filled the clouds. Clearly, it was from water energy. As the water energy was imbued into the divine tribulation, it started to merge with the other energies that already existed inside the divine tribulation. The clouds began to get thinner as time went by, and everyone was surprised to see it, as the heavenly tribulation wasn't supposed to look that way. The heavenly tribulation itself started to get solidified in the air, and once it was solidified enough, a huge array of 5 elements formed in the air. The 5 elemental energies inside the heavenly tribulation began to interlock and condense together, creating a huge overcast on the ground. A huge phantom shadow appeared, and it was Elder Go Huang's phantom shadow. Everyone was shocked once more as they didn't expect the heavenly tribulation to be part of Elder Go Huang's personal power. Elder Go Huang's phantom shadow fused together with the heavenly tribulation clouds, and a sound of thunder was heard booming inside the clouds. It reverberated through the entire arena, and everyone believed that the entire plane of War of Ascension could definitely hear that thunder. At this moment, Elder Go Huang was like the thunder god itself. The last level is definitely scary, Yi Tianyun said as he looked at the sky with his appraisal eye. The heavenly tribulation power level soared through the roof as it contained more than 2 million star energy. This was already a power of several fourth-layer Earth Monarch cultivators. No wonder the 5 great god domain would instantly accept those that withstood this kind of power. The cultivators that passed this stage couldn't be measured with pure logic. Chapter 10-15. The last level's power was immediately presented in front of everyone, and even the territory lords, who were observing the arena from above, were shocked. Everyone definitely thought that the second stage was too difficult as of now, as there was no way anyone at Earth Monarch stage could survive without a scratch against that kind of power. Yi Tianyun squinted his eyes as he saw the 9th level divine tribulation through his appraisal eye. Its power kept rising, and it didn't seem to be stopping anytime soon. Earth Monarch Yao Tong, on the side, was completely pale as he doubted he would survive the thunder this time. His cultivation level was quite high, but it didn't mean he was invincible. Clearly, he regretted not opting out earlier. They were just tempted by the reward of the second stage, as they could just skip all the other stages after that. It seems that some of you are frightened by the intensity of the divine tribulation, but don't worry. We will teleport you out if you are stunned by the thunder. Elder Go Huang said with a smile on his face. It seems they weren't cruel enough to kill off the 5 most talented cultivators on this War of Ascension. Earth Monarch Tian Qing also stood up. Clearly, she knew that she had to take this seriously, as the thunder would be a powerful one. Everyone started to look at Yi Tianyun as they wanted to see what he would do. Yi Tianyun himself also stood up as he realized that even though he had a strong physique, he wouldn't be able to completely block the thunder without sustaining a good amount of damage. However, that was only the case if he didn't use his crazy damage mode. Still, Yi Tianyun didn't want to sustain unnecessary damage. Everyone sighed in relief when they saw Yi Tianyun making his move. Clearly, if Yi Tianyun still sat there meditating, everyone would lose their mind. Why don't you keep withstanding the thunder with your bare skin again? Is it too much for you now? Earth Monarch Yao Tong said tauntingly. He wanted to annoy and irritate Yi Tianyun. If Yi Tianyun took the bait, Earth Monarch Yao Tong was convinced that Yi Tianyun would be injured or, better yet, die from the divine tribulation. When did I ever say I will withstand the thunder with my bare skin? Besides, I withstand the 8th level of heavenly thunder with my bare skin, but what about you? Yi Tianyun challenged Earth Monarch Yao Tong instead. Earth Monarch Yao Tong was dead silent as he couldn't say anything back to Yi Tianyun. He could only wish Yi Tianyun was killed by this thunder. Elder Go Huang's phantom shadow held a divine thunder and began to move. It slammed the divine thunder right in the center of the arena instead of directly striking each of the cultivators individually. It was like Elder Go Huang knew that none of them would be able to endure the thunder directly. After the divine thunder exploded in the center of the arena, the dense elemental energy separated, creating a ring that swayed back and forth from the middle of the strike zone. It's coming, everyone shouted as they felt the danger coming towards them quickly. They quickly took out their weapon to repel the incoming danger. Earth Monarch Yao Tong put all his power to the maximum to defend against the thunder, and it transformed him into a giant phyton with thick scales that released a cold aura. His aura met the heavenly thunder, and an explosion immediately occurred. A column of black light appeared at Earth Monarch Yao Tong's spot, and once the light subsided, everyone could see that Earth Monarch Yao Tong failed to withstand the thunder and lost consciousness. Therefore, he was teleported out of the arena right away. The emergency team that Elder Go Huang had prepared beforehand came to Earth Monarch Yao Tong's rescue right away. It was clear to everyone that Earth Monarch Yao Tong lost badly to the thunder. Another figure was also doing their best. Earth Monarch Yun Lei, that has the heavenly thunder body, was already barely hanging, but the divine tribulation of the 9th level clearly proved to be too much for him as he could no longer block it, and the heavenly thunder hit his body directly. Although his situation is far better than Earth Monarch Yao Tong, he still failed to withstand the 9th level heavenly thunder. Just like that, 2 Earth Monarchs were defeated instantly. Burn it down. Earth Monarch Tian Qing raised the intensity of her flames and created 2 additional rings of flame that surrounded her. The flame now covered her entire body, leaving no gap for the thunder to break through. The flame itself created an illusion as if she was being surrounded by glowing red petals. The 5 elemental thunder constantly hit the petals, and once it was hit, the petal began to wither instantly. The thunder created so many holes in the petals that the petals grew useless to defend against the thunder. Earth Monarch Tianyun clapped her hands many times as she quickly repaired her petals without any rest. Earth Monarch Teg releases a black light all over his body that worked like a black hole that devoured all the thunder energy into his own body. His martial arts were so bizarre that everyone began to pay attention to him. The 5 elders knew that Earth Monarch Teg's martial arts belonged to the evil arts, but it wasn't unusual to see someone practicing evil arts in this huge world. As long as he got skills, the 5 elders didn't mind inviting him in as a disciple. Earth Monarch Teg and Earth Monarch Tianyun showed their own superb ability, unlike Earth Monarch Yao Tong and Earth Monarch Yun Lei that were already eliminated. Tianyun himself wasn't playing around either. He wouldn't fall behind these 2 cultivators, and it was already a given. Activate, Evil Demon God Suit. Tianyun turned into a huge evil demon god, and intense lightning slammed the heavenly thunder down. Everyone was shocked beyond measure as they clearly never anticipated something like this. The heavenly thunder was burned before it could get close to Tianyun in his evil demon god transformation. Tianyun looked at his body and didn't feel any pain, which meant he withstood the heavenly thunder without any problems. Chapter 10:16. Earth Monarch Tianyun demonstrated her power, and obviously Tianyun would also do the same thing. The evil demon god suit's power was activated, and along with desolate ancient set and dragon god bloodline, Tianyun's power was off the chart. Tianyun's star power now easily reached 2 million points. His power rose after he broke through his cultivation base earlier. Otherwise, it would be difficult for Tianyun to withstand the heavenly thunder right now. Over the time, the thunder became more intense, constantly puncturing the black flame that Tianyun released around his body. Although the thunder that punctured his defense was not that strong, it still damaged him, and for Tianyun, it was quite annoying. It seems I have to do something, Tianyun said as his eyes flashed and sent the Sky Dawn Divine Spear to the sky. It quickly turned into a lightning rod and attracted all the thunder near Tianyun. He now could withstand the thunder better than before as it didn't come from all direction like earlier. Everyone was still surprised by what Tianyun could do, but Earth Monarch Teg also gave everyone a surprise as no one really thought much of him from the beginning. These 3 are really something else. They would better off becoming our disciple, one of the territory lords said hopefully. Well, they are a foreign aid that was invited to join the War of Ascension. There is no way their god domain nurture those powerhouses themselves. Another one chimed in. Is that really true? I remember that Tianyun cultivator wasn't foreign aid for his heavenly edict divine territory. Another one of the territory lords said the information he heard earlier. Nian Siyu ignored it all as her eyes were glued to the arena. She was anxious about Tianyun's well-being as she hoped he was alright. But she also looked forward to the time when Tianyun passed the 2nd stage and joined the 2nd grade god domain. This kind of reward was unprecedented in War of Ascension. Be sure to hold on, Tianyun. Nian Siyu had a hopeful look on her face as she kept observing Tianyun. If Tianyun joined the 2nd grade god domain, their heavenly edict divine territory would accomplish so much. At the very least, their status would be elevated and no one would take them lightly again. Elder Go Huang was very surprised with the performance of the participants inside the arena right now. These newcomers are very strong. It seems this isn't even the limit of their ability. Elder Go Huang commented amazedly. Yes, you are right. Especially that human boy, his power looks really strange, but strangely, he could catch up with the others despite not being born and raised in God domain, Elder Heavenly Punishment said with a surprised look on his face. It was natural if they questioned such a thing as a cultivator born in mortal domain usually received less spiritual energy to cultivate. But nevertheless, the 5 elder didn't even know what Tianyun's cultivation was. But still, it wasn't the end of the 9th level yet. Elder Go Huang looked at the arena with a smile on his face. At the same time, the power of the thunder suddenly increased and it was strengthened even further. The thunder was like a galloping horse that rushed towards the participant and left a black mark on the ground. It's not over yet. Tianyun was surprised to be pressured by the thunder again. This is the best, surely the 9th level won't be so easy. Tianyun said while laughing out loud. He manipulated the Sky Dawn Divine Spear to block and attract the thunder with his hand, but still, the pressure of the thunder kept intensifying. Every lightning bolt came stronger than the previous one and Sky Dawn Divine Spear started to bend under the constant pressure. Earth Monarch Tianyun still could handle her own. The 3 petals that shrouded her body allowed her to withstand the incoming thunder. In contrast to her, Earth Monarch Teg was in a bind. His power seemed to go awry as the thunder intensified. If he didn't do something about it, he might fall in the next attack. Can you still hold on under such pressure? Nian Siyu wondered to herself as she saw the thunder intensify. She thought that Tianyun would surely pass the second stage, but now she couldn't say for sure anymore. Earth Monarch Teg still wanted to keep his low profile and started to dodge the thunder as he didn't want to reveal his power any more than he already had. Just admit defeat already and walk out, Tianyun said as he braced himself against the thunder. Tianyun knew that Earth Monarch Teg was still hiding power, but it didn't seem he would use it anytime soon. Tianyun then ignored Earth Monarch Teg as he focused on the thunder. Although the thunder kept on intensifying, it didn't matter for him as long as the thunder didn't suddenly increase in power. Meanwhile, Nian Siyu prayed that Tianyun could get through this stage. She also worried about Tianyun's well-being as the thunder seemed to be too much to handle for an Earth Monarch cultivator. But as the time went by, the thunder's power weakened, and finally, it was over. When the clouds finally dispersed, Tianyun and Earth Monarch Tianqing were the only ones left on the arena. They were the champions of the second stage. Chapter 10:17. The final level is over. Elder Go Huang finally announced as the clouds dispersed. All of the contestants were stunned by the intensity of that round. Even the energy of the final thunder strike was still lingering on the arena, like it would burn off everything in the arena to ashes. No one dared to mock Tianyun now as they knew how powerful Tianyun really was. Damn it! Earth Monarch Yao Tong shouted out loud as he still saw Tianyun standing up on the field after he woke up. He didn't expect to lose to a human race like this. The same was true for Earth Monarch Yun Lei, who also felt ashamed and frustrated. After all, Tianyun was now free to choose any second-grade god domain to join. Earth Monarch Tianqing was still very calm as her petals of fire slowly disappeared. Her beautiful appearance and elegant demeanor remained as no injury could be seen on her beautiful skin. Compared with Tianyun, it was really a world of difference. Tianyun took the chance to recover from his injury. His body was black from the thunder's strike, but it was only damage to his skin. He wasn't hurt internally, but his condition was way worse than Earth Monarch Tianqing. Regardless of that, he already passed the second stage perfectly. He really passed. Nian Siyu grabbed the arms of Heavenly Edict Territory Lord excitedly. He passed, Territory Lord. He really passed. Nian Siyu shouted excitedly. Heavenly Edict Territory Lord himself was also excited as finally, someone from his god domain was able to join the second-grade god domain. 9 Domain Territory Lord was losing his mind. How could such a good opportunity escape their clutch and fall to Heavenly Edict Divine Territory instead? Now, his cultivators had to participate in the third stage to be selected to join the second-grade god domain, but even so, it wasn't even certain that his cultivator could pass the third stage, while Tianyun's qualification to join the second god domain has been decided and it wouldn't change. Congratulations to both of you for passing the 9th level of Divine Tribulation. You've proven yourself capable and your potential is extraordinary. Now, you can choose one of us. Which god domain would you want to join? Elder Go Huang said as he looked at the other 4 elders behind him, each representing a different second-grade god domain. The 5 elders nodded as they truly wanted Tianyun and Tianqing in their god domain, as both of them were comparable if not even stronger than the cultivator on their side. Join our god domain and we promise to give you better treatment and a better cultivation place. Obviously, our god domain is better as we have a lot more resources than the others. The 5 elders began to appeal to Tianyun and Tianqing as they wanted both of them to choose their god domain. But nevertheless, it was obvious that Elder Go Huang's god domain was the strongest god domain among the 5 elders. If they wanted to choose the strongest god domain, then it would definitely be Elder Go Huang's god domain. All the other cultivators are envious of Tianyun and Tianqing for receiving such treatment from the 5 elders, but there was nothing they could do as they were too weak to pass the test. Everyone had the same opportunity, but they weren't good enough. Tianyun and Tianqing won fair and square, and they were the only 2 cultivators that passed the second stage among hundreds of thousands of other cultivators. This was the harsh truth of the War of Ascension. Even though they had the third stage to fall into, the second stage had already eliminated most of them. Tianyun glanced at 5 great god domain as he hadn't considered any one of them himself. But he knew that Elder Go Huang is undoubtedly the strongest among the 5 great elders. But Yi Tianyun wasn't sure whether Elder Go Huang's god domain was good for him, as good resources alone wouldn't do, he also needed a good environment. Now for Yi Tianyun in particular, a friendly environment is the key to further increasing his cultivation. He needed a god domain that didn't discriminate against his race. Junior didn't have the answer for that yet, great elders. I promise to give my answer after I finish the test on the third stage. Earth Monarch Tian Qing said immediately. Everyone was startled as they didn't understand Tian Qing's decision. Elder Go Huang already said that the cultivator that passed the 9th level of the second stage didn't have to participate in the third stage. Earth Monarch Tian Qing, I already said that you don't have to join the third stage. Elder Go Huang repeated his word. Junior knows, but Junior wants to take the third stage to prove her strength. Earth Monarch Tian Qing said with a smile on her face. The look on the other cultivators' faces told everyone what they were thinking. Obviously, they knew that Tian Qing was too strong for them to handle and there was no way they would win against her. They didn't understand why Tian Qing would do something like this. Did she want to beat someone that badly? But it was her decision, and thus no one could refute it. Elder Go Huang was startled by Tian Qing's decision as he didn't want to break the balance too much. Elder Go Huang knew that with her ability, Earth Monarch Tian Qing would crush anyone she went up against. Well, that's alright, it's already within the plan anyway. Elder Heavenly Punishment gave his permission. Alright, then. Elder Go Huang nodded as a signal that Earth Monarch Tian Qing was free to join the third stage. What about you? Do you have God domain that you want to join? Elder Go Huang asked Yi Tianyun. While Earth Monarch Tian Qing chose to participate in the third stage, Yi Tianyun didn't have to do the same as they didn't share the same option. When Yi Tianyun was about to give his answer, Earth Monarch Yao Tong suddenly interjected. Don't choose just yet. Even if you could withstand the 9th level, it doesn't necessarily mean that you are powerful. Fight me and I will prove to everyone that you are just a weak human cultivator. Earth Monarch Yao Tong challenged Yi Tianyun. That's right, you are no more than a weak human cultivator. Earth Monarch Yunlei also shouted at the side as he didn't want to watch Yi Tianyun join the second grade god domain. Earth Monarch Tianyun, I think you will stay for a fight, are you not? Earth Monarch Tian Qing smiled at Yi Tianyun. Yi Tianyun looked around for a second and he saw that the direction of where Earth Monarch Tian Qing was going was the same area where Earth Monarch Teg was waiting. Chapter 10:18. Yi Tianyun was a little surprised as he saw Earth Monarch Tian Qing also observed Earth Monarch Teg. He wasn't so sure whether Earth Monarch Tian Qing observed Earth Monarch Teg because she noticed Yi Tianyun observed Earth Monarch Teg from afar or if she just took a precaution. Alright, I will participate in the third stage, Yi Tianyun said with a smile on his face. Yi Tianyun now planned to stop Earth Monarch Teg from achieving his goal. Although Yi Tianyun didn't really know what Earth Monarch Teg really was, he didn't want anyone with a trace of the evil spirit race to join the 5 great god domain. Nian Xiu on the observer stand was surprised as she saw Yi Tianyun miss a great opportunity to skip the third stage like this. She was curious why Yi Tianyun even did something unnecessary like this. Alright, but no matter what happened later you still have the choice to join any god domain you want. We will not take back our promise regarding the rewards that we gave you here. Elder Go Huang said while nodding approvingly. Nian Xiu immediately heaved in relief as she heard Elder Go Huang's words. So, whether Yi Tianyun lost or won at the third stage, it wouldn't change the fact that Yi Tianyun could already join the second grade god domain. But, Nian Xiu knew that there was a chance that Yi Tianyun would die in the third stage, and naturally, it was impossible to join the second grade god domain if he died. Successfully accept a new side quest, take the first place of God Domain's War of Ascension. Reward: 1 trillion Express, 10 million CPs, 10 million Mastery Points, 1 God Domain lottery ticket. Yi Tianyun smiled as he saw the side quest. It has been a long time since he got a side quest as he had only main quest for so long now. Yi Tianyun was happy that he would get an extra reward for just achieving something that he would do. It seems that you are concerned about my situation. Yi Tianyun used a sound transmission to talk directly with Earth Monarch Tian Qing. Yes, I saw that you are very concerned about Earth Monarch Teg for some reason. I'm also concerned as I have a bad feeling about him. He just makes me uncomfortable for some unknown reason. Earth Monarch Tian Qing replied. But still, I want to fight you as I am interested to see how strong you really are. Earth Monarch Tian Qing added. Is it possible that you are staying for the third stage just to fight me? Yi Tianyun asked helplessly. Don't flatter yourself. I am just a little curious, that's all. I have my own reason, and sometimes, knowing too much isn't a good thing for a human race like you. Earth Monarch Tian Qing said harshly. Yi Tianyun frowned a little bit due to Tian Qing's harsh words, but it didn't really matter for Yi Tianyun as he was focused on maintaining his first place position. But as he thought about it some more, he realized that Earth Monarch Tian Qing must have aimed for the same spot. The first place. Yi Tianyun roughly guessed the situation, and whoever ordered Earth Monarch Tian Qing to join the War of Ascension might want her to achieve first place too. It was very likely that they wanted to glorify their god domain even more. Yi Tianyun then looked up at the Spirit Heart God territory where Earth Monarch Tian Qing was from, but he saw that none of the elders there showed any expression on Earth Monarch Tian Qing's decision. What's up with this god domain? Yi Tianyun frowned as he couldn't figure out what they want. It seemed that they were excited that Earth Monarch Tian Qing successfully joined the second-grade god domain, but they didn't seem as excited as Nian Siyu. As for Nian Siyu, she was so excited about the success, but she wasn't too happy about Yi Tianyun's decision to join the third stage. It was the same for Xiao Marong. Although Nian Siyu was happy about Xiao Marong's achievement, she wasn't that excited as she knew that Xiao Marong would keep most of the reward for herself. After all, Xiao Marong was a foreign aide for Heavenly Edict Divine Territory. She wasn't a legitimate disciple. Foreign aide was a cultivator that was paid to do something for a faction, but the foreign aide wasn't a cultivator that the faction nurtured themselves, so they couldn't demand many things from the foreign aide. Still, Yi Tianyun didn't think about anything else right now. He had already confirmed that Earth Monarch Tian Qing had nothing to do with Earth Monarch Teg. This fact alone was enough, as it meant he didn't have to be wary of Earth Monarch Tian Qing. Now, I will announce the rest of the rewards for the second stage. The cultivators that got through the 7th level are eligible to choose a middle grade rebirth level treasure. The cultivators that got through 8th level are eligible to choose a high grade rebirth level treasure. Now, the two that got through the 9th level earlier, in addition to joining the god domain that they want, are also eligible to enter heaven-stealing divine land for a month. Elder Go Huang said with a smile on his face. Everyone was surprised by Elder Go Huang's announcement. Although the rebirth level treasure was great, it held no meaning in front of the chance to go into heaven-stealing divine land for a month. Where is heaven-stealing divine land exactly? The cultivator that didn't understand why everyone was so shocked asked. You don't know about heaven-stealing divine land? As its name implies, it's a land that has its energy by stealing from gods. It is a very amazing cultivation place. The 5 great god domain shares that place as a cultivation place, but they can only send a small number of disciples to cultivate there. One cultivator explained. Is there really a place like that? The cultivator earlier said, unconvinced by the explanation. Heaven-stealing divine land, it sounds a bit strange. Yi Tianyun shook his head, as it seems this cultivation place was even more treasured than a high-grade rebirth level treasure. He had to fight his way to high-grade rebirth level treasure before, but now it wasn't even the highest reward. The Temple of Reward from earlier appeared once again, and the cultivator that passed the 7th level of the second stage immediately flocked in to claim their rewards. Yi Tianyun also joined in and entered the temple. He saw Earth Monarch Yao Tong standing at the doorway, obviously waiting for him to walk by. You are a bit strong, but don't ever think that because you withstand the 9th level you can win in a fight against us, Earth Monarch Yao Tong said while sneering at Yi Tianyun. It seems that you know the content of the 3rd stage. Good for you, Yi Tianyun said indifferently. I know that the content of the 3rd stage will never change. It will always be a fighting competition, Earth Monarch Yao Tong said while looking down at Yi Tianyun. There would be a lot of change on the battlefield later, and it would reflect your true strength. Earth Monarch Yao Tong said mockingly. A fighting competition? Yi Tianyun smiled. If it were true, then everything would become so simple. Chapter 10:19. Yi Tianyun thought about Earth Monarch Yao Tong's words and sincerely believed that it was funny. The one thing that he looked forward to was in fact, a fighting competition, as he wouldn't lose to anyone. Even if he was relatively young compared to the other cultivators here, and he is a human race that came from the 3 realms, Yi Tianyun was confident about his combat ability. Yes, it is a fighting competition. In this stage, I will expose you to the entire elders that you are nothing but a weak cultivator. Earth Monarch Yao Tong said with powerful killing intent. Well, I hope you succeed in your endeavor. Yi Tianyun smiled as he walked in, ignoring Earth Monarch Yao Tong. Earth Monarch Yao Tong just looked at Yi Tianyun as he walked in. A serpentine look was seen on Earth Monarch Yao Tong's face as he spat out a humanoid snake. His bloodline was snake-related and naturally, Earth Monarch Yao Tong was good with poison. The third stage participants could do a lot of things to prepare, and that included the use of poison. Earth Monarch Yao Tong believed that Tianyun was better at the second stage as he had good defensive ability, but as for a duel, Earth Monarch Yao Tong believed that he was better than anyone here. After all, he could easily kill a powerful cultivator with his toxin. Brother Tianyun, you are too powerful. You withstand the 9th level like it was nothing. Xiao Marong walks towards Tianyun excitedly. I am just lucky. Tianyun smiled. Lucky my ass. So, why can't I be that lucky? Xiao Marong said as she slapped Tianyun's shoulder playfully. You successfully made many people jealous of you. Xiao Marong said excitedly. Xiao Marong was interrupted as Ling Yunfeng came and congratulated Tianyun for achieving such an amazing feat. After talking with Ling Yunfeng and Xiao Marong for a while, Tianyun walked toward the talisman section. He didn't choose a weapon as he didn't think he needs a weapon right now. After everyone chose their rewards, the temple slowly faded away. At the same time, the atmosphere began to change. People started to keep their attention on Tianyun as they thought that defeating Tianyun would give them a leeway to join the 5 Great God domain later. They thought that beating Tianyun would be easy, but none of them dared to approach Earth Monarch Tian Qing as they thought that Earth Monarch Tian Qing was untouchable. While Tianyun was injured on the 9th level, Earth Monarch Tian Qing wasn't hurt at all. Tianyun himself felt the eyes of everyone on him, but he simply didn't care about them. Elder Go Huang on the side also noticed the participants seemed to be plotting something, but as long as they didn't do something illegal, he would let it slide. After we 5 elders finished our discussion, the third stage is a fighting competition. This stage is always here on War of Ascension, but something is different this time. The 2 participants that have survived the 9th level earlier choose to compete. If any of you wins against them, naturally you can choose any god domains you want to join and also have the same reward of 1 month inside heaven-stealing divine land. Elder Go Huang announced. The remaining 100 participants were left speechless by Elder Go Huang's announcement, and they couldn't help but stare at Tianyun and Tian Qing. But most of them stared at Tianyun as they thought that they had a better chance of defeating Tianyun. This is great. I can prove my worth by defeating him, Earth Monarch Yao Tong said coldly. But he wasn't the only one that thought of this, even Yuan Tianyun also thought the same thing. It seems everyone wants to beat you now. Xiao Marong teased Tianyun. If we end up fighting, I would like Brother Tianyun to go easy on me. That way, I can easily join the 5 Great God domain. Xiao Marong said with a smile on her face. If we met each other on the ring, I will definitely let you win. Tianyun said with a smile on his face. You said it, Brother Yi. Remember to surrender immediately if we met each other. Xiao Marong said excitedly. Alright, it's settled. Tianyun smiled. He knew that the 5 elders wouldn't let things go his way, and thus, he knew that the possibility of him fighting against Xiao Marong was very low. Then, let's start with the matchup. Elder Go Huang said as he waved his hand and a token falls from the sky to the participant's hand. This token had a number engraved on it. Your opponent will have the same number as you do. Elder Go Huang explained. Tianyun looked at the token in his hand and saw number 59 was there. He looked up and saw that his opponent was Yu Qingling. He didn't expect that his first opponent would be Yu Qingling, the representative of Fire Jade God territory. Yu Qingling also noticed that Tianyun was her opponent and felt that her chance finally came. Young Master Tianyun, if you surrender this time, I will become your slave for millennia. I will do everything you want me to do as your slave. Yu Qingling said to Tianyun. You will serve me for 1,000 years. Tianyun confirmed with a smile on his face. Yes, if young Master Tianyun isn't satisfied with it, you can add more time if you want. Yu Qingling said as she wanted to seduce Tianyun to let her win. She used all of her appeals to try to seduce Tianyun. No, you misunderstood me. A millennia is too long. I feel like I won't even able to endure 1 day with you serving me. Tianyun said coldly. If you like to serve so much, just become someone else's slave and stop looking at me with that disgusting look of yours. Tianyun released some of his killing intent. How dare you? Yu Qingling said furiously. She was willing to become a slave for 1,000 years, but let alone accepting it, Tianyun even got disgusted by the thought. You will never get any woman by your side, and if there is even one later, she would abandon you. Yu Qingling said while gritting her teeth in anger. Chapter 10:20. After they all knew who their opponent was, they immediately headed toward the fighting arena to start the third stage. I got Earth Monarch Tian Qing, one of the cultivators said as his legs trembled. He really didn't expect that he would be matched up against Earth Monarch Tian Qing. Obviously he knew that he had no chance of winning. Others just looked at the cultivator with sympathy. Almost all of them didn't want to encounter Earth Monarch Tian Qing themselves, and most of them didn't want to encounter Earth Monarch Tianyun too. The cultivators knew that reaching and withstanding the final level of the Heavenly Tribulation stage earlier wasn't just a fluke. It was skills that they didn't have at the moment. At the same time, the fighting arena was divided into more than 70 small venues for the cultivators to fight on. As the fighting arena was already spacious to begin with, this wasn't even a problem to do. If you want to surrender, you just have to leave the arena. You also lose if your opponent somehow drives you out of the arena. Elder Go Huang explained some rules. Now, in terms of the duel itself, there would be no restrictions. As long as you can win against your opponent, then nothing else matters. Elder Go Huang said with a smile on his face. This was what the cultivators wanted to hear about the most, as they really wanted to go all out. Now, the reward for this stage. If you can get to the top 10, you can join our 5 Great God domain. But we will pick you ourselves. You will not have the right to pick white God domain you would join. As for the rank 11th to 20th, if we consider you have potential, you will have the chance to get picked by us. Elder Go Huang said solemnly. Now, there would be other rewards that you will get later, but it all depends on your final performance. But for now, let the fighting competition officially start. Elder Go Huang announced. The fighting competition officially began, and each god domain paid extra attention to their own cultivators. While some of the god domain that had already lost all of their cultivators could only watch the event in silence. I feel sorry for you, your Fire Jade god domain's representative is up against our cultivator. It's too bad that she would be eliminated in the first round. Heavenly Edict Territory Lord couldn't help but taunt Fire Jade Territory Lord a little. They had been ridiculed for so long, and thus, it was refreshing to swap side like this. The fighting competition has just started and it's not set in stone yet. You better not get ahead of yourself too soon, Heavenly Edict Territory Lord. Fire Jade Territory Lord said coldly. He obviously wouldn't just admit defeat. It isn't set in stone, yes. But your cultivator is already doomed. Heavenly Edict Territory Lord said as he laughed heartily. In the fighting competition, Yi Tianyun was facing Yu Qingling, a woman that earned Yi Tianyun's disgust with her charm technique earlier. Charming time and space, Yu Qingling said as her eyes suddenly burst into a multicolored light. She also burned her blood essence and used all blessing available to her. In addition to that, she also took out a few medicinal pills and stuffed it into her mouth. It wasn't a violent medicinal pill, but fascinating divine pills. It was a medicinal pill that enhanced her enchanting skills greatly. Obviously, she wanted to charm Yi Tianyun from the start of the fight. In an instant, the space around the fighting arena they were in was covered with colorful lights. I am using everything to charm you to my will, Yu Qingling said as she screamed and created an illusion to enchant Yi Tianyun. Countless beautiful women appeared out of nowhere and started to embrace Yi Tianyun, while on the side, a bunch of treasures piled up. This was Yu Qingling's charm space, and she could create anything to charm her opponent to her will. You will die inside your most wonderful dream, Yu Qingling said as she saw Yi Tianyun just stand on his spot without doing anything, which led her to believe that Yi Tianyun had fallen into her charm. Damn, Yi Tianyun's cultivation is too fast. Will his foundation be stable enough to resist it? Nian Siyu said worriedly. She was worried that Yi Tianyun would develop cultivation deviation, and thus, it was easy to fall into other cultivators' charm. They could see that Yu Qingling was using all of her abilities to enchant Yi Tianyun, and they knew that not even a Heaven Monarch cultivator would be able to resist Yu Qingling's charm for long. Heavenly Edict Territory Lord was worried too, as he didn't know how Yi Tianyun would be able to resist the charm. Elder Go Huang had said that anyone who managed to defeat either Yi Tianyun or Earth Monarch Tian Qing would be eligible to join the 5 Great God domain without any condition. Now, Yu Qingling seemed to have a good opportunity to do exactly that. That brat definitely used some trick to withstand the heavenly tribulation earlier. He won't be able to escape Yu Qingling's charm. That brat would die here. Fire Jade Territory Lord laughed as he thought that Yi Tianyun would lose here and they would reap the reward themselves. Heavenly Edict Territory Lord just bit his lips worriedly as he couldn't do anything. Let me see what your inner world looks like, Yu Qingling said as she walks towards Yi Tianyun casually. Her eyes still released a colorful lights as she worried that she wouldn't be able to control Yi Tianyun otherwise. She still remained cautious as she didn't want to lose this match. She would kill Yi Tianyun after she satisfied some of her curiosity. But still, she thought that there was no way Yi Tianyun would be able to escape her clutches this time. Chapter 1021. With every step Yu Qingling took towards Yi Tianyun, Nian Siyu became more frustrated. Please get hold of yourself. Nian Siyu prayed for Yi Tianyun. If Yi Tianyun was defeated here, then everything Heavenly Edict Divine Territory was hoping for would end immediately. Yi Tianyun was already qualified to join the 5 Great God Domain. It wouldn't change if he lost, but it would be a different story if he was killed. There's no point in praying, he wouldn't wake up. Fire Jade Territory Lord said sarcastically. Nian Siyu felt desperate as there was nothing she could do. She could wake Yi Tianyun up by shouting with her star energy, but the energy shield on the arena left no room for external interference. Besides, Yi Tianyun would be disqualified on the spot if Nian Siyu interfered with his match. After all, it wouldn't fair if external interference was allowed. Yu Qingling was finally close enough with Yi Tianyun and she was holding a sharp dagger in her hand. Well, why can't I see your memory? Yu Qingling was confused as she was supposed to be able to see the memory of those she enchanted. Just forget it, it doesn't matter now, I can just win. Yu Qingling said excitedly. As long as she killed Yi Tianyun, everything Yi Tianyun had achieved would be hers. She raised her dagger and immediately thrust it toward Yi Tianyun's head. No, stop, Nian Siyu screamed, but her scream couldn't stop Yu Qingling's attack. Heavenly Edict Territory Lord closed his eyes as he didn't want to look his last hope for this war of ascension disappearing. But before her dagger pierced Yi Tianyun's skin, her hand was stopped firmly. You are quite courageous, have you forgotten that I warned you before? Yi Tianyun said coldly. You aren't under my charm. Yu Qingling said as she was shocked that Yi Tianyun suddenly moved. You did some garbage charm technique and you hoped that it would affect me. I am standing here waiting for you to come close and even then, you are still taking too long of a time to get here. Yi Tianyun said mockingly. Now you want to peek at my memories too and kill me. Yi Tianyun said coldly. Yi Tianyun quickly plucked out Yu Qingling's eyes. Her charming skills were instantly nullified as soon as Yi Tianyun plucked out her eyes. She screamed and flew backwards while blood gushed out of her hollowed eyes. She couldn't do anything right now as her power were all concentrated into her eyes. You dig out my eyes. Yu Qingling screamed and tried to run towards Yi Tianyun to grab her eyes back. I already said earlier that I would pluck your eyes out if you tried to charm me again. Now that you have tried to charm me again, I simply took your eyes out like I said I would. Yi Tianyun said coldly. He definitely didn't care about how beautiful Yu Qingling was as a woman. I will kill you, Yu Qingling screamed and she immediately rushed towards Yi Tianyun frantically. Even without her eyes, she could sense the spiritual energy that came off of Yi Tianyun's body. Nevertheless, Yi Tianyun just kicked Yu Qingling down. But that was not the only thing Yi Tianyun had done. He channeled some of his star power and abolished Yu Qingling's cultivation base. You destroyed my cultivation base. Yu Qingling trembled on the ground as she found that she couldn't muster even an ounce of her power. Her body was now completely taken over by fear. Is it a problem? Yi Tianyun said indifferently. This was a battlefield and Yi Tianyun didn't have any obligation to show any mercy to Yu Qingling. Please return my eyes. I made a mistake and I will give up on everything else. I will admit my defeat. Yu Qingling asked for mercy. You don't have to do that, you are out anyway. Yi Tianyun said as he waved his hand and a strong energy immediately blew Yu Qingling out of the arena, basically claiming victory for himself. Logically speaking, with her cultivation, it was possible to cure her eyes and grow them back using some medicinal pills, but she wouldn't get back her Eye of Charm technique and that was why she asked Yi Tianyun to return them to her. Nevertheless, Yi Tianyun didn't care about her. Burn, Yi Tianyun said as he conjured a flame that burned Yu Qingling's eyes on his hand. Now that they were burned to ashes, there was no way to recover those eyes again. The shield around the arena quickly disappeared as Yi Tianyun has won the match. Yi Tianyun looked around and noticed that most battles were over and his battle was one of the slowest battle around. Still, Yi Tianyun's action was very ruthless and it shocked many people that watched his battle. However, Heavenly Edict Divine Territory was ecstatic right now as they have won the first match. That brat, he intentionally stands there without doing anything, Nian Siyu said excitedly. Meanwhile, Fire Jade Territory Lords was silent on the side. He thought that Yu Qingling would defeat Yi Tianyun, but it was just a nah. They thought, her charms had no effects on Yi Tianyun at all, and on top of that, Yu Qingling's cultivation has been abolished. He plucked out Yu Qingling's eyes. Yu family wouldn't let him get away unscathed after this. Fire Jade Territory Lord said coldly. Yu family, well, I don't know about that. Would they want to fight against a genius of second-grade god domain? Nian Siyu sneered. As soon as the words sank in, Fire Jade Territory Lord's face turned pale. He knew that Yu family probably would let things go as they wouldn't want to provoke a second-grade god domain. It was simply a gap between faction, and there was no way a small faction would be able to go against a big faction. Chapter 1022. Fire Jade Territory Lord shut his mouth immediately as he didn't know what to say. Even though Yu Qingling was only a foreign aide, she represented Fire Jade God Territory's reputation nonetheless. Thus, her defeat dragged Fire Jade God Territory's name to the mud with her. But there was nothing could be done now. Her eyes have been plucked out and her cultivation base was completely destroyed, leaving her completely disabled for the future. But Fire Jade Territory Lord himself couldn't avenge her as he didn't want to deal with the wrath of the second-grade god domain that Yi Tianyun might choose later. Yi Tianyun looked at the spectators in the upper seat and noticed that all of them were expressionless. While Yi Tianyun's action was really cruel and merciless, people wouldn't blame him for it. Nevertheless, people still thought killing Yu Qingling immediately was a much better outcome. But still, it wasn't Yi Tianyun's intention to kill her. Nevertheless, there were still many cultivators that had a good chance to gain the high rank. Xiao Marong and Ling Yunfeng had both advanced to the next round and both of them were a strong contender. Now, after the first round of the fighting competition, half of the participants had been eliminated. The first round is over and we will give you 3 days to rest before starting the second round. Elder Go Huang announced. He waved his hand and a brand new token appeared on the hands of the cultivator that had already passed the first round. Yi Tianyun looked at the new token in his hand and saw the number 18. He looked around and a familiar snake had the same number as him. The cultivator in question itself also grinned from ear to ear as if the cultivator had already foreseen his own victory, even if he had already seen what Yi Tianyun was capable of. I didn't expect to face you so soon, Yi Tianyun said as he walked towards Earth Monarch Yao Tong. Earth Monarch Yao Tong was Yi Tianyun's next opponent. Of course, the man was excited that he would face against Yi Tianyun as he finally had the opportunity to deal with Yi Tianyun himself. Your life will end after 3 days, Earth Monarch Yao Tong said coldly. Well, your eyes did seem annoying to me, Yi Tianyun said casually. You want to pluck out my eyes out too? Are you sure you have the ability to prove your words? Earth Monarch Yao Tong released his killing intent. The duel hasn't even started yet, but both of them had already bared their fangs. It was clear that the elders wanted this to happen and thus, they already matched Yi Tianyun up against Earth Monarch Yao Tong in the second round. Still, it made sense. Nobody wanted to watch a boring fight where the winner were already foreseen from miles away, so the 5 elders arranged for Yi Tianyun to fight a capable cultivator and Earth Monarch Yao Tong seemed to be a great choice. Unfortunately, the 5 elders still thought that Earth Monarch Tian Qing was much stronger than Yi Tianyun, and they weren't sure Earth Monarch Yao Tong would be able to win against her, so the 5 elders thought that pairing Earth Monarch Yao Tong with Yi Tianyun might be better. The 5 elders thought that Yi Tianyun was barely hanging despite passing the 9th level of the heavenly tribulation earlier. Therefore, they didn't put too much faith in Yi Tianyun. No one knew that Yi Tianyun had a lot of abilities in his arsenal. Yi Tianyun was just too lazy to show his power as he wouldn't feel the rush of adrenaline if he ended every fight with a single punch. I don't want to deal with that cultivator the most, Xiao Marong said while pouting beside Yi Tianyun. Who? That cultivator? Yi Tianyun said as he pointed towards Earth Monarch Sen Shui, whose gender wasn't really prominent. Yeah, it is that cultivator. I hate to fight someone like them, but at least there is no conflict of attribute, Xiao Marong said with a frown on her face. Why should you care about something like that? They don't seem to be powerful either, Yi Tianyun said as he observed Earth Monarch Sen Shui with his appraisal eye. I am not too sure. Earth Monarch Sen Shui has skills and their reputation isn't bad either, Xiao Marong said cautiously. Obviously, cultivators that had gotten this far and passed through so many ordeals during the War of Ascension wouldn't be weak. Ellipsis 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 dot. 3 days went by quickly and finally all the cultivators entered their respective arena to face their own opponents. Naturally, Tianyun was facing against Earth Monarch Yao Tong, the snake cultivator that released a cold aura. "Don't disappoint me too much," Earth Monarch Yao Tong said sarcastically as he pulled out a long whip to use as his weapon. The long whip itself was like a snake that wriggled and coiled around his leg like a sentient snake. "That's my line. Give me some challenge, yeah," Tianyun said indifferently. "Arrogant bastard," Earth Monarch Yao Tong shouted as he slammed his whip to the ground, creating a massive gully on the ground. "Now, let us see what trick you keep using to win the stage," Earth Monarch Yao Tong said with a smirk on his face. Tianyun suddenly turned around and kicked something behind him. A figure suddenly flew out of nowhere. The figure suffered a heavy damage on its arm as it blocked Tianyun's kick. "You have made your first move," Tianyun said indifferently at the figure in front of him. The figure itself was Earth Monarch Yao Tong, and the Earth Monarch Yao Tong that Tianyun left behind earlier gradually disappeared. The illusion that Earth Monarch Yao Tong made was very good as it successfully tricked everyone that watched the match. Nevertheless, people were surprised that Tianyun could say through the illusion and even counterattacked Earth Monarch Yao Tong. Chapter 1023. You saw through my illusion. Earth Monarch Yao Tong was surprised. He wanted to confuse Tianyun with his illusion, but it didn't have any effect on Tianyun. His illusion was different from Qingling's charm, and thus, he didn't have to do much to affect Tianyun, plus his illusion seemed quite real too. Although the illusion couldn't attack the enemy, it had already served its purpose if it successfully confused his enemy. "I can't feel any aura coming out of the illusion, so I immediately know that it was a fake." "Did you really think that such a poorly made illusion could confuse me? I don't know if you are just too naive or a complete idiot." Tianyun shook his head. He didn't even have to activate his appraisal eye to figure out it was an illusion. "You are just a bit skilled, don't act cocky, you brat." Earth Monarch Yao Tong was definitely enraged by Tianyun's remark. "Right, I will show you a real illusion." Tianyun smirked as 3 other Tianyun appeared all around Earth Monarch Yao Tong. "3 illusions? Even if you have 3 illusions, it wouldn't matter if I already know where the real you is. They wouldn't be able to attack anyway." Earth Monarch Yao Tong kept talking even when Tianyun's illusions rushed toward him. He thought that Tianyun's illusion wouldn't be able to attack, just like his own illusion. Once Tianyun's illusion got close to Earth Monarch Yao Tong, they slapped his face repeatedly, smashing Earth Monarch Yao Tong to the ground. Earth Monarch Yao Tong rolled on the ground and vomited blood. "Damn it, what is going on here?" Earth Monarch Yao Tong looked horrified. He really didn't expect Tianyun's illusion would be able to attack like this. But Earth Monarch Yao Tong wasn't the only one. In fact, the 5 elders were also shocked as they had never seen an illusion that could attack themselves. "It seems we are direly mistaken. He has a good chance of winning it all. Yes, with that illusion technique alone, he would achieve the greatness that no others could master. Did he receive an inheritance from a great master before?" The 5 elders nodded in agreement as they suddenly thought highly of Tianyun as he showed a fraction of his power. Nian Xiu was so excited as she already knew that Tianyun was really strong. She now realized that they had a shot at winning the entire War of Ascension with Tianyun's power. "What are you doing? Show us your full power." Dragon Serpent Territory Lord, the territory lord of where Earth Monarch Yao Tong came from, shouted. Earth Monarch Yao Tong got back up again and looked at Tianyun coldly. "That's it, I will show you my true power," he said, solemnly. Snake scales began to appear on his body and soon covered his entire body. He looked like a giant python right now, and the surrounding area around him started to be laced with poisons. The poison began to corrode the ground, and it was like everything around him was dyed dark green. The poison continued to spread, and soon, the entire arena would be covered up by it, and Tianyun wouldn't have anywhere to escape. "Die, bastard!" Earth Monarch Yao Tong rushed toward Tianyun without any hesitation. His speed was faster than earlier as he transformed into a half-snake. The sound of a snake filled Tianyun's ear as Earth Monarch Yao Tong quickly got in front of Tianyun without any problems. Earth Monarch Yao Tong immediately coiled Tianyun with his tail, ready to bite him, but Tianyun managed to break free and tried to kick Earth Monarch Yao Tong in the stomach, but he failed as Earth Monarch Yao Tong's body was too slippery. Earth Monarch Yao Tong immediately coiled around Yi Tianyun once again, and this time, he also used the whip on his hand to make it harder for Yi Tianyun to move. "Get off of me," Yi Tianyun said coldly as his body suddenly turned into huge evil demon god. The black flames immediately enveloped his body and started to burn Earth Monarch Yao Tong's tail and whip. The black flame was definitely strong enough to burn the poison around Yi Tianyun, even though it wasn't a normal poison. Earth Monarch Yao Tong was forced to let Yi Tianyun go as he was burned in various areas on his tail. His body was emitting black smoke from being burned, but he immediately applied green liquids where he was burned to act as a flame retardant. "Demon fire," Earth Monarch Yao Tong said sinisterly. "It's good, but you are too late. My body has already produced so much toxin," Earth Monarch Yao Tong said victoriously. Yi Tianyun looked down and saw the green poison had started to spread into his legs, which meant that the poison had started to affect him. Earth Monarch Yao Tong's poison was extremely effective. Even Heaven Monarch Cultivator wouldn't be able to withstand it for too long. That poison is actually terrifying. Nian Siyu clenched her fist as most cultivators didn't want to deal with poison. Dragon Serpent Territory Lord smiled victoriously as he saw Earth Monarch Yao Tong finally used his true power, and he knew that no one could resist it. "Your poison is good, but it won't work against me." Yi Tianyun spewed his dual demon fire and immediately burned all the poisons around him without leaving anything behind. Chapter 1024. The poison was quickly burned by Yi Tianyun's black flame. Although the poison's effect would still linger on his body, it certainly wouldn't cause any fatal effect. "What? How could you get rid of my poison?" Earth Monarch Yao Tong said in disbelief. He saw Yi Tianyun's demon fire that burned his poison, turning them into smoke that dissipated in the wind. "What's with that absurdly strong flame?" Dragon Serpent Territory Lord stood up in shock as he couldn't believe what he just saw. He thought that Yi Tianyun would be killed as Earth Monarch Yao Tong's poison seeped into his body, but that didn't seem to be the case. Now, Dragon Serpent Territory Lord realized that he had truly underestimated Yi Tianyun's ability. He has two kinds of flames, and both of them would make it harder for him to get poisoned. Nian Siyu said with a smirk on her face. She had already grasped Yi Tianyun's abilities to a certain extent and knew that Yi Tianyun wouldn't be easily defeated with normal means. After the poison issue was solved, Yi Tianyun walked calmly toward Earth Monarch Yao Tong, and with each step he took, a flaming imprint was left behind on the ground. "You've tried various things, just now, but perhaps it is my turn to attack now," Yi Tianyun said with a smile on his face. "You should have been satisfied with how much you did just now," Yi Tianyun said as he continued to walk calmly toward Earth Monarch Yao Tong. Earth Monarch Yao Tong just stared at Yi Tianyun coldly. The snake around him started to twist and created an afterimage that turned into a huge phantom shadow, covering the entire arena. Earth Monarch Yao Tong then rushed towards the phantom shadow, merging with it before spurting some deadly venom toward Yi Tianyun. Earth Monarch Yao Tong was sure that he would bring Yi Tianyun down with his move, but suddenly, a dark figure rushed out of the poison. "That's quite rude for a mere snake." Yi Tianyun's voice was like a blaring thunder in the middle of the day for Earth Monarch Yao Tong. Yi Tianyun then waved his hands forward, and a huge palm appeared in the air, attacking Earth Monarch Yao Tong's phantom shadow. The huge palm was made from Yi Tianyun's flame, which immediately burned Earth Monarch Yao Tong's body and phantom shadow. Earth Monarch Yao Tong began to scream as he couldn't stand the pain of being burned alive by Yi Tianyun's flames. But before Earth Monarch Yao Tong could escape, Yi Tianyun caught him with the giant palm, gripping Earth Monarch Yao Tong from escaping. "Did I tell you to run?" Yi Tianyun said as he held Earth Monarch Yao Tong tightly. Yi Tianyun's power completely overwhelmed Earth Monarch Yao Tong, and the flame began to burn even the snake's scales on his body. Yi Tianyun's cultivation level might be lower than Earth Monarch Yao Tong, but Yi Tianyun's combat power far surpassed him. Therefore, his advantage over cultivation level was not really an advantage that would bring him victory. "Damn it all!" Dragon Serpent Territory Lord shouted coldly with gritted teeth as he saw Earth Monarch Yao Tong being overwhelmed by Yi Tianyun without being able to resist at all. He knew that everything was already over, as he knew that they had underestimated Yi Tianyun's power far too much. Earth Monarch Yao Tong was strong, and he also had a slippery body that was common among serpentine-style cultivation, but it wasn't useful against Yi Tianyun at all. Yi Tianyun then activated his evil demon god transformation as he wanted to end the fight immediately. Yi Tianyun's body began to grow huge, and it made him stand out even more. Even the 5 great elders were shocked by the situation as Yi Tianyun's power far exceeded their expectations. Dragon Snake, Evolution, Earth Monarch Yao Tong shouted behind his scream of pain. The green energy within his body started to rush out, and his form began to change. His head started to evolve into a dragon head, and his body started to really resemble that of a snake. His combat power also skyrocketed, loosening Yi Tianyun's grip forcefully. A bottom-feeder human race wants my head. It is impossible. I will kill you right here. Earth Monarch Yao Tong shouted furiously. The snake scales around his body started to transform into dragon scales, doubling his defensive capabilities. His roar also turned into that of a dragon, completing his transformation into a giant dragon. Dragon Serpent Bloodline, interesting, but at the end of the day, a worm is just a worm. There is no way to turn into a dragon even though you have their form. Yi Tianyun coldly said as he shook his head. Yi Tianyun tightened his grip, and Earth Monarch Yao Tong's bones got crushed eventually while the flames burned him into coal. Yao Tong, Dragon Serpent Territory Lord shouted helplessly. He knew that he couldn't stop what was happening in the arena, and he could only watch as Earth Monarch Yao Tong was burned and crushed to death. After a while, Yi Tianyun threw Earth Monarch Yao Tong's body to the side. Everyone could clearly see that Earth Monarch Yao Tong's body had completely burned into charcoal. Even if the rescue team immediately rushed to save Earth Monarch Yao Tong now, it wouldn't make any difference. Successfully killed Earth Monarch Yao Tong. Reward: 770 billion CPs, 600.000 SPs, Dragon Serpent Bloodline, Monster Pupil Technique, Dragon Serpent Whip, Dragon Serpent Ring. After killing Earth Monarch Yao Tong, a lot of things dropped as Yi Tianyun's reward. Yi Tianyun originally wanted to let Earth Monarch Yao Tong live, but he kept threatening him to no end, so Yi Tianyun was forced to end him mercilessly. That brat is really unpredictable. Some of us thought that we already see through his foundation, but our expectations were way off the table. Yes, our assumptions were all wrong. Did we have to cancel his next opponent? No, we have to continue. The 5 elders discussed about Yi Tianyun as they were still shocked by Yi Tianyun's overwhelming power. They knew that Yi Tianyun's potential was outstanding, but they didn't expect that it would reach this level. However, they were now aware of Yi Tianyun's strength, and thus raised their expectation of him. Chapter 1025. Yi Tianyun's battle lasted for a long time, but the battle in the other area wasn't concluded just yet. While the other contestants weren't playing around with their enemies, some of them couldn't take the win quickly. Some of them, such as Tianqing Earth Monarch and Yunlei Earth Monarch, quickly resolved their battle, leaving no room for the opponent to make a comeback. Xiao Morong's battle with Earth Monarch Sen Shui reached a stalemate. The two's battle was heated, and they didn't leave any opening whatsoever. On the other hand, Yi Tianyun noticed that Xiao Morong's situation was relatively stable. Even though she had a divine wood body, she could move freely in a freezing temperature. As long as you stabilize your cultivation, you will win the match in due time. Yi Tianyun said to Xiao Morong. Then, Yi Tianyun turned his attention toward Earth Monarch Ling Yunfeng and her opponent, Earth Monarch Yunlei. Earth Monarch Yunlei has overwhelmed Earth Monarch Ling Yunfeng with her violent heavenly thunder. Nevertheless, Earth Monarch Ling Yunfeng didn't seem to be surrendering any time soon. Yi Tianyun frowned as if Ling Yunfeng might be disabled because of Yunlei's power if she insisted on being stubborn like this. Ling Yunfeng had no chance at all as her movement was completely restricted due to the heavenly thunder that Yunlei kept sending her way. Did you think I let you get chummy with a human race so that one day you can oppose me? Earth Monarch Yunlei said as he kept sending shockwaves toward Ling Yunfeng with his fist. Earth Monarch Yunlei's power was so potent that he didn't require any weapon to fight. Little brother Yi is a good person regardless of his race. None of you racists knows what it means to be a friend. Ling Yunfeng shouted desperately despite being cornered the entire time. He chose to stay on Yi Tianyun's side rather than the other side. Ling Yunfeng knew that it was better to side with a good guy than to sell himself to evil. Friends, if your Ling family heard what you said, would they be okay with you befriending a human race beggar? Earth Monarch Yunlei shouted as he kept sending shockwaves toward Ling Yunfeng. Earth Monarch Yunlei didn't send a shockwave strong enough to win the battle, but he sent shockwaves that definitely would injure Ling Yunfeng. Earth Monarch Yunlei did this on purpose, as he only wanted to toy with Ling Yunfeng. For him, winning against Ling Yunfeng was easy, and that was why he wouldn't finish the battle too soon. This has nothing to do with his race. He is a powerful cultivator, and that is enough reason to befriend him. Even you are pale in comparison to little brother Yi's power. Ling Yunfeng said confidently. What did you just say? I dare you to say it once more. Earth Monarch Yunlei annoyedly shouted as thunder flashed in his eyes. You are not a real martial artist if you can't even open your heart to possibility. Ling Yunfeng said solemnly. You even have your wife taken from you, and that is the result of opening your heart. Earth Monarch Yunlei sneered disgustedly. It is my problem, not yours. I am saddened that Ronger Jr.'s sister wasn't taken care of properly because of me. Ling Yunfeng said with a steady gaze. You can say that because you couldn't beat that human trash yourself. If you are willing to befriend a garbage, then I guess you are trash too. Now, get out of my face. Earth Monarch Yunlei said coldly. He then roared, and a Thunder God Phantom Shadow appeared before punching Ling Yunfeng with a massive Thunder God Hammer. Earth Monarch Yunlei gave his best in this attack, making sure that Ling Yunfeng wouldn't be able to get up again after this attack. Ling Yunfeng waved his long sword in front of him, quickly drawing a slew of swords that intertwined with each other and formed a thick light wall. However, his power paled in comparison to Yunlei, the Earth Monarch. Ling Yunfeng received the attack and flew off the arena while thunder enveloped his entire body. Yunfeng, the middle-aged man on the other side of the seat abruptly stood up. But before he could move to help Ling Yunfeng, the elders beside him dragged him back. We can't go there, it's a violation of the rules. The patriarch exclaimed. Of course, he was the father of Ling Yunfeng and Ling Fei. It broke his heart to see his son being toyed like that, but before Ling Yunfeng fell to the ground, a figure leapt out and caught him. The inertia from the attack wasn't good for Ling Yunfeng's weak body, but nevertheless, the figure dissipated the energy as he caught Ling Yunfeng's body. But, even if Ling Yunfeng was saved from the fall, his body was charred black and seriously injured. It would surely prove to be fatal if he wasn't treated immediately. I appreciate your help very much, little brother Yi. Ling Yunfeng's last struggle surprised everyone, but Yi Tianyun's appearance was a little bit more shocking. Yi Tianyun was naturally drawn to Ling Yunfeng's battle as he could clearly hear the conversation between Ling Yunfeng and Lei Yun. He was well aware of Ling Yunfeng's admiration towards him, and thus, he also considered Ling Yunfeng a friend. There was no complicated explanation. Ling Yunfeng simply thought Yi Tianyun was worthy of being a friend. As a result, he would not change his tune even if he was confronted by Yunlei Earth Monarch's power. Yi Tianyun changed his equipment to longevity set silently, and he immediately started to heal Ling Yunfeng. Yi Tianyun healed Ling Yunfeng quickly, but Ling Yunfeng didn't recover as fast as Yi Tianyun wanted. Earth Monarch Yunlei just looked at Yi Tianyun coldly after delivering a devastating blow to Ling Yunfeng. He didn't care whether Ling Yunfeng would survive his attack or not. How is senior brother Ling's condition? Xiao Morong said as she finally finished her match and marched towards Yi Tianyun. I am doing my best to heal him. Yi Tianyun stated simply. Okay, I am cheering you on, brother Yi. Xiao Morong said as she was aware of Yi Tianyun's talent. Although she had no romantic relationship with Ling Yunfeng, he used to look after her. Although Xiao Morong had no intention of marrying him or even becoming his Dao companion, they were friends regardless. Xiao Morong sincerely wanted to help Ling Yunfeng now as Ling Yunfeng had been injured. Why would you morons help someone that I attacked? Earth Monarch Yunlei said as he stepped out of the arena and walked towards Yi Tianyun coldly. Why would you bother as you would be my next opponent anyway? I will surely put you out of your misery, trash. Let me warn you, I am not as feeble as Earth Monarch Yao Tong. Lei Yun said coldly. I will gladly be your opponent even if my next opponent isn't you. Yi Tianyun released some of his murderous intent out in the open. Chapter 1026. Did you just declare that you can do anything in God fighting arena? Yunlei Earth Monarch said sarcastically. He wasn't sure that he would be able to achieve a glorious win against Yi Tianyun, but nevertheless, deciding one's opponent wasn't a thing that a participant could do. Yi Tianyun turned to face the five elders, ignoring Yunlei. Senior, I believe my next opponent is Yunlei Earth Monarch, I want that to happen. Yi Tianyun said despite being seen by everyone. Yi Tianyun knew that what he said was presumptuous. If Yunlei's next opponent wasn't him, then there was nothing Yi Tianyun could do. No participant had ever made a request for their opponent before, but since Yi Tianyun knew that the five elders were interested in seeing him fight, there might be a chance that the five elders would approve of his request. Go Huang, one of the 5 elders, naturally assessed the circumstance and understood Yi Tianyun's reason. They took a glance at Yi Tianyun and Yun Lei, respectively, making some sort of value assessment on their head. I don't mind, even though I have arranged for Earth Monarch Yun Lei's next opponent to be Earth Monarch Tian Qing, since you asked nicely, we will have to approve it. The initial arrangement was promptly altered by Elder Go Huang. The crowd was taken aback as those words were said. They weren't expecting anything to change. However, if you thought about it properly, that was the power of one's strength. If someone as strong as Yi Tianyun weren't here, then the elders wouldn't change anything. Although God fighting field is not necessarily mine, I may be able to influence the elders. Yi Tianyun said mockingly to Yun Lei Earth Monarch. Ha ha ha, I truly appreciate that. I had little faith in Earth Monarch Tian Qing. Now I can go all out against you. Just you wait, you will regret your decision to choose me as your opponent. Yun Lei Earth Monarch laughed out loud. Don't worry, even if the sky was raining pig, you wouldn't be able to defeat me. Yi Tianyun said cynically. Let us see what happens later. Yun Lei said annoyedly, he might as well be the pig that falls from the sky later. Xiao Morong mockingly said as she pointed her finger at Yun Lei Earth Monarch. It appears that you're asking for it too, Morong. After I defeat this guy, I will make sure you regret it. Yun Lei Earth Monarch said as he looked at Xiao Morong threateningly. You won't have that chance. Yi Tianyun shake his head. Let's just wait for the fight. Yun Lei Earth Monarch said as he grew tired of the conversation and turned around. After Yun Lei Earth Monarch left, Yi Tianyun immediately resumed healing Ling Yunfang. The other deacons that were there to heal the participant also came to assist Yi Tianyun. Be careful, brother Tianyun. You have to destroy Yun Lei Earth Monarch later. Morong Xiao became enraged. Without a doubt, Yi Tianyun stared at Yun Lei Earth Monarch, who was meditating in the distance. Yi Tianyun would make sure to show what real fear was to Yun Lei Earth Monarch later. The fighting competition was quickly cut in two as half of the participants were eliminated. There were still 30 participants, and the winner would become the top 15 of the entire competition. Nevertheless, none of the participants aimed for the top 15. They clearly wanted to reach the top 10. The third fight started shortly after a few days of respite. Yi Tianyun chose Yun Lei Earth Monarch as his opponent, and Elder Go Huang consented. Yi Tianyun then checked Xiao Morong's opponent and realized that her opponent was a tricky one and she might fail. Still, Yi Tianyun let fate decide what happened, as he couldn't help her during the fight. Meanwhile, when Yi Tianyun glanced at Yun Lei Earth Monarch, his gaze was serene as he didn't feel anything at all. Brat, I challenge you to a duel without weapons later. Do you comply with my challenge? Yun Lei Earth Monarch suddenly said as he approached Yi Tianyun. From the looks on his face, it was clear that Yun Lei Earth Monarch wanted to toy around with Yi Tianyun and didn't want their fight to end so quickly. No problem for me, Yi Tianyun said indifferently. Great, Yun Lei Earth Monarch said surprisedly. He was actually a little bit worried that Yi Tianyun would reject his challenge as Yun Lei had the most confidence in his extraordinary physical power. The spectators shook their heads as they thought that Yi Tianyun was too naive. It was unreasonable to accept a challenge from the opponent. They thought that Yi Tianyun was too young to grasp the principle of the world. Now that it's officially begun, I'm going to attack. Yun Lei didn't anticipate meeting a fool, but nevertheless, the duel was about to begin. Yun Lei rushed towards Yi Tianyun, but as his fist was about to hit Yi Tianyun vanished. Yi Tianyun reappeared behind Yun Lei and punched Yun Lei right on his back, causing Yun Lei to experience agonizing pain that he had never experienced before. Yun Lei himself was thrown forward uncontrollably. Nevertheless, Yun Lei gritted his teeth and tried to control his body in the air, trying to get his footing back. But as he slowly regained his control, Yi Tianyun flashed again and punched Yun Lei to the ground. The punch definitely had quite some power as it created a huge hole in the ground where Yun Lei fell. Yun Lei felt dizzy as he couldn't think straight. Everything was moving too quickly and he didn't have any time to breathe. I summon thee, Yun Lei shouted before a gust of wind filled the arena. A powerful thunderbolt struck Yun Lei's body, and Yun Lei became one with the thunder, giving him lightning-fast speed. Yun Lei was struggling to stand back up, but he managed to do so. He immediately looked around and was finally able to see Yi Tianyun's figure not too far from him. Your speed is commendable, but now that I've used my power, you won't be able to match my speed. Yun Lei condescendingly said as he thought that his heavenly thunder body wouldn't lose to anyone in terms of speed. What power could be quicker than his lightning speed? You are spouting too much bullshit. Give me a break. Yi Tianyun scoffed and flashed behind Yun Lei once more. This time, Yi Tianyun kicked Yun Lei on the back, blasting Yun Lei to the sky. Although his attack wasn't lethal, it surely was painful. Yi Tianyun himself didn't want to end the match too soon, as he also wished to play with Yun Lei for a bit longer. Chapter 1027. Yun Lei Earth Monarch was kicked into the sky by Yi Tianyun. He has already increased his speed, but he still can't catch up with Yi Tianyun's speed, making him furious. After Yun Lei Earth Monarch was kicked into the sky, Yi Tianyun once again rushed to the back of Yun Lei Earth Monarch at an amazing speed and kicked him hard. Boom! Yun Lei Earth Monarch was kicked down, and when he was in the air, suddenly his body released a thick lightning bolt and scattered around. Thunder Word Art, open for me! Yun Lei Earth Monarch roared, and a mark began to appear on the surface of his body, and then with a crash sound, he dodged to the side like a bolt of lightning, and his speed was several times faster than before. This amazing speed, many people are amazing, under this amazing speed, easily dodging Yi Tianyun's attack, is a bit awkward, but now the situation is not as passive as before. Yun Lei's Thunder Word Art is more skilled. Heavenly Thunder Territory Lord was very satisfied with Yun Lei Earth Monarch's performance, and has always been very satisfied. Of course, in the world of martial arts, speed is the only thing that cannot be broken. Young Master Yun Lei, with the most overbearing speed, it should not be a problem for him to win this match. The elder beside him began to flatter him. Under such a shocking speed, he would naturally be able to win the battle. That kid is a little strange. His speed is so fast that it is somewhat beyond my expectations. With Yun Lei's situation, he should be able to win this match. Heavenly Thunder Territory Lord's eyes were cold. Then, he turned to look at the Heavenly Thunder Region Lord, his eyes filled with displeasure. He did not expect that a god territory at the bottom would find such a genius. This made him feel very unhappy. As long as young Lord Yun Lei can display our Divine Thunder Domain's lightning arts, we will definitely be able to win this match. Under the same level, basically, no one can surpass young Lord Yun Lei's speed. The elder beside him continued to flatter him. That's true. If that Earth Monarch Tianyun is still at this speed, then we will definitely win this round. The Heavenly Thunder Territory Lord's eyes were full of fanaticism. His goal was very simple, which was to Yun Lei Earth Monarch defeat Yi Tianyun, so that he can join any god domain at will. Speed has always been the most respected. As long as the speed is amazing enough, he will be invincible. Bang, bang, bang. Yi Tianyun kept rushing over and smashing Yun Lei Earth Monarch. It was very simple and cruel, and there was no use of any weapons. Yun Lei Earth Monarch easily blocked his concentrated attack without any pressure at all. This is the limit of your speed. It's too slow. Yun Lei Earth Monarch laughed, but he still didn't seem to have any extra speed. Yi Tianyun's eyes flashed, and he used all his strength, even the phoenix bloodline in his body. With the power of the desolate ancient suit, he has reached the limit. Who knew that Yun Lei Earth Monarch could still withstand it? This was enough to show how terrifying the speed of the Yun Lei Earth Monarch was. According to the past, with his speed, he was definitely an instant kill. However, when facing Yun Lei Earth Monarch, his speed could only be considered average. However, this result was not surprising. After all, speed was the opponent's strong suit. As long as he burst out a little, he could crush most people. Is that so? Then what about this? Yi Tianyun's eyes turned cold, and he immediately gave an order in his heart. Level up Phoenix Bloodline. Ding! Successfully deducted 5 million crazy points. Level up Phoenix Bloodline is 3rd grade. 3rd grade Phoenix Bloodline. Speed increased by 20 times, flame power increased by 10 times. Wang! Closing square bracket dot. The power of the phoenix was released from his body, and a phantom of the phoenix appeared behind him, making his speed suddenly increase. With a shoo sound, Yi Tianyun disappeared in front of Yun Lei, and in the next moment, he appeared next to him and slapped him. With a pa sound, Yun Lei was slapped to the ground, and with a dong sound, his head came into close contact with the ground, making his head dizzy, and he almost fainted. What? Heavenly Thunder Territory Lord stood up in shock. He saw Yi Tianyun's speed suddenly burst up, even faster than Yun Lei Earth Monarch. Yun Lei Earth Monarch used some real ability, but he still lost in speed. This speed can increase. Yun Lei Earth Monarch got up from the ground, his whole person was stunned, and there was a heavy palm print on his face, he did not react. He thought that Tianyun's speed was the limit, but who knew that he would surpass him in an instant and crush him with even greater speed. Tianyun did not answer him but answered him with his actions. His figure flashed and flashed in front of him again. He reached out his hand and slapped him, and with a "pa" sound, Yunlei Earth Monarch was sent flying again. After so many times, the most he could do was skin and flesh wounds, not deep to the bottom. To put it bluntly, it was a kind of humiliation. If he wanted to get rid of Yunlei Earth Monarch, he would have done it already. Why did he have to play like this? Furious words, open. Yunlei Earth Monarch twisted in the air and slammed his chest. The word, furious, immediately appeared on his body, and his speed increased again. This time, his speed increased by more than 10 times. His whole body was covered with fine lightning, and his blood vessels were covered with lightning. His eyes were full of lightning, and he kept shooting out in all directions. It was as if he could turn into a divine lightning bolt. Can it continue to burst out speed? Tianyun looked at his situation, and his combat power soared sharply, but this type was definitely similar to burning blood essence and could not last long. If there were no side effects, Yunlei Earth Monarch would have already used it. I want you dead. Yunlei Earth Monarch was humiliated so many times. This time, he was completely angry. He thought that he could play with Tianyun, but who knew that he was played by Tianyun and was beaten to the point where he could not find the north, south, east, and west. Boom, crack, thick thunderclouds condensed in the sky. The dense lightning continuously struck Yunlei Earth Monarch down, adding to his body. This was the raging thunder. It was an extremely powerful divine art that he could currently control. Crash, his figure twisted and turned into countless bolts of lightning that rolled over. He could not even see which bolt of lightning was his true body. This speed was too fast. It was so fast that many heavenly monarchs could not see it clearly. This is the innate talent of an invincible genius. In the blink of an eye, Yunlei Earth Monarch threw a punch. It looked like a punch, but in fact, he had already punched out tens of thousands of times. Tianyun quickly blocked, and the dense lightning continued to penetrate through his palm and into his body, burning his body surface. Gradually, his speed is almost unable to keep up, and the opponent's speed can continue to increase. Chapter 1028, As expected of a god's domain, there are many geniuses, all kinds of talents are amazing, and the effect is much better than us. Tianyun's speed gradually couldn't keep up with Yunlei Earth Monarch's attack. His body began to burn. He has already displayed Phoenix Bloodline, but he still couldn't compare with the other. Originally Phoenix Bloodline was not very strong in God's domain, because the comprehensive level is good, so he used it, especially after upgrading, and the effect is even better. According to the bloodline of 3 realms, even if it is royal blood, it will be completely crushed here. Go to hell. Yunlei Earth Monarch have entered a state of madness, constantly punching down. The ferocious expression is really frightening. Looking at this state, the hearts of Nian Siyu and others suddenly rose. It seems that Tianyun is completely suppressed. If this continues, he will definitely lose. Don't compare speed with him, just directly attack him. Nian Siyu wanted to rush down to help Tianyun fight. Sometimes, even if his speed is not as fast as others, as long as his strength is absolutely amazing, he can still defeat the other party. Moreover, the range is locked here, so a wide-range attack, or a weapon, cannot crush the other party. However, Tianyun did not show any signs of pulling out his weapon. He still resisted honestly. If this continues, he will definitely lose. His body is charred black, enough to prove that his situation is not ideal. Heavenly Thunder Territory Lord looked at the performance of Yunlei Earth Monarch and felt very satisfied. Although I need to rest for a while, all of this is worth it. As long as I defeat that kid, everything will be set in stone. Yes, he actually triggered young Master Yunlei's Rage Thunder state. He is invincible at the same level. Even Earth Monarch Tian Qing might not be able to win against him. The elder next to him praised again. When they thought Tianyun was going to lose, Tianyun smiled. Comparing speed, I will play with you. Anyway, I just happen to want to upgrade Phoenix Bloodline. Speed is indeed a weakness. Phoenix Bloodline, upgrade, closing square bracket. Opening square bracket. Ding, successfully deducted 50 million crazy point, Phoenix Bloodline to 4th grade. Closing square bracket. Opening square bracket. 4th grade Phoenix Bloodline, Speed effect is 4 to 10 times, flame effect is 2 to 10 times. The next level requires 100 million crazy point. Closing square bracket. Quote. Squeak. The cry of a phoenix rose up from behind him. Tianyun's figure flashed and disappeared from the eyes of Yunlei Earth Monarch. His speed was so fast that even Yunlei Earth Monarch couldn't see a trace of him. Pa! Countless slaps came to this side, making Yunlei Earth Monarch twist his body. The terrible speed made him stunned again. He didn't know what was going on. He couldn't see anything. Get lost, get lost. Yunlei Earth Monarch roared and wanted to fight back. The violent thunder spread around, but it was meaningless. Tianyun's strong defense blocked the giant thunder. The counterattack was a slap, a kind of palm with flame. Under the effect of the 20-fold flame, the power of the demon fire increased greatly. When the slap was slammed, even if it did not carry much power, it still left a flame mark on Yunlei Earth Monarch. Yunlei Earth Monarch felt pain, but when he fought back, he missed. He used all his strength but still couldn't keep up with Tianyun's speed. Even if he burned his blood essence, it was useless. In front of his eyes, he could only see an afterimage, and he couldn't see where it was. This scene made many people stunned. They also couldn't see Tianyun, but they knew that Tianyun's speed was suddenly more amazing than Yunlei Earth Monarch, and he instantly increased his speed so that most of the heaven monarchs couldn't see him. A terrible speed, this is the real fastest. The key is that Tianyun continues to play as if he doesn't need energy, constantly hitting Yunlei Earth Monarch, beating him like a ball, constantly twisting in the air. Just as he was pulled down, Tianyun appeared below, and then fiercely hit back, and sent him flying. Hang Yunlei Earth Monarch, beat the other party to the point where he has no strength to fight back. Speed can be faster. How can this be done? The Heavenly Thunder Territory Lord was shocked. He originally thought that Yunlei Earth Monarch was confident, but now he was completely crushed, comparable to invincible speed, defeating Yunlei Earth Monarch, most proud speed. The most direct way to defeat a person is to use stronger strength to defeat the other party's specialty. What ability is the most aggressive? Then use stronger strength to defeat the other party's pride. It can definitely make the other party depressed for a long time, and even produce a heart demon that can't be shaken. When he was beaten, Yunlei Earth Monarch had the intention to retreat. He quickly took out his weapon and tried to sweep around, but it was meaningless. There was no way to attack Tianyun. Didn't you say that you can't use weapons? It seems that you violated the rules. Of course, I didn't think that you could abide by the rules. Tianyun slapped again, sending his weapon flying. He couldn't even use his weapon as it was sent flying. You want to leave? Why are you in such a hurry? Tianyun's strength was getting stronger and stronger. The flame's imprint continued to enter his body, and the surface of his body was already charred black. I surrender, I surrender. Yunlei Earth Monarch began to beg for mercy. He did not want to die here. If he died, then everything would be gone. He was a super genius of the Heavenly Thunder God domain. His status was astonishing. Even if he lost, he would still be able to become a domain lord in the future. If he died, not to mention a domain lord, he would not even be able to become a guard. He did not want his life to end just like that. He could only put down his face and beg for mercy. Don't worry, I won't kill you. Tianyun smiled. His palm quickly hit his body several times. Each palm contained a terrible power, constantly pouring into the body of Yunlei Earth Monarch. Just as Yunlei Earth Monarch was on the verge of dying from the slap, he slammed his palm over. With a pong sound, Yunlei Earth Monarch was sent flying, directly passing through the protective barrier and falling outside. After falling to the ground, the deacon next to him quickly came over to treat him. He found that the Yunlei Earth Monarch still had one breath left. It was similar to the situation on Ling Yunfeng. They all had one last breath left. If not rescued in time, they would definitely die. Wait, after you get out, I will kill you. When Yunlei Earth Monarch was about to faint, he still did not forget to threaten him. Suddenly, Yunlei exploded and turned into a cloud of blood mist that fluttered in the wind. He was dead. I give you one last chance. If you want to die, then don't blame me. Tianyun said. Chapter 1029. Along with the explosion of the Yunlei Earth Monarch, a long tongue of flame rose into the sky. The flames buried in his body were completely released, turning into a flaming dragon that swept into the air. The deacon next to him reacted in time and was almost burnt. Of course, no matter how much he burned, he would not burn them to death. After all, they were all at the heavenly monarch level. Moreover, this flame power was not very strong. However, the death of the Yunlei Earth Monarch made the Heavenly Thunder Territory Lord very angry. "What are you doing? Yunlei Earth Monarch has already surrendered, but you still killed him." Heavenly Thunder Territory Lord was angry. Yunlei was his son. How can he not be angry? "I didn't kill him, but he was too angry, causing the flames in his body to go out of control. If he is not so angry, there will be no problem, and he will be expelled slowly." Tianyun spread his hands. Each of his palms contained flames, and they constantly entered the other party's body. As they continued to attack, more flames gathered in the body of Yunlei. This is like a time bomb, but how it will explode depends on the situation of Yunlei Earth Monarch. If Yunlei Earth Monarch is angry, then it will become the fuse and directly detonate this bomb. It is obvious that Yunlei Earth Monarch had begged for mercy before he fainted, but he still wanted to kill him. This is undoubtedly going to lead him to death. If he is not angry, then there will be no problem. But once he is angry, he will die for a long time. In the end, Tianyun did it on purpose. He learned Yunlei Earth Monarch, left Ling Yun a breath, and left a flame in his body. Yunlei is ruthless, so he is even more ruthless. Of course, there is still a chance of survival, that is, Yunlei is not angry. Obviously, he is still angry and even threatened to kill Tianyun. It is difficult to not want to die, and Tianyun is very happy to see this happen. "Bullshit, if you didn't put the flame into his body, how could this happen?" Heavenly Thunder Territory Lord flew down from his seat and directly entered the field. His own son had been killed. How could he not explode? Logically speaking, he could not enter the god-fighting field. Without a doubt, he had already violated the rules. The elders beside him could not even stop him. "Territory Lord, calm down, calm down." The elder of the Heavenly Thunder Divine Domain hurriedly flew down and advised the Heavenly Thunder Territory Lord not to be too impulsive. "How can I calm down now?" The Heavenly Thunder Territory Lord's eyes were red. He was about to release the power of the Heavenly Thunder within his body. This is against the rules. If this continues, we will be punished. The elder wiped away his cold sweat. He also experienced the great impact of the death of the Yunlei Earth Monarch, especially since this was the son of the Heavenly Thunder Territory Lord, their young lord. "Heavenly Thunder Territory Lord, you want to break the rules." Elder Go Huang's dissatisfied voice came down from the sky, bringing with it a gust of cold air. This caused the Heavenly Thunder Territory Lord's heart to turn cold, and he immediately woke up. "Elder Go Huang, I only wanted to say that he violated the rules. Yunlei was clearly out, so why did he still try to kill him?" The Heavenly Thunder Territory Lord calmed down, but he was still extremely angry. "I already said that he didn't kill. It's just that there is a bit of flame in his body. Just a little bit of anger, and he will release it. Could it be that he isn't as powerful as I am?" In front of so many people, he attacked without leaving a trace. Tianyun looked at him and sneered. Tianyun is right, we are all watching from the side. He did not make a move, so it is not against the rules. I will give you one last chance. Please leave the field quickly. Otherwise, you will be punished with expulsion. Elder Go Huang is extremely strict. Rules are rules, especially Tianyun did not break the rules. Are the 5 elders blind to not see anything? Yes, the Heavenly Thunder Territory Lord looked at Tianyun with resentment and then flew back to his original position. Tianyun is not afraid of provoking these territory lords. Instead, he is here with bare feet. He is not afraid of wearing shoes. What is there to worry about? Moreover, after he joined 2nd grade God Realm, why would he be afraid of the Heavenly Thunder Territory Lord? If he really sent people to assassinate him, then he would be very happy to take all of them. These are all express. At the same time, he will ruthlessly visit the Heavenly Thunder God Domain and let them know who they provoked. After this episode, everyone looked at each other. They had to say that Tianyun was really ruthless. They did not expect Tianyun to dare to do this. Tianyun ignored everyone's eyes and turned to look at Xiaomarong. He found that Xiaomarong had been beaten back again and again. It seems that she can only stop at the top 15, Tianyun shook his head. This was already quite amazing for Xiaomarong. Even if she has the divine wood body, plus the cultivation of 7th grade earth monarch, she can only be regarded as a middle level, not a very strong level. It is already very good to be able to enter the top 30. Tianqing Earth Monarch's battle had already ended, while Teg Earth Monarch was still fighting continuously. It seems that he is fighting against his opponent, feeling that he will lose at any time. This again, is he deliberately hiding his strength, and then he will counterattack. Tianyun knows that Teg Earth Monarch is hiding his strength, and the appraisal eye has roughly revealed the situation of the special Earth Monarch. It seems that the battle is difficult to determine. In fact, his combat strength is 2 levels stronger than the opponent. It was just that his control was very good. The aura he released was relatively stable, pretending to be real. If he did not have the eye of appraisal, he would have really been deceived. Although he knew that the other party was hiding his strength, he just did not know why the other party did this. No matter why he did this, he must have come with ill intentions. He must have a purpose. This was just like Tianqing Earth Monarch, which made this time's God Domain's War of Ascension was somewhat abnormal. Could it be that there is some unrest? Tianyun narrowed his eyes. He felt that it was not simple and even had a bad feeling. He did not think too much about it. Maybe it was just his imagination. In fact, it was not that bad. Moreover, the 5 powerful elders were here. What else could happen? Soon, Xiao Morong was defeated and stopped in the top 15. Of course, the situation was better, and he was not seriously injured. Alas, I lost. I thought I could enter the top 15. Next time, I will definitely enter the top 10. Xiao Morong rushed over and sat down next to Tianyun. I guess there won't be a next time. You are likely to be chosen. Elder Lu Yu is very interested in you. Tianyun looked at Elder Lu Yu, who also had a wood attribute body. Xiao Morong has a divine wood body, so it is not a problem for her to be chosen. Chapter 1030. Tianyun's words made Morong Xiao instinctively look to the side. He discovered that Elder Lu Yu was also looking over here, his eyes showing a few traces of interest. It was obvious that she had a very good chance of being chosen. Even if she was eliminated, she still had a chance. After all, ranking in the top 30 was not a bad result, especially since she had great potential to be further developed and become even stronger. If I'm not chosen, you have to compensate me, Morong Xiao said with a light laugh, wrinkling her nose at Tianyun. How do you want me to compensate you? Tianyun replied with a smile. Morong Xiao's eyes twinkled as she smiled. I haven't thought about that yet. Let's talk about it when I'm not chosen. Tianyun shook his head with a smile, saying nothing more. Soon, Earth Monarch Taiji won the match, narrowly but convincingly, looking more authentic than reality. The surrounding people started discussing Earth Monarch Taiji, saying he almost lost, but in the end, he secured the win and entered the top 15. This match is over. After a 3-day break, the next round will commence. Elder Go Huang nodded after seeing everyone had finished their battles. 3 days later, everyone had recovered their spirits. Next, it's the battle to determine the top 10. Elder Go Huang announced, and the remaining 16 participants' eyes were filled with fervor. If they could enter the top 10, it meant they could join the 5 great divine realms no matter what. Thus, this was the most crucial battle. After winning, they would enter the top 8. This meant they still had one more chance, even if they lost. Now, let's begin choosing opponents. Elder Go Huang tossed 16 tokens into the air, which fell into their hands. Number 7. Tianyun looked at the token in his hand and then looked up. It wasn't Earth Monarch Tianqing or Earth Monarch Taiji, but someone else. His opponent looked at him, eyes full of battle intent. As they walked to the dueling arena and faced each other, his opponent said with a smile, Earth Monarch Tianyun, it's my honor to face you in this match. Why is it an honor? Because you can mimic my moves. Tianyun asked calmly. This was his first time facing this Earth Monarch, with no prior conflict. However, he had observed this opponent before, Earth Monarch Mo Tong, who differed by only one character from Earth Monarch Yutong. But their abilities were worlds apart. Earth Monarch Mo Tong's ability was primarily mimicry. Anything he saw could be mimicked. He couldn't replicate all abilities completely, but he could mimic at least 80 to 90%, which was extraordinary. Let me correct you, it's not mimicry but extracting the essence. Earth Monarch Mo Tong smiled slightly. He looked like a good person, but he would defeat his opponents in the most frustrating way. He would learn and sell what he learned on the spot, mimicking the opponent's proudest moves and then defeating them. As for whether he had original moves, he did. But he rarely used his original moves, as mimicking others was enough to beat them, giving him an additional trump card. Extracting the essence. Yi Tianyun shook his head. Mimicking others' moves, yet saying it so grandiosely, was truly shameless. Of course, this wasn't entirely shameless, as it was his talent, learning others' moves just by watching them, an exceptional ability. Although not very shameless, it was still irritating. For example, painstakingly learned martial arts or costly ones purchased for cultivation were easily mimicked by the opponent, and the frustration was imaginable. He would learn everything, especially top-secret martial arts. This was the terrifying aspect of Earth Monarch Mo Tong, a super genius. Indeed, the divine realms were full of countless geniuses, and Earth Monarch Mo Tong was one of them. He hadn't shown his full strength from now on, effortlessly entering the top 16. In that case, let's see if you can mimic all my abilities. Yi Tianyun smiled. See if you can mimic everything. Earth Monarch Tianyun, from your previous battles, it's clear you rely on 2 points, power and speed. There are no special moves. But there's one move I like, which is this one. Earth Monarch Mo Tong smiled, his body suddenly glowing black, and he transformed into a demonic god. He grew 2 to 3 times larger, surrounded by black flames, remarkably similar to Yi Tianyun's transformation. Interesting. Yi Tianyun's eyes lit up, sizing up Earth Monarch Mo Tong. He could even mimic his transformation. He hadn't even fought him yet and had already learned it. Of course, his transformation was based on the effect of the equipment. This effect was a martial art type, so being learned wasn't a big deal. But the true power was in the equipment's effects, not just the transformation. This was something Earth Monarch Mo Tong couldn't mimic. I like this transformation move, and it enhances attack significantly. This kind of martial art is rare. Thanks to your appearance, I have another excellent martial art. Earth Monarch Mo Tong smiled, looking as authoritative and powerful as Yi Tianyun did before. Nian Siyu and the others watched with serious expressions. This Earth Monarch Mo Tong is disgusting, always stealing others' moves. Nian Siyu was angry as he quickly learned their painstakingly learned moves. Although he didn't learn all the essence, it was enough to disgust others. That's his talent, an innate talent. Earth Monarch Mo Tong has had these magic eyes since childhood, able to learn any martial art at a glance without much training. He is truly a super genius. Domain Lord Tianyun shook his head, marveling at the world's wonders. Earth Monarch Mo Tong was just one genius, there were even more extraordinary ones, like Earth Monarch Tianqing. I don't believe this mimic can replicate all of Yi Tianyun's abilities. Can he mimic speed and power? Nian Siyu fumed. He can. Domain Lord Tianyun sighed. His most terrifying aspect is that he can mimic martial arts and even abilities. Nian Siyu was stunned, her heart sinking. Was Earth Monarch Mo Tong that terrifying? Chapter 1031. Earth Monarch Mo Tong is so terrifying, but why isn't his ranking very high? Nian Siyu was full of doubts. Previously, Earth Monarch Mo Tong was only ranked in the top 10, which was not bad but not outstanding. Could he be stronger than Earth Monarch Lei Yun and the others? Ranking doesn't determine everything. Earth Monarch Mo Tong is relatively low-key. Besides, his first round results weren't bad. He didn't need to compete for anything. For him, the real pleasure lies in the battles. Domain Lord Tianyun said in a deep voice, rumor has it that his mind is somewhat twisted. He always likes to defeat his opponents in ways they find extremely humiliating, just to derive pleasure from it. Therefore, in the earlier stages, he was just playing around with no real interest. The thoughts of geniuses are hard to understand. They enjoy only what they like and are uninterested in anything else. Nian Siyu fell silent, watching them confront each other. She could only nod silently in agreement. After transforming into the demonic god, Earth Monarch Mo Tong walked step by step towards Yi Tianyun, smiling as he said, "Show me any moves you have. I have never seen a move that I couldn't learn. It's just too easy, no difficulty at all." His eyes were filled with contempt for the entire world. It seemed he was the strongest genius, and any moves or martial arts were no problem for him. He could easily learn whatever he wanted, and his path had been too smooth. Then try this move. Yi Tianyun said little more. He stamped his foot on the ground with force, and with a boom, he charged towards Earth Monarch Mo Tong, swinging his fist in a very rough attack. Earth Monarch Mo Tong also charged towards him, swinging his fist in a counterattack. The two fists collided, and both were repelled. However, Earth Monarch Mo Tong was slightly weaker, and his strength did not match Yi Tianyun's. Not bad strength. Yi Tianyun squinted his eyes. He thought Earth Monarch Mo Tong was simply mimicking moves, but he didn't expect his strength to be so strong, even mimicking his strength. Your strength is really impressive. My body can barely handle it, but isn't your pride mainly in your speed? Earth Monarch Mo Tong shook his hand, showing a sly smile. In the next moment, a phoenix shadow appeared behind him. With a whoosh, he disappeared from his original spot, charging towards Yi Tianyun extremely fast. This speed was almost the same as Yi Tianyun's previous display, even slightly surpassing it. This was because Earth Monarch Mo Tong, in addition to displaying the power of the phoenix, combined other powerful martial arts, resulting in a stronger fusion effect. Ha ha ha, this strength and speed are truly amazing, especially when combined with the Kunpeng martial art I learned before. The two speeds can be merged. Earth Monarch Mo Tong was indeed a genius, able to merge the martial arts of other cultivators. Although he was merging them, he still used the opponent's martial arts to fight, which was undeniable. In an instant, Earth Monarch Mo Tong reached Yi Tianyun's side, swinging an attack with black flames, intending to burn him to death. Killing Yi Tianyun with his move would be a true irony. Yi Tianyun's eyes flashed, he kicked back forcefully, unleashing the full power of the archaic Set and Dragon God bloodline and combining it with the heaven-shaking body art. With a boom, Earth Monarch Mo Tong was sent flying. After tumbling several times in the air, a force was released from his body, forming a giant kunpeng frozen in the sky, preventing him from being thrown further back. However, his body was deeply dented. With his eyes flickering, a giant tree shadow appeared behind him, and the surging vitality began to heal his wounds continuously. He wasn't randomly using moves. He used them according to his needs, mastering them all. He used them very smoothly, demonstrating true genius. Earth Monarch Mo Tong was indeed a genius, thoroughly comprehending the moves. This was the mark of a true genius. If he only mimicked without understanding, he would be an average genius. Only those who knew how to use them were true geniuses. Have you learned my moves? Yi Tianyun laughed. Then let's see how many moves you can learn. The next moment, Yi Tianyun summoned the Tianyun divine spear and charged toward Earth Monarch Mo Tong. With a fierce swing of the spear, he smashed it down. Raging Heaven Strike, he performed the top-tier martial art of the Tianyun divine domain, boosting his power thrice. His power exploded with his stronger dragon god bloodline and the domineering heaven-shaking body art. Earth Monarch Mo Tong also summoned a divine spear to block it, but the overwhelming power sent him flying. Earth Monarch Mo Tong couldn't contain this power and crashed to the ground, spewing a mouthful of blood from the impact. This power was still beyond his ability to replicate fully. Even if he could mimic it, he could only mimic part of the strength, not all of it. This was his body's limit. No matter how much he mimicked, he couldn't surpass his level by too much. Cough, cough, such strong power. This is an impressive divine skill, and I've learned a new move. Earth Monarch Mo Tong wiped his lips, laughed, and charged towards Yi Tianyun again, performing the Raging Heaven Strike identical to Yi Tianyun's, with no difference at all. Even the power could mimic about 70 to 80%, an extraordinary feat. Domain Lord Tianyun saw this and looked displeased. They didn't expect their signature martial arts to be easily learned by someone else. In their homeland, cultivating these martial arts required a huge price. Now, he just glanced at it and learned it. It was still infuriating, even if he only learned half of the effect. This kind of effortless gain would upset anyone, especially since they gained no benefit from it and could only watch their martial arts being stolen. Just one look, and he mastered it. This talent is truly remarkable, like a super version of the Eye of Insight. Yi Tianyun wasn't surprised. Without this ability, Earth Monarch Mo Tong wouldn't be considered a genius. But to Yi Tianyun, Earth Monarch Mo Tong wasn't a problem. No matter how much he stole, there was still one thing he couldn't match. That was the power. Even if he learned more, he couldn't master it all or unleash the full power. So it was meaningless. Chapter 1032. Get down. Yi Tianyun's violent power struck fiercely with his spear, clashing against Earth Monarch Mo Tong's Raging Heaven Strike. With a boom, Earth Monarch Mo Tong was smashed into the ground, his divine spear flying out of his hand, unable to hold it properly. Earth Monarch Mo Tong was dazed from the impact, feeling like his hand was about to break. His hand that had tightly gripped the spear was trembling, the domineering force just now was too much for his body to withstand. Your physical quality is too poor. Even if you can learn others' moves, mimicking them is too strenuous for you. Your ability is strong, but your weaknesses are just as obvious. You focus too much on mimicking others' moves without building a solid foundation. What's the use of merely learning techniques? Yi Tianyun walked step by step toward Earth Monarch Mo Tong, pinpointing his biggest flaw with a single sentence. This wasn't a major flaw. If his body could keep up, he could crush his opponent. However, compared to Yi Tianyun, the gap was still too wide. As Yi Tianyun slightly improved, Earth Monarch Mo Tong couldn't keep up. Yi Tianyun mainly had no weaknesses, he had both speed and strength. If Yi Tianyun wasn't fast, Earth Monarch Mo Tong could use some speed-enhancing moves to surround him and remain undefeated. Unfortunately, he encountered Yi Tianyun. I can learn all your moves. As long as I master all your moves, I can overcome everything about you. Earth Monarch Mo Tong roared, his eyes flashing with anger and more with humiliation. He had always played others like a fiddle, but now it was Yi Tianyun's turn to crush him, making him extremely humiliated. In the next moment, Earth Monarch Mo Tong fiercely launched all his attacks. Several phantoms appeared in the void, not just ordinary phantoms but also giant tree phantoms and powerful giant rock phantoms. He had mastered many powers stronger than Yi Tianyun's, such as the Kunpeng Phantom, which was faster than the Phoenix Phantom, making him faster than Yi Tianyun. The giant tree phantom could use flexibility to counter rigidity, entangling Yi Tianyun's attacks and rendering them ineffective. The giant rock phantom could greatly enhance its defense, withstanding stronger forces and further strengthening its power. This was a targeted enhancement. When he couldn't suppress his opponent, he would burst out with stronger power to attack, thus defeating his opponent with greater strength. It was a very simple and crude method. You use incredible speed, I counter with even faster speed. It's that simple. Futile struggle. Yi Tianyun shook his head, tightly gripping the Tianyun divine spear, his eyes flashing with fierce divine light. In the next moment, he transformed into a demonic god, a black light piercing through. Whether in speed or power, he far surpassed Earth Monarch Mo Tong in his full explosion. This was his super strong foundation. With such a strong foundation, the power he could unleash was the strongest. Otherwise, having powerful martial arts would be useless if he couldn't unleash them. Boom! Earth Monarch Mo Tong was struck down like a meteor, falling from the sky. After crashing into the ground, he rebounded several times, vomiting blood continuously. The real power gap was immediately apparent. Your technique is good, but your foundation is too weak. Go back and train for a few more years. Yi Tianyun still appreciated such a genius. After all, possessing amazing talent made him start higher than others. However, having too strong a talent could easily lead to arrogance. Earth Monarch Mo Tong was too smooth, caring about nothing and never focusing too much on a single martial art. Too scattered and not proficient enough, it was meaningless. Yi Tianyun had many martial arts, but he didn't use some of them much. He wanted high-quality martial arts, honing them to perfection, and that was enough. As for bloodlines, the more, the better. Ha ha ha! Earth Monarch Mo Tong laughed wildly, standing up with a twisted face. You mortals, thinking you can teach us a lesson. It seems I have to show some real skills to stop you from thinking you can trample me underfoot. Earth Monarch Mo Tong's eyes began to emit red light, containing the terrifying power of heaven and earth. The terrifying force layered into his body. He still used the previous moves, but this time, he fused many top-tier reincarnation-level martial arts. Layers of phantoms appeared behind him, and it was unclear which martial arts belonged to the Mo Tong family. Actually, it didn't matter. To him, as long as the martial arts were good, they should be used, all added to himself for enhancement. This purpose was very effective. With the magic eye's blessing, his combat power increased rapidly, becoming stronger and stronger. However, to Yi Tianyun, this was too chaotic. But the power was indeed amazing. If he had this ability, he would use it the same way. Constant reinforcement could indeed gain stronger power, the simplest and most brutal method. But he was stealing from others, meaning these martial arts had flaws. This talent didn't mean he fully comprehended everything, easily leading to internal chaos. Mortals, prepare to die. Earth Monarch Mo Tong roared, rushing towards Yi Tianyun. Numerous phantoms emerged from his back, enveloping the dueling arena. The overwhelming phantoms looked terrifying. Yi Tianyun raised his gaze, watching Earth Monarch Mo Tong rush at him without moving. So many phantoms. How many martial arts did this guy learn? It's terrifying. I see he learned many incredible clan-suppressing martial arts. It seems whoever faces him will have their moves stolen. Yeah, it's so hateful. How great it would be to have this ability. A group of spectators felt extremely envious. They previously felt disgusted and hated it. But now, they all wished to have such martial arts, as this talent was too amazing. How could they not covet it? Extreme point piercer. Tianyun's eyes turned cold. He was holding the Tianyun divine spear, lightly aiming at a point, turning into a cold light piercing through. A point of cold light flashed, becoming an ultimate point piercing through without any fancy moves. Earth Monarch Mo Tong saw a cold light piercing through. Although he could see it, in the moment he saw it, it seemed too late. He felt a sharp pain in his chest, followed by his whole body being thrown back, rapidly falling from the sky. Boom! He crashed to the ground without any buffer. And now, where he landed was outside the arena. Chapter 1033. I lost. Earth Monarch Mo Tong's pupils shrank and gradually turned white, becoming unfocused. He felt a terrifying impact pouring into his body, rapidly spreading within him. By the time he realized it, he felt disconnected from his body. You have many techniques, but none are refined enough, and there are many flaws. I just need to aim for one flaw, and then no technique will have any meaning. Tianyun walked down from the stage, his expression calm. The power he unleashed wasn't particularly terrifying. The key was that he saw Earth Monarch Mo Tong's flaws. After finding a flaw, he aimed at it and attacked fiercely. The seemingly dazzling array of techniques was actually nothing but a paper tiger. With one poke, it collapsed, easily defeating Earth Monarch Mo Tong with no pressure at all. So, what I have always been proud of has become a weakness. Tears began to flow from Earth Monarch Mo Tong's eyes. This was his first taste of failure, and he slowly got up, starting to recover his body. This isn't a weakness. You're just too proud. You think that because you can learn any technique, you've mastered them all. But you only learn about 80%. The remaining 20% is the fatal weakness. Finding the flaw in your attacks ensures your defeat. Tianyun spent some time finding this flaw. It wasn't easy. If it were that easy, Earth Monarch Mo Tong would have been defeated long ago. Through prolonged battles, Tianyun had become familiar with combat methods and was proficient in finding flaws. Only flaws can lead to the most fatal weakness. So that's how it is. Earth Monarch Mo Tong shook his head, his eyes filled with disappointment. No wonder, even if someone had told me this before, I wouldn't have believed it. Thank you, Earth Monarch Tianyun, I lost. He wasn't desperate or angry. Instead, he was very calm, recognizing his mistake. This made Tianyun appreciate him even more, as it showed the true heart of a genius. No one is truly smooth sailing. The worst is falling and not being willing to get up, not recognizing one's problems, and blaming others for their mistakes. Such people will never improve, but at least Earth Monarch Mo Tong was now clear-headed. No need to thank me, it was just a normal match, Tianyun said with a light smile. Earth Monarch Mo Tong shakily stood up and cupped his hands. I must thank you. Earth Monarch Tianyun has awakened me. I hope you achieve even better results in the upcoming matches. If you have time, you're welcome to visit my divine realm, and you will be treated as a distinguished guest. If I have time, I will visit, Tianyun replied with a smile. I hope to spar with you again in the future. You are the strongest human I have ever met. I take back my previous arrogance and ignorance. I hope Earth Monarch Tianyun can forgive my previous disrespectful words. Earth Monarch Mo Tong apologized, which was quite rare. Undoubtedly, Tianyun had awakened him, helping him immensely, and thus, he let go of everything. You didn't say anything wrong. Your behavior wasn't wrong. With your talent, it's not a bad thing to utilize it more. If Earth Monarch Mo Tong's words had really angered him, he wouldn't be standing here alive. Earth Monarch Mo Tong simply saw everything as insignificant, thinking any martial art could be easily learned, hence disregarding others. As for other things, he didn't say much. Tianyun wouldn't attack a sincerely apologetic opponent, especially since Earth Monarch Mo Tong's goodwill towards him had soared to 150, meaning the apology was sincere and not fake. Thank you, Earth Monarch Tianyun, for your understanding, Earth Monarch Mo Tong said gratefully, his eyes filled with fighting spirit. I hope next time I can defeat you. Before that, I hope you don't lose to anyone. Don't worry, defeating me isn't that simple, Tianyun said with a smile. Defeating him would require someone with a much higher level than his own. Earth Monarch Mo Tong then went to heal his wounds, as he still had another match. When he looked towards the Tianyun divine realm, the people there were cheering, each one excited. Making it into the top 8 meant that he was likely to continue and make it into the top 4. Although being chosen was already a foregone conclusion, for them, this was a time to prove Yi Tianyun's strength. Who said that just because he achieved in earlier rounds, he had no advantage in duels? Now, he had easily entered the top 10, enough to stand out from the crowd. Even if Yi Tianyun didn't achieve the top 3 or the first place in the end, he had already proven his strength. Those who had originally looked down on Yi Tianyun as a human now kept their mouths shut. If he later lost to other contestants, it wouldn't be embarrassing. Among tens of thousands of geniuses, making it into the finals was no small feat. To question his strength, one had to achieve the top 10 themselves. The top 10, no one has ever made it to the top 10, right? Domain Lord Tianyun said excitedly, his hands trembling slightly. Yes, never before. Nian Siyu was equally excited. Every time she thought Yi Tianyun would lose, he gave them the biggest surprise. This feeling was so thrilling that it almost gave them heart attacks. Have they all finished their matches? Yi Tianyun looked at Earth Monarch Tian Qing and the others, who had all advanced easily. When he looked at Earth Monarch Tian Qing, the latter also looked at him with a slight smile, seemingly indifferent to it all. If Earth Monarch Mo Tong was indifferent, then Earth Monarch Tian Qing was beyond worldly matters, appearing unconcerned with everything. Congratulations on advancing. I wonder if the next opponent will be you. Earth Monarch Tian Qing said with a faint smile. I don't think it will be that soon. They won't arrange it like that, Yi Tianyun replied calmly. I think so too, but I think you'll face him first. Earth Monarch Tian Qing smiled and transmitted his voice, don't lose. I wasn't expecting much initially, but now I have some expectations of you. Really? Then it's my honor, Yi Tianyun transmitted back. Yes, it is indeed your honor, Earth Monarch Tian Qing replied. Yi Tianyun's face twitched. This woman was truly arrogant. A little praise, and she was immediately on cloud 9. However, Earth Monarch Tian Qing indeed felt extremely dangerous to him, even more so than Earth Monarch Taiji Yu. Will the next match be against Earth Monarch Taiji Yu? Yi Tianyun narrowed his eyes. Chapter 1034. The battle quickly concluded, with the number of participants rapidly dwindling, but this had nothing to do with Yi Tianyun. After all, he had already advanced. What he needed to focus on now was who his next opponent would be. The further he progressed, the more terrifying the opponents became. The 5 elders were constantly discussing who they should pit against whom next. As the judges here, they needed to assess who was stronger accurately. They tried to avoid pitting the strongest against each other too early to prevent early eliminations. For example, if the first match was Yi Tianyun against Earth Monarch Tian Qing, one of them would surely lose. If Yi Tianyun lost, it would be unfair, as he would be eliminated early despite being capable of reaching the top 3. Thus, the elders based their decisions mainly on their judgments. Most of the time, they weren't wrong, but occasionally, they miscalculated. For instance, they initially thought Yi Tianyun's cultivation level was similar to Earth Monarch Mo Tong's, only to find out he was overwhelmingly powerful. As for Earth Monarch Tian Qing, they always arranged for her to face the weakest opponents. This wasn't cheating. Earth Monarch Tian Qing was simply too strong. Her Saint Fire ability alone made her stand out from the crowd. Therefore, they could only send the weakest to her as cannon fodder or let her advance automatically when there weren't enough participants. If Yi Tianyun had displayed extremely violent abilities earlier, he would have received similar treatment. However, he had kept a low profile and hadn't shown too much power. As his power was revealed, the 5 elders realized their mistake, but it was too late, the competition was nearing its end. Nevertheless, they hadn't made too many wrong judgments. Those who advanced this far were true geniuses. Most of the top 10 from the first round's token leaderboard were no longer in the top 10. It was evident that dueling was the real test of strength. Now, the remaining contestants were the brightest stars, having fought their way through numerous battles. The domain lords with these contestants were beaming with pride and excitement. This was their most thrilling moment. The contestants, meanwhile, were quickly recovering, with no time to concern themselves with other matters. After all, they had more battles ahead, against even tougher opponents. The last 8 contestants, especially hoped to avoid Earth Monarch Tian Qing, a terrifying woman. If she were a man, it would be fine, but she was a woman, making the men feel even more humiliated. Even in the later stages, Earth Monarch Tian's opponents were defeated in 1 or 2 moves, her power instilling fear. 3 days later, most contestants had recovered. In the Divine Battle Arena, their recovery speed was enhanced with healing pills, allowing them to recover faster. Unless the injuries were too severe, 3 days were usually enough. If someone hadn't recovered in 3 days, they would still be forced to compete. This was the rule, with no exceptions. They wouldn't wait for complete recovery before allowing them to compete. Now, we will announce your next opponents. Elder Go Huang finally concluded the discussion after 3 days. Everyone saw the 5 elders huddled together, discussing their opponent assignments. This had never happened before, showing the level of caution they exercised. After all, the participants were outstanding geniuses, and a fair rule had to be established to convince everyone. Elder Go Huang then cast out 8 beams of light, enveloping the contestants, and each one held a token with a number on it. Number 7. Tianyun narrowed his eyes, looking up to see that his opponent was not Earth Monarch Tian Qing or Earth Monarch Ji, but Earth Monarch Yuhua. Earth Monarch Yuhua. Tianyun looked at Earth Monarch Yuhua, whose cultivation was at the 7th refinement level. Earth Monarch Yuhua was known for being low-key and wasn't among the top ranks. For instance, he didn't make it to the top 10 in the first round, only making it to the top 20. In the second round, he lasted until the 7th stage before losing, which was a decent performance. Overall, he was a formidable opponent. However, no one expected such a middle-tier contestant to make it to the top 8. It felt like he had suddenly appeared out of nowhere, surprising everyone. Earth Monarch Yuhua appeared rather ordinary in terms of looks and demeanor, but this didn't mean he was weak. He might have chosen mediocrity, which is unremarkable but the most dangerous. His overall strength seems decent. It's interesting how he made it to the top 8. Tianyun hadn't paid much attention to Earth Monarch Yuhua before, likely because Earth Monarch Yuhua's presence was easy to overlook, giving the impression of being inconspicuous. When he rose to the top, people realized he existed. As the 2 of them stepped onto the stage, they faced each other without making a move. Earth Monarch Tianyun, please advise me, Earth Monarch Yuhua said, cupping his hands. His tone was neutral and his voice unremarkable, seemingly very ordinary. However, treating him as an ordinary opponent could lead to defeat in the next second. Please advise me, Tianyun responded politely. After speaking, Earth Monarch Yuhua immediately attacked, but it wasn't sudden. His actions were easily predictable. His speed was neither fast nor slow, as if indicating to his opponent that he was about to attack, giving them time to prepare. Tianyun squinted his eyes. Earth Monarch Yuhua's move seemed ordinary, but it was flawless. In the next moment, Earth Monarch Yuhua attacked with just his bare hands, no weapons. With a flick of his hand, his right hand turned into a blade, striking towards Tianyun. Tianyun didn't hesitate, throwing a violent punch towards Earth Monarch Yuhua. No matter the technique, he'd break it with brute force. As his fist crashed down violently, Earth Monarch Yuhua's blade hand twisted lightly, like a swimming mermaid, blocking Tianyun's fist. With a gentle push, Tianyun felt his power being neutralized, as if hitting a soft cushion with no feedback. Shock. Earth Monarch Yuhua twisted his palm again, pushing forward gently. With a boom, an energy burst occurred in the air, a force compressing to the extreme, pressing forward fiercely. Tianyun felt a jolt in his body, the terrifying force sending him flying. He quickly adjusted his posture in midair, landing back on the ground. This is yin-yang force. Tianyun's eyes narrowed as he saw yin-yang energy swirling in Earth Monarch Yuhua's palms, forming a taiji symbol. After neutralizing Tianyun's violent force, he stored it in his palms, rebounding it back with a counterforce. He hadn't expected Earth Monarch Yuhua to cultivate yin-yang force, an extremely rare power. Chapter 1035. Tianyun's violent punch was neutralized by the terrifying yin-yang force, which rebounded back at him with even greater strength. The power was unbelievable. Yin-yang force, no wonder. Tianyun shook his hand slightly. His power was not only completely reflected but also came back at him with even greater force. The rebound power alone was enough to overwhelm most opponents. No wonder Earth Monarch Yuhua's record wasn't impressive. This power could only show its full potential in duels. Imagine an opponent attacking crazily and Earth Monarch Yuhua constantly rebounding their power back, how frustrating. Opponents are very likely to eventually be killed by their own rebounded power. It's truly suffocating. Yi Tianyun's punch wasn't his strongest, but it was still reflected at him, showing that Earth Monarch Yuha was indeed very strong. Some abilities shine brightest in duels, while they may not score well in other competition formats. In the third round of duels, Earth Monarch Yuha emerged victorious, making it to the top 8 in one go. Earth Monarch Yuha didn't stop attacking, he immediately rushed forward again, clasping his palms together. A massive yin-yang formation appeared in the air, which he then slammed down forcefully. Two terrifying forces descended upon Yi Tianyun from the sky. With one move, he unleashed a deadly attack. Even without rebounding the opponent's power, his pure attack was extraordinarily powerful. The immense yin-yang rotating force descended like a sky, sealing off all escape routes. As long as one remained in the arena, there was no escape. Who would have thought that the seemingly ordinary Earth Monarch Yuha, when truly fighting, would be like an unstoppable war god? Interesting, but that's all. Yi Tianyun instantly transformed into a demonic god. With a twist of his right hand, the Tianyun divine spear appeared in his hand, and he thrust it toward the descending yin-yang rotation. Boom! His spear shattered the yin-yang rotation, the yin-yang force spreading out like a blooming flower, slamming into the surrounding protective shield, slightly deforming it. As the yin-yang force exploded, Earth Monarch Yuha had already reached Yi Tianyun, striking fiercely at his chest. Black and white forces swirled in his palm, forming a vortex, aiming to send Yi Tianyun flying. Yi Tianyun reacted quickly, twisting the Tianyun divine spear in his hand and thrusting it towards Earth Monarch Yuha. He showed no mercy. If this spear hit, it would surely pierce through Earth Monarch Yuha. Yin-yang shift, Earth Monarch Yuha shouted, moving towards the thrusting Tianyun divine spear without any fear of injury. With a swish, his hand slid along the spear shaft, the flames attached to it burning along. Calmly, he twisted his palm, trying to throw the flames off, and lightly pushed forward, using a technique akin to leveraging force with little effort. He deflected Yi Tianyun's thrusting spear to the side, just as he had deflected the previous punch. This supreme technique wasn't just for bare-handed combat, it also applied to weapon attacks. The key was that the flames from the spear were thrown off just like the rebounded power under the influence of the yin-yang force. This was unprecedented. People had seen flames extinguished but never seen them easily thrown off like water on one's body. Yi Tianyun felt his spear's power being instantly drained, his eyes narrowing as his eye of insight clearly saw all the energy being absorbed into Earth Monarch Yuha's palm. Upon closer inspection, Earth Monarch Yuha's palm wasn't bare-handed, he wore gloves as thin as cicada wings, making them almost invisible. These gloves were top-tier reincarnation-level weapons, perfectly complementing his yin-yang divine art, maximizing its power. Even the most domineering attacks were neutralized, all absorbed into his palms, ready to be rebounded. The next moment, Yi Tianyun felt his spear's power being absorbed. With Earth Monarch Yuha's push, his attack was deflected to the side. Not only did he fail to injure Earth Monarch Yuha, but he didn't even touch his clothes. Yin-yang, shock, Earth Monarch Yuha pushed forward again, aiming another palm strike at Yi Tianyun's chest, moving as if by teleportation, trying to launch a rapid close-range attack. Yi Tianyun quickly countered with his left hand, meeting Earth Monarch Yuha's palm. It wasn't Earth Monarch Yuha who was sent flying, but Yi Tianyun. Earth Monarch Yuha's palm strike seemed to contain the force of Yi Tianyun's fierce spear thrust, exploding upon contact. Yi Tianyun was sent flying again, sliding back several dozen meters before he could stop. Interesting, no wonder you made it to the top 8. Yi Tianyun's eyes lit up. Even ordinary heaven monarchs couldn't withstand his spear thrust. Now, Earth Monarch Yuha not only withstood it but also rebounded all the power back. It was truly a unique skill. Earth Monarch Yuha's performance made everyone's eyes light up. They hadn't expected the violent Yi Tianyun to be thwarted. Earth Monarch Yuha rebounded his 2 consecutive domineering attacks, but they had no effect. Is Earth Monarch Yuha that strong? He didn't seem that strong before. Probably because his previous opponents weren't qualified to make him show his true power. Now that Earth Monarch Tianyun is done for, what's the use of brute strength? It's useless. Besides brute strength, what else can he do? Yeah, it's true. They say his strongest points are brute strength and speed, but against Earth Monarch Yuha, both are useless as they get neutralized. It's laughable. Indeed, we thought he'd make it to the top 3, but now it seems he won't even make it to the top 4. But it doesn't matter, and he's already guaranteed a place in the 5 great divine realms. So what? At least it humbled him a bit, showing him there's always someone stronger. They mocked him, feeling delighted to see Yi Tianyun at a disadvantage. Even though Yi Tianyun's performance was better than theirs, seeing someone suppressing him was satisfying. At least someone could hold Yi Tianyun back, preventing him from winning all the way. Is this really where it ends for him in the top 8? Nian Xiu felt a pang of regret. She had hoped Yi Tianyun would make it to the top 3 or even take first place. Learn to be content. Even being in the top 8 is our best result, isn't it? The Tianyun domain lord smiled slightly. Even if Yi Tianyun lost, they were already very satisfied. Yi Tianyun had brought them so much honor, and it was more than enough. Chapter 1036. Many people doubted that Yi Tianyun could make it to the top 4, believing he would be stopped in the top 8. In the audience, Murong Xiao, who had been defeated earlier, watched with clenched fists. Encouraging him, "Brother Tianyun, you can do it. Keep going." She didn't believe that Yi Tianyun's abilities would stop there. She was confident he could still win this match. Earth Monarch Yuha, interesting. Earth Monarch Motong watched Yi Tianyun without a trace of disappointment in his eyes. "I believe you won't lose to him." Having experienced Yi Tianyun's power, Earth Monarch Motong believed Yi Tianyun could still win. He sensed that the power Yi Tianyun used against him was not his full strength but just a part of it. If that was the case, winning this match shouldn't be a problem. Some hoped Yi Tianyun would win, others were content, and some believed Yi Tianyun would definitely lose. Everyone had different opinions, but the majority thought Yi Tianyun would lose. Seeing Earth Monarch Yuha's display of such strength, they immediately believed he would win this match. This yin-yang divine art is truly worthy of being a low-grade heavenly Dao martial art. Yi Tianyun smiled slightly, already having a general understanding of Earth Monarch Yuha's formidable divine art. Earth Monarch Yuha's strength came not only from his incredible talent but also from his possession of a low-grade heavenly Dao martial art. Heavenly Dao martial arts were a whole realm stronger than reincarnation-level martial arts, incomparable in power. With the support of this formidable heavenly Dao martial art, his power greatly increased. Combined with the yin-yang force, an already extraordinary power, the combination allowed him to neutralize Yi Tianyun's attacks easily. The power Yi Tianyun displayed wasn't weak. If it could be easily neutralized, it meant the opponent's martial art was indeed stronger. In the dueling arena, fairness didn't exist. What mattered was one's foundation. Those with rich resources naturally had an advantage. For example, if one wielded an ordinary iron weapon and the other had a divine weapon, it was clear who would win. Duels could be seen as both fair and unfair. One thing was certain: those who won in the end had incredible foundations. They either had supreme talent or exceptional martial arts and treasures. If someone lacked impressive martial arts, they had to rely on talent, and vice versa. If one possessed both, they were practically invincible. Earth Monarch Tianqing and Earth Monarch Yuha were one such person. "I'm sorry, Earth Monarch Tianyun, but I'll be winning this match." Earth Monarch Yuha didn't give Yi Tianyun much time to rest. He quickly formed seals with his hands, casting a massive yin-yang divine formation with an invincible posture. Yin and yang rotated in the air, launching a comprehensive attack to force Yi Tianyun into a corner. Earth Monarch Yuha knew Yi Tianyun's power wasn't weak, and it was difficult to inflict much damage. The best strategy was to rebound Yi Tianyun's attacks, forcing him out of the arena for a win. After clashing twice with Yi Tianyun, he hadn't gained much advantage. Yi Tianyun's formidable physique was truly astonishing. "Is that so?" "I don't think so." Yi Tianyun's eyes burst with divine light. He swung his spear again, piercing through the air, his dragon god bloodline erupting within him. To deal with these geniuses, he had to use his true power. The violent power pierced through the yin-yang divine formation again. Even though it was strengthened several times, it still couldn't withstand Yi Tianyun's domineering spear. This time, Earth Monarch Yuha's figure approached, his transparent gloves glowing black and white. Countless yin-yang divine formations appeared in his palms, rotating like black vortices, trying to draw Yi Tianyun in. Yin-yang, kill. The crazily rotating yin-yang divine formation aimed to shred Yi Tianyun like a terrifying meat grinder, cutting him into countless pieces. Unexpectedly, the yin-yang divine formation could not only rebound power but also transform into a lethal move, drawing the opponent in to be shredded. The key was that it contained heavenly Dao power, drawing in surrounding energies. This was the power of the heavenly Tao, a force of law. Heavenly tribulation was the power of the heavenly Tao. How many could withstand it? Heavenly Tao martial arts could harness this power, drawing upon it to empower oneself. Reincarnation level martial arts could harness reincarnation power, but it was minimal compared to the overwhelming heavenly Tao power. Heavenly Tao martial arts, who can withstand this formidable heavenly Tao power? Many defeated contestants couldn't help but stand, watching from the sidelines. Seeing Earth Monarch Yuha's explosive power, they felt as if they were facing a heavenly tribulation again. Earth Monarch Tianyun is doomed. They all thought the same. Tianyun was doomed. They had thought he had a chance, but now, seeing the heavenly Tao before them, how could he withstand it? Heavenly Tao or not, I'll break it. Tianyun's eyes shone brightly. He thrust his divine spear forward, aiming to pierce through even the heavenly Tao. As the spear struck Earth Monarch Yuha's hands, he felt the yin-yang force starting to devour even the Tianyun divine spear, all power disappearing in an instant. It's useless. No matter how strong your power is, it will be transferred. No exceptions. Earth Monarch Yuha's eyes turned yin-yang colored. His hands pushed forward, firmly fixing Tianyun's spear, even freezing the surrounding space. That's because the powers you've encountered are too weak. Tianyun's eyes widened, and the planets within him started spinning wildly, unleashing the most violent star power, merging with him. He became one with the planet, unleashing an overwhelming force. Billions of kilograms of force erupted, shattering the yin-yang divine formation into a black and white powder, sending Earth Monarch Yuha flying with a single spear strike. Poof! Earth Monarch Yuha spat blood, his body propelled backward uncontrollably, crashing into the wall with a boom. The sturdy wall shook, causing him to spit blood again. All sounds stopped. A single spear strike shattered the terrifying heavenly Tao power. Chapter 1037. With just one spear thrust, Tianyun easily shattered Earth Monarch Yuha's yin-yang force. The sudden turn of events left many people stunned, unable to understand what had just happened. Almost everyone believed that Tianyun would undoubtedly lose, especially against the overwhelming power of the heavenly Tao. Even if it couldn't kill Tianyun, it should at least be able to knock him out of the arena. But no one expected Tianyun to pierce through the yin-yang formation, shattering it. The force that surged into the sky scraped across the faces of many spectators, causing them pain. It felt like a heavy slap on their faces, a literal face-smacking moment. Everyone had thought Tianyun would lose, but now, seeing him victorious, they felt the sting of their misjudgment. The power still couldn't be fully unleashed. Only a part of it could be utilized. Tianyun thought, feeling that his earlier spear thrust had only used a small portion of the planetary power, just a fraction of its full strength. Planetary power was immensely vast, and the force of 1 trillion kilograms was just a small part of it. A planet so massive would definitely have more than just 1 trillion kilograms of force. The combined gravitational force of the three realms was extraordinary. If used to crush someone, even a heaven monarch would be easily flattened. Imagine if the three realms collided with an enemy. The devastation would be unimaginable. Cultivators could shatter a planet with their power, but being crushed by a planet would turn them into a paste. However, Tianyun had only used a small portion of this power, which was already enough to stand out from the crowd. Even against the heavenly Tao's power, he still shattered it. This wasn't the first time he had shattered the power of the heavenly Tao, he had done the same every time he faced a heavenly tribulation. Thud! Earth Monarch Yuha was stuck to the wall, fell to the ground, and couldn't get up again. He had fainted and couldn't stand up naturally. Tianyun didn't kill him. From the beginning, Earth Monarch Yuha hadn't used lethal force against him and had behaved with respect. He hadn't been disrespectful in any way. Therefore, Tianyun simply defeated him without taking his life. We won, we won. Nian Siyu and the others stared in disbelief at Tianyun. It seemed like his attacks were ineffective, but suddenly, his power had surged, completely suppressing Earth Monarch Yuha. The 5 elders were equally shocked by this turn of events. Is that planetary power? Can he condense planetary power within him? They had seen much in their lifetimes, and Tianyun wasn't the first to condense planetary power. This is defying the heavens. Generally, only exceptionally talented Earth monarchs can condense such power. Usually, it's the domain of heaven monarchs. The elders were abuzz internally. Generally, Earth monarchs rarely succeeded in condensing planetary power, but it wasn't unheard of. Those who did were usually exceptionally talented. Yi Tianyun was clearly one of these exceptional talents, deeply impressing the five elders. However, they quickly regained their composure. They had seen much in their lifetimes and had even speculated that Earth Monarch Tianqing possessed planetary power. But they hadn't expected Yi Tianyun also to possess this power, refreshing their views once again. Earth Monarch Tianqing's battle had long since ended, with even the top 8 being no match for her. One sweep of her Saint Fire reduced everything to ashes. Planetary power, this was within my expectations. Earth Monarch Tianqing's beautiful eyes flickered, finding nothing surprising. To her, it was unsurprising that Yi Tianyun's strength included planetary power. If he lacked even this level of power, he wouldn't deserve to continue competing here. As for the other contestants, they continued their intense battles, reaching a fever pitch. Under the attendant's care, Earth Monarch Yuha quickly regained consciousness, though he was still in a daze. Upon recalling the battle, he remembered the terror of facing Yi Tianyun's power. I lost. Earth Monarch Yuha smiled bitterly, shaking his head as he looked at Yi Tianyun meditating in the distance. He sighed, I still have much to learn. I thought I could control all power, but it seems there are forces beyond my grasp. As Yi Tianyun had said, Earth Monarch Yuha could only deflect power within his control. When Yi Tianyun unleashed a terrifying force, the technique of leveraging small force to deflect great force failed. If 1,000 pounds could be deflected, what about 10,000 or 100,000 pounds? This was a qualitative leap in power, overwhelming the opponent with sheer force and leaving them unable to resist. With the battle smoothly concluded, Yi Tianyun sat and recovered, although he didn't really need to rest. He was ready for the next match but decided to sit and appear as if he were resting. Soon, the battles ended, and unsurprisingly, Earth Monarch Tegu also made it to the top 4. Now, Earth Monarch Tianqing, Earth Monarch Tegu, and Yi Tianyun occupied 3 of the spots, along with another dark horse contestant who had fought their way into the top 4. I wonder who my next opponent will be. Yi Tianyun looked at Earth Monarch Tianqing and Earth Monarch Tegu, guessing that he wouldn't face Earth Monarch Tianqing immediately. It was likely he'd face Earth Monarch Tegu or the other dark horse. The 5 elders didn't take long to decide and quickly announced the matchups. After receiving his token, Yi Tianyun saw the number 2 on it. Number 2. Yi Tianyun looked up to see that his opponent was Earth Monarch Tegu. As expected, his opponent was Earth Monarch Tegu, a contestant who was very good at hiding his true strength. From the beginning, he had always barely won his matches, giving the impression of narrowly winning but never revealing his full power. Even though some believed he did it intentionally, he continued to do so. He always won by a narrow margin, never violently or bloodily, making everything seem normal. It was extremely strange. If anyone believed it wasn't intentional, they would be fooled. Earth Monarch Tegu was clearly doing it on purpose, creating an air of mystery. No one knew the extent of his true strength. Finally, I'm facing you, evil spirit race. Yi Tianyun's eyes turned cold. When it came to the evil spirit race, he showed no mercy. The evil spirit race's despicable nature made him want to eradicate them entirely. Chapter 1038, Earth Monarch Tegu didn't pay attention to anything else. Upon learning his opponent, he didn't even bother to look, choosing instead to sit and meditate as if he were significantly exhausted. Outside of the duels, he seemed to focus solely on resting. However, one thing puzzled Yi Tianyun. Earth Monarch Tegu wasn't as violent as he had expected. The evil spirit race was known for their brutality, yet throughout his matches, Earth Monarch Tegu hadn't killed anyone. He always won by a narrow margin, making it difficult for his opponents to die unless they deliberately threw themselves at him. Yi Tianyun had a hypothesis that Earth Monarch Tegu was hiding his brutal nature. Revealing his evil spirit race lineage here would be tantamount to suicide. The 5 elders would deal with him personally, even without Yi Tianyun's intervention. The evil spirit race was notoriously infamous across many divine realms. Many of the divine realms present here despised them. If an evil spirit race member were discovered among the contestants, they would surely be killed. It seemed that a member of the evil spirit race had managed to slip through the cracks. Unfortunately, the 5 elders couldn't detect it unless Yi Tianyun forced Earth Monarch Tegu to reveal his power. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. The battles continued, with other contestants fighting for the remaining positions. However, the audience's attention was focused on Yi Tianyun and the other top contenders, as they were the real stars of the show. Most people only knew about the top 3 or even just the first place finisher, while those in the lower ranks were largely ignored. This was the disparity. To gain more fame and better treatment, one had to strive for the top ranks. Otherwise, the result would be obscurity. When asked about the Ascension Battle of the Divine Realm, most could only name the top 3. The lower ranks were less known. At most, people knew the top 10. Beyond that, few cared, even though the 11th place finisher might be an outstanding genius. In the shadow of the top 3, they were largely overlooked. Tianyun and Earth Monarch Tegu soon stood on the dueling ground, facing each other. Earth Monarch Tegu bowed respectfully and said, "Greetings, Earth Monarch Tianyun. Please, enlighten me." Tianyun looked at him and couldn't help but sneer inwardly. No matter how well he acted, Earth Monarch Tegu was still an evil spirit race member, and that was an unchangeable fact. Earth Monarch Tegu, I seem to sense a particularly sinister energy in your martial arts, similar to the evil spirit race, Tianyun probed. Earth Monarch Tegu's body stiffened, and a flicker of killing intent flashed in his eyes, but it quickly vanished, unnoticed by anyone. He didn't show any exaggerated expressions or give anything away, maintaining his perfect facade. Earth Monarch Tianyun, you shouldn't say such things lightly. The evil spirit race is universally condemned here. I admit my martial arts have a sinister aura, but they have nothing to do with the evil spirit race, Earth Monarch Tegu said with a smile, adjusting his emotions. After all, there are many martial arts out there. It's not just the evil spirit race that can practice sinister techniques. For example, Earth Monarch Tianyun, one of your martial arts, has a very strong sinister aura. He was referring to the demonic god transformation. It was indeed an extremely sinister power, yet no one had questioned Tianyun about it. Sinister techniques didn't necessarily equate to evil, but the evil spirit race was definitely the embodiment of evil. A race that constantly relied on devouring other beings to strengthen itself was detestable. Though there was constant killing here, at least they didn't consume others' bodies. What was the difference between that and beasts? Such behavior made them an anomaly, not part of the same circle. Usually, people didn't engage in endless killing. If they were from the evil spirit race, everyone else would become their prey. It was natural for people to want to eradicate them. This was the same reason humans and beasts were always at odds. The evil spirit race was essentially classified as a type of beast, leading to continuous rejection. Is that so? Then, I must have misunderstood you. My apologies, Tianyun sneered inwardly. This guy was good at covering his tracks, making it seem like an innocent mistake. He could only probe with casual questions. Without strong evidence, there was no way to prove Earth Monarch Tegu's evil spirit race lineage. No problem, I hope Earth Monarch Tianyun refrains from making such statements. It could easily get someone killed, Earth Monarch Tegu smiled nonchalantly. Also, during our duel, I hope Earth Monarch Tianyun shows some mercy and doesn't strike too hard. I will, Tianyun's eyes flashed. If he really did show mercy, he'd be a fool. The battle was then announced to begin. Earth Monarch Tegu quickly produced a jet-black whip, exuding an evil aura. It was a top-grade reincarnation-level weapon, a very good whip. Be careful, Earth Monarch Tegu even gave a courteous warning, appearing not to be a sinister person. However, appearances could be deceiving. Earth Monarch Tegu swiftly moved towards Tianyun, swinging his whip to trap him. Instead of striking, he aimed to bind Tianyun. Tianyun's eyes turned cold as he tightly gripped the Tianyun divine spear. Without hesitation, he unleashed a violent thrust, far stronger than the one used against Earth Monarch Yuha. The force shattered the space as it surged towards Earth Monarch Tegu. Tianyun's style was a straightforward, brutal force. He never hid his most violent attacks. If he could solve it with one spear, he wouldn't beat around the bush. If one spear weren't enough, then two would do. Snap! Earth Monarch Tegu maintained his composed demeanor, quickly swinging his whip to intercept the Tianyun divine spear. Upon the spear's first touch, its domineering force shook the whip away. But even with that light contact, Tianyun felt the energy within the spear being siphoned away. Unlike the previous battle with Earth Monarch Yuha, where his power was neutralized, this time, his energy was being drained. His eye of insight clearly saw the absorbed energy flowing into Earth Monarch Tegu and becoming his own. Undoubtedly, this was the work of the evil spirit race, which thrived on devouring others' energy. After siphoning the energy, Earth Monarch Tegu's eyes gleamed as he swung the whip again, siphoning more energy. With the diminished power, his speed decreased significantly, giving Earth Monarch Tegu ample time to dodge. Tianyun realized Earth Monarch Tegu's winning strategy was a war of attrition, slowly draining his opponent's energy until they were exhausted. Chapter 1039. The whip cracked continuously as Earth Monarch Tegu swung it, retreating as he attacked. His method was flawless. He used the whip's advantage to maintain a distance, making it difficult for Tianyun to land his most violent attacks. After several attacks, Tianyun's ferocious power was mostly drained and absorbed by the whip. Unless he continued to muster more strength and launch a full-scale assault, he wouldn't even be able to touch Earth Monarch Tegu, let alone harm him. In this situation, Tianyun had gained no advantage. Instead, his energy had been significantly siphoned off. If that whip landed on his body, it would draw out even more energy, possibly even his essence blood. Soul-devouring divine art, a low-grade heavenly Tao martial art. No wonder it's so powerful. Tianyun quickly realized the nature of Earth Monarch Tegu's martial art. Such a deep foundation couldn't be weak, especially since it could be used with a weapon, making it extremely sinister. The whip was obviously custom-made. Ordinary weapons wouldn't have this effect. Tianyun's attacks were neutralized, giving everyone a new perspective on Earth Monarch Tegu. This guy's attacks are weird. He just pierced Earth Monarch Yuha with one spear, but it doesn't work at all against this guy. Anyone who makes it to the top 4 isn't simple. I think Earth Monarch Tegu is a dark horse and might take second place. First place is undoubtedly Earth Monarch Tianxing. The second might be him. Does this mean Earth Monarch Tianyun's violence does not affect him? Seems that way. Earth Monarch Tianyun's attacks are stronger than before, yet they still have no effect. People began to discuss who had the best chance of winning. Earth Monarch Tegu didn't stop his attack, swinging his whip at Tianyun. His attacks appeared gentle, even soft. Tianyun quickly parried with the Tianyun Divine Spear. Snap! Upon contact, a surge of energy exploded on the spear, bouncing him to the side. What seemed like a gentle attack had the explosive power of a bomb on his spear. More importantly, it siphoned off his energy as if the whip was a conduit. Thousand Shadow Whip. Earth Monarch Tegu didn't relent, swinging the whip rapidly. In an instant, it split into thousands, attacking from all directions like a dense rain of swords. Each strike stripped away more of Tianyun's energy. However, Tianyun blocked with his spear, steadily advancing. But with each step forward, Earth Monarch Tegu retreated, maintaining the distance. Even Tianyun's penetrating attacks were absorbed by the whip. How is his defense so strong? He's blocking all my attacks. Earth Monarch Tegu was frustrated that his relentless assault hadn't landed a significant hit. Finally, during the wild attacks, Earth Monarch Tegu managed to land a hit on Tianyun. The whip glowed blood red, drawing a few drops of blood from Tianyun into Earth Monarch Tegu's body. It's happening. Earth Monarch Tegu's eyes lit up, thinking he had finally found what he wanted. But upon absorbing the blood, he realized it was ordinary. What? Human blood, not essence blood. Earth Monarch Tegu's face darkened. He expected to absorb powerful essence blood, possibly even unique blood, from Tianyun. Instead, he got ordinary blood. This whip absorbs blood, and you say you're not from the evil spirit race. Tianyun's voice echoed in his ears, startling him. Tianyun had closed the distance without him noticing. When Earth Monarch Tegu tried to whip him again, a cold light flashed in the corner of his eye. Boom! The spear struck his back. With a groan, Earth Monarch Tegu was sent flying, blood blossoming from his back and staining his clothes. He quickly regained his balance and landed, albeit shakily. Evil spirit race. The term immediately aroused suspicion among the audience, drawing their attention to Earth Monarch Tegu. Earth Monarch Tianyun, I respect you as my opponent, but you can't slander me just to win. Earth Monarch Tegu said sternly. My martial arts are a bit sinister, but that doesn't make me an evil spirit race member. I've already explained this. If being sinister makes one evil spirit race, then that's too arbitrary. I was thoroughly tested to compete here. Are you doubting the 5 divine realms' ability to detect such things? He refused to admit it, instead turning the accusation against Tianyun, trying to discredit him. Right, Earth Monarch Tianyun must think he can't win, so he's resorting to slander. That's low. Winning like that is disgraceful. Exactly. If you can't win, don't tarnish your opponent's reputation. Many thought Tianyun was being unfair. After all, Earth Monarch Tegu had been thoroughly tested during Bone Age checks and other evaluations, making it unlikely he was an evil spirit race member. Yi Tianyun's accusation seemed suspicious. "Don't worry, I was just speculating. You seem quite nervous about it," Yi Tianyun replied with a calm smile. He had a good idea of Earth Monarch Tegu's intentions, to absorb the essence blood of many geniuses for his use. No wonder he attacked slowly, trying to siphon his opponent's essence blood bit by bit. While it looked sinister, it didn't necessarily confirm he was evil spirit race. Such abilities weren't exclusive to them, and the thorough tests might have missed this deeply hidden trait. Without such deep concealment, he wouldn't have dared to participate in the Ascension battle. Speculating, Earth Monarch Tianyun, you must be responsible for your words. Earth Monarch Tegu's voice turned cold. I respect you as my opponent, but slandering me is unacceptable. Yi Tianyun smiled faintly, a thief calling out, thief. Let's see how I force you to reveal your true form, little one. Yi Tianyun's eyes turned cold as he formulated a plan. Chapter 1040. Earth Monarch Tegu's rage seemed to stem more from his inability to absorb useful essence blood than from any offense. Previously, he had dragged out his battles to drain his opponents dry. Now, with nothing to gain from absorbing Yi Tianyun's essence, he sought to eliminate him. Earth Monarch Tegu's body erupted with dark energy, spreading around him and enveloping the entire arena. Visibility was severely reduced, making it difficult to see clearly. While it appeared to others that Earth Monarch Tegu was enraged by Yi Tianyun's accusations, the reality was that he didn't want to waste time and saw no benefit in continuing the facade. The five elders frowned. They hadn't expected Yi Tianyun to make such claims, but no matter how they looked, they couldn't detect any evil spirit race bloodline in Earth Monarch Tegu. Could Earth Monarch Tianyun really be slandering his opponent? Given his strength, it seems unlikely. Could Earth Monarch Tegu actually have an evil spirit race bloodline? But we've examined him thoroughly and found no such bloodline. It might be a false accusation. If it's slander, such a person shouldn't be kept around. It's truly disgusting. They looked towards Elder Go Huang, waiting for his judgment. The duel will continue. The opponent merely suspected the martial art was sinister and made a slight misjudgment. However, if there are further accusations without proof, the accuser will be expelled. They allowed any kind of strategy in the duels, no matter how insidious. But slandering an opponent, especially accusing them of being from the evil spirit race, was serious. Believing such an accusation without proof would be unjust. While some started to question Yi Tianyun's integrity, Earth Monarch Tegu launched a frenzied attack, appearing to be genuinely enraged by the accusation. Unbeknownst to them, Earth Monarch Tegu's cold eyes glinted with murderous intent in the darkness, eager to kill Yi Tianyun. Previously, he had pretended to be a gentleman, but now, using Yi Tianyun's accusation as an excuse, he could strike back without restraint. Disappearing into the mist, Earth Monarch Tegu moved like a sinister assassin, suddenly appearing behind Yi Tianyun. His whip lashed out silently, aiming to entangle Yi Tianyun. Die! Earth Monarch Tegu's eyes were filled with killing intent, his arm muscles bulging as he poured all his strength into the attack. The whip wrapped around Yi Tianyun, tightening instantly and ripping him apart into a cloud of mist. An illusion. Earth Monarch Tegu realized he had been deceived, but it was too late. The Tianyun divine spear pierced through his back. Who are you attacking? Yi Tianyun sneered, thrusting him to the ground. Earth Monarch Tegu roared, pulling himself off the spear, blood splattering. He flew forward, trying to escape. Once he felt safe, he floated in the air, gasping for breath. The mist quickly dissipated, revealing the scene to the spectators. In an instant, Earth Monarch Tegu had been defeated, his body pierced with a large hole, his face pale. In contrast, Yi Tianyun was unscathed, highlighting the vast difference in their power. The audience erupted in disbelief. They had thought Yi Tianyun was slandering Earth Monarch Tegu to win, but now it was clear he didn't need to resort to such tactics. He had almost killed Earth Monarch Tegu with his spear alone, making them reconsider their suspicions about Earth Monarch Tegu's lineage. Let's see how long you can maintain this. Yi Tianyun's eyes turned cold as he pursued Earth Monarch Tegu. He knew that continuing the fight would eventually force Earth Monarch Tegu to reveal his true form. Killing him wasn't difficult, exposing his identity to alert the five divine realms was the goal. This would show the evil spirit race's infiltration and prompt everyone to be on guard. Yi Tianyun welcomed the idea of other divine realms joining the fight against the evil spirit race. He couldn't handle them alone. As Yi Tianyun charged, Earth Monarch Tegu's eyes turned red. He shouted, "Bloodline full release. Phoenix bloodline, Dragon God bloodline, Giant Rock bloodline, Giant Eagle bloodline, Viper bloodline." Various bloodlines erupted from within him, one by one. His body transformed, covered in dragon scales, viper scales, phoenix feathers, and more. His combat power skyrocketed as he unleashed his mixed bloodlines. Spectators were stunned by his transformation. How can he absorb so many bloodlines? Even absorbing one or two is difficult. That's a different constitution. Even the evil spirit race can't control so many bloodlines. Right, if he were evil spirit race, he couldn't have so many bloodlines. What kind of race is he? He looks like a human. They were in awe of Earth Monarch Tegu's talent. His abilities were comparable to Heavenly Dao level martial arts, making him appear nearly invincible. So, this is why you're participating in the Ascension Battle of the Divine Realm. Absorbing others' essence blood to enhance your power. Yi Tianyun laughed. The evil spirit race rarely controlled many bloodlines, but Earth Monarch Tegu wasn't purely evil spirit race, he was a hybrid. Chapter 1041, calling Earth Monarch Tegu a hybrid wasn't meant as an insult, it simply described the mix of various bloodlines within him, making him not purely of the evil spirit race. By merging the strengths of multiple races, he significantly reduced his limitations, retaining the best bloodline traits for optimal power. Earth Monarch Tianyun, you slander me, and I'll make you pay. Earth Monarch Tegu's eyes filled with killing intent as he growled, "Thousand blood judgment." In the next moment, his whip was replaced by a long sword. The whip's explosive power was inferior to that of the sword, allowing him to unleash all his inner strength. The gathered bloodline power converged in his sword, a top-grade reincarnation weapon now resonating with a dazzling white light due to the immense star power infused into it. Clearly, Earth Monarch Tegu was going all out, aiming to kill Yi Tianyun with his full strength. The crowd's eyes lit up. This was the first time they had seen Earth Monarch Tegu unleash his full power, appearing unstoppable. Pay the price. Yi Tianyun showed no fear in the face of Earth Monarch Tegu's power surge. To him, it was like dealing with Earth Monarch Motong, accumulating other bloodlines and thinking it made one invincible. True invincibility only came from excelling in a particular area. And Earth Monarch Tegu's power, as impressive as it seemed, was merely average. Die. The colossal shadows of dragons, phoenixes, and eagles emerged behind Earth Monarch Tegu, descending upon Yi Tianyun. It felt as if the entire world was filled with this overwhelming power, leaving Yi Tianyun nowhere to escape. However, Yi Tianyun had no intention of escaping. Gripping the Tianyun divine spear, he transformed into a demon god, unleashing both his dragon god bloodline and phoenix bloodline. His primordial armor radiated brilliant yellow light, preparing for the upcoming battle. Sky Tyrant Art, dominating clouds. He unleashed the third move of the Sky Tyrant Art. The Sky Tyrant Art only had 3 moves, and he had yet to master the latter ones, so he could only use the first 3. Even so, the first 3 moves were already formidable. As he performed dominating clouds, the Tianyun divine spear projected a fierce shadow, the image of the Sky Tyrant Art's creator. That's the Sky Ancestor. The Lord of Heavenly Oracle and others were thrilled, recognizing the move. They knew it as the strongest martial art of the Heavenly Oracle Divine Realm, but no contestant had ever successfully performed it. The Sky Tyrant Art was notoriously difficult to master, and now, seeing Yi Tianyun use even the third move was extraordinary. The grand shadow of the Sky Ancestor alone suppressed all the shadows Earth Monarch Tegu had summoned. Just one was enough, there was no need for more. Buzz. The Tianyun divine spear in Yi Tianyun's hand trembled, freezing time and space around him, making everything slow down. This move multiplied his damage 5-fold. If he mastered the later moves, the effect would be even more terrifying. If it were a Heavenly Dao level martial art, the thought alone was daunting. Combined with the primordial armor's 5-fold increase and critical hit effect, his power reached a violent 15-fold. No need for any crazy damage modes, his power was already at a new level. He believed he could match any genius without using crazy modes. His foundation alone was enough to contend with any genius. The two forces collided, creating a massive energy explosion. Waves of energy rippled outward, echoing with loud sounds. The audience couldn't see what was happening inside the explosion, but the 5 elders could. The formations they set up allowed them to see clearly despite the visual obstruction. Moments later, the explosion dissipated, revealing Yi Tianyun with his spear piercing through Earth Monarch Tegu's chest, lifting him into the air. Yi Tianyun was unharmed. Earth Monarch Tegu's sword lay discarded, embedded in the ground. This is your strength. Yi Tianyun's gaze was icy as he held Earth Monarch Tegu aloft. Earth Monarch Tegu coughed up blood, his eyes filled with rage and helplessness. He had expended enormous energy, and his resistance was far from what it had been. I know you have more violent power you haven't used. Why not show us? Yi Tianyun smirked. I surrender. This is all my strength. Earth Monarch Tegu's face twisted, his eyes full of hatred, but he chose not to reveal his true form. If he did, everything would be over. Surrendering was the safer option. Is that so? Let me stimulate you a bit. Yi Tianyun's spear surged with power, sending waves of energy into Earth Monarch Tegu's body, pushing him to his limits. Everyone has a defense mechanism that triggers under threat, but since Yi Tianyun hadn't pushed him to the brink of death, Earth Monarch Tegu hadn't fully unleashed his power. Feeling the pressure, Earth Monarch Tegu angrily tried to escape, but Yi Tianyun's grip was firm. Do you think you can escape? Yi Tianyun slammed Earth Monarch Tegu to the ground, sending surges of power into him. The audience didn't understand Yi Tianyun's intentions. Earth Monarch Tegu had already surrendered. Although the rules stated that a contestant had to leave the arena to be out, this seemed excessively cruel. However, as Yi Tianyun continued, Earth Monarch Tegu let out a low growl. 12 arms suddenly sprouted from his back, launching a fierce attack on Yi Tianyun. Yi Tianyun abandoned his spear, dodging the assault. The entire arena fell silent, stunned by what they saw. Chapter 1042. Yi Tianyun didn't need to force Earth Monarch Tegu out of the arena, he only needed to reveal his true form. Once he evaded, the outcome was clear. Earth Monarch Tegu sprouted 12 arms, his entire body turning pitch black as his wounds rapidly healed. These were unique traits of the evil spirit race. Even absorbing the blood of the evil spirit race wouldn't release such pure power. Despite Earth Monarch Tegu's mixed constitution, his essence remained that of the evil spirit race. To conceal this, he absorbed multiple bloodlines. However, in the face of danger, his true power would erupt. When Earth Monarch Tegu unleashed his full strength, the Tianyun divine spear, which had pierced his body, was expelled by his hardened form, transforming into an arrow aimed at Yi Tianyun. Yi Tianyun extended his hand and caught it with a bang. The force caused a slight tremor but did not push him back. This is your true power. If you had fought me with this strength from the beginning, it would have been a tough battle, Yi Tianyun remarked, examining Earth Monarch Tegu. The combination of his formidable physique and terrifying power, enhanced by various bloodlines, made him a formidable opponent. Unfortunately, the evil spirit race could not remain here. No matter how powerful he was, could he be stronger than the 5 elders? A single divine lord could crush him to a pulp. Roar! Earth Monarch Tegu bellowed in rage, charging at Yi Tianyun with fury. I'll kill you. His true form exposed, Earth Monarch Tegu, infuriated, intended to drag Yi Tianyun down with him, even if it meant his death. However, a figure moved faster than him, appearing in front of him in an instant. With a light touch, the figure forced Earth Monarch Tegu to kneel. I didn't expect he really was an evil spirit race member, and he managed to infiltrate. Elder Go Huang's eyes glinted coldly. With a little more force, he could crush Earth Monarch Tegu into a bloody pulp. However, Elder Go Huang wouldn't kill Earth Monarch Tegu immediately, otherwise, they couldn't extract any information from him. The audience was stunned, recalling Yi Tianyun's earlier words and feeling embarrassed. They had believed Yi Tianyun was slandering his opponent to advance easily. Now, it was clear they were wrong. Yi Tianyun hadn't spoken falsely. Earth Monarch Tegu was indeed from the evil spirit race. His true form being exposed was a slap in the face for the 5 Divine Realms enforcers, who had failed to detect anything despite thorough examinations. Because of this, many trusted the authorities over Yi Tianyun's words. The truth now was a heavy slap, proving that so-called authority was not always reliable. Other elders flew over, looking at Earth Monarch Tegu in astonishment. They turned to Yi Tianyun, and Elder Tianfa asked, "How did you recognize him?" "It was a feeling. The evil spirit race invaded my homeland, so I have a strong sense for it. Besides, I'd rather kill by mistake than let one escape." Yi Tianyun's eyes were icy cold as he spoke. Naturally, he couldn't mistake such a thing. His probe eye could detect deeply buried traits, a benefit of its upgrade. The 5 elders were slightly moved. No wonder Tianyun was so sure. Sometimes, it was better to be safe than sorry. If it truly was a threat, it could lead to more casualties. Though it seemed cruel, they had done the same before. Countless souls had fallen at their hands for the greater good. Speak, what was your purpose for being here? Elder Go Huang demanded coldly. All eyes were on them now, the unexpected turn of events shocking everyone. What started as a straightforward duel had taken a surprising turn, thankfully discovered by Tianyun in time. Had Earth Monarch Tegu successfully joined the 5 divine realms, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Fortunately, Tianyun had uncovered the truth, preventing a potential disaster. Do you think I'll tell you? Earth Monarch Tegu sneered, eyes filled with contempt. Since he had been exposed, there was no point in denying it. Elder Go Huang, why bother questioning him? Just soul search him, another elder suggested sharply. The simplest and most direct method against such individuals was soul searching. They might not extract everything, but they would get enough. Torture was pointless. No matter how much they cut him, Earth Monarch Tegu wouldn't talk. His resolve was unbreakable. They dared to infiltrate because they were prepared to die. Thus, any form of coercion was meaningless. Elder Go Huang nodded and turned to Tianyun, his gaze sharp. Can you sense if there are others with evil spirit race blood? He suspected other evil spirit race members might have infiltrated and wanted Tianyun to help identify them. They couldn't sense it, but maybe Tianyun could. Tianyun nodded and scanned the audience. Those he looked at retreated in fear, worried about being misidentified. Since they believed in killing by mistake rather than letting one escape, being misjudged would be disastrous. Tianyun scanned carefully, capturing detailed data with his probe eye. After a moment, he pointed to someone. Him. At his signal, the audience member was dragged out and thrown into the arena, immediately restrained. You're slandering me. I'm not from the evil spirit race. The spectator shouted in panic, denying the accusation. The audience exchanged uneasy glances. If Tianyun were wrong, it would be a joke. Attack them to trigger their bloodline protection. Tianyun directed the enforcers. Without hesitation, the enforcers attacked, piercing the spectator's body. As the spectator neared death, their bloodline protection activated, revealing 8 arms, a clear mark of the evil spirit race. The crowd was dumbfounded. Tianyun had accurately identified them amidst the spectators. And him. Tianyun continued to point out individuals, each time causing a stir. One by one, the identified spectators were pushed out. No one doubted Tianyun's ability now, it was clear he had a unique talent. Chapter 1043. After Tianyun identified each one, the captured individuals were tested, and all of them were revealed to have the bloodline of the evil spirit race without a single mistake. This incredible ability left everyone in awe. Had he really killed so many evil spirit race members that he developed such a skill? Or was he naturally more sensitive to bloodline abilities, enabling him to recognize them so accurately? They didn't know the specifics, but one thing terrified them: so many evil spirit race members had infiltrated, and they had no idea. Just thinking about sitting next to a man-eating monster was terrifying. Everything was hidden too well, and almost no one was aware. What kind of ability is this? Earth Monarch Tegu shouted, his body trembling with rage. What's the problem with recognizing you all? Tianyun responded calmly. You'll die a horrible death, I guarantee it. Earth Monarch Tegu's eyes were red with anger. His comrades had been captured one by one, disrupting their carefully laid plans, leaving him furious. Don't worry, even if I didn't recognize you, you'd still die horribly. Your evil spirit race has always invaded other planets, and I'm here to avenge them. Tianyun showed no fear of threats. He knew that by doing this, he was making the evil spirit race extremely angry. As long as he was alive, their infiltrators would be rooted out one by one. Earth Monarch Tegu stared at him coldly, not saying a word. If his eyes could shoot fire, Tianyun would have been burned already. Don't worry, you've done a great service for our divine realm. No one can harm you here. Elder Go Huang was also furious. These evil spirit race members were brazen, thinking they were invincible and could infiltrate anywhere. In his anger, Elder Go Huang tightly grasped Earth Monarch Tegu's head and began a soul search. With Earth Monarch Tegu suppressed, he couldn't move at all during the forced soul search. His eyes rolled back, and he started bleeding from his orifices, typical of a soul search. Shortly after, his head exploded with a bang. Elder Go Huang, what did you find? The other 4 elders asked. There's very little valuable information. Some of it is permanently sealed, making it impossible to probe deeply. Elder Go Huang shook his head, his voice cold. These guys were clearly prepared. They've tampered with their memories, making it hard to search. In short, they didn't find anything useful. They continued soul-searching the other captured cultivators. They didn't hold back, and many heads exploded during the search. The spectators watched in horror. What was initially an exciting battle had turned into a witch hunt, and there were quite a few. They still didn't know the exact purpose of these infiltrators, but it was clear they intended to gradually infiltrate deeper, potentially even becoming elders, which would be terrifying. The evil spirit race's arrogance is infuriating. Nian Siyu and her group were outraged. Even among the stewards they brought, there were evil spirit race members. This was a slap in their faces. They despised the evil spirit race, yet they had managed to sneak in. They also had no way to identify them accurately. Unlike Yi Tianyun, who could sense them, they found it extremely difficult. It wasn't a matter of martial arts but of sensitivity, which made it very challenging. What was a great battle was ruined by a rat, Earth Monarch Tianqing said with a light laugh. If Earth Monarch Tegu hadn't been an evil spirit race member, it would have been a spectacular fight. Earth Monarch Tegu's strongest power was unleashed when his evil spirit race bloodline was activated. But once exposed, it was all over. By the way, Earth Monarch Tianqing, can you identify them too? Yi Tianyun asked, looking at her. This statement drew many eyes to Earth Monarch Tianqing. Could she really identify them as well? I can tell, but not as accurately as you. Earth Monarch Tianqing didn't hide it. Everyone exchanged glances. It seemed they were far behind. Only a few people could sense it. You answered straightforwardly. I thought you wouldn't admit it. Yi Tianyun smiled. What's there to hide? It's not a secret. If your spiritual power is strong enough, you can sense it, too. Earth Monarch Tianqing looked at the 5 elders and said, Elders, you should enhance your capabilities in this regard. It's not that your spiritual power is weak, but a bit more effort could reveal it. Earth Monarch Tianqing's words were a slap in the face for the elders. She implied that they were too lazy to investigate properly. The 5 elders' faces darkened. As high-ranking elders, being criticized like this was humiliating. We admit our oversight and will enhance our detection methods, Elder Go Huang admitted directly. I investigated carefully and realized it takes time to detect them. The evil spirit race's concealment abilities have improved, making them harder to find. This was our negligence. He admitted his mistake, surprising the audience and earning their respect. At least he lowered his pride to acknowledge the error, not making excuses. Yi Tianyun observed Earth Monarch Tianqing, wondering if she was too bold. Her open criticism of the elders showed that she didn't care much about the 5 divine realms' authority. Is it possible that Earth Monarch Tianqing doesn't want to join the 5 divine realms? Yi Tianyun narrowed his eyes, feeling that her arrogance indicated she didn't regard the 5 divine realms highly. Chapter 1044. The words of Earth Monarch Tianqing startled everyone. They had seen arrogant people before but had never seen anyone so arrogant. Fortunately, Elder Go Huang did not care. Otherwise, she would have been scolded to death. The first place was nothing. The elders did not respect them, so why would they still recruit disciples? After this episode, most of the matters had been resolved. All the evil spirits race present had been found. In total, there were only 100 or so people. There were not many of them. This meant that only a few had cultivated such hidden elites. After everything was settled, Elder Go Huang and the others returned to their seats with serious expressions. Their originally good mood was now not very good. Anyone would not be in a good mood after being disgusted by this matter of the evil spirits race. However, no matter what, the fight still had to continue. Yi Tianyun undoubtedly won this game. The gap before was obvious, and he easily entered second place. As for the first place, it was Earth Monarch Tianqing. He had already won the battle, so this was not a problem. The evil spirit race hid their identity and sneaked into our arena. This is indeed our negligence. Elder Go Huang looked at the crowd and said, through inspection, we know how to identify their existence, so this won't happen again. This way, we will inform everyone and hope that each territory lord will increase the intensity of the investigation. They were not ordinary people, and soon they knew how to find out, so the problem was not big, but this time, they felt very embarrassed by such a strict investigation. Finally, there were still some people who had slipped through the net. After all, there were so many executors, and still, people sneaked in. Tianyun saw those executors. They were all very strict, but unfortunately, they were in the first year of high school, and the other party must have used a special method to hide their identity. This time, he changed his way of investigating, and the next time the evil spirit race changed, he would alter the situation to deal with it. However, what happened next had nothing to do with Tianyun. After Elder Go Huang finished speaking, he looked at the many participants again and said, "The competition continues. There is no change. After layers and layers of battles, we finally arrived at the most focused game, Earth Monarch Tianqing and Earth Monarch Tianyun, the two strongest existences. Who is the winner? I hope everyone looks forward to the peak battle 3 days later." They still had 3 days to prepare, which was also to prepare for other participants. After all, the rankings on the back side had to continue to compete, especially the top 10. Now that Teg Earth Monarch had been eliminated, there was no doubt that there was an extra place, so there was hope for the original 11th place. This change made the 11th place ecstatic. How could they not be happy to be able to enter the top 10? Under the stage, Tianyun looked at Earth Monarch Tianqing. Finally, he was going to fight against this enchanting queen. Even now, Earth Monarch Tianqing was not interested in him. Her fighting spirit was not strong. "It's finally my turn to fight you in the final battle." Tianyun came to the front of Earth Monarch Tianqing, and they looked at each other. The final battle. Earth Monarch Tianqing looked indifferent, looked at him, and smiled. "There is no point in taking first place here. The world outside is more vast. But I think highly of you. You will be chosen." "I am chosen, haven't we already decided before?" Tianyun asked doubtfully. "I am not talking about this. What is so great about the 5 great god territories? They are just ordinary existences." Earth Monarch Tianqing chuckled. "However, you will soon know. Of course, I will be the first place in the competition." So confident, Tianyun smiled at her. Not only confidence but absolute confidence. Earth Monarch Tianqing looked at him, her tone filled with contempt. "You know nothing about the outside world. The gap between you and me is too great. Some things cannot be filled with hard work. Here, you feel powerful, but in a certain world, your strength can only be ordinary." Earth Monarch Tianqing's words were harsh, as if she came from an even more astonishing place. "The gap is too big." "I don't think so." Tianyun knew that the situation of Earth Monarch Tianqing was indeed very terrible. Even if he was at the 3rd or 4th level of the Heaven Monarch, he might not be able to do anything to her. If she had the power, why he didn't have it? Naive. Earth Monarch Tianqing smiled. 3 days later, you will know the result. I am not interested in the first place here, but I have to get the first place. If you are smart, I advise you to admit defeat. In my heart, I have never admitted defeat. Tianyun narrowed his eyes. He felt that Earth Monarch Tianqing's words sounded a little contradictory. She said that she did not like the first place, but she was determined to win the first place. From this, he immediately knew the purpose of Earth Monarch Tianqing. Her goal was not to join the 5 great god territories but to observe her situation, similar to a test. If the 5 great elders knew about this, they would probably explode from anger, but the battlefield they had meticulously planned out was a test point for others. Is that so? I will give you a good taste of this. After some time, you will be grateful to me. Earth Monarch Tianqing faintly smiled, as if standing at a high vantage point, overlooking this mortal. No, you should have a taste of this. Tianyun retorted again. Earth Monarch Tianqing raised her eyelids, and her beautiful eyes showed no emotion. There are too many self-righteous people, and you are not lacking. After my observation, your ability is still okay, but some things are not as simple as you think. I don't need you to teach me anything. I don't know your purpose, but first, I am sure. Tianyun left after leaving this sentence. Ignorant, naive, Earth Monarch Tianqing shook her head and ignored Tianyun. Tianyun also found a place to sit and wait for the duel 3 days later. He knew Earth Monarch Tianqing had the capital to be proud of herself. She believed she would not lose to anyone unless the cultivation gap between her and the other party were huge. She was not afraid. Everyone began to discuss, thinking that Tianyun was more powerful than Earth Monarch Tianqing, and some started making bets. However, most of the people who support Earth Monarch Tianqing, only a small part of them support Tianyun. After all, Yi Tianyun's violence was impressive. At the peak of the battle, the representative of our Heavenly Edict Divine Territory can reach this level, and it is no longer a regret. The Heavenly Edict Territory Lord sighed deeply. With the best result in history, it was difficult to show fear. Chapter 1045. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Under everyone's gaze, they stood in the most eye-catching arena. This arena was much more spacious than the others. They wanted to give them more space to fight so that they could fight flexibly. Everyone's eyes were focused on them when they stood in the arena. Although there were other battles, no one could be more eye-catching than them. This was a peak battle, the final battle. Under this battle, it could determine who was the strongest. Earth Monarch Tianyun shouldn't be like other opponents, easily defeated by Earth Monarch Tianqing, right? I don't think so. I think highly of Earth Monarch Tianqing. Oh, no, I think highly of Earth Monarch Tianyun. Bullshit, you support Earth Monarch Tianqing from the beginning, right? A woman will ride on our head, and you still support her. She is too powerful. No matter what opponent she was before, it would be solved within 3 moves. I also bet on her win. I can only support Earth Monarch Tianqing in spirit. Everyone was discussing, thinking that Yi Tianyun was still bound to lose. Earth Monarch Tianqing had been overbearing from the beginning until now, and it was impossible to reverse their thoughts. Bear, Earth Monarch Tianqing waved her hand, and 5 sacred fire floated around, immediately causing the audience's temperature to rise rapidly as if in a fire furnace. Burning Heaven Sacred Fire. Yi Tianyun looked at the sacred fire summoned by Earth Monarch Tianqing. The power was very terrifying. Compared to his 2 types of demonic flames, it was much stronger. Even if the grade of his flame was higher than the other parties, it was still a result of being crushed. Unless it was several levels stronger, it was still possible to surpass it. For example, Earth Monarch Tianqing's flame was a lower grade rebirth level. His flame was a high-grade rebirth level. This way, he might be able to suppress it a little. It was just a little bit. The problem was that Earth Monarch Tianqing's sky-burning sacred fire was a high-grade rebirth level. It was already in existence that could crush him. If he wanted to suppress the Earth Monarch Tianqing's sacred fire, he would have to be at least a Heavenly Tao level existence to surpass the other party's might. With his current proficiency, it would be good to raise the 2 types of demon fire promoted to Heavenly Tao level. Now, I'll let you know what the difference is. Earth Monarch Tianqing took the initiative to attack, and it should be said that all along, she took the initiative to attack, wanting to use her strongest stance to suppress all opponents and show her strength. Because of this, other people would think she was too powerful, and no one could defeat her. Earth Monarch Tianqing's figure flashed thousands of meters away. In the blink of an eye, they arrived before Yi Tianyun. 5 sacred fires turned into 5 red lotuses, enveloping Yi Tianyun. Each red lotus had a range. With 5 red lotuses, the foundation had locked all the range, there was no escape, and Yi Tianyun could only resist. In this scene, many people's hearts tightened, especially Nian Siyu, and others clenched their fists, thinking that Yi Tianyun would not be killed in one move, right? If he was killed in one move, this Earth Monarch, Tianqing, was too powerful. Yi Tianyun did not take out the Sky Dawn Divine Spear but smiled at the flame that rushed over as if he saw a treasure. The devouring netherworld Serenity Fire began to emerge from his hand. It was an extremely cold demonic fire that could freeze everything. When this flame appeared, the surrounding high temperature rapidly decreased but was still relatively high. Whether it was the grade or the rarity, it was several levels lower than the Burning Heaven Sacred Fire. How can the light of a grain of rice compete for brilliance? Earth Monarch Tianqing looked at this devouring netherworld Serenity Fire and felt very disdainful. The others all shook their heads. No wonder Yi Tianyun did not take out his weapon. It turned out that he was counting on this flame to resist. However, the grade was different. How could he resist it? The demon fire was like an egg against a stone. Yi Tianyun ignored their shock and used this devouring netherworld Serenity Fire. He just touched the Burning Heaven Sacred Fire wrapped around him, which was easily destroyed. However, there was still a little effect, which was to weaken the power a little. Following Yi Tianyun, he continued to use devouring netherworld Serenity Fire, spreading out in all directions, layer after layer, as if he didn't need the star power, constantly releasing it. However, they were easily destroyed by the Burning Heaven Sacred Fire. In their eyes, it was like a battle between trapped beasts constantly resisting, but they were all useless struggles with no meaning. Earth Monarch Tianyun was also the same. Looking at Yi Tianyun's situation, she did not continue to attack. According to normal circumstances, she could continue to storm an assault in the locked range. It was difficult to lose. Now that Yi Tianyun had been doing nothing, she lost the thought of continuing to fight. If you only have this much strength, it will be too disappointing. Earth Monarch Tianyun shook her head. Yi Tianyun ignored her thoughts. As he continued to attack, the burning heaven sacred fire quickly weakened. At least half of it was weaker than when she first released it. Of course, the power was still amazing, but he felt it was about time. Then he reached out and grabbed the flame. The surging power instantly locked the 5 red lotuses, slowing down the speed of the pressure. Then he grabbed one of them, caught it in his hand, circulated the burning heaven sacred fire, and absorbed it crazily. Don't think too highly of yourself. When burning heaven sacred fire saw Yi Tianyun grab a ball of fire, she thought that Yi Tianyun wanted to crush or break it. Who knew that after this ball of weakened energy was absorbed, it quickly became smaller and disappeared completely. He grabbed the 2 fire lotuses and began to devour them. However, his strength could not continue to stop this flame attack. With a boom sound, the remaining fire turned into a huge tongue of fire and swallowed him. It's over. Earth Monarch Tianyun shook her head and didn't expect everything to end like this. It was boring. After the fire disappeared, Yi Tianyun's body was a little black, but he shook lightly. The black on his body disappeared. He didn't hurt at all, as if nothing happened. This fire is really difficult to absorb. Yi Tianyun turned his head and smiled. Is there anything else? Continue attacking. Looks like your skin is quite thick. Earth Monarch Tianyun looked at him and said in a deep voice, if you still have this bit of strength, then it will disappoint me. As soon as her voice fell, she continued to shoot out 5 red lotuses, but this time, it was stronger than before. The 5 red lotuses didn't seem to change, but the stronger flame power solidified inside. Yi Tianyun reached out his hand this time, and he absorbed the 5 fire. One by one, they disappeared into his hand, and in the blink of an eye, they vanished as if they had never appeared. What? After everyone saw it, they were shocked. What happened? Chapter 1046. The 5 sacred fire were instantly absorbed. It didn't hurt Yi Tianyun at all. Even his hair was not burned at all. Before, the fire burned it a little, but now it has no effect. It is shocking. Not to mention the audience, even Earth Monarch Tianyun was stunned. One should know that the attack she just released was much stronger than the previous one, but it didn't have any effect. It's really good. Is there anything else? Yi Tianyun smiled, like Earth Monarch Tianyun gently recruited, indicating her to continue to attack. What kind of evil martial art is this? Where is my fire? Earth Monarch Tianyun frowned. Her originally calm heart began to stir, and she was not as quiet as before. It's all absorbed into my body. Is there a problem? Yi Tianyun smiled. Forcibly absorb my fire and suppress it within your body. The gaze of Earth Monarch Tianyun turned cold as she snorted. Then I would like to see how long you can suppress it. After saying that, Earth Monarch Tianyun quickly waved. A red ribbon was pulled out from her waist and instantly enveloped the surrounding area, surrounding the surroundings into a thick silk ribbon wall. The ribbons around Yi Tianyun began to burn crazily at this time, blocking the surroundings. The power was even more terrifying than before and even more amazing. Immediately after, she threw the fire on the top of her head, and it turned into countless flaming meteorites, falling and hitting Yi Tianyun. Yes, I will not refuse anymore. Yi Tianyun laughed, facing the huge fireball. He stretched out his hand, and his palm was like a huge whirlpool, absorbing the huge fireball into his body, not leaving a single drop. Obtained 10,000 mastery points. Obtained 13,000 mastery points. Obtained 18,000 mastery points. The mastery points continuously surged over and increased his body's burning heaven sacred fire. That's right, he successfully tamed the burning heaven sacred fire and used it for himself. Although this was not a refined fire, he could still tame and absorb it. This was his terrifying nature. If it was a normal cultivator, it was impossible. They would go crazy from being burned and would not be tamed alone. After absorbing it, he began to absorb the Earth Monarch Tianyun fire and turn it into his own. Before taming it, it was really difficult to absorb these burning heaven sacred fires. After taming it, it was much easier to absorb this burning heaven sacred fires. Unless Earth Monarch Tianyun released an even more terrible burning heaven sacred fires attack, he could easily resist and absorb as much as he wanted. There was no pressure at all. This frightening burning heaven sacred fire could be said to be just an ordinary flame to him. There was no pressure at all. Everyone widened their eyes. Such a terrible fire, but now it was like an obedient child, it was absorbed into Yi Tianyun's body individually. How could this be? Everyone suspected that Yi Tianyun was trying to be brave. He forcibly absorbed it into his body and then suppressed it. But now that he had absorbed so much, people suspected that there was no effect. There was no pressure at all. He could absorb as much as he wanted. Let me see how much more you can absorb. Earth Monarch Tianyun swung the red ribbon again, and the fire increased. It was like a furnace, and the high temperature was released around it. Even the audience outside could feel this terrible flame. Burning Heaven Red Lotus. The extremely strong killing move was finally forced out. The fireball that was originally falling instantly condensed into a huge red lotus and rushed toward Yi Tianyun. Boom, boom, boom. The Burning Heaven Red Lotus, which had just approached Yi Tianyun, quickly bloomed, and countless pillars of fire burst out, covering the entire area, especially the fire that rose into the sky, constantly striking the barrier, burning the thick barrier red. This power is too strong. Is this the strongest attack that Earth Monarch Tianyun has used so far? Everyone was shocked to see this scene. From the beginning to now, they finally displayed a stronger move. This move alone made the hearts of the deacons tremble. Even the third or fourth layer of Heaven Monarch had to be treated cautiously. This move is indeed powerful. Yi Tianyun saw that this combat power had soared to more than 700,000 star power. Under the gradual blooming, the combat power was stacked layer by layer, and the fire dragon surged into the field. First, it rose from 700,000 star power, followed by millions of star power, and all of them went beyond the test of the divine tribulation before, going up to 150 star power. 2 million star power will not be under much pressure if this continues. Many people trembled in their hearts. How did he cultivate it? This was only 8 refinements Earth Monarch, but it had already reached this power. What if he breaks through to the Heaven Monarch? Just thinking about it was terrifying. As expected of a super genius, but his foundation is a bit stronger. Yi Tianyun's eyes flashed. The other party is so strong that it only has 2 points, treasures and martial arts. Burning Heaven Sacred Fire was a high-grade rebirth level flame and was enough to scare people to death. The ribbon in her hand could also strengthen the weapon of Burning Heaven Sacred Fire, a high-grade rebirth level flame. However, the Burning Heaven Red Lotus move was a lower-grade Heavenly Dao level martial art layered together, and the power was not bad. In addition, her physique is Fire God Body, similar to Wood God Body. It is a rare physique. As for her bloodline, it is in the top 10 Fire Clan. The Fire Clan was an expert in playing with fire, and they were much stronger than the Phoenix race. Level up, Burning Heaven Sacred Fire. Ding. Successfully deducted 800,000 mastery. Level up, Burning Heaven Sacred Fire to middle grade rebirth level. Level up again. Ding. Successfully deducted 50 million mastery. Upgrading the Burning Heaven Sacred Fire to high grade rebirth level flame. The next level requires 200 million level up Burning Heaven Sacred Fire to high grade rebirth level flame. High grade rebirth level flame, power up 50 times, pill refining speed improved 10 times. After deducting all the experience points, he finally raised the Burning Heaven Sacred Fire to high grade rebirth level flame. After upgrading, he was on the same level as the Earth Monarch Tianyun. This was the Sacred Fire. He must have given priority to upgrading it. The benefits for him were self-evident. Not only was the damage extremely high, but it also increased the speed of pill refining. How could he not upgrade? Especially now, suppressing Earth Monarch Tianyun was undoubtedly the best way. After leveling up, when all the fire came over, he also used the Burning Heaven Sacred Fire to protect his body, and at the same time, constantly swallowed the fire into his body and continued to turn it into proficiency. After a moment, the fire gradually disappeared, and what appeared in front of everyone was the intact Yi Tianyun. Nothing happened at all except that his body was a little burned, nothing else. What's going on? Earth Monarch Tianyun began to panic. The attack he was most proud of was ineffective. Chapter 1047. Thank you for your hospitality. Yi Tianyun was very satisfied with his absorption. He gained a lot of mastery. The key point was that he was not hurt at all. He was very satisfied with the current situation. Of course, the most satisfying thing was that he saw the shocked expression of Earth Monarch Tianyun. Finally, She, who had always felt indifferent, showed another expression. She had been calm before, and nothing could disturb her. Now, when she showed this shocked expression, she felt very funny. What kind of martial art is this? How can you absorb so much of my fire without any problem? Earth Monarch Tianqing quickly calmed down and looked up and down at Yi Tianyun, trying to find something from him. Well, didn't you say there was a gap? I don't feel any gap now. Yi Tianyun likes to slap his face, and he also slaps back heavily. Since Earth Monarch Tianqing was so arrogant, he would be even more arrogant and ruthlessly slap the other side back. Earth Monarch Tianqing's eyes turned cold. This was undoubtedly a rebuttal to her previous words. She gently waved her hand, and countless ribbons returned to her hand, turning into a sharp red sword. A firebrand appeared on it, like a red lotus. This kind of magical weapon opened Yi Tianyun's eyes. Not only could it become a ribbon, but it could surround the opponent, and it could also turn into a thin sword to launch a powerful attack. Especially when it is condensed into a long sword, the power is greatly increased, as if all the flames are condensed at one point, the power is doubled. Yi Tianyun felt that the power of this long sword had greatly increased several times more than before. Then let me show you what is called a gap. 2 red lotuses appeared in his eyes. The red clothes on his body suddenly turned into a floating flame. It was as if he had turned into a red lotus blooming in the air. Especially the red lotus on his forehead. This was the proof of the fire tribe. It allowed her to release even more power. Yi Tianyun's eyes narrowed. This Earth Monarch, Tianqing, was angered. The power she released was several times stronger than when she was calm. This was already a state of combat. Her combat power had continuously doubled. According to reason, it was already quite good to have. 500,000 or 600,000 star power after the 8 refinements Earth Monarch explosion. Her power now is more than 1,700,000 star power. It was far more than 3 times that of the same level. This was not the limit. Sure enough, the gap is much stronger than I have seen. Yi Tianyun finally saw the real super genius. The explosion of all aspects can reach this level, it's incredible. Shoo! In an instant, Earth Monarch Tianqing disappeared into the air. In the original position, there was only an afterimage left. The terrifying speed made most of the Heaven Monarch unable to see it. They didn't know what was happening, but it flashed past their eyes. She has begun to be serious. She doesn't want to drag it on anymore. She wants to solve it in one go. Of course, from the beginning, she tried to solve it quickly. The power that bursts out can indeed kill many opponents. But she was not facing ordinary participants, but Yi Tianyun. In the next moment, a thin line of red light drew towards Yi Tianyun's back, almost unable to see this red line. Just like this, it appeared behind Yi Tianyun. When he was about to touch it, Yi Tianyun instantly took out the Sky Dawn Divine Spear, turned around, and stabbed it down. Dragon God Bloodline, Phoenix Bloodline, all these powers, including the power of the planet in his body, were all condensed in his spear. In an instant, under this spear, the surrounding space was pulled over, and the violent power kept hitting the space. Circle after circle of airwaves spread all around. Crazy Heaven's secret art, Tyrant Cloud. It was still an extremely powerful move. When it was time to explode, he would not show mercy. He knew that this was the strongest opponent he had ever met. Even when facing the attacks of the God of Slaughter, he was not so cautious. He knew he might lose if he was even a little careless. The figure of Earth Monarch Tianqing appeared in front of him. The fire on his body constantly drifted in all directions, enveloping the surrounding space. The ground was left with a deep red mark when she stood firm. The long sword in her hand collided with Yi Tianyun's spearhead, but it did not come into contact. But there was a force between the two, constantly compressing. The two forces did not give way to each other, continually squeezing each other, and were about to explode at any time. The space began to feel like it was going to collapse with the energy of the two people. The power that the two burst out was too strong, and when they collided, it made the space want to collapse. The compressed energy finally could not withstand the explosion. Both exploded one after another. The violent energy raged in the space, and the ground was lifted. After the explosion dissipated, they confronted each other from a distance. One would see that Earth Monarch Tianqing was forced back several hundred meters. Although she was not injured, it was obvious that she was slightly inferior. Under the collision of the violent force, she was still slightly inferior. When everyone saw this scene, they immediately gasped. This was already terrifying, right? They did not expect such a terrifying Earth Monarch. Tianqing could not compare to Yi Tianyun. No way, Earth Monarch Tianqing fights with Earth Monarch Tianyun, but she did not have the advantage. This Earth Monarch Tianyun is too powerful, his power is even stronger than Earth Monarch Tianqing. They were all shocked. They did not expect this to happen. They thought Yi Tianyun would be easily defeated, but who knew he would lose slightly. Yi Tianyun was extremely shocked in his heart. He did not use all his strength, but at least used most of his strength. After the explosion, he could only beat Earth Monarch Tianqing back. It seems that this Earth Monarch, Tianqing, was really powerful. Yi Tianyun was surprised, the other party was even more shocked. She also used most of her strength, and the key was that she lost. Her mouth trembled, and the sword quickly absorbed the blood flowing out, otherwise, her injury would be exposed. On the other hand, Yi Tianyun had no pressure at all. His skin was very thick. He was not afraid of these attacks. His defense was much stronger than the attack power. Of course, he was not scared of the attack of Earth Monarch Tianqing. The body of Earth Monarch Tianqing was not so strong. The attack power was strong, but the body was not strong. Everything couldn't be perfect. There must be something wrong with it. This strength, this speed, he is strong to this extent. Earth Monarch Tianqing showed disbelief in her eyes. She thought she could solve it with one move, but who knew that all of them were blocked, and she was injured. This kind of thing is simply unacceptable. Earth Monarch Tianqing, I don't know where the gap you are talking about is. I only see that our strength seems to be similar. Yi Tianyun smiled. He didn't care whether the other party was a woman or not, he would still slap the face. He likes to slap the faces of these geniuses, thinking that she is high above and the people below are ants. He would ruthlessly step on these geniuses, letting them know portals could also kill gods. Chapter 1048, Yi Tianyun's words made the proud heart of Earth Monarch Tianqing burst with anger. Originally, she thought she could easily kill Yi Tianyun, but now it seems good that Yi Tianyun does not defeat her. If this continues, she will lose first. After all, Yi Tianyun was not injured at all, and Earth Monarch Tianqing was slightly wounded. It seems you think you are powerful enough to be above me. I don't want to use this move. In this case, you have to bear this move of mine and see if you can resist it. Earth Monarch Tianqing flew up, the red lotus between her eyebrows began to bloom, and the power of fire began to be released from her body. Around her body, petals formed from flames began to appear, and petals emerged from the void behind her, wrapping around her body, creating a unique domain around her. Come out. The red lotus in the eyes of Earth Monarch Tianqing bloomed, followed by a power hidden in her body, suddenly burst out, and a huge shadow behind her. Yi Tianyun saw that the shadow was a beautiful woman, unlike Earth Monarch Tianqing, not a virtual spirit, but a soul. He didn't expect that the soul summoned by Earth Monarch Tianqing was a soul. It seems that she was using external force and soul force. He didn't know who this soul was, but after this soul came out, it was added to her body. The power was crazy and kept rising. Isn't this a foul? Yi Tianyun saw the soul that was added to Earth Monarch Tianqing. The Earth Monarch Tianqing constantly checked the detailed data and found that this soul was the Earth Monarch Tianqing. This means that Earth Monarch Tianqing summoned the soul force from her previous life, equivalent to awakening her soul. Every powerful cultivator was a reincarnation of a powerful figure. Some people could only awaken the memories of their earlier lives when they were strong. It was obvious that Earth Monarch Tianqing had slightly awakened her memories from her previous life and could possess the power of her last life. After releasing it, her power increased explosively. This energy was similar to the energy from her previous life. It was still stored in her body and could be used anytime. However, due to her physique, she could not withstand so much power. She could only take out a portion of it. Just this alone is already quite terrifying. The data displayed by the investigating eye, the soul of the Earth Monarch Tianqing's previous life, was at least a God Monarch level existence. This means that her body has a terrifying God Monarch level power. If it were to smash over, wouldn't he be smashed into ashes? Fortunately, the limit of her physique could not be taken out completely. She could only take out a portion. Although she only took out a small portion, it was already terrifying enough. Her combat strength seemed to have been consumed with medicine as it continuously jumped up. From the initial 1 million star power, it suddenly jumped to more than 4 million star power. This was no longer a battle, it was already cheating. Okay. Damn, I thought I was cheating enough, but who knew that I would cheat even more? Tianyun took a deep breath. He felt that with the system, it was enough to cheat by upgrading his martial arts and bloodline a little. Now, it seemed that he was still too young, the other party was cheating more. She had the memory of her previous life, she should have awakened from a very young age, following the smooth sailing, it was more than him cheating. After all, she knew a lot of terrible martial arts, plus many things that she didn't need to cultivate, just a little bit of cultivation would make her understand. In addition to maintaining the energy of her previous life, if she used it a bit more, her cultivation would jump up crazily. From her bone age, it could be seen that she was less than 40 years old, but she was already an 8 refinements Earth Monarch. If she said it would scare people to death. Although she was slightly older than Tianyun, her body contained the energy of a god monarch. When she broke out, it was a deadly existence. Of course, that was the saying of mutual destruction. The body couldn't withstand too strong power, and if it completely burst out, it would die together. This was not worth it. She didn't need to burst out with full strength just to out other power of the Heaven Monarch level, it was already crushing everything. No wonder she looked down on everything. She possessed the memories of her past life. Her past life's energy and experience far surpassed others. How could she not have such an arrogant attitude? When the audience outside saw this, they were all stunned by this scene. What is this situation? Soul possession. This is the soul energy that awakened my past life. I have seen it once a long time ago. It is too powerful. It can mobilize the energy of my past life. I do not have this feeling. It is likely that when Earth Monarch Tian Qing was strong, he deliberately reincarnated. No wonder she is so strong. So, she is the reincarnation of a mighty figure. Isn't this a violation of the rules? What violates the rules? How strong? That is her energy. What is against the rules? Yes, the elders have said there is no limit to any means. As long as you can win, there is no problem. One by one, they began to discuss. Some felt it was unfair, and some felt it was very fair. They looked at Tianyun with pity. They originally thought they could win, but who knew they would meet a reincarnated mighty figure? It was a pity. If not for reincarnation, they believed that Tianyun might win. The excited expression on Nian Siyu's face suddenly cooled down, and she collapsed on the chair. It's over. This Earth Monarch Tian Qing is the reincarnation of an expert, and he has awakened his memory. Second place is also satisfying. Heavenly Edict Territory Lord patted her hand and said worriedly, I hope he doesn't try to be brave. If he can't resist it, it may all be in vain. If the participant dies, any result in the front will be void, and there is no point in it, so they want Tianyun to give up the competition. The 5 elders looked at the Earth Monarch Tian Qing and said nothing. It could even be said that this situation was not unexpected. Sure enough, he is the reincarnation of an expert, and he has awakened his memory early. I have guessed it before. Earth Monarch Tianyun can only swallow this resentment. After all, this is also his power. Yes, the world is so big. After losing this time, he will know more and walk more steadily. They all shook their heads, thinking it was not bad to let Tianyun know more things. He must have a better future. Tianyun, standing on the stage, doesn't think so. He looked at Earth Monarch Tian Qing, feeling the terrifying power, and smiled. If you're cheating, then I also cheat. Let me see what it means to have mountains beyond mountains, and then I will also let you know what it means to have people beyond oneself, to have the power to stand above everything. Not only do you have it, but I also have it. Crazy damage mode was enough to stand out. Chapter 1049, Earth Monarch Tian Qing flew in the air. The power in her body had already been sorted out. The other powers of the Heaven Monarch level were now in everyone's sight. They were only at the 3rd or 4th level of the Heaven Monarch level. Even if they completely erupted, they would not be as strong as her. Now, her combat strength had already reached 4.2 million star power. It could be said that no participant could compare to her. No matter who it was, they would be overshadowed. Some people said that she used the power of reincarnation to cheat, but what was there to be fair about in the world? Moreover, this was indeed her power and was not considered cheating. Awakening the memories of reincarnation was not that simple. Among so many participants, why was she the only one who could awaken the memories of reincarnation? This was enough to explain the problem. Among them, it was possible that most people's past life was not very powerful. In short, awakening memory was not simple, and some did not awaken any memory until death. It was already very amazing to awaken this memory. Compared to other opponents, it was a bit unfair. It was clear that only the Earth Monarch level came in, but now, after fusing with the energy of previous life, it directly became the Heaven Monarch level. Can it be considered cheating? Tianyun originally did not want to use crazy damage mode. After being stimulated by this, he also wants a hard fight. This is not a cheating ability, according to Reincarnation Awakening. It is also his ability. How can he cheat? You forced me to this extent, it's already amazing, but everything is ending. I give you two choices, either die or admit defeat. If I release my power, I can't control it, and I may be unable to save your life. The eyes of Earth Monarch Tianyun are full of coldness, not because of Tianyun, but because her power is quite strong, it is not easy to control. Admit defeat. Tianyun shook his head and smiled. As I said, I don't have the word, admit defeat, in my heart. Since that's the case, you should pray that you can survive. Earth Monarch Tianyun waved her hand, and the thin sword turned into a huge red lotus that circled her palm. The fine petals were going to be so powerful this time. If you survive, please understand what it means to have mountains beyond mountains. The world outside is far bigger than you think. Is that so? Then I'll tell you what having someone stronger than you means. Tianyun sneered and put away the Sky Dawn Divine Spear. Everyone was very puzzled by his behavior. Why did he put away the weapon? It should have been better to change a better weapon, but after putting it away, he did not take out a stronger weapon. Crazy damage. Mode. Activate. On the premise of 6 refinements Earth Monarch, the 64x damage multiplies. When he was at SSIX refinements Earth Monarch level, the most basic data was 150,000 star power. Under this premise, it directly exploded 64x. 2 million points, star power. 3 million star power. 5 million star power. 8 million star power. 9 million star power. 1,800 star power. What was called Berserk? This was Berserk. He wouldn't fear anyone if he relied on a bit of strength. After exploding, even if he weren't a god, he could kill everyone. Combined with the power of 64x in the other times, he instantly possessed such a terrifying power. Even the Earth Monarch Tianyun, who erupted, was far inferior to him. Unless Earth Monarch Tianyun released all their power, there would be no pressure for the millions of levels. When this soul energy erupted, he knew that Earth Monarch Tianyun only released a small portion of her power and did not release all of her power. If she released all of her power, she could still crush him, but this way, she would be seeking her death. A terrible power burst out from his body, directly hitting the shield, which was about to burst. Everyone was shocked by this scene. Could it be that Tianyun also has soul energy? This power, Earth Monarch Tianyun suddenly felt that she was so small. The violent power made her feel a sense of timidity. This was the first time in her life that she had felt this way. Even in the face of stronger opponents, she had never felt this way. Now Tianyun gave her this feeling, absolutely above her existence. Her current combat strength is only more than 4 million star power, compared to Tianyun's more than 10 million, the difference is more than 2 times. Can it not be regarded as a crushing existence? Shoo! Tianyun didn't know when, but he had already flashed before her and reached out to grab her. The red lotus originally in front of her was turned into countless sparks by this touch, more like a drop of water that was broken with a touch scattered around. The flame that was originally enough to burn everything was shattered. It was not that these flames were too weak, but Tianyun's strength was too strong. The next moment, he grabbed her neck and directly lifted her in the air without any mercy. The red lotus, flower petals, and everything else were just floating clouds, directly shattered by his violent power. Strength above everything, nothing more than this. Almost in an instant, the battle ended just like that. It can be said that the people didn't even have time to see it before it ended. As long as Tianyun wanted to, he would be crushed to death if he used more strength. What's going on? A group of people looked up at the sky, thinking that Tianyun was being abused, but now it was Earth Monarch Tianyun being abused and was defeated in an instant. This scene makes them unable to turn their heads, and all of them are stunned. Could it be that Tianyun is also the reincarnation of a supreme expert and has terrifying power? These are unimportant. It is important that Tianyun won, and it was so easy. Don't! Earth Monarch Tianyun screamed. Finally, she looked slightly like a woman. Under the scream, the power in the body instantly swelled up, and the combat power directly soared to more than 8 million star power. Under the fear, the power was not suppressed, directly bursting out a large part. The sudden change broke Yi Tianyun's hand, holding her neck. Correspondingly, after Earth Monarch Tian Qing flew out, her body began to bleed. Her body began to be unable to withstand this force. Blood kept dripping on the ground, dyeing the ground red. What kind of power is this? Earth Monarch Tian Qing stared at him, gasping for breath. What's wrong with my strength? Yi Tianyun walked towards her step by step and said indifferently, I advise you to give up. If this continues, you will die. Your body can't withstand such a powerful force. Every step made Earth Monarch Tian Qing feel much more pressure, as if she were stepping on his chest. This is the real absolute power. Chapter 1050. Yi Tianyun walked over step by step. Even if Earth Monarch Tian Qing burst out more powerful strength, he was not afraid. After all, his current strength was still above the other side. The 64x increase in strength was not a joke. It was this terrible power that allowed him to fight with supergeniuses. Of course, he can fight with these people who have soul energy from his previous life, otherwise, he will be crushed. Admit defeat. I will not admit defeat. I must get first place. Earth Monarch Tian Qing was crazy. She began to shout. The red lotus between her eyebrows was blooming very hard. The soul energy in her body was constantly expanding. Her combat strength continued to jump up, and soon, it reached 9 million star power and continued to jump up. However, as she went crazy, the result was that her body was constantly bleeding, spilling all over the ground. It was too horrible to look at. She was not like the peerless beauty from before. Now, she was very down and down. It was simply two different appearances. What a coincidence. I will get first place. In that case, don't blame me for not showing mercy. Yi Tianyun did not have any words of pity. If he showed mercy here, he would only die. Earth Monarch Tian Qing ignored his words. Burning Heaven's sacred fire was released crazily like fire dragons constantly attacking and surrounding Yi Tianyun. A red lotus appeared in her hand. She stepped on it and pressed it towards Yi Tianyun. The small red lotus contained a destructive power. Yi Tianyun didn't even try to dodge, he reached out and took the red lotus. He is crazy. That is the origin of the burning heaven red lotus. If you pinch it, you will be burned to death. Someone immediately recognized this red lotus, and they were all shocked by Yi Tianyun's action. The energy of this origin was much stronger than ordinary flames. Yi Tianyun was too lazy to pay attention to it, so he grabbed the red lotus. The surging flame swept toward Yi Tianyun and poured into his body, wanting to burn him to ashes. Break. Yi Tianyun squeezed hard, and with a bang sound, the red lotus in his hand was crushed by him, followed by a punch. With a dong sound, Earth Monarch Tian Qing was sent flying by a punch. The violent force directly blew up her soul energy, and in an instant, she fell back to the mortal world. From the immortal world, all the power disappeared. After she fell from the sky, she rolled several times and fell to the ground. Then she slowly got up. The power of the fire tribe allowed her to recover from her injuries quickly. However, she didn't have much strength left. Yi Tianyun scattered the breath she was holding. It was almost impossible for her to get back together. I lost. She looked at Yi Tianyun with empty eyes and murmured, I won't lose. I made a vow that I absolutely can't lose. You are very persistent about winning, and I am also very persistent about it. Yi Tianyun walked step by step, saying, I will reserve the last bit of dignity for you. Walk out yourself, or I will throw you out directly, choose by myself. Earth Monarch Tian Qing did not give up. She wanted to explode her power so that there would be fatal danger. She had already warned her opponent about it. If the opponent did not listen, she naturally had no choice. I won't lose, I won't lose. Earth Monarch Tian Qing began to force out the power in her body, wanting to burst out all the power completely. This time, she tried to break out to obtain this victory completely. Just as she was about to continue to explode, Yi Tianyun rushed to her, grabbed her arm, and directly threw her out of the field. Earth Monarch Tian Qing didn't even have time to react before Yi Tianyun threw her out. She flew in the air and wanted to turn around, but her body was not very flexible, and she couldn't easily turn around. Following her through the shield, she fell directly outside the field, meaning she lost this game. I don't know why you care so much about winning and losing. But this is the reality. Yi Tianyun walked over step by step. Yi Tianyun won, and Earth Monarch Tian Qing lost. This result emerged from everyone's heart. No one expected the result. Now, Earth Monarch Tianqing lost to Yi Tianyun. It was an incredible result. We won, we won. Nian Cu began to cheer. The people of the Heavenly Edict Divine Territory also shouted crazily. In the Battle of the God Territories War of Ascending to Heaven, their Heavenly Edict Divine Territory won first place, with unprecedented results, the best in history. As for the other God Territory, their hearts were filled with complex emotions. They never expected that the Heavenly Edict Divine Territory would obtain the first place. Moreover, it was a human. A human obtained the first place result. No one would believe it if it was said, right? Many people shook their heads. After so many battles in the God Territory, this was the first time a human had obtained the first place. This was creating history, not to mention that no one had ever come after. It was at least unprecedented. Very good. The 5 elders stood up one after another. This result was also beyond their expectations. They didn't expect Yi Tianyun to win. However, no matter who won, it was a very good result. It was equivalent to adding 2 super geniuses to them. The competition is over. Our first place has appeared, and that is Earth Monarch Tianyun. Elder Go Huang said. Finally, the God Territory's War of Ascending to Heaven ended perfectly. Although there was a little episode on the way, it was still completed successfully, and there were few accidents. For Yi Tianyun, many people have complicated feelings in their hearts. Of course, even if he is not a human, he is also unhappy. After all, he was a genius of another God Territory, not a genius of his own God Territory. However, some are still very happy. After all, he must get first place to join the 5 great God Territory. Yi Tianyun walked to Earth Monarch Tianqing and said indifferently, "Why are you so obsessed with first place? With your ability, it is not a problem for you to join the 3rd grade God Territory in the future." Earth Monarch Tianqing was the reincarnation of a super genius. In the future, there would be no pressure at all for him to join a 3rd grade God Territory. What do you know? If I don't get first place, I will lose even more. Earth Monarch Tianqing looked at him with eyes full of sorrow, as if she had lost a treasure. Just as he wanted to ask more questions, a black line suddenly appeared in the sky and was slowly pulled away. A terrifying pressure pressed down from the sky, causing everyone to be unable to breathe. Even the 5 great elders felt the pressure multiply when facing this power. Yi Tianyun looked up at the torn hole. It was obvious that space was torn apart. What's going on? Yi Tianyun was shocked. Something seemed to want to come out of this space. Chapter 1051. A huge hole was torn in the sky above the God-fighting field. The aura it released made most of the people unable to move. The 5 elders stood up in shock. They looked at the huge hole. The dangerous aura that came from it made their scalps tingle. They were all at the God Monarch level. The energy they released made them feel extremely shocked. They were at the God Monarch level. Even they felt a sense of danger. This meant that the thing inside the huge hole was extremely dangerous. What is going on? Which powerful expert is going to appear? Elder Go Huang frowned. The 5 of them took out their weapons and prepared to fight. Suddenly, an expert came over. He must have come with bad intentions. Earth Monarch Tianqing looked up at the gradually torn space, reached out and wiped the blood from her mouth, then turned to Yi Tianyun and said, "It's starting, a new journey is about to begin. Congratulations on being selected." What? Yi Tianyun frowned, puzzled. Do you know about this kind of thing happening? There is no doubt that Earth Monarch Tianqing knows about this matter. Otherwise, she would not say that. Thinking carefully about Earth Monarch Tianqing, who desperately wants to get first place, it is very likely related to this matter. Of course, I know. You will know what the situation is like later. Earth Monarch Tianqing shook her head and looked at him with hatred. Don't be happy too early, I can still compete with you. Hey, can you make it clear? Yi Tianyun said. It's coming out. Earth Monarch Tianqing looked up at the sky. Then, the void was torn open even wider with a tearing sound. A huge head stretched out from inside. It was not a human with a dragon head. It looked like a special demonic beast. The gigantic head was even larger than the God-fighting field. It could swallow everyone with its huge mouth. Star Territory Divine Beast. God Monarch Peak Cultivation. It possesses an extremely terrifying ability to tear through space. It can walk through the various God Territory. It can travel extremely fast, and the spirit boat is far inferior. In the blink of an eye, it can travel from the God Territory to another God Territory. When it opens its huge mouth, it can devour all things. It can be guided to the designated region. With super strength and super strong defense, combined combat strength is 30 million star power under normal state. God Monarch Peak Cultivation. Tianyun looked at this huge head and took a deep breath. This guy is a star territory divine beast, equivalent to a living spirit boat, able to travel through any space. I don't know where this came from, and I don't know what the purpose is. Star territory divine beast, an exclusive divine beast of the 3rd grade god territory. Elder Go Huang and the others sucked in a breath of cold air. They were completely shocked by this scene. Just this star territory divine beast was enough to flatten the 5 of them. Their strongest cultivation was only at the God Monarch's 6th layer. Against other powers at the peak level, they were still too far away. Especially since it was a star territory divine beast, an extremely terrifying divine beast, it could be said to be invincible at the same level. According to the bloodline, a star territory divine beast was ranked 5th, far surpassing the bloodline power of everyone present. If it erupted, everything would be devoured. This is the exclusive divine beast of the 3rd grade god territory. What is it doing here? They wiped their cold sweat. When they saw the star territory divine beast, they felt very strange. Immediately, the divine beast did not speak. Its huge eyes glanced at everyone, and then it opened its huge mouth and sucked them into the sky. Not only she but Tianyun also felt that he was quickly absorbed. He didn't even have a chance to struggle before he was sucked into the sky. In addition to the 2 of them who were first absorbed, other participants were also sucked up, but not all the participants were sucked into the sky. Tianyun was shocked. Could it be that he wants to capture someone and forcibly pull someone to the 3rd grade god territory? The next moment, his figure flashed and disappeared from this area. He moved outside the god fighting field and easily broke free of this terrible suction force. He did not want to be pulled to the 3rd grade god territory. He doesn't know the situation of the 3rd grade god territory. What if he is caught and sold? When he disappeared from the god fighting field, the star territory divine beast raised its giant eyes and looked in the direction where Tianyun moved. It roared and rushed out of the crack. It rushed to the area where Tianyun was. Everyone was dumbfounded. Why did the star territory divine beast come out? This star territory divine beast, did it capture our people? It seems like it is true. How can a 3rd grade god territory come to our place to rob people? Isn't this too much? That's right. Do they like our people? The 5 elders were shocked and angry. Although they only have their eyes on Tianyun and Earth Monarch Tianqing, they were still unhappy to rob so many people. The giant body came out of the crack like a thick dark cloud covering the area. It was dark below. No one dared to speak, not even dared to attack. The 5 elders were strong but dared to attack the exclusive divine beast of the 3rd grade god territory. They don't know which force the star territory divine beast belongs to, but they can't afford to provoke it. Tianyun just stopped after teleporting and immediately saw the star territory divine beast continue to rush over and suck it in. Damn it, is it chasing me? Tianyun's heart trembled. He took out the teleportation stone and immediately used it, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Teleportation is useless, but is the teleportation stone useless? The next moment, he came to the Heavenly Edict divine territory, far away from the god fighting field. The star territory divine beast instantly felt that Tianyun's aura had disappeared. Its huge eyes began to search around, but it did not find Tianyun. Roar! The star territory divine beast roared and quickly looked around but found no trace of Tianyun. There was no trace of Tianyun, so he couldn't see him even if he wanted to. Even though its cultivation had reached the peak of the god monarch, it was not an invincible existence. It couldn't detect the situation in the Heavenly Edict divine territory. Thus, it was like a headless fly. After it circled randomly, it helplessly returned to the crack and disappeared. When it returned to the crack quickly recovered. Soon, the torn space was no different from before. It was completely intact. After it left, everyone could only move. They saw fear in its eyes. What happened to it just now? What did it chase after? You ask me, who should I ask? It seems that quite a few people have been captured. What is going on? All of them were very puzzled. No one knew what was going on. Fortunately, the Tar Territory Divine Beast did not attack them. Otherwise, they would have suffered heavy casualties. Chapter 1052. The Star Territory Divine Beast tore through space and returned to its original region. Following that, it spat out the cultivators that had been swallowed. The ones who were caught were the top 10, and the ones at the back were not seen. Among them, Ling Yunfeng and the others were outside the top 10, so they were not caught naturally. After they were spat out, their faces were full of doubt. No one knew what had happened. Only Earth Monarch Tian Qing had a calm expression as if she knew what was happening. Yukon God Monarch, I did not expect you to obtain second place. Looks like your opponent is a bit stronger. At this time, a middle-aged man came from the side. His words were directed at Earth Monarch Tian Qing. This meant that Earth Monarch Tian Qing was not Earth Monarch Tian Qing but Yukon God Monarch. Especially from the tone, it was obvious that the two were very familiar. It's just a small mistake. As long as I can control my body's power, I can win against him. Where is he? Yukon God Monarch turned to look for Yi Tianyun and found that he was not there at all. What's going on? You said that the Star Territory Divine Beast didn't capture the first place. The middle-aged man frowned and turned to look at the Star Territory Divine Beast. The huge Star Territory Divine Beast was lying on the side with a wronged expression. It was clear that it had failed. I couldn't find the target. It seemed to have been moved away by a force, and it was moved far away. I couldn't lock onto its range. With its intelligence and cultivation, it was unsurprising that the Star Territory Divine Beast could speak. A force moved it away. Could it be that that brat has a backer and is a very powerful expert? The middle-aged man frowned unhappily. If that's the case, the elders won't be happy. This is the first place, an existence that even Yukon God Monarch can defeat. Likely, he is also the reincarnation of a powerful expert. It can't be. Could he be the reincarnation of an expert? I can sense that Earth Monarch Tianyun has no other soul aura. As for his background, I remember that he should be a representative of a first-grade god territory. What background can he have? Yukon God Monarch's expression was not too good. Originally, she had captured him and abused him. But who knew that he was gone? How could she be played? Now that he is gone, the first Star Territory Divine Beast made a mistake. It's a ghost. The middle-aged man shook his head and said, forget it, we can only send people to investigate. Right now, we are severely lacking people. After searching for so many second-grade god territory experts, very few geniuses can be found. Now, there is still someone so powerful. It is truly a great loss. Yukon God Monarch clenched her teeth and snorted, let me go. I will find that fellow and bring him back. Let you go. A defeated opponent, how can you capture him? The middle-aged man mocked. God Monarch Yi Long, don't be too proud of yourself. Don't forget, you were defeated by me before. Now, I still have an even stronger physique. How much do you think I will have a chance of breaking through to the Heavenly Venerable? Yukon God Monarch was already able to stand up, and the injuries on her body had recovered quite a bit. Obviously, the soul energy in her body had helped her recover from the injuries, and now she could move about instinctively. God Monarch Yi Long's expression sank, and a cold glint flashed in his eyes. Don't use this to pressure me. I am just stating facts. You are his defeated opponent. Is it possible for you to capture him? There is nothing impossible. I will ask the elders for permission. God Monarch Yi Long did not give up. Then go and apply for approval. I thought that it would be a battle to prove myself, but who knew that it would be a defeat to a human? What do the elders think? God Monarch Yi Long mocked mercilessly. Yukon God Monarch's gaze turned cold, and she could not speak. She knew that she had lost, and there was nothing to say about the loser. The others watched as Yukon God Monarch and the others bickered. They did not know what was happening and only knew they had been captured. Earth Monarch Tian Qing, what's going on? One of them got up and looked at them in confusion. Yukon God Monarch glanced at them indifferently and turned to God Monarch Yi Long. He said, you can continue your work. I don't need you to tell me. God Monarch Yi Long walked in front of them and waved his hand. A beam of light enveloped their bodies. Under the illumination of this beam of light, their legs weakened, and they knelt on the ground, unable to move. No matter how they struggled, it was useless. They could only kneel on the ground, unable to move. Yukon God Monarch was fine. God Monarch Yi Long is targeting them. He waved his hand, and a mark floated over. It left a mark on their foreheads. Ah! They all covered their foreheads and screamed. A moment later, they released their hands. There was no mark on their foreheads. This mark was no longer just imprinted on their foreheads. It was engraved in their hearts. What is going on? They looked at each other and saw fear in each other's eyes. I have planted a slave mark on you. In the future, you must obey us. Otherwise, you will die. God Monarch Yi Long said coldly. Slaves, slaves. They were stunned. They had worked hard to get into the top 10 and thought they could enjoy the honor. Who knew that the result would be slaves? After being slaves, life and death were not in their hands, it was the terror of the slave imprint. If they wanted to die, they would die. They would do whatever they wanted. Unless they were allowed to move freely, they would always be controlled. It was simply worse than death. That's right. From now on, you will become disciples of our Saint Peak God territory. As long as you perform well, we will restore your freedom. God Monarch Yi Long said indifferently. You want us to be slaves. We are disciples who can join the 5 great God territories. If the 5 great elders pursue this matter, you will not be able to bear the consequences. One of them was furious. No one wanted to be a slave. 5 great God territories. God Monarch Yi Long sneered. Our Saint Peak God territory is a 3rd grade God territory. Do you think the 5 great God territories would dare to pursue our responsibility? They would not dare to go west if we let them go east, 3rd grade God territory. They were stunned. An even more unreachable force. Now you know our power, right? As long as you perform well, you will be disciples of the Saint Peak God territory. Your prospects will be much better than you have in those God territories. God Monarch Yi Long said. These words made them a little happy. To be able to join a 3rd grade God territory, there was no need to say more. The resources were much stronger than a 2nd grade God territory. Refusing from AT1's grade God territory to a 3rd grade God territory was like a dream. Yukon God Monarch looked at their excited expressions, her eyes looking pitiful. More than that, she was still humiliated but did not say it out loud. At the same time, Yi Tianyun, who was teleported back, found no star territory divine beast there. This big guy, where will we take so many people? He knew nothing about the real situation, but fortunately, he felt something was wrong and ran away. Otherwise, he would be a slave. Chapter 1053. When Yi Tianyun returned to the god-fighting field, many people were still in shock. Many people have never seen a star territory divine beast, especially that terrible power, making most of the people present unable to move. This momentum is too awful, far beyond their knowledge. Elder Go Huang, what should we do now? It seems that the top 10 participants have been taken away. Elder Tian Fa was a little speechless. They could only watch helplessly as they were captured, but they were unable to stop it. They knew that they could not stop it. If they angered the Star Territory Divine Beast, they would suffer instead. The Star Territory Divine Beast pounced down. Who could stop it? Just by pressing it down, they could crush a group of people to death. What can we do? We can only follow the rules. The rules will not change. Elder Go Huang sighed and looked at the participants in the arena. They couldn't move to the top 10 directly, right? That's true. Looks like this is the worst time. They all shook their heads and smiled bitterly. Facing such a terrifying force, they could only lower their heads. Elder Go Huang immediately walked out and said, due to some unforeseen events, the top 10 are no longer here. Even so, the rankings at the back will not move forward. It will still be arranged according to the rules. We will choose disciples from among you. As long as we perform well before, we will choose them. So don't worry. When everyone heard this, they all revealed disappointed expressions. After all, the top 10 were gone. They all thought that they could join. This was no different from dying during a duel. No one knew where they had been captured. It was normal for them to be swallowed up by the Star Territory Divine Beast. Nian Siyu and the others did not know what to say. The first place had flown away. It was obvious that Elder Go Huang and the others could not determine the result of this. The results showed that it was no different from death. What a pity. The results are directly invalid. The glory of the first place will belong to you. Fire Jade Territory Lord and the others could not help but laugh. They immediately felt extremely refreshed. Their originally best results were now equivalent to a cooked duck flying away. How could they not feel extremely refreshed? Heavenly Edict Territory Lord's face was ashen. Who would have thought that such an accident would happen? It was a success in front of them. If they said that it was gone, then it was gone. It made them so depressed that they wanted to vomit blood. None of them wanted to speak now. They could only choose to remain silent. It was not just them. The top 10 in other divine regions all wanted to beat people up. However, when they thought of the Star Territory Divine Beast, they did not dare to investigate it. Who was the one who did such a thing? When they thought they had been captured, a familiar figure flew in and scratched his head. Well, did you announce the result? He had just returned. Naturally, he did not know if he had announced it or not. He also especially stayed in the Heavenly Edict Divine Territory to prevent the Star Territory Divine Beast from wandering around here and being discovered when they returned. It would be a waste of a teleportation Godstone opportunity. His appearance caused the entire audience to fall silent, looking at him like they had seen a ghost. Yi Tianyun, Nian Siyu suddenly jumped up and flew to Yi Tianyun. She hugged him and screamed, "It's great that you are not captured. That elder Nian, so many people are watching, isn't it good?" Yi Tianyun lightly coughed, indicating to Nian Siyu to let go. At this time, Nian Siyu remembered and quickly let go. She blushed and felt very embarrassed. With so many people watching, how could she not be ashamed? You were not captured. Elder Go Huang and the others were also shocked. The Star Territory Divine Beast was so powerful, how could it not capture one person? Well, I guess I am not selected. Yi Tianyun smiled. Impossible, I saw that you were sucked up. An elder immediately stood up and said, "Cough cough, I was still seen by the elder. I used a treasure and escaped instantly, otherwise, I would have been caught." Yi Tianyun thought that he was not seen, but he was still seen. Everyone looked at each other. It seemed that this was really good luck. I don't know what treasure it was. Let him use it and escape in an instant. Even if the Star Territory Divine Beast cannot be caught, it should be a good escape treasure. Fortunately, our people were not taken away, otherwise, the first place would have been lost. Heavenly Edict Territory Lord shrugged and began to slap his face. Fire Jade Territory Lord and 9 Territories Territory Lord snorted and said nothing. Who knew that Yi Tianyun was not taken away? Great, I thought you were taken away. Murong Xiao also came over and was happy for Yi Tianyun. How could that be? I didn't even get the reward. Yi Tianyun smiled. Elder Go Huang coughed and said, "Well, you are the only one in the top 10. Now you can choose which god territory you want to join." Yi Tianyun looked at the 5 elders and said, "I choose Elder Go Huang." Undoubtedly, Elder Go Huang is the strongest, so naturally, he chose Elder Go Huang. I knew it. The other 4 elders were filled with helplessness. Every time, a genius ranked at the top would join Elder Go Huang. There was no other way. Elder Go Huang was the strongest. He would choose Elder Go Huang first. Alright then, I now announce that the first rank Earth Monarch, Tianyun, will join the Heavenly Spring God territory. Elder Go Huang said, "Let's begin the selection process." Those who did not make it into the top 10 also had a chance to be selected. Now, they began to choose their disciples. Those who ranked at the back were all looking forward to it. Even those who were ranked around 50 were looking forward to it. As long as they were in the top 100, there was a chance. As long as there was a bright spot, they could be selected. Of course, this chance was very slim. It was a little more reliable if they were in the top 30. Is the Earth Monarch choosing to join us? As expected, Elder Lu Yu had indeed fancied Murong Xiao. This was the body of a wood god body. In the god territory he was in, it would have been able to display an even stronger effect. I am willing. Murong Xiao nodded and agreed without thinking. She wanted to join the Heavenly Spring God territory, but the power that Elder Lu Yu belonged to was also not bad. It was also a good thing to be able to join. Soon after, many people began to be selected. Because the top 9 of the top 10 had disappeared, they specially chose a few more people. There were still many opportunities, but they could not select the God territory themselves. If they could choose independently, 9 out of 10 would choose Elder Go Huang. The other elders of the God territory could only watch helplessly. Very quickly, the disciples were all selected. More than 20 were selected, one after another. Overall, it was still quite impressive. Those who were not chosen could only participate next time. After the perfect ending, they were all thinking about a question before everyone left. Where did those participants go? Chapter 1054. The God territory's war of ascending to heaven had finally ended. There was joy and worry. Even if they were not selected, the rewards exchanged with tokens would help them. It could be said that there would be rewards as long as they survived. This trip was not in vain. Moreover, there was still a chance to participate. This was not a problem. He would make good use of the treasures he obtained this time. The next time he participated, he would get better results. This is the token. You can use this token to come to Heavenly Spring God territory. Elder Go Huang gave the token to Yi Tianyun. Aren't you taking me with you? Yi Tianyun asked doubtfully. No, the rules of our Heavenly Spring God territory have always been like this. Take this token and come over yourself. If you don't even have this ability, don't join our Heavenly Spring God territory. Elder Go Huang smiled faintly. Of course, I believe there isn't much of a problem for you. You can easily pass it. There is such a rule. Yi Tianyun shrugged helplessly and wanted to report on his own, but this was not a big problem, it was a small test. Then wait for your arrival. Elder Go Huang smiled and left with his people. Elder Go Huang did not leave any treasure or anything, only a token. The function of this token was to guide the way, and the rest were gone. It wasn't just the Heavenly Spring God territory. The other God territory were the same. They left their tokens for them to personally head there. They wouldn't take them away immediately. Doing this wasn't a bad thing. They could be given enough time to reorganize and settle the matters before leaving. Elder Go Huang had just taken a few steps when he suddenly thought of something. He turned around and said, "That's right, that star territory divine beast must be exclusive to the third grade God territory. We don't know where they were captured, but you must be careful. They will likely come back to capture you." A third grade God territory level. Yi Tianyun frowned. He didn't expect it to be a third grade God territory level. Yes, you can only be careful. We will take you with us, maybe it will be more eye-catching. We don't know what they think, we can only say we are careful on the road. Elder Go Huang could only say this. Facing other third grade God territory level forces, they were helpless. If they come to rob people, they can only accept their fate. The gap between the two was relatively large, and they could not stop the sudden attack. However, it was different for Yi Tianyun to go to Heavenly Spring God territory. Heavenly Spring God territory was not easy to deal with unless it was a large-scale attack. Originally, Elder Go Huang wanted to take him with him. He thought that it was too eye-catching. If he turned back, he would look for them first. Therefore, it was better to go alone, even if it was a third-grade God territory, finding it might not be possible. After all, a third-grade God territory was not so omnipotent unless it used extremely terrible power. Yi Tianyun was a genius, but using terrible power to search was obviously not worthwhile. After that, they left, and Yi Tianyun returned with the Heavenly Edict Territory Lord and others. This time, their harvest was not small, it could be said that they made a lot of money. Although they did not report, the reward was given in advance, the rest was after Yi Tianyun went to report, and then he gave it to them. The reward was very simple and crude. Directly 2 lower-grade Heavenly Dao level martial arts were thrown over. There were still more rewards that had not been given. As long as Yi Tianyun arrived there, he would hand it over with both hands. Of course, there was a limit to the reporting time. If the time were longer than a certain time, then failure would not be accepted as a disciple. It's all thanks to you this time. Our Heavenly Edict Divine Territory can be said to be proud. Finally, no one dares to look down on us. Nian Siyu was excited. Not to mention her, everyone else was excited. Not only were the rewards generous, but the most important person was also able to hold his head high from the beginning to the bottom and suddenly rush to the top. As for the other participants who came with them, they all silently followed behind. Most of them were jealous, but more of them were afraid of Yi Tianyun. Sima Kong didn't dare to look Yi Tianyun in the eye. Yi Tianyun was already so powerful that they couldn't catch up with him. Especially Yuan Tianyu. He didn't even dare to raise his head. Before, he wanted to go against Yi Tianyun. Now that he thinks about it, he is nothing. The biggest contributors are Yi Tianyun and Mirong Shao. The rest are just for fun. As long as they are not selected, no matter how hard they try, it is bullshit. They only look at the results and not the process. It's just luck. Yi Tianyun smiled modestly, looked at Nian Siyu, and said, "Elder Nian, there is something I want to ask you." "What is it? Just say it." Nian Siyu is very happy. He will agree if Yi Tianyun is not too excessive. "It is very simple. I want a small part of the core of the Divine Temple of Life." "I don't know if it is possible," Yi Tianyun said simply. "This is related to the spirit race, he cannot give up." A small part of the core of the Divine Temple of Life. Nian Siyu was stunned. She did not expect Yi Tianyun to make this request and thought he would say something. "Yes, this is very important to me, I don't know if I can give a small part." "It doesn't need too much, just a small piece," Yi Tianyun said. "Yes, the core can slowly recover, you can take half of it." The Heavenly Edict territory said. The elder beside him was shocked. If he said half of the core, it could be said that he was bleeding profusely. If he cut off half of such a huge core, it would be equivalent to destroying half of the divine temple of life. Territory Lord, the elder beside him was shocked and wanted to persuade him. There's no need to say too much. The glory that T-Earth Monarch Tianyun brings is enough to surpass everything. The Heavenly Edict Territory Lord said in a deep voice, besides, the reward I brought is nothing. It only takes a bit of time to recover, and this glory, even if the core has recovered several times, has never appeared once. Heavenly Edict Territory Lord's words were reasonable, which stunned many elders, and they nodded in agreement, not continuing to stop him. Yi Tianyun narrowed his eyes. Heavenly Edict Territory Lord was sensible and generous. He couldn't bear to leave his child. He wants glory, and he is not willing to give benefits. Who will help Heavenly Edict Territory, Lord? Sure enough, everything is based on strength. Without strong strength, not to mention half of the core, even a grain of sand is unwilling to be given. He said half, not because the Heavenly Edict Territory Lord is too generous, but because Yi Tianyun fought for it. Thank you, Territory Lord. I don't need half, just a small part. Yi Tianyun was not too greedy, just a part was enough. Chapter 1056. After Yi Tianyun returned to the three realms, the familiar air here still made him feel comfortable. There was no change here. It was still running according to the previous situation. The only difference was that many cultivators began to spread to other planets. Since there are no rocks around, going out will be no danger. There are many planets around. The cultivation level is not low. You can explore, dig ores and materials, or dig spirit herbs. These are all very good. The materials of the three realms are always limited, so many people turned their eyes to the outside planets. Generally speaking, the rapid development of the situation is becoming more and more astonishing. Divine King Stage Cultivation, which is Star Monarch level cultivation, has become more and more popular. The overall problem is quite good from the first to the current 8 and above. Especially under strict management, the three realms are completely unified, and the basic disputes rarely appear. Normally, they would have already begun to rob territory. If someone unified it, it will be settled and live a stable life. Under the management of Shi Shuiyan, many geniuses were screened out and focused on nurturing one by one. It could be said that they were rising daily, and he did not need to manage them at all. Dong! The sound of knocking rang in his ears. Shi Shuiyan, who was busy, did not even look up and directly said, "Come in." After she finished speaking, she immediately felt that something was wrong. She had come in to report. Why would she knock on the door? When she wanted to look up, she immediately felt that she was being embraced. Your stomach is so big, yet you are still working hard. You don't have a good rest. A familiar voice sounded in her ears, causing her heart to tremble. Isn't it to take good care of your empire? Shi Shuiyan rolled her eyes at him and lay in his arms. You can leave it to others to manage it, not to let you do it yourself. Wouldn't it be tiring for you? Yi Tianyun smiled. This is an exaggeration. Shi Shuiyan is now a divine king. She can't be exhausted. Even if her work strength is several times stronger, it is impossible to tire her out. After meditating for a while, she immediately became very energetic. Such a powerful cultivation is so willful. It's nothing. I like to do this. Otherwise, there is nothing to do. Shi Shuiyan rolled her eyes at him, but she was still very happy in her heart. He thought that Shi Shuiyan would give birth this time, but he didn't expect that she would still not. This little guy seems stubborn enough not to bear to come out. If not for the fact that there was no problem with the life in her body, he would have doubted whether there was a problem or not. There was no problem at all, and it was quite healthy. It was just that the growth was relatively slow and did not reach the delivery time. How long will you be back this time? Shi Shuiyan asked expectantly. She didn't know how long Yi Tianyun would be back, but she was still looking forward to him being able to stay for a longer time. Until our child is born. Yi Tianyun is not in a hurry, there is plenty of time. The time given by Heavenly Spring God territory is 100 years. There is still plenty of time. He is not worried about anything. The key is that his child is more important. He feels that his child is ready to be born. He has to stay with him. Really, Shi Shuiyan was very excited. She was also very worried that Yi Tianyun would continue to leave. After the child was born, he was not around. She must be very disappointed. Do you think I will lie to you? Yi Tianyun gently pinched her nose. That's great. At least when the child is born, he can see his father. Shi Shuiyan smiled sweetly and leaned into Yi Tianyun's arms. After some warmth, Yi Tianyun quickly went to find Yi Qingshan. Yi Qingshan was also busy, and it could even be said that she was busy for a day. 3 realms is not big, not small, especially in the development. There are too many things to be busy with. You should train more successors. Yi Tianyun came in and said, Tianyun, you are back. Yi Qingshan looked up and saw Yi Tianyun. She was excited. Yes, I am back. Yi Tianyun smiled. Didn't you hear what I said? It's time to cultivate a successor, so you don't need to be so busy. I'm used to being busy. There are some things that I have to do personally. Yi Qingshan shook her head. Then you can come alone, but I have something to tell you. Yi Tianyun smiled mysteriously. What kind of happy event? Is the child born? Yi Qingshan's eyes lit up. For her, the current happy event was waiting for Yi Tianyun's child to be born. No, but what I told you last time. Yi Tianyun said with a smile. Did you find the life crystal? Yi Qingshan was excited. You can put it that way. Now, take me to where you live and make a little arrangement. Yi Tianyun said. Good. Yi Qingshan immediately put down the work on her head and quickly took Yi Tianyun to their original residence. It was still the forest. Because of the difference in status, no one dared to come here casually. After stabilizing, they moved back to the forest where they used to live and rebuilt the symbolic tower, which was more magnificent than before. When Yi Tianyun came inside, he saw many spirit race people were busy expanding here, and their overall spirit was good. When Yi Tianyun came over, they quickly put down their work and came over to greet him. Our king is back, our king is back. He glanced at their expressions and felt their situation was not ideal. It was obvious that their spirit was a little weak because of the lack of vitality. However, there is no problem with cultivation. The biggest problem is fertility. Ancestor, our king has brought a solution. Yi Qingshan said excitedly. The solution? Their eyes lit up, and they all looked at Yi Tianyun. I don't know if it is effective. I think it should be very effective. Yi Tianyun smiled and threw the life core into his body like a mountain. Boom! Just as it landed, a surge of life force surged over and enveloped this area. The spirit medicine that had just sprouted in the surroundings instantly grew. It didn't take too long for it to mature. As for the spirit race, when they felt this life force surge, their bodies began to emit a faint green light, merging with the life force core. Regardless of whether it was the ancestor or Yi Qingshan, they immediately merged into the core of the life force. Logically speaking, they should have received some pressure. Who knew that there was no pressure at all? Regardless of age, they immediately resonated with the core of the life force. A green light shot into the sky and enveloped this forest. Chapter 1057. The green light in the sky made the cultivators in the distance look over, feeling the surging vitality here, making them want to see what treasure it is, but that is the territory of the spirit race, no one dares to come over to check it out. If it were before, they would come over. Who doesn't want to see the treasure have a share? Inside, Yi Tianyun saw that they were all immersed in the life core. The situation was slightly different to the naked eye. The mark on their forehead began to flicker, and the problem above was deeper. Including Yi Qingshan's mark, it became more and more conspicuous, feeling as if they had been thirsty for a long time, and began to absorb the aura of life greedily. Yi Tianyun didn't expect the effect of the life core to be so strong for them. It seems that they can further enhance their talent. Even Yi Qingshan's talent can be recovered quickly. Yi Qingshan gave Yi Tianyun the innate heavenly eyes innate ability before. So far, it has not been repaired, and now, after passing through the life core, it has begun to recover little by little. This effect is quite amazing. It seems it must be the spirit race bloodline. I have no effect. He has the heavenly eyes innate ability, but this life core does not affect him, unlike them, who can continue strengthening the innate ability mark. Obviously, this life core is very helpful to them, and it seems they can further strengthen it. Yi Tianyun found a place to meditate, and the others sat down to absorb it. It can be said that the entire spirit race is meditating on the side as if they have entered a special state. As for him, he is on the side as a guardian, protecting them. He waved his hand, and a huge shield appeared around him, covering the whole place. It immediately blocked this surging life force, preventing it from leaking out. After an unknown period, their bodies all burst out with dazzling light, and each cultivation began to improve rapidly. Like a long time dew, after full nourishment, they grew crazily. One by one, their cultivation broke through. Those originally at the 6th or 7th level of the Spirit King stage kept jumping up. They jumped to the level of a Saint King stage in one breath. Those at the level of a Saint King stage jumped to the level of a Divine King stage. They jumped to the level of a big realm. It was terrifying. The key is that their state is different. It feels like they have fully awakened. Ding, successfully let the 3 realms have 10 Divine King stage, Star Monarch level, get 5 billion experience, 5 million crazy value, 5 million mastery. Tianyun's eyes lit up. It seems that he can gain a lot of experience by enhancing the strength of the 3 realms. This is a pleasant surprise. There may be a task to strengthen it, but not for now. He looked at the spirit race around him and found that the strength in their bodies had greatly increased. More than that, their souls were crazily strengthened, like they had entered a new realm. Spiritual God bloodline possesses powerful divine power. It can draw stronger imprints and greatly increase the success rate of inscribing imprints. At the same time, with the increase in cultivation, spiritual power has greatly improved. Overall, bloodline power is ranked 4th in the overall data. Spiritual God bloodline. Tianyun was shocked. It was still the power of the 4th rank. He didn't know the top 3, but the 4th rank was spiritual God bloodline. They were originally spirit race bloodline. After awakening, they jumped to the 4th rank, far surpassing the star territory divine beast. This made him take a deep breath. He didn't expect his subordinates to be such a terrifying monster. The key was that they were extremely loyal to him. If he continued to train them, the 3 realms would become an extremely terrifying power. 2nd grade God territory, 3rd grade God territory, they can all be crushed. As long as there is enough time and resources, everything is not a problem. If they are transferred to God's territory, they will be able to withstand the baptism of God's territory and will likely be further strengthened. Very good, when the comprehensive strength is up, I will directly control the 3 realms to go to God territory. Tianyun narrowed his eyes. Anyway, the 3 realms can be turned into a spirit ship to fly, so going to God territory is not a big problem. He just had to be careful. So far, he did not want to do this. After all, this was his hometown, and he could not let them find out. Soon, they all woke up, and their eyes were full of ecstasy. I feel that my strength has awakened, and my cultivation has greatly increased. Me too, incredibly, my cultivation has increased greatly. This is amazing. If I continue to cultivate it, I can make a breakthrough. They are all crazy with joy. The most important thing is that the life in their body is surging, reproduction, and so on, and there will be no problem. Our king. Everyone looked at Tianyun. They all knelt and kowtowed to him, especially the old ancestor, who kowtowed heavily, tears flowing down. This is the problem they have been worried about the most. Now that Tianyun has solved it for them, they can't say how many thousand years they can use. At least for now, they can solve the problem temporarily. This is enough. At least, they can continue to reproduce. Xianxia also knelt. The excitement in her heart is needless to say, and her eyes are even red. Everyone get up, since I promised you I must solve this problem. Tianyun lifted the void, and everyone was lifted, looking at their grateful eyes. He also felt very pleased, but this is only temporary. I want to solve this matter permanently. I need your strength. He could keep looking for the life core in his next life, but more of it was his strengthening, so it was possible to change all of this. This also proves what a correct choice we made to choose you as the king of the spirit race. The old ancestor and the others all got up one after another, and they were very excited in their hearts. Their faces were full of smiles, and their previous sad faces were now swept away. You don't have to thank me. It's not good to say more. Tianyun smiled. Then let's put the life core here. It's not the best choice. Yes, yes, yes. Putting this in the ground to gradually seep out is best, which will greatly help us. They immediately began to work, digging a big pit for this huge life core so that they could put this thing down. While working, Tianyun came to Xianxia and said, "Your bloodline seems to have awakened, reaching a new level. Do you feel it?" "I feel a little, but I can't say it. In short, it is very familiar, and the understanding of divine rune is deeper." Xianxia said after thinking for a while. "Use this well, it will break out in the future." Tianyun thought about it and felt amazing. After becoming stronger, the 4th rank bloodline will find it difficult for anyone to take down the divine seal that was laid down. Chapter 1058, Yi Tianyun feels that the change in the spirit race is because of the mysterious expert, a 9th grade god rune master, a legendary existence. The spirit race is likely their bloodline. Due to the problem of resources, the spirit race bloodline gradually deteriorated. Now that they have nourished the core of the god territory, they began to awaken one after another and are greatly strengthened. However, the 3 cores here should all be helpful, but they are all sealed. As for the meaning, it is only possible to know when you go to the cabin in front of the Forgetting Worries Bridge. Now I have a problem. Yi Tianyun breathed a sigh of relief. He had been thinking about this place before, but now he doesn't have to worry about it. This core can be used for a long time, it cannot be used casually. The rest of him is waiting for Xuan to give birth. The matter of the spirit race can be done by himself, he doesn't need to worry about it. Half a year passed in the blink of an eye, and Xuan finally ushered in the delivery period. Yi Tianyun and his father are waiting outside. As for his mother, he naturally went in to deliver Xuan. He walked back and forth outside, looking very anxious. I'm going to be a father. Yi Tianyun was very excited. He didn't feel anything before, but when he was about to be born, he felt extremely nervous, and he didn't know whether it was a man or a woman. He could find out that it was a man and a woman, but he didn't do it. At most, he could feel the fluctuations of life, but he didn't sense anything else. He wanted to keep the surprise to the end. Whether it was a man or a woman, they were his children. I want to be a grandfather. Yi Xianxia patted Yi Tianyun on the shoulder, even more excited than him. Yi Tianyun looked at his father, speechless. How could he be more excited and nervous than himself? Yi Xianxia rubbed his palms and smiled at him. It's normal to be nervous, I was also very nervous back then. I stood outside for a long time, and I couldn't help but want to use my spiritual sense to explore. Of course, I still held back. If I were found, I would be beaten. Yi Tianyun smiled. He did think about this, but he didn't know the situation in the underworld, which made him very nervous. If he could investigate, he would see the problem. I can only wait outside. Yi Tianyun could only wait outside. When they moved back and forth outside, the sky began to change. The wind and clouds changed as if something was coming. The wind and clouds change. My grandson must be a dragon among men. Yi Xianxia saw the change in the sky, and his heart was excited. The weather is changing. Yi Tianyun narrowed his eyes. It seems that his child is destined not to be an ordinary person. Of course, he has his bloodline and Xuan's bloodline. Fortunately, there is no heavenly tribulation, otherwise, it will be even more heaven-defying. Yi Tianyun shook his head. If there is a heavenly tribulation, it will explode. The birth of an absolute heaven-defying life at a super genius level, otherwise, God will not be angry and suppress this life. After a long time, they anxiously waited and finally heard a crying sound. Wah, wah, wah. The sound of the fall sounded. Yi Tianyun's eyes burst with tears. He immediately rushed over and pushed the door open. He wanted to go in, but Yi Xianxia was even more excited. He just wanted to go in but was slapped out. Get out of here, this is Tianyun's child, what are you doing? Zhao Ling glared at him. I just want to see my grandson's situation. Yi Xianxia scratched his head. Zhao Ling glared at him and said, Tianyun must have seen it first. What are you anxious about? Get out. After sending Yi Xianxia out, Zhao Ling smiled at Yi Tianyun and said, Go in, the child is very healthy. Yi Tianyun hurriedly went in, and just as he walked in, he saw Xuan's pale face. In fact, with Xuan's cultivation, having a child is not a big problem, and the pain is basically healed instantly. The problem is that the child uses up all the spirit energy in his body, and the vitality is drained so that it will look relatively white. Seeing Xuan's situation, he felt a pain in his heart. He came to the side and held her little hand gratefully. Thank you for your hard work. His eyes were full of tenderness. He even gently kissed her forehead. He did not look at the child first but first went to see his wife. The child was very important, but the mother who gave birth to the child was even more difficult. Let's see the child first. Xuan looked to the side. Yi Tianyun smiled and picked up the child next to him. The delicate child immediately cried as soon as he picked up the child. However, he circulated his star power slightly, and the soothing energy wrapped around her body. She calmed down and followed him into a quiet sleep. She is really like you, as beautiful as you, like a fairy. Yi Tianyun reached out, pinched her little face, and then looked at Shi Shuiyan, meeting the happy gaze. Yi Tianyun's child is not a boy but a girl. She looks petite and cute. Because her parents are strong, she seems very healthy. The spiritual power she emits is very amazing. Spirit King stage cultivation. It is incredible to reach the Spirit King stage as soon as she is born. This is the power of the bloodline. The stronger the power, the more amazing the child's birth is. However, she is not heavy. She is only about 6 pounds and has a very normal body shape. She has been pregnant for so many years and has been born for over 10 years. However, she was born a super genius. Her future is bound to be limitless. Nonsense. This child has not grown up yet, Shi Shuiyan said with a smile. Looking at the life in his arms, Yi Tianyun was full of emotion. Even more so, he still felt some heavy responsibility. He finally has a child, meaning he has to bear more responsibilities. Protecting them is his duty. Immediately, Yi Xingqian rushed in, and when he saw the child in Yi Tianyun's arms, he immediately became excited. What a beautiful child, really cute, really like Shuiyan. I told you not to come in, but you still came in. Zhao Ling grabbed Yi Xingqian and dragged him outside. Come out with me, don't stay here. Yi Tianyun looked at them, revealing a helpless expression. His father seemed crazy to be a grandfather. Huff, huff. At this time, the child stretched out her little hand in a daze, grabbed Yi Tianyun's big hand, smacked her lips, and continued to sleep sweetly. Yi Tianyun smiled gently and sat next to Shi Shuiyan. What do you think this child's name should be? Shi Shuiyan asked. Yi Tianyun thought momentarily and said, how about Yi Shuiyan? Simple and crude, it is that simple when his surname and Shi Shuiyan's name are stacked together. Chapter 1059. Yi Shuiyan's name is simple and crude, making Shi Shuiyan roll her eyes at him, quite dissatisfied. You are too lazy, it seems that there is some meaning in it, but this is too simple. No, change to another name. She does not like such a simple and crude name, it needs a bit of a profound name. Yi Tianyun reached out and scratched his head, thinking he would pass the test soon. He felt this name was good, but Shi Shuiyan did not like it and could only think about it again. Let me think about it, he thought for a moment, and his eyes suddenly lit up. He looked at Shi Shuiyan and said, then how about Yi Sishui? Yi Sishui. Shi Shuiyan thought momentarily, smiled, and said, you only know how to choose some vulgar names, but I don't hate them, so choose this name. She stared at Yi Tianyun. Indeed, she missed Yi Tianyun very much. She often is not around. How can she not miss him? Yi Tianyun also missed Shi Shuiyan very much, but there were many things he had to do. Okay, little guy, your name will be Sishui in the future. Yi Tianyun looked at the child in his arms and smiled. A big knot in his heart has finally been settled. Being able to accompany Shi Shuiyan to watch the child's birth is already one of his wishes. Only this means that he is ready to embark on the journey. He has said before that when the child is born, he must set off. Thinking of this, her eyes turned red, and she felt slightly sad. Her husband was not around, and the mood was obvious. Yi Tianyun felt her mood, so he sat next to her with his child in his arms, holding her waist with one hand. Shuiyan, it's not like I don't want to come back. As long as I want to come back, it's easy, no difficulty at all. As for danger, I can guarantee that there won't be any danger, it will be able to stump me. This is not nonsense. A teleportation god stone is enough as a tool to come back easily. As for life danger, there is no need to worry about it. He now has a teleportation god stone. This kind of cooperation, basically nothing can stop him. Just like the star territory divine beast, the terrifying suction force is not even able to escape from the ordinary god monarch, but he has no problem. After breaking free from the suction force, he quickly uses the teleportation god stone to leave. Who can stop him? So far, he has never seen anyone who can stop him. Unless there is a heaven-defying imprisonment, he can lock him inside. Otherwise, he can easily escape. I believe you. Shi Shuiyan gently leaned on his side and said slowly, I hope my husband can always be by my side. Even if you say it is safe, not by my side will always be a little worried. Yes, as long as we deal with the evil spirit race, everything will be over. He hugged Shi Shuiyan a little more tightly. Only by dealing with the evil spirit race would they be able to solve a big problem and relax a little. There was no need to go back and forth, and they could live stable lives. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, a year had passed. Yi Sishui grew very fast. Now, she could run and jump. She could even unleash terrifying power. She was much stronger than other people of the same age. Father. When Yi Sishui saw Yi Tianyun come over, she threw herself into his arms and said happily, "Is it good to teach little Shui to cultivate? I heard father has made a powerful move. Teach little Shui." She was only 1 year old and looked very delicate and beautiful. She had long black hair that reached her waist and looked like a little beauty. It was nothing to know. If she knew, she would be shocked. At the age of 1 year, her cultivation was about to break through to the Saint King stage. This kind of breakthrough progress is amazing, even stronger than the geniuses of God territory. This is still a situation without the baptism of God's territory, otherwise, it will be even more terrible. Don't worry, what you need most now is the amount of control. You can't hurt others. When you control it well, Father will teach you, okay? Yi Tianyun reached out and rubbed her little head. What Yi Sishui needs the most right now is control. We can talk about cultivation later, but Yi Sishui is bored and wants to practice those ultimate skills. However, Yi Tianyun did not dare to teach her. If she can't control it, it will scare people to death. Okay. Yi Sishui was a little disappointed, lying in his arms, shaking her legs and raising them with dissatisfaction. Seeing his daughter so disappointed, Yi Tianyun smiled and said, "Little Shui, then I will teach you some other martial arts, okay?" Really? Yi Sishui's watery eyes lit up, and her interest was immediately piqued. Then look carefully. Yi Tianyun waved his hand, and the sky before him changed. Snow fell quickly, and the name, Yi Sishui, appeared on the ground. How magical, how magical. Yi Sishui clapped her hands and blushed. How is it? Do you want to learn? Yi Tianyun said with a smile. I want to learn, I want to learn. Yi Sishui grabbed her father's shoulder and began to shake, excited. Yi Tianyun smiled. This is actually to teach her how to control her strength. If she can control it well, she can change the weather. This is not a problem. Time quickly passed another year. He stayed here for 2 years. It was not long, but he felt it was about time to set off. After all, there were many things to do. If not for the fact that the 3 realms could move, he would not dare to be so extravagant. After all, the evil spirit race had always been moving. It was impossible not to be on guard. Especially since the other side had a god monarch, he did not have the strength to fight against a god monarch. Shuiyan, it's time for me to go. Yi Tianyun came to Shi Shuiyan and said. Still want to go? Shi Shuiyan was shocked. She knew that sooner or later, but when Yi Tianyun said he would leave, she still felt a little sad. Yes, I will be back soon. Yi Tianyun reached out and gently hugged her waist. He did not say too much sweet words, just saying that he would come back, it was enough. When he was almost ready, Yi Tianyun used the teleportation god stone and returned to the Heavenly Edict Divine Territory. Just as he returned to the Heavenly Edict Divine Territory, he heard the system's voice. Ding completed the side mission, side quest, win God Territory's War of Ascending to Heaven. Obtained 100 billion EXP, 10 million points crazy value, 10 million points mastery, and a chance to draw a lottery wheel in the God Territory lottery roulette. He did not expect that there would be a situation where the mission was completed at this time. It had been 2 years, and the mission was completed. Wasn't it a bit too much? He guessed that it was because he left the Heavenly Edict Divine Territory that the mission could not be completed for the time being. After returning, the God Territory's War of Ascending to Heaven the Heavens was officially over. No matter what, it was enough to get the reward. Chapter 1060. In the Heavenly Edict Divine Territory, Yi Tianyun did not stay long. He followed the token's instructions and began to fly quickly to the area where the Heavenly Spring God Territory was located. He took out the spirit boat and began to fly at an extremely fast speed. He spent the rest of the time rushing around. He needed to travel through many areas to reach the Heavenly Spring God Territory. There was a long distance between the first-grade God Territory and second-grade God Territory, equivalent to entering a whole new world. Even the previous God fighting field was still in the first-grade God Territory. This kind of war must be held in the first-grade God Territory, not the second-grade God Territory. Otherwise, it would take a long distance to reach the second-grade God Territory. This kind of test is time-consuming. Yi Tianyun can only refine the medicinal pill and weapon in the spirit boat. Not only can he gain proficiency, but he can also gain experience. Anyway, he has nothing to do. He never cultivates. He has always been killing enemies to earn the most experience. Just like other people, he can slowly absorb star power to cultivate. Half a year passed quickly. He stayed on the spirit boat for half a year. During this time, he refined many weapons and medicinal pills. They were all lower grade rebirth level weapons. The quality of the medicinal pills was also not low. He has improved in all aspects so that he can refine them. Before, he could not refine them. Friend, wait a minute. At this time, a loud shout came from outside. Tianyun stopped the spirit boat and checked the situation outside. He found that a cultivator was standing in front of him. He frowned and flew out of the spirit boat. He put away the spirit boat and asked doubtfully, "Friend, what's the matter?" The person before him was not a human but a tree. Roots wrapped around his whole body. Human. The tree race looked at Tianyun up and down, but there was no contempt in their eyes, and they were more surprised. "No problem, are you going to ride a spirit boat through this land of stars?" Land of stars? Tianyun asked doubtfully. "Yes, it seems that you know nothing about this place. How about taking our ship if you want to pass through this area and reach the second grade god territory? We can guarantee that you can pass smoothly. If you can't pass, we don't want your money." The tree race finally said their purpose. Tianyun looked up and saw countless stones not far away, which seemed quite dense, constantly rolling around. If he were not careful, he would be killed. Seeing the situation, he immediately remembered what he had previously paid attention to. The Land of Stars, as the name implies, was a place where many meteorites were constantly rolling, and there was even a sea of stars inside. If they rolled over, even a heaven monarch would die inside. If you just take an ordinary spirit boat, the result will be certain. There is no rule that someone can pass. That is only possible when the luck is very good. Most of them are difficult to pass. You must pass through one kind of person, the shipowner. The tree race is a shipowner trying to rope guests in front of him. "Take me there." Tianyun did not say much. It seems that it is not easy to walk. There is a strong spirit boat and an experienced guide. Only then can he pass smoothly. "Okay, come with me." The tree race smiled happily and immediately took him to the side. There was a huge spirit ship not far away, which was much more spacious than Tianyun. The key is that this is a grade heavenly Tao level spirit ship, much better than his broken spirit boat. When he was brought to this huge spirit ship, Tianyun immediately felt many eyes looking at him. After looking up and down, some were surprised, most retracted their eyes and didn't care about it. Tianyun looked around and found that there were unfamiliar faces all around. There were a lot of people riding this spirit ship. At a glance, at least hundreds of people were riding spirit ship. Many wanted to pass through this land of stars and reach the second grade god territory area. Everyone's cultivation was at the 5 refinements Earth Monarch rank level. Many heaven monarchs were also here, preparing to pass through this land of stars. "Shu Feng, are you still unable to leave?" Some of the cultivators began to get impatient. It was clear that they had been waiting here for a long time. "Ready, ready." The tree race that led the game was Shu Feng. "Please wait for another day. Regardless of whether or not anyone comes up, we will set off." Only then did everyone suppress their dissatisfied expressions and continue to wait. They all wanted to leave quickly but could not recoup the cost if they went so quickly. Passing through this land of stars required too much energy, especially when the hard meteorites smashed over. At that time, they would have to repair this spirit ship. Therefore, it is necessary to have enough guests, otherwise, it will cause a loss of business. "I wonder if you will pay with star stone or treasures." Shu Feng turned to Tianyun and said. "Weapons." Tianyun said without thinking. "Well, if it's a lower grade rebirth level weapon, you need 30. If it's a middle grade weapon, you need 5, and grade only needs 1. Shu Feng said. "Is it that expensive?" Tianyun was shocked. According to this calculation, it would be crazy to make a trip. There are hundreds of people here. If they all handed over lower grade rebirth level weapons, there would be thousands or tens of thousands of weapons. "This guest, is this your first time here? This price is relatively low. You don't know how much we consume. To repair a spirit ship, we need a lot of materials." Shu Feng rubbed his palms and smiled. Tianyun doesn't believe that they are losing money. However, if he wants to pass through the land of stars, he has to do this. Otherwise, he really can't pass. It will take a lot of effort. There are no other heavenly Tao level spirit ship, they will be annoyed to death by those meteorites along the way. If you can't afford it, Then go down there. Humans are humans. Poverty is poverty. A giant rock race on the side was already tired of staying there, and when they saw Yi Tianyun talking, they felt very uncomfortable. Yi Tianyun's eyes turned cold, and just as he was about to say something, someone stood up and said coldly, "Rock Dragon Heaven Monarch, it seems that you are very arrogant. Who said that our people can't do it? If he can't afford it, I will pay." At this time, a big man stood up from the side and glared at Rock Dragon Heaven Monarch. "So it is Heaven Monarch Fa Wen. Sure enough, humans like to group up." Rock Dragon Heaven Monarch said disdainfully, "I'm just stating the truth. Do you think that this land of stars is so easy to pass? The price here is still very good. Don't sit if you don't have money. Who said I can't afford it?" Yi Tianyun looked at him indifferently. Chapter 1061. Yi Tianyun's words made Rock Dragon Heaven Monarch shake his head and laugh sarcastically. "If you can afford it, why are you talking so much? This is the first time I've ridden a spirit ship, why can't I ask? Do you buy things without asking for the price?" Yi Tianyun said indifferently. The Rock Dragon Heaven Monarch was speechless for a moment. When he sat for the first time, he was shocked by the price. However, how could he not refute it? He said lowly, "Anyway, you have achieved your goal. Heaven Monarch Fa Wen is a good person. He will pay for you." "No, I can pay for it myself." Yi Tianyun looked at Heaven Monarch Fa Wen and smiled. "Heaven Monarch Fa Wen, thank you for your help, but I can still pay for this." Then he took out 30 lower-grade rebirth-level weapons and handed them over. Shu Feng quickly took them and said with a smile, "Thank you, thank you." After that, he went outside. When Rock Dragon Heaven Monarch saw the situation, he snorted and did not speak. Seeing Yi Tianyun take it out so readily, I know he still has some family background. This little episode made Yi Tianyun feel that his position was very low. There were hundreds of people here and less than 10 people from the human race. "Little brother, come here and sit." Heaven Monarch Fa Wen ignored this Rock Dragon Heaven Monarch and took Yi Tianyun to the side. It was not that he did not want to scold Rock Dragon Heaven Monarch, but that Rock Dragon Heaven Monarch had a stronger cultivation, and it was not a good thing for him to be in a deadlock. Yi Tianyun followed him to sit down, and the humans around him gathered around him. "Little brother, how should I address you?" Heaven Monarch Fa Wen asked with a smile. "I am Earth Monarch Tianyun and have seen all the fellow cultivators." He smiled. The people beside him were all very enthusiastic about him. They had already surrounded him earlier. They would still be together when facing the outside world, and there wouldn't be any internal strife. "So it's Earth Monarch Tianyun. Are you going to the second-grade god territory alone?" Heaven Monarch Fa Wen asked. "Yes, I am alone," Yi Tianyun said with a smile. "If you go alone, you will have no one to rely on. Why don't you join us? We are all rogue cultivators here. We plan to go to second-grade god territory to create a world." Heaven Monarch Fa Wen considered Yi Tianyun single and wanted to go to second-grade god territory to fight. This kind of person is not rare. Most of them are rogue cultivators. After staying in the first-grade god territory for a long time, they want to go to the second-grade god territory. The second-grade god territory is a bit difficult, but at least there are more opportunities than the first-grade god territory. The others looked at Heaven Monarch Fa Wen with the burning plane and planned to go to the second-grade Godhood with Heaven Monarch Fa Wen. "I'm very sorry, I don't have this plan for now. I am used to being alone and want to stay in the second-grade god territory for a while." Yi Tianyun did not tell them his purpose. He was not familiar with them, and he had to be careful. When these words came out, everyone revealed looks of disappointment. They felt that he didn't know how to appreciate favors. "Since Earth Monarch Tianyun has such thoughts, I won't force you." Heaven Monarch Fa Wen didn't reveal a disappointed expression. He just felt that it was a bit of a pity and didn't force anything. Then, they didn't continue to chat. Since they were different, there was no need to chat anymore. When the time came, they would leave this place and go their separate ways. There was no need to talk too much with each other. In any case, they didn't plan for each other. There was no need to talk too much. A day later, the spirit ship finally began to move, shaking the massive spirit ship as it began to fly towards the land of stars. "Everyone, please sit down. If you go out, please do not fly out of the barrier. Otherwise, we will not be able to save you." Shu Feng walked in and explained, "At the same time, you may encounter unavoidable dangers on the road. If you encounter them, Please listen to our instructions and participate in the battle. In the land of stars, many demon beasts were moving around. They specialized in hunting and killing cultivators. Their intelligence was not low. They all knew about spirit core or the effects of various treasures. Thus, they were equivalent to robbers in the land of stars. If they saw them, they would come over and rob them. Otherwise, many people would go alone. If they went alone, they would not even know how they died unless they were very strong. Are there still demon beasts coming to intercept? Tianyun is a bit curious about this. He knows the danger of this land of stars but doesn't know much about it. Earth Monarch Tianyun has not known about this place in advance. Heaven Monarch Fa Wen smiled and explained, you will encounter star monsters through this land of stars. However, they are generally not very strong, can be killed easily, and can get a lot of materials. Why not? If you have the ability, go up and resist. The materials you get from killing the star monsters will naturally belong to you. The price is still quite high. If you kill more, the basic road fee will come back. There is such a thing. Tianyun nodded. There were still many things that he did not understand. Generally speaking, we, Heaven Monarch, make a move. Even Earth Monarch does not need to make a move, so there is no need to worry about danger. Of course, you can also try if you have the ability. Heaven Monarch Fa Wen explained patiently without any impatience. This is not an act, but patient. People look good, but Tianyun has to go to Heavenly Spring God territory to report so he won't join other rogue cultivators. I see, thank you, Heaven Monarch Fa Wen, for your explanation. Tianyun said gratefully, it's fine. Heaven Monarch Fa Wen laughed. The cultivators nearby felt a bit dissatisfied. They didn't know how Tianyun dared to come here. They didn't know anything, so they dared to come here. The most important thing was that Tianyun didn't want to join them, so they didn't have a good impression of him. Tianyun was too lazy to care about their thoughts. After passing through the land of stars, they couldn't meet him. A month passed quickly. Everyone was meditating and cultivating. The journey was very long. Tianyun heard it would take at least 1 or 2 years to pass through this land of stars. It is easy to imagine how far this area is. Rumble. Suddenly, the entire spirit ship shook. Everyone inside was shocked and jumped up from the ground. Before they could use their spiritual sense to check the situation outside, Shu Feng rushed in from the outside and shouted, enemy attack, enemy attack. A lot of star monsters are coming, a lot. Everyone's face changed, and they all ran out of the spirit ship. Tianyun followed them out and saw a dense group of star monsters. This star monster is a bit like a bat, but it is much bigger than a bat. Its body is pitch black, and it is one with the dark space outside. If there are too many of them, and the spirit ship is densely packed, Tianyun glanced at them, there are at least tens of thousands. Chapter 1062. So many star monsters. The cultivators were all stunned. Many cultivators had come for the first time as well. They had never seen such a big battle. Tens of thousands of star monsters continuously attacked the spirit ship's barrier. They emitted a boom sound as they tried to break through the barrier and enter. Their faces were ferocious. Their huge fangs fiercely bit at the barrier, wanting to tear it apart. Fortunately, this was a heavenly Tao-level spirit ship. It had a barrier. Even God Monarch might not be able to break through it easily. Although they would not be able to break through the barrier quickly, if this continued, after the energy was exhausted, it would definitely break apart. This was especially so because they could not see the road ahead. There was a possibility that they would crash into a meteor. That would be the end. The spirit ship will not be damaged, but it will greatly weaken the effect of the spirit ship's shield. Tianyun glanced around. These star monsters are generally at the 4 refinements Earth Monarch rank level. Their cultivation is not high, but there are too many of them. They are densely packed. Even if their cultivation is stronger than theirs, they will be easily torn into pieces. It has been long since we have seen so many star monsters. This is enough for us to work. Heaven Monarch Fa Wen took out a long sword and was ready to enter the combat state. The other Heaven Monarchs all took out their weapons, preparing to enter a state of battle. Powerful Earth Monarchs, please participate in the battle. Shu Feng was drenched in cold sweat. They had all seen star monsters, but they had never seen so many star monsters. There were simply too many of them. They were tens of times more than the ones they usually encountered. How could they not be frightened? Just relying on the Heaven Monarch alone was not enough to defend this place. There were hundreds of cultivators on the entire ship. Most of them were cultivators below the Heaven Monarch realm. The number of Earth Monarchs was huge. There were only a dozen or 20 Heaven Monarchs. It was not a lot. It would be too difficult for a dozen or 20 people to resist tens of thousands of star monsters. When the time came, they would be exhausted to death. Everyone looked at each other. Most of the Earth Monarchs did not want to face these star monsters. If they were not careful, they would be dragged out. I am willing to participate in the battle. Tianyun stood up. Undoubtedly, he has to come out to fight, otherwise, it will affect his journey. Tianyun was the first to stand up and fight and immediately attracted a lot of praise from Heaven Monarch. If he didn't even have this courage, how could he become stronger? With his first start, others followed, but a few people still chose to hide and not participate in the battle. I have to pay so much money to ride the ship, and in the end, I have to resist the monsters. Whoever kills will go. I am too lazy to go. That's right, there are so many star monsters. Once we undo the barrier, we will die. All of them walked into the spirit ship with extreme dissatisfaction. Their cultivation levels were not low, but they were unwilling to face these star monsters. Just as they were about to enter, they were immediately blocked by a tall and sturdy figure, throwing them back. All of you, get out of here and prepare to kill the star monsters. The one who walked out of the spirit ship was an extremely tall and sturdy treant. His cultivation had reached Heaven Monarch peak rank. In the first grade god territory, he could already be considered a territory lord level. Captain, you came out. Shu Feng hurriedly ran over and said, "How can I not come out? My ship will be destroyed if I don't come out soon." The captain looked coldly at the crew around him and said in a deep voice, "No matter who it is, we must participate in the battle. The situation is urgent now. If we do not participate in the battle, we will die here." Why? We paid so much money, and let us resist the star monsters. Isn't the safety of the guests your responsibility? The cultivator angrily contradicted. The captain looked at him coldly and said, "That's right, but the situation is urgent now. If you don't join the battle, I will be the first to throw you out and feed the star monsters." When the man felt the captain's spirit, his legs went soft, and he did not dare to refute. If he continued to deny, he would be thrown out. Long story short, there are so many star monsters. No one knows how they came over. But since it has already happened, we can only resist. The captain walked to the middle of the crowd and said in a deep voice, "I will activate the enchantment later and release some star monsters. When the time comes, you will form a formation and attack. As for me, I will take the lead and protect the safety of this ship. I wonder if you have any suggestions." "No suggestions, I will listen to the captain." Someone immediately agreed. It wasn't that they didn't have their own opinions, but that they were following the captain's instructions. Those who could make a living here must have some skills. It would be best if he were the one to command them. "All right, if you have no objections, listen to my instructions." The captain didn't say too much. He raised his head and looked at the star monster wrapped around the ship. He said lowly, "We are divided into 2 teams. 1 Heaven Monarch and 10 Earth Monarchs are included. If there are familiar companions, try to gather together." Under the command, they quickly began to split up. Tianyun and others did not need to move, just stay with Heaven Monarch Fa when, it was enough to meet the conditions of the captain. In less than a minute, they are all divided into teams. Some are acquaintances, some are strangers. If they are acquaintances, they are familiar with each other's abilities, and cooperation will undoubtedly increase the survival rate. Get ready for the next wave. When the captain raised his hand, the group of people were ready, holding their weapons in their hands, ready to start the bloody battle. Open. Under his control, the thick shield quickly disappeared, followed by a large group of star monsters rushing over from outside the shield like a flood. Soon after, the captain made a hand seal and said, "Close." Soon, the barrier quickly closed up, forming an unbreakable barrier blocking the piles of star monsters outside. They slammed into the barrier, letting out ear-piercing screams, unable to enter. In just a few breaths, several thousand star monsters came in, and when they saw the cultivators, their eyes glowed with green light, and they rushed towards them one after another. The cultivators who were already prepared all blocked and fought. Tianyun held the Sky Dawn Divine Spear, aimed at the star monster, and stabbed it. It was one shot. A huge amount of experience immediately rushed over, making his eyes light up. The time to level up is here. Everyone stands beside me, I will protect everyone. Heaven Monarch Fa Wen shouted, indicating they would surround him. The others gathered around, facing so many star monsters they dared not move. When the others of the same clan gathered around, Tianyun flew out alone and suddenly threw out his spear, shoo, 3 times, 3 huge star monsters were pierced in the chest and fell from the sky. Before these star monsters fell, they were put into his inventory, from killing to collecting, without any pause. Plus a bit more, moi everyone. Chapter 1063. Tianyun's action shocked his teammates. He didn't fight with them but went out alone. This action is really surprising. They didn't expect him to be so bold. It's not wrong to be bold, but doing this is simply suicide. Tianyun's performance was in one go, killing 3 star monsters in one breath. It was surprising. Heaven Monarch Fa Wen, you guys gather here, I will guard this side alone, you guys guard the other side. Tianyun simply communicated with Heaven Monarch Fa Wen and single-handedly went to guard one side. More than 100 star monsters were on that side, much more than those in other directions. What is he trying to do? He charged out alone. Isn't he courting death? What does it have to do with us if he doesn't listen to our instructions? Does he think that he's invincible just because he has some ability? He only killed a few of them, and there's still a large group behind him. If it were me, I would have done the same. Why is he so arrogant? That's right, they all don't listen to Heaven Monarch Fa Wen's instructions. If they die, they die. When they saw Tianyun rushing out, they all thought that Tianyun was dead, especially when Tianyun rushed to so many star monsters. Earth Monarch Tianyun, come back here. Heaven Monarch Fa Wen hurriedly shouted, it is difficult to resist so many people alone. We need to stand together to resist. This is good for us. Tianyun turned a deaf ear and ignored Heaven Monarch Fa Wen. Instead, he swung his spear and instantly killed several star monsters. Then, he quickly put the corpses into the inventory. It was extremely easy. He knew it would be easier to join forces, but he didn't need to do this. He was not weak at all, especially when he handed his back to them. If he couldn't even handle his back, then they would just die. He either left the team battle or chose to guard a place alone. Ding. Kill star monster, 4 refinements Earth Monarch. Received 1.3 billion experience, 8 million crazy value, 700,000 sin points. Obtained star sea monsters fang, rare, star monsters skin, rare, star monsters bone, rare. Ding. Kill star sea monster, 3 refinements Earth Monarch, gaining 12 billion points of experience, 7 million crazy value. Ding. Kill star sea monster. The experience kept coming. It has been a long time since he has experienced so much. This time, he will be able to break through to 7 refinements Earth Monarch. Even 8 refinements Earth Monarch is not a problem. Tianyun quickly defended one of the areas. No matter how many star monsters came, he easily killed them. None of them could pass. He could only kill them from other directions. Heaven Monarch Fa Wen and the others standing behind Tianyun saw Tianyun's bravery, and their faces changed. They thought that Tianyun was looking for death, but who knew that he was so cruel and that his strength was much stronger than theirs. Earth Monarch Tianyun are guarding us, we just need to guard this place. As for the support, let me help. Heaven Monarch Fa Wen immediately instructed them to guard the side. Everyone nodded heavily and couldn't help but look at Tianyun. This fierce fighting strength, can it be that he can always hold on, or just hold on for a little? They felt that Tianyun was still trying to show off. He definitely won't be able to hold on for too long. But they don't care. Since Tianyun wants to play like this, let him do it. Anyway, if he dies, it has nothing to do with them. If he doesn't want to listen to their persuasion, he is too lazy to persuade them. Next, Tianyun defended the front and killed the star monster crazily. His sin value seems too high, causing the dense star monster to attack him. He killed many star monsters himself. Can he not attract the main target? Tianyun's action attracted the attention of many people. He was an Earth Monarch, and his level was far beyond everyone's expectations. He was even more ferocious than a Heaven Monarch. He was crazily killing with the spear and taking a wandering soul under his spear. He originally thought that he would not be able to hold on for long, but who knew that he could not stop killing one after another. In a short time, nearly 100 star monsters were easily killed by him. Almost all the star monsters in the field had been eliminated at this time. No one showed any smile or pride. This was just a small part, and there were a lot of star monsters surrounding them. Prepare for the second time. The captain did not give them time to rest, nor did he give them any time to relax. Soon, the second batch of star monsters arrived. This time, the number of star monsters that came in was several times higher. There were several thousand of them originally, but now it had risen to 10,000. It was not that the captain deliberately did this but because too many came in simultaneously. When the barrier recovered, many of them had already rushed in. Kill. One by one, their eyes turned red with killing intent. They continuously slashed forward. Piles, after piles of star monsters, scared many Earth monarchs. They wished that they had not ridden on this ship. It was simply a nightmare. But now, there was no other choice but to resist. If they did not resist, they would die. Along with a miserable scream, one of the cultivators was picked up in the air. In the blink of an eye, countless star monsters swept over and gnawed at him, leaving no bone behind. This is the fear of numbers, even if their cultivation is lower than theirs, but the swarm of them is catching them off guard. Most of the 20 teams began to suffer casualties gradually, but there is no sign of death for now, and that is Yi Tianyun's team. Yi Tianyun's team is quite relaxed and divided into two areas. Yi Tianyun guards one location, and Heaven Monarch Fa Wen guards the other area without pressure. If most of the pressure is absorbed by Yi Tianyun, they have Heaven Monarch guarding. How can there be casualties? If there are casualties, Heaven Monarch Fa Wen is too weak. He thought Yi Tianyun would retreat soon, but who knew that guy could hold on? Hundreds of star monsters died in his hands, and as time went on, more and more of them died. If the corpses were not taken back, they would be all over the ground. This Earth Monarch Tianyun is too strong. He has been holding on for so long. Heaven Monarch Fa Wen was shocked. He thought it would soon be his turn to take over the defense, but who knew that Yi Tianyun would become more and more courageous and could not stop. Not to mention him, the teammates next to him were all dumbfounded, and there was only one thought in their hearts: is this guy the god of killing? Chapter 1064. Yi Tianyun's madness scared many people. Everyone could understand if it was a heaven monarch, but this is the first time they have seen such a violent earth monarch. Even an ordinary heaven monarch can't do this level of cruelty, but Yi Tianyun does it as if he is taking medicine and slaughtering the surrounding star monsters. It seems he is happy and not tired. How can he feel tired when he can quickly earn a lot of experience? When he is crazy, he can't stop. Ding! Congratulations, player. Yi Tianyun reached the 7 refinements Earth Monarch level. Do you choose to break through now? Not for now. Yi Tianyun doesn't want to break through now. If he wants to break through now, dealing with the heavenly tribulation will be too troublesome. After refusing, he continued to enter the slaughter. The experience is constantly accumulating. According to so many star monsters, breaking through another layer or even 2 layers is possible. There are so many, and with the addition of 64 times crazy value, the experience is crazy. This is too weird. Is this guy a human? Nonsense. He must be a human, but I don't know where he came from. He is only a 6 refinements Earth Monarch, and the power he can unleash is much stronger than ours. Is he a disciple of some extremely powerful god territory? No, if he is a disciple of an extremely powerful god territory, how can he go alone? There should be someone going together. Or he has a spirit ship himself. Why should he go with us on a spirit ship? Everyone was stunned by the situation here. Yi Tianyun killed 3 or 4 star monsters. Only one person can compare with him, and that is the captain. The captain was very violent. Countless tree vines wrapped around him, and the star monsters that were wrapped around him were instantly sucked dry or crushed. Even the rock dragon heaven monarch was inferior to Yi Tianyun. At least, he did not dare to rush forward too much. What is the background of that kid? Rock dragon heaven monarch's face is not very good. He used to hurt Yi Tianyun, but now it seems that Yi Tianyun shows slightly better strength than him. However, there is a super weird person, so there must be more surprises. There are so many star monsters around, and everyone wants Yi Tianyun to kill more so that they can be safe. Yi Tianyun's combat strength also attracts the captain's attention. Still, he is the vanguard, so he has no time to divert his attention to communicating with Yi Tianyun for the time being. His eyes are full of surprise, thinking that Yi Tianyun is a surprise, and his combat strength is stronger than many heaven monarchs. He would have fought and retreated if they were not as timid as the heaven monarch, but he did not dare to charge too fiercely. Those heaven monarchs who retreated caused those star monsters to pounce on his teammates and let them be captured and torn apart. Yi Tianyun's appearance surprised him. Prepare to start the third wave. The captain shouted, ready to start the third wave. After everyone heard this, their expressions changed. They had just killed almost all of them, and they were about to come to the third wave. Those who knew the captain wanted people to rest, but these star monsters were too strong. If they didn't continue to let them in, the outside world would burst this barrier. They would all be finished. They had to hurry up and eliminate the pressure on the outside world. Only then would they be able to last longer. As soon as he finished speaking, the barrier was activated again. Tens of thousands of star monsters pounced down again. When the captain was about to open the barrier, a shout came from the side, "Captain, please don't activate the barrier." The captain was stunned, and then a few figures broke through the void, forcibly blasting a large hole in a pile of star monsters. After a few figures landed, the captain made a hand seal and erected the barrier. Because he was a few beats slower and had originally planned to let in 10 star monsters. Now, it had turned into tens of thousands of star monsters. The densely packed star monsters roared inside and began to gnaw at the team members madly. There were 3 men and 1 woman among those descending figures. No one knew where they came from. They had just entered and immediately joined in the slaughter. The violent power swept towards these star monsters. In an instant, a large number of them died. Undoubtedly, those who suddenly joined were super experts and were not a burden. Terrifying flames enveloped the surroundings, burning the star monsters that pounced over to ashes. They died to the point where they could no longer die. The violent sacred flames frightened everyone. A woman does this? How can even a woman be so strong? What is the background of this group of people? When Yi Tianyun saw this woman, his eyes narrowed. When the other party saw him, they were also stunned, but soon they continued to kill and did not stop. How can Earth Monarch Tianqing come here? Yi Tianyun narrowed his eyes. The woman before him is Earth Monarch Tianqing, not someone else. He didn't expect to meet her here. The key is that the Star Territory Divine Beast captured her. How could she be released? Earth Monarch Tianyun, I didn't expect to meet you here. What a coincidence. Earth Monarch Tianqin should be called Yu Qin God Monarch. Her beautiful eyes looked at Yi Tianyun, not knowing what to do. You are not here to catch me, right? Yi Tianyun narrowed his eyes, feeling that things were not simple. He knew that Yu Qin God Monarch had some relationship with the Star Territory Divine Beast, otherwise he would not have said that before. He guessed that Yu Qin God Monarch was probably here to catch him. Catch you? This is their intention. I don't mean that. I just came out for a walk and took a breath. But after the matter is over, don't run away. I have something to tell you. Don't worry, if not for me, I wouldn't have run away. Yi Tianyun continued to kill the star monsters around him. When the sound transmission ended, the other side began to talk, but it was not a sound transmission. Captain Shu, I didn't expect we would meet again in this dangerous place. One of the giant bears waved his big palm and killed several star monsters, which showed how violent it was. Captain Shang, what is going on? Your ship has fallen. Captain Shu's face sank. This meant that the problem was very serious. There are too many, no less than hundreds of thousands of star monsters. I have no idea what's going on, Captain Shang said, a piece of news that made people feel despair. Hundreds of thousands of star monsters, not tens of thousands. Chapter 1065. The news that Captain Shang had brought was not good. Rather, it was news that made people feel even heavier. They had originally thought there would only be tens of thousands of star monsters, but now there were hundreds. Captain Shang's original spirit ship had already been destroyed. Only 4 people had survived. The 4 of them were extremely powerful existences. Only they could kill their way out of so many star monsters. Otherwise, they really would have died inside. They didn't know how many people Captain Shang's spirit ship had, but only 4 people had escaped. When everyone saw their situation and looked at the situation outside, they had already predicted their future. Hundreds of thousands of star monsters. What kind of situation is this? This has never happened before. The captain of the trees was stunned, not knowing how these came about. How would we know? We were all caught off guard when we suddenly rushed out. We suffered countless casualties, and our former brothers did not know where we were. When we saw the ships on your side, we immediately rushed to ask for help. Captain Shang ruthlessly slammed the star monsters to the ground, turning them into meatpaste. His anger could be reflected here. This is strange. Something must have happened. Otherwise, there would not be so many star monsters. Could it be? Captain Shu's expression changed, and his movements became a little sluggish. Have you also thought that way? Captain Xiang smiled bitterly. I hope that we haven't met the Star Overlord. That thing is so mysterious that we can't see it. Why did we meet it? The Star Overlord. It was an extreme form of address. The king of the star monsters would generally not appear when their cultivation had reached the God Monarch rank. Once it appeared, it would mean that they would be completely wiped out. The land of stars was quite vast, and the Star Overlord was very rare in the first place. It was impossible to encounter it in this extensive place. The chances of experiencing it were negligible. It was not even 1 in 10,000 or 100,000. The Star Overlord in the entire land of stars probably would not exceed 1 palm. In such a vast place, it could be said that they had encountered a peerless treasure. When everyone heard the title Star Overlord, their faces paled. Cold sweat poured out in a flash, their eyes filled with despair. Seeing so many star monsters flying all over the sky, they likely have encountered the legendary Star Overlord. If they meet the Star Overlord, with their current situation, it can be said that they are dead. The difference between the two is too big. Even if there is a Heaven Monarch peak rank, it is still too difficult to deal with other Star Overlords with God Monarch rank. Star Overlord. Tianyun narrowed his eyes, which was tricky. It could be said that it was an unlucky year. This was his first time coming to the land of stars, yet he had already encountered the Overlord of stars. Wasn't this asking for his life? Of course, he was still very calm. With the teleportation god stone in his hand, he could instantly escape. What was there to be afraid of? As for the lives of the others, that had nothing to do with him. He couldn't even save them if he wanted to. The problem was whether there was a Star Overlord or not. That was another matter. Regardless of whether they are the Star Overlord, it might not be true. We should still focus on now. Kill all these fellows and ruthlessly charge out. If we come to the Star Overlord, even if we die, I will drag a group of star monsters down with me. Captain Shu roared. Countless tree vines turned into sharp thorns that shot out in all directions, stabbing over 10 star monsters to death in one go. They were incomparably domineering. Captain Shu roared so loudly that the morale immediately rose. He knew that no matter what the result was, if the morale were gone now, they would be finished now. There was no need to wait for the Star Overlord to show his face. Well said. Kill as many as you can now. Slaughter all these guys. Captain Xiang also knew the drawbacks of things. Their conversation affected many people's moods. The main thing now was to raise morale, otherwise, they would die. That's right, even if I die, I will kill a few more star monsters. We can't let them eat us so easily. Before we die, we have to fight them to the death. Damn it, I don't want to die so easily. Kill a few more of them. Their morale has recovered quickly, and they are more ruthless than before. They know that this is a critical moment. If they are not cruel, who will save them? They can only save themselves now. After Tianyun heard this, he smiled slightly. This is the mentality of a strong person. He continued to fight and kill these star monsters easily. Although their morale has risen, they still can't kill all the star monsters, killing wave after wave. On the other hand, there are many casualties on their side, especially more injuries. If they consume too much, even if they use the medicine pills, it will be too late to recover quickly, especially after killing for a long time, even if the Heaven Monarch gradually loses strength. The barrier won't be able to hold on for long. Captain Shu's face changed. He already felt that this spirit ship was about to reach its limit. Captain Shu, I have an idea. Do you want to try it? A voice sounded in his mind, making him glance at Tianyun. Speak. The situation is urgent. Captain Shu made a long story short. I can break through to a higher level now and attract heavenly tribulation. I will increase the power of heavenly tribulation, and then I can hurt these star monsters. The biggest problem is that heavenly tribulation will attack indiscriminately, and it may affect our people. Tianyun said in a low voice, however, I plan to kill my way out and cause a heavenly tribulation. When that happens, I will be safer. The problem is that I need someone to help me open a path. I will need the 2 captains to open up a path for me. Otherwise, I won't be able to get too far. He is strong, but 2 fists can't fight against 4 hands. If there are too many, it will be difficult to kill. As for wearing the sword saint suit, sacred tools are meaningless, completely unable to cut them. Unless there is a higher level set, but the higher level set, he can't equip it at all. Whether it is the evil demon god suit or the higher level, it requires the cultivation of Heaven Monarch level. He has not reached the cultivation of Heaven Monarch, so he can't use it. Heavenly Tribulation, Captain Shu's eyes lit up, and this method is quite feasible. The premise is to anger the Heavenly Tribulation, but the biggest problem is that after the Heavenly Tribulation, Tianyun may be killed by the Heavenly Tribulation. There is no time to think about it, let's do it, Captain Shu. Tianyun immediately reminded. Good. Captain Shu clenched his teeth but could only do this now. No matter success or failure, you are our hero. If I survive, my life will be yours. Chapter 1066. Tianyun had thought of Heavenly Tribulation before. After all, this heavenly lightning, whoever gets too close will be struck, especially the densely packed star monsters. One heavenly lightning will kill a large area. Under normal circumstances, if you don't get close to the range, it will be no problem. Once you get close, it will be easy to anger the Heavenly Tribulation, which is equivalent to being recognized by the Heavenly Tribulation as cheating. Let other people help to resist, and then it will burst out even stronger Heavenly Tribulation to suppress. However, Tianyun is not in a hurry to say this idea. If he said it too early, the other party would not be willing to do so. After all, he needs someone to help him open the way, meaning he had to leave this place temporarily, which is a bit equal to staking everything on this. Now, the situation is critical. Captain Shu and the others must try it. Otherwise, they will die. Soon, Captain Shu contacted Captain Shang. After a simple exchange, Captain Shang looked at Tianyun with huge eyes. Brother Tianyun, you are good whether you fail or succeed. Captain Shang shouted. 5 Heaven Monarchs, prepare to protect this friend and let him cross the tribulation. Captain Shang's words shocked many people. How could they not be surprised by such a strange idea? Crossing the Heavenly Tribulation among many star monsters was sacrificing themselves to help others. Without any hesitation, a Heaven Monarch immediately surrounded them. Heaven Monarch Fa Wen was one of them. Thank you, everyone. Tianyun flew to Captain Shang's side. At this time, there are no star monsters around. We should thank you for this. It is worthy of our respect for you to do this. Captain Shang did not say anything, and the other Heaven Monarchs were also the same, their eyes full of gratitude. No matter the result, Tianyun established a tall image in their hearts. Heaven Monarch Fa Wen nodded to Tianyun. His participation was enough to show his sincerity. After all, the situation was so critical that they might not be able to return even if they rushed out. Then I am ready to activate the shield and fly out. Everyone, get ready. There were a lot of Heaven Monarch guards, a total of 10 people. It could be said that the general number of guards was the most violent situation to send Tianyun out. As for the internal situation, it will depend on them to support it. All of them looked serious and were fully prepared. Then Captain Shu waved his hand, and the shield in the air disappeared. A large number of star monsters rushed up. At this moment, Captain Shu and Captain Shang quickly opened the way in front. The other 10 Heaven Monarchs were also the same. They madly rushed forward like a meat grinder, constantly spinning and opening a hole. Taking advantage of this gap, Tianyun quickly flew out and rushed into the inner part of star monsters. Now they are inside star monsters, surrounded by dense star monsters, surrounded by circles, and can't see the situation outside. It is enough to see that there are more than hundreds of thousands of star monsters, right? Level up. Tianyun's eyes narrowed, and he quickly let himself level up. Ding! Successfully deducted experience. Congratulations player. Tianyun broke through to 7 refinements Earth Monarch Cultivation. As soon as he successfully leveled up, a thick cloud of tribulation appeared in the sky. When the cloud of tribulation was about to be released, it felt that there were star monsters around it, and it immediately became angry. The heavenly tribulation began to roar crazily, and countless thick heavenly lightning and heavenly fire began to rise, even more terrifying. This power continued to condense, becoming stronger and stronger. First, it doubled, then increased by 4 times, then 8 times. The terrifying energy made people feel numb, which meant that Tianyun also suffered from terrible power, and whether he could resist it was another matter. Get ready to evacuate. Their faces changed when Captain Shu and the others saw this terrible catastrophe. They had never seen such a horrible catastrophe. Usually, they would hide and cross the tribulation. Who would cross the tribulation in so many people? Usually, they would only see a few people or dozens of people. Now, hundreds of thousands of star monsters were here. Even if there were only tens of thousands of star monsters in the range of the catastrophe, it was unimaginable. Everyone can leave now, Tianyun said, but if you leave now, won't you be exposed to the attacks of star monsters? They did not retreat immediately, at least when the heavenly tribulation came, they quickly left. Suppose star monsters kill them on the way. In that case, the heavenly tribulation will soon disperse, and the people going through the heavenly tribulation are all dead, so there is no need for the heavenly tribulation to exist. When the time comes, this plan will be a miscarriage, everything will be in vain, and they will continue to fall into a dangerous whirlpool. It's almost time, just let these star monsters surround us. Tianyun hurriedly said. Captain Shu and Captain Shang looked at each other and immediately followed Tianyun's words, and they quickly flew into the spirit ship. Just as they flew back, they immediately closed the barrier and blocked the star monsters outside. Although this is the case, many star monsters have already come in, as many as tens of thousands of star monsters, making this place densely packed. During this period, many cultivators suffered heavy casualties, and without the help of heaven monarchs, they would naturally fall into a trap. What kind of plan is this, causing me to be seriously injured? One of them was lying on the side, not a single piece of flesh on his body, looking very miserable. That's right, why don't we just stay here for a while? Maybe they will retreat. Now we are all finished. If that kid doesn't have any effect, we will all be in vain. The other one was also in great pain. He had no arms, so how could he not be angry? Bang, bang. The two people were kicked into the sky by a figure and were eaten up by the star monster that pounced down. The people around were shocked. What a bunch of trash. You don't have any ability, yet you still talk nonsense. The one who attacked was actually that Yukon god monarch. He did not hesitate to kick those two trash into the sky. You, what are you doing? The cultivators beside him were dumbfounded. Was this killing each other? I didn't do anything, I just couldn't bear to see someone making sarcastic remarks. If I cannot, I will just stand here and shout. This plan has a narrow escape, but I will die if I don't implement it. Yukon, God Monarch said coldly, a bunch of trash. With your ability, do you want to become strong? If you become an idiot, you will have your share. The cultivators on the side were immediately enraged. Just as they were about to say something, the voice of the captain of the tree exploded. If not for this girl, I would have already done it. Captain Shu said coldly, he doesn't understand the big picture. He is selfish. Whoever talks nonsense, I will immediately throw him out to feed the star monsters. Captain Shu and even Captain Shang were very angry. He hated this kind of person who had no ability the most and still talked nonsense. Chapter 1067. The return of the heaven monarchs immediately eased the battle situation and gained some control. Many people were very unhappy with Tianyun's actions but could only endure. The captains are so overbearing, what else do they dare to say? They can only hope that Tianyun succeeds, otherwise, they will all die here. One must succeed. Yukon god monarch looked at the flashing lightning outside, and her beautiful eyes were filled with anticipation. It was not that she was very afraid of death, but she felt that Tianyun was so courageous that he should not die. This made her recall the past, and scenes flashed through her mind. When was she not such a person? But as time went by, everything changed, and she became somewhat numb. She thought there was no such fool in this world, but who knew that there was one here, and it was a super fool. Now Tianyun is carrying the life and death of many experts. Whether he is dead or alive, it depends on whether he can persevere. The power of this heavenly tribulation is terrible. I am afraid it is close to the late stage of the heaven monarch realm, right? The power of the heavenly tribulation is not particularly amazing, but it can penetrate all enemies and kill them all in a chain, and the range is extremely wide. Compared to Captain Shu and the others, it is many times stronger. They can't compare it with the terrifying range, otherwise, they would not have heard Tianyun's heavenly tribulation and would have immediately chosen to take him out of the encirclement. When the surrounding star monsters sensed the terrible heavenly tribulation, they were scared and fled to the side, and some of them rushed to him, wanting to tear him to pieces. The heavenly tribulation will immediately dissipate as long as Tianyun is killed. You want to kill me? You are still too young. Tianyun held the Sky Dawn divine spear and became evil demon god instantly. The terrifying flame covered his whole body, especially the black flame of the burning heaven sacred fire. When it touched them, it immediately burned them to ashes. For a time, no matter how many star monsters came, they could not get close to him. They were just a distance away, but they were immediately burned to death outside, turning into a big wave of experience. If he were alone, there would be no problem. If he couldn't win, then he would run. There was no difficulty. The problem was that he had to save the entire spirit ship now. He naturally wouldn't run away immediately. It wasn't that he was being benevolent and had flown so far away with great difficulty. It was a waste of time to follow him again. He's here. The thick thunder finally broke out. It pierced through a lot of star monsters in one breath. A large number of star monsters were burnt to ashes. They were dead. Almost in an instant, the dense star monsters were immediately blasted out. At least 1,000 of them died. This was the first time that heavenly thunder was struck. After piercing through many star monsters, it hit Yi Tianyun. Yi Tianyun felt a sharp pain. His body seemed to be hit hard. He looked down and saw that his body was charred black. It looked a bit terrible. However, he quickly operated the longevity suit and promptly recovered from his injuries. Sure enough, the heavenly tribulation that was angered is really powerful. It just doesn't give me experience, it's too much. Yi Tianyun was more concerned about the experience. He didn't get any experience from the star monsters that the heavenly thunder killed. Obviously, the heavenly tribulation had nothing to do with him, so he didn't get any experience. If he had been slaughtered to his heart's content, he would have already reached the level of Heaven Monarch, but now he can only dodge first and summon the heavenly tribulation to attack other places. Bang, 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 bang. The heavenly tribulation kept roaring and rushing in the direction Yi Tianyun flew. Wherever it went, there would be countless casualties. It was basically at a speed visible to the naked eye. The speed was quite amazing. It was much faster than killing them. At this time, the cultivators below the spirit ship, if Yi Tianyun can't withstand the attack of star monsters or the attack of the heavenly tribulation, everything will be considered a failure. Now, it seems that they can still bear it. Many star monsters were killed, making them want to cheer. But now they also have to deal with star monsters on the inner side, so they have no time to watch the situation outside. However, with Yi Tianyun's transfer, this area has changed greatly. Many star monsters have shifted their targets and have not continued to attack this spirit ship. As time passed, the heavenly thunder and heavenly fire Yi Tianyun endured became more and more ferocious. Still, he persevered, constantly drawing attacks to attack star monsters, and at the same time, he continued to kill them to gain more experience. He will not waste so many star monsters. Killing them is a lot of experience. If this continues, breaking through to aid refinement's Earth Monarch cultivation, there is no pressure. Under his guidance, these star monsters were also scared to run around. They did not dare to approach at all. They were finally afraid, and in the blink of an eye, thousands of them died. How could they not be scared? Originally, they were not afraid, but now it is hard not to be scared. They all fled to the side. But how can Yi Tianyun let them go? He chased them and shouted, "Why are you running? Weren't you very arrogant before? Now come and continue to fight with me." Yi Tianyun sneered. The Sky Dawn Divine Spear in his hand continued to attack. Every time he attacked, several star monsters died in his hands. He didn't know how many star monsters he had killed. His experience was about to break through to the 8 refinements Earth Monarch. While chasing, he suddenly saw a golden light flashing before him. He subconsciously looked over and saw a small golden star monster flying in the distance. Its eyes were fierce. Star Overlord. A small star overlord who cultivates 5 refinements Earth Monarch. It can control star monsters. It also has a strong defense. The cultivation of Earth Monarch is comparable to a heavenly Dao rank treasure. It is difficult to destroy. Well, I finally see my master. I didn't expect it to be a newly born guy who came here to cause trouble. Yi Tianyun's eyes flashed. If he kills this guy, these star monsters will leave and will not continue gathering here. However, he did not want to kill it but chose to subdue it. This guy's cultivation is not high. If he is a god monarch, he will retreat. Now he is an Earth Monarch. If subdued, he can walk sideways in the sea of stars. He thought it would be a god monarch cultivation, but who knew it was an Earth Monarch cultivation? This is a pleasant surprise. Chapter 1068. After locking down the Star Overlord, Yi Tianyun quickly rushed towards it. After it found that it was being targeted, it promptly fled to the side and, at the same time, issued an order to the surrounding star monsters to stop it. Its cultivation is the same as theirs, but it can control them. This is the bloodline relationship of a king. It is golden and looks like an overlord, surpassing other star monsters. Want to leave? It is not so easy. Tianyun's figure flashed and instantly moved to the side of Star Overlord, swinging the spear in his hand and ruthlessly stabbing it down without showing mercy. Squeak. Star Overlord was frightened by the sudden appearance of Tianyun and hurriedly waved his wings to block, like a golden shield. This Star Overlord was sent flying. The violent power only left a shallow mark on it, but it did not penetrate this terrible defense. As expected of super strong defense, I used most of my strength, only leaving a shallow mark on it. Tianyun was a little surprised. Although he had expected it, he was still shocked. These guys are too hard, it is difficult to break through this defense easily. Squeak. The Star Overlord screamed, his voice full of anger, indicating the star monster beside him to rush up. Tianyun grinned. At this moment, he smiled. The terrifying thunder came at this time, piercing through a large number of star monsters and also striking the Star Overlord. The Star Overlord screamed and flew to the side. His body was burnt black. He was able to withstand the attack of a late-stage heaven monarch. This guy only looked like he was charred black. It was not a big deal. However, being hit by this terrible attack, he still felt very uncomfortable. Tianyun swung his hand and pierced through the lightning with his spear, easily scattering the lightning. Thank you for helping to resist. Tianyun smiled, reached out, and grabbed Star Overlord, who was almost knocked out, and at the same time used the catching skill. A faint light quickly enveloped Star Overlord, wanting to take it as a pet. Feeling strange, Star Overlord began to twist and resist Tianyun's capture. This strong resistance made it difficult for Tianyun to catch it successfully. You don't want to surrender. Let's see how long you can endure. Tianyun's heavenly tribulation didn't end there. He shot the Star Overlord into the sky, followed by the lightning, and sent it flying again, leaving another mark on its body. If this continues, it can still be killed. There seems to be no problem on the surface, but the body's condition has become very serious. The lightning is constantly flowing inside the body. If this continues, there will be no problem outside, but the inside will be seriously injured. The star monsters on the side quickly rushed up, wanting to save their king, but Tianyun swept his spear and easily killed them all. Are you willing to surrender? Tianyun reached out his hand again, and the Star Overlord struggled again, refusing to let Tianyun capture him. A king always has his own dignity and is not willing to be caught as a pet by a human. It seems you think I am not qualified to be your master. Tianyun's eyes flashed. Likely, his strength could not convince the other party, and naturally, he would not recognize Tianyun as his master. The Star Overlord's eyes were cold, still full of arrogance, but he did not bow his head. As a king, he would rather die than surrender to an existence weaker than himself. In that case, I will let you see my strength. Tianyun's eyes turned cold. He twisted the Sky Dawn Divine Spear in his hand, releasing a violent power from his body. The violent power exploded in his hand, and with the help of the crazy heaven's secret art, his power instantly reached 74 times. The Sky Dawn Divine Spear in his hand released a dazzling light. Under the support of the terrifying power, the Sky Dawn Divine Spear began to tremble as if it was going to explode at any moment. The Star Overlord immediately smelled the dangerous aura, waving its wings to block it. The terrifying power smashed into its wings, sending it flying. Its wings were broken open, and its body was almost pierced through. After all the power is condensed at one point, it is impossible to be weak. Squeak. Star Overlord screamed, his voice full of horror. He did not expect Tianyun to burst out with such terrible power. Even the defense he was proud of was broken. Strength 64 times, even more powerful, Star Overlord defense can still be pierced by him. If you don't surrender, the next shot will be your head. Tianyun stretched out his hand and continued to cover the Star Overlord. He wanted to continue to capture it. If the other party insisted on not surrendering, he would be pierced by his spear. Since he could not take it as his pet, there was no need to keep it. He could only kill the other party and solve the problem in one breath. Squeak. The Star Overlord did not struggle this time but eased up and let Tianyun take it as a pet. Tianyun saw this and smiled with satisfaction. As long as you follow me, I promise I will make you stronger. Tianyun smiled. He could see that this Star Overlord was very strong. As long as he had more training, he would be a powerful help. Ding successfully subdued Star Overlord, ultra rare, gained 1 billion experience, 10 million crazy value, and 5 million grappling proficiency. Ding, congratulations player, Yi Tianyun, reached the 8 refinements Earth Monarch, choose to break through. There is no need for that now. Now that he hasn't completed his tribulation, how can he continue his tribulation immediately? If they overlap, who knows what will happen? After subduing the Star Overlord, Yi Tianyun immediately ordered the Star Overlord to retreat quickly. Sure enough, under the orders of the Star Overlord, they left one after another and did not continue to stay here. Finally left, Yi Tianyun breathed a sigh of relief. He has consumed too much energy now, and if he continues to fight, it will be difficult to hold on for too long. At the same time, in the situation on the spirit ship, the star monsters were wiped out, and the star monsters on the outside quickly disappeared. However, Yi Tianyun's heavenly tribulation is not over yet, and it has to go through several days before it can be completely over. Then let's end it now. Yi Tianyun's eyes focused, and he swung his spear. With a boom sound, he blasted the thick heavenly tribulation again. Before, it was directly broken, and this time was no exception. Chapter 1069. The heavenly tribulation was easily destroyed, and the power that Yi Tianyun erupted with was very cohesive. Naturally, he can easily destroy the heavenly tribulation. In particular, he has blocked so many heavenly tribulations that the power is naturally far less than the first attack, but the effect is almost the same. After breaking the heavenly tribulation, the star power quickly came down, bathing his body, giving him more star power, strengthening his body. No matter what, he has to keep breaking the heavenly tribulation like before, stopping the greatest benefits from the greatest. It's over. Yi Tianyun breathed a sigh of relief. He quickly put the Star Overlord into his pet bar. He cannot let others see the Star Overlord. Otherwise, people will suspect that Star Overlord is with him. Although he doesn't mind the opinions of these people, it is better to have less trouble. Looking at the star monsters, leaving quickly, he felt a little pity. If he could kill them in front of him in a row, his level would rise rapidly. After all, the difference in cultivation level was not big, so he gained more experience. If he killed those star monarchs, he would not be able to raise his level. If he had broken through to the heaven monarch realm and killed these earth monarchs, the significance would not have been very big. He needed to kill a lot of them. Not to mention heaven monarchs. Now Yi Tianyun saw that long string of experience, he felt the end was big. Killing one can get 100 billion experience. If he wants to upgrade, he must kill tens of thousands. Now, he is still at Earth Monarch level. If he reaches Heaven Monarch's level, he doesn't need to kill hundreds of thousands or even millions. Sure enough, the further he goes, the more difficult it is to upgrade. Yi Tianyun turned and flew to the spirit ship. Without the package of Star Monster, he saw that the spirit ship was broken. It seems that many places are about to be penetrated. Fortunately, he stepped out in time. Otherwise it will be finished. Without the protection of the spirit ship, these cultivators will die. Even if he has a spirit ship, it is useless. After all, the spirit ship he brought is not as good as Captain Shu's spirit ship. Without any defense, it will be destroyed in the blink of an eye. At this time, he saw that star monsters were not killed in the spirit ship but were running around. Without the control of Star Overlord, they were like headless flies, running around everywhere. Of course, if they are forced to attack, they will attack. Open this barrier. They have been driven away. Yi Tianyun signaled them to open the barrier outside. They were overjoyed when Captain Shu and the others saw the situation outside. They activated the barrier and fled with the star monsters, not daring to stay longer. After the star monsters fled, the people sat directly on the ground, their expressions crying and laughing. It's over, it's finally over. I thought I was dead for sure. Yeah, I thought I died here. I didn't even report to the second grade god territory and died here. It's a loss. By the way, it's all his help. If not for his help, we would all be dead. Everyone's eyes were focused on Yi Tianyun. They would have already died if he hadn't triggered the heavenly tribulation and chased away these star monsters. Although they suffered heavy losses now, at least not all of them were wiped out. I'm really ashamed to say that. Our cultivation is high, but a junior saved us. Captain Shu shook his head, feeling helpless but even more fortunate. If not for Yi Tianyun, they would be finished. Now, they don't have anyone to attract the heavenly tribulation. Even if they can attract the heavenly tribulation, can they withstand such a sharp heavenly tribulation? It can be said that the heavenly tribulation is not the main point. the main point is that Yi Tianyun can withstand the strengthened heavenly tribulation, otherwise, everything is nonsense. All plans are in vain. Yes, this is a young hero. Captain Shang and the others saw Yi Tianyun and were very grateful. Rock Dragon Heaven Monarch on the side was ashamed, thinking for a moment. He gritted his teeth, bowed his head, and said, Earth Monarch Tianyun, I am sorry for my rudeness just now. I, Rock Dragon Heaven Monarch, have always known right and wrong. This time, you saved me. After that, you can tell me what you want to do. As long as I can do it for you. Rock Dragon Heaven Monarch took the initiative to admit his mistake. This made Yi Tianyun feel a bit surprised. He did not expect such a proud cultivator to choose to bow his head. This person's discrimination seems a bit serious, but he is more respectful to the strong. Yes, our lives are saved by you. I owe you a life. If there is anything, just tell me. If the difficulty is not very high, I will do it for you. Yes, me too, owe you a favor. Everyone showed their gratitude. This is a huge favor. Cultivators are like this. After being saved, they will leave a thought. If it is unclear, sometimes it will form a heart demon. Of course, to some evil people, saving them was equivalent to killing them. They did not have anything to say. If they saved them, they would only be treated as fools. Little brother, we won't say anything more. We will always run back and forth in this land of stars. If you want to pass through the land of stars, just tell us, and we will guarantee that we will bring you here. We will not accept anything even if you bring your friends here. Yes, if there is anything simultaneously, just tell us. We will not refuse anything that we can help you with. Each one was more heroic than the other. The feeling of surviving a calamity was too wonderful. He almost died here. This favor must be repaid no matter what. Yes, if there is something, I will ask everyone. Yi Tianyun smiled. Everyone is sincere, and they can see their favorability rising. If they don't die, they can do it for him. Ding, complete the rescue quest, gain 100 billion experience points, 10 million crazy value, 5 million mastery, prestige points 1000 points. And get a God territory lottery roulette. At the same time, he also completed a small task and gained a little harvest, which was a pleasant surprise. Following them, they began to heal. The consumption was astonishing. Some of them were even seriously injured. Therefore, they had to recover quickly. At the same time, Captain Shi and the others began to repair this spirit ship. After all, they had been injured so much. Crossing this land of stars would be difficult if they did not fix it. I didn't expect you to be a good person. I really can't tell. Yukon God Monarch walked to Yi Tianyun and smiled. Yi Tianyun saw her smile and remembered it was her first time. He felt strange. What, you think I am a tyrant? Yes, Yukon God Monarch answered very bluntly. Yi Tianyun rolled his eyes. She is not cute. Chapter 1070. Yi Tianyun found a place to sit down and rest. Yukon God Monarch directly sat beside him, seemingly worried that he would run away. Yi Tianyun raised his eyebrows, frowned, and said, What, are you afraid that I will run away? I am not afraid. Where you go, what does it have to do with me? Yukon God Monarch said indifferently, I am just recovering here, what is the problem? This is not a problem. Yi Tianyun shrugged and ignored Yukon God Monarch. Yukon God Monarch sat on the side and said nothing to him. She was really recovering from the consumption of her body. Although she was not injured, her consumption was not low. There were so many star monsters. She could not hide even if she wanted to. She could only bite the bullet and kill them. There were a lot of them. However, she did not have any other acquaintances. Naturally, she was meditating beside him. This action attracted the attention of many people. They did not expect Yi Tianyun to know this expert. Yukon God Monarch's previous performance was far beyond everyone's expectations. It was comparable to Yi Tianyun. This made them doubt life. They wondered if they were living on a dog. They were both Earth Monarchs. Why was the difference so big? After resting for a few days, Captain Shu and the others repaired the spirit ship. They didn't fix it for too long before flying back in a flurry, all frowning. Captain Shu, what's the situation? Captain Shang asked when he saw that Captain Shu's situation wasn't quite right. What sort of situation could there be? This spirit ship is seriously broken. There's no way to pass through the land of stars. A few waves of star sea will likely strike, and this spirit ship will be sent flying. Captain Shu shook his head and sighed. It seems that we can only return on the same path. Then, he looked at everyone and said, Now, we will return on the same path. The spirit ship must be repaired. Right now, we cannot repair it. Or rather, whoever is present here is a God Rune Master. They must be of a high grade and only need a first-grade God Rune Master. Divine Imprint is not very high level. One by one, they shook their heads. How could it be so easy to become a first-rank first-grade God Rune Master, first-grade Divine Imprint, right? Tianyun stood up and asked. Yes, don't tell me. Captain Shu's eyes lit up. Yes, I am first-grade God Rune Master. My level is not high, but repairing some simple Divine Imprint is not a problem. Tianyun is still an I am first-grade God Rune Master. Of course, if he wants to level up, there is no problem. He can easily level up with more proficiency. You are still a first-grade God Rune Master. Beside her, Yukon God Monarch revealed a look of surprise. It exceeded her expectations. Although there was only a first-grade God Rune Master, one must not forget that other major realms were ahead of her. That was called Divine Rune Master. His realm was completely different. His cultivation was also strong. This made her suspect that he had awakened from the reincarnation of an expert. Of course, she was the reincarnation of an expert. It was just that she had not grasped any divine rune power in her previous life. She was only an alchemist, and the meaning was different. After all, she had the burning heaven's sacred fire. There was no doubt that the best choice for an alchemist was. Is there a problem? Tianyun looked at her and said. No problem. Yukon God Monarch shook her head, she just thought it was incredible. Then come and help me repair it. Captain Shu was excited. He pulled Tianyun and flew to the spirit ship, leaving a group of cultivators looking at each other. Among them, Heaven Monarch Fa Wen and the others didn't know what to say. They asked Tianyun to join them before, but now they seemed too naive. Not to mention, joining them, even if they joined second-grade God territory, is not a problem. No wonder they don't want to join us. Based on this ability, I guess they will join second-grade God territory. Yes, this is the gap between people, it is incomparable. I thought he didn't know what was good for him, but now it seems he is too low-key. They all shook their heads, feeling that they were thinking too much. Earth Monarch Tianyun, I seem to have heard of it somewhere before. It sounds a bit familiar. One of the cultivators seemed to have thought of something, and after thinking for a while, his eyes revealed a look of horror. I was chatting with a friend before. That friend is from the first-grade God territory. He participated in the recent God territory's War of Ascending to Heaven. The one who won first place seems to be called Earth Monarch Tianyun. I also remember this. The first place in the God territory's War of Ascending to Heaven is called Earth Monarch Tianyun. I heard that he is very powerful. No wonder when I heard him introduce him, I felt that it was a bit familiar, but I didn't remember it for a while. Is he Earth Monarch Tianyun? No, it can't be the same name, right? Everyone was shocked. They all wanted to go to the God territory's War of Ascending to Heaven. They are all rogue cultivators, they are not qualified to go to the God territory's War of Ascending to Heaven, so they don't know Tianyun. Now that they thought of something, their hearts trembled. If they were first, wouldn't they invite the other party to join them? Wouldn't that be asking for a beating? But he didn't say he was first in the God territory's War of Ascending to Heaven. Moreover, he even said that he was going to the second-grade God territory for a stroll. He's just keeping a low profile, understand? Who cares? When the person comes back later, can't we just ask? The news of Tianyun quickly spread here. On the other hand, Yukon God Monarch, who was in second place, was not discussed. Soon, Tianyun recovered, and Captain Shu praised him. This is amazing. I thought this was a secondary return, but I didn't expect Earth Monarch Tianyun to repair the divine imprint. This level is desirable. If Earth Monarch Tianyun doesn't join any forces, can he join us? As long as you join us, you will gain many benefits. Our sect is quite good. Captain Shu also issued an invitation, but after he said it, he felt the atmosphere was not quite right. When he turned to look at everyone, he found that they looked strange. What's wrong? Captain Shu asked. Cough, cough, cough. Captain Shang coughed, walked over to Tianyun, and asked, Earth Monarch Tianyun, are you the first place in the God territory's War of Ascending to Heaven? The first place in the God territory's War of Ascending to Heaven. Captain Shu stared at Tianyun as if he saw a ghost. Tianyun narrowed his eyes. His identity is exposed. He thought that he was not clear about it. Sure enough, He has to change his name to keep a low profile. I am the Earth Monarch Tianyun, the winner of the God Territories War of Ascending to Heaven. Yi Tianyun thought for a moment and did not deny anything. He originally wanted to deny it, but there was no need to think about it. Yukon God Monarch was here, so there was no point in denying it. Originally, he was wary of the God Territory. Now that Yukon God Monarch is here, what is there to worry about? Chapter 1071. It's true, it's the first place in the God Territories War of Ascending to Heaven. Everyone stood up in horror. This amount of gold far exceeded everyone present. Yes, it is to surpass everyone, even Captain Shu is inferior. Even if his cultivation is not as good as Captain Shu's, his future is much brighter than that of Captain Shu. Don't look at how many Heaven Mosom broke through to Heaven Monarch in 3 or 4 refinements Earth Monarch, but their level is ordinary. Even Captain Shu is a 6 refinements Earth Monarch who broke through to Heaven Monarch, so there is too much difference between him and Yi Tianyun. His level can enter 2nd grade God territory, but Yi Tianyun can't train him. The value is completely different. After all, Captain Shu missed most of his golden period when he was an Earth Monarch. For 2nd grade God territory, the high-level Earth Monarch is the most valuable. 5th or 6th refinements, Earth Monarch is nothing. Without an 80 or 9 refinements Earth Monarch, the cultivation value is too low. After that, they surrounded Yi Tianyun one by one. No one would have noticed if Yi Tianyun had said that before. They thought that he must be bragging, and now, saving the entire spirit ship, there must be credibility. This is the first place in the God Territories War of Ascending to Heaven. I can brag to my friends for a lifetime when I return. It is amazing, the first place is different. Yes, my friend said that the God Territories War of Ascending to Heaven is ordinary. Now I can refute him, such a strong power and a 1st grade God Rune Master. When I first saw him, I knew he was a super powerhouse. Bullshit, I was too lazy to even look at you before, and I even saw you first. The atmosphere of the entire spirit ship became lively. After all, how could a famous person not cause a discussion? It just so happened that most of them had recovered and had the extra strength to discuss it. The feeling of surviving a calamity was more of a relaxing feeling. Yukon God Monarch glanced at him indifferently from the side. She didn't say anything and just sat there meditating to recover. She was too lazy to care about these things and resumed her arrogant appearance. No one would try to strike up a conversation with her. Previously, her actions of throwing her out were truly shocking. She would be thrown out if she managed to strike up a conversation with her. That would be a trap, especially since she was so powerful, no one dared to talk with her. I never thought Earth Monarch Tianyun would be the winner of God Territories War of Ascending to Heaven. Just pretend that you didn't hear my previous invitation. Captain Shu laughed, feeling a little embarrassed. It's okay, thank you, Captain Shu, for your invitation, but I already have a force to join, I'm sorry. Yi Tianyun felt very sorry. He turned to Heaven Monarch Fa Wen and said, Heaven Monarch Fa Wen, I rejected you before, I was also very embarrassed. Yi Tianyun's attitude made them feel very comfortable and modest, unlike those super geniuses, who were very arrogant, making them look down on him. After chatting with them briefly, Captain Shu let everyone disperse and was ready to continue forward. Yi Tianyun also returned to Yukon God Monarch and sat down. He has a lot of things to ask. He had no time before, but now he can ask slowly. Earth Monarch Tian Qing, no, I don't think this is your real name, right? Yi Tianyun said, just call me Yukon God Monarch. Yukon God Monarch looked at him lightly and sent a message, I know what you want to ask, I will not say it out. You better hide well, otherwise, if you are caught, it has nothing to do with me. Yi Tianyun knew she would not say it, this is unsurprising. Why didn't you choose to arrest me? Wouldn't you be punished if you were to be found out? Yi Tianyun continued, punished? What's there to punish? They won't take you back unless they see me meet you. Yukon God Monarch looked at him and said, who knows now unless you go back and talk. That's true, then you can take your time. Yi Tianyun was too lazy to continue asking, anyway, the other party was not interested in telling him. Then, he was too lazy to ask too much. Following Captain Shu, he began to control the spirit ship and quickly flew to the destination. Although it was not completely repaired, at least through the land of stars, there was no problem. As the spirit ship moved, they continued to stay here and could only cultivate for a day. Soon, the spirit ship passed through the area, surrounded by stones, and entered a strange area. Looking around, there are special water areas, but this water area is very dark, and the spirit ship is directly on top. Tianyun, sitting on the spirit ship, can feel the bottom of the spirit ship constantly shaking, feeling as if layers of waves pushed it. Although this was not a wave, the effects were almost the same. If a cultivator fell, it would be fatal. The land of stars would directly swallow them up. It would be very difficult to escape. Those with low cultivation would be unable to come up after falling. However, everything was very stable. There were no major problems. The biggest problem was that the star monsters and the star monsters were all killed. There would be no problems. Unless the spirit ship suddenly broke, there would be no accidents. I advise you to stay in Heavenly Spring God territory for a while so you won't be captured. Yukon God Monarch suddenly sent a voice transmission. After a while, they will be too lazy to pay attention to it. After all, if you hide in there, although they are overbearing, they will not force you to go to them. Tianyun raised his eyelids, looked at her momentarily, and smiled. I can't tell that you are quite caring. What benefits does this have for you? Of course, there are benefits. I can stay outside longer and not go back immediately. Yukon God Monarch's answer made him feel a little speechless. He thought he would answer and believe he was a good person so he would not arrest him. Who knew that it was for his freedom? However, Tianyun immediately grasped the point. He narrowed his eyes and asked tentatively, so, you are firmly controlled? Yukon God Monarch stared at him coldly and said, I am not controlled, I just owe them a favor, I have not paid them back for the time being. Do not ask more about these things, just hide well. If you are caught, I am afraid you will not be able to escape for the rest of your life. Tianyun shrugged and smiled. I think, so far, no one has been able to catch me. Come to think of it, you have escaped the pursuit of the star territory divine beast. How did you do it? Yukon God Monarch suddenly remembered this matter. You tell me the details, and I will tell you the situation here. Choose for yourself. Tianyun smiled. Yukon God Monarch rolled her eyes at him, too lazy to continue asking. Chapter 1072. Yukon God Monarch naturally won't take the bait. If Tianyun doesn't tell her the way, she will be too lazy to say more. Compared to Tianyun's way of escape, it is even more impossible for her to tell her situation. After all, Tianyun's method will definitely not be explained in detail and is not necessarily learned. For example, what kind of special treasure is it? If she doesn't have it, it is useless to know. Forget it. Yukon God Monarch was too lazy to pay attention to him, and she closed her eyes directly. Tianyun was also too lazy to say more than half a sentence. Captain Shu controlled the spirit ship to move forward slowly. It was not fast or slow. In the current situation, traveling at a very fast speed is good. They did not need to arrive at a very fast speed. There are still a few days before we can go out. Everyone, don't be too nervous. Star Monster will not appear again, so let's relax. Captain Shu's voice came. This time, everyone was relieved. They were not as vigilant and nervous as before. Tianyun did not worry about the star monsters from the beginning, and unless they came back to the Star Overlord, it was unlikely that many star monsters would attack. Star Overlord will attack purely because he has nothing to do, and he is too playful, so he sent so many star monsters to attack. This is the truth that Tianyun knew when communicating with Star Overlord. After hearing it, he felt funny and did not expect that it was fun, so he came to kill and play. Of course, this was the same principle as cultivators hunting demon beasts. It was no different from killing and playing if one wanted to cultivate. There was nothing to say about this. The races were different, so the situation was naturally different. A few days passed in the blink of an eye. Sure enough, no star monsters appeared. Only then did some people completely relax. When they raised their eyes, they could see that there were already no rocks in front of them. This meant that they had already flown away from this land of stars. Previously, the journey had been bumpy, and all kinds of rocks had smashed them. Even if Captain Shu was more familiar with this place, hiding was still not simple. We have already come out. In front of us is the area, the worldly Jade Star. At this time, Captain Shu began to speed up and soon saw a planet full of jade inlaid. They did not go down, and they could see that the Jade Star was full of piles of jade. All kinds of houses were piled up with jade and looked extremely luxurious. These jade stones were not valuable at all. They did not contain any star power, and they were purely decorative products. These priceless things in the mortal realm were like soil here and could be taken anywhere. The star power in the second-grade god territory is much richer. Tianyun felt that after arriving at this area, the biggest feeling was that the star power was even denser, at least several times the effect of first-grade god territory. No wonder everyone wanted to come here to cultivate. Such dense star power was naturally a very good cultivation field. Because of the harsh conditions of coming here, it was enough to stop a group of people. 30 lower-grade rebirth level weapons were enough to intercept a large group of people. Captain Shu was relatively cheap. Others who did not have more than 35 would directly get lost. It would take a longer time to save, at least the level of Earth Monarch and above, to be qualified to ride this spirit ship to second-grade god territory. Some of the more wealthy ones did not intend to come to second-grade god territory. Because people who came to second-grade god territory were unfamiliar with the land, it was better to be strong in first-grade god territory. When they came to second-grade god territory, Earth Monarch was like a cabbage on the ground. In the first-grade god territory, it could still be considered a place. It would not be as awkward as the second-grade god territory. Those with such thoughts were usually relatively weak and had no ambition. The star power of the second-grade god territory is naturally not bad, but in the third-grade god territory is even more astonishing. Yukon God Monarch said from the side, when you reach a higher level, you will find that the things you were proud of before can only be considered ordinary. Just like how you beat me, you think this is it. Your strength is only average in third-grade god territory. I have not even reached third-grade god territory, how can you attack me like this? Tianyun said with a smile. HMPH, if you are too proud, it will be good for you if I attack you like this. Yukon God Monarch looked around and said, get ready to leave, hide well. She was already prepared to leave. Even worldly Jade Star did not intend to enter. Wait a minute, Tianyun stopped her, although I don't know what you think, it seems that you don't want to deal with me, and also remind me. In any case, I have to thank you. Yukon God Monarch was stunned. Her beautiful eyes stared at him momentarily, and then she slowly sighed, indeed, under normal circumstances, I will catch you back. And you also beat me, making me a little unable to swallow this. It is just that when I see you, it is like seeing me of the past, able to maintain a cold heart, much better than those heartless guys. If not for this, I plan to take you back. Don't think that I can't catch you. The third-grade god territory is not something ordinary people can imagine. Her tone was sharp. She wanted to explain the terrifying nature of the third-grade god territory so that Tianyun could pay attention to it. I see otherwise, I would be caught. Tianyun smiled casually. He believed that these special things could not catch him. The other party thought that he could not imagine it. He felt that the escape skills that he possessed were things that the other party could not imagine. Keep a good heart. The higher the level of the world, the less there is. Take care of yourself. The next time I catch you, it might not be me. Of course, it is also possible that I will not catch you again. She left these words and turned around to fly away. The payment had already been made, so she did not need to say anything and could go directly. When Captain Shu saw her leave, he said nothing and continued driving to the worldly Jade Star. He was not used to this kind of thing. Usually, he would do this because he was more familiar with this place. There was no need to go to the worldly Jade Star. Soon, other than the Yukon God Monarch, other cultivators also left. They did not continue to stay here. At least half of them left. They were all taken away by the Heaven Monarch. It was obvious that they were all in the same group. The remaining half was naturally the first to arrive here. They were willing to stay longer on the worldly Jade Star. Captain Shu, I should leave now. We will meet again if we are fated. Tianyun did not intend to go to the worldly Jade Star, he just wanted to go to the Heavenly Spring God territory. See you if you are fated. Captain Shu nodded and did not say anything more. When he left, many people came to see him off but did not ask him to stay. They knew that Tianyun was different from them. He was a flying dragon. They could only climb slowly like snails and could not be compared. Chapter 1073. After Tianyun left, he took out the spirit ship and flew directly toward the token. Generally, there is no danger in entering the base unless there is a robbery, there is no danger. The task given by Heavenly Spring God territory is not very difficult. It is a very simple errand task. The problem is that there are no variables along the way. For example, They encountered Star Overlord in the land of stars. They certainly did not expect this. Almost there, Tianyun felt that the direction of the token was not far away from him. Soon, he will reach the destination. As he advanced, the sense of the token became more and more intense, meaning that he would reach the destination soon. Sure enough, not long after he moved forward, he saw a huge passage before him. Just like before, when he went to the God territory, special passages in the rest of the places were difficult to enter. Only through these passages could one enter God's territory. When he approached, a guard immediately intercepted him and blocked in front of him. "Who are you?" "I am here to report." Tianyun took out the identity token and handed it over. After the guard took it, he checked it a little and said without a change of expression, "Come with me." Before he took Tianyun in, he told the guard next to him, and he took Tianyun in. It is enough to see the strict guards here, and it is not easy to enter. Of course, powerful beings can still go in as they please. For example, the Star Territory Divine Beast suddenly appearing in the current God territory is not strange. The Star Territory Divine Beast has an amazing space bloodline. It can freely travel through the major God territory, and it can be said that as long as it wants, it can come out of their heads and swallow them. This is the horror of the Star Territory Divine Beast. Fortunately, this thing is very rare, not everywhere. If it can be seen everywhere, it is estimated to be the world of the Star Territory Divine Beast. There is no need for other races to dominate. Under the leadership of the guards, Tianyun was brought into the temple on the inner side. When he came in, he found that there were other people in the temple, and there were many people. Looking around, all of them are at the Earth Monarch level, but their cultivation level is above the 7 or 8 refinement level, full of talent. Through the exploration eye, Tianyun saw that their comprehensive level is far beyond the same level of first-grade God territory. These are all genius disciples born in God's territory and cultivated. Tianyun looked at them. He had seen them all when he was born in God's territory, and the foundation was stronger than others. It is not born God's God territory, it must be heaven-defying, it still needs to be nurtured to become just starting, it is naturally much stronger than the ordinary realm. This new disciple came through the God territory's war of ascending to heaven. He just arrived. The deacon in front of the guard said, "A new disciple from the God territory's war of ascending to heaven." Kun Hao Heaven Monarch nodded at Tianyun. "I know, let him enter the line. You go over there and line up." The guard pointed to the group of cultivators on the side. There were not many people, only 4, plus Tianyun, just 5. Compared to the group on the side, it was too far away. Tianyun could see that the group he was assigned to was all born in the mortal territory and came to join Heavenly Spring God territory. However, they are all unfamiliar faces. The people chosen by Elder Go Huang probably arrived here a long time ago. They are not as slow as him. On the other side, there are experts born in God's territory. When they heard that Tianyun came from the God territory's war of ascending to heaven, they looked over there a few more times. Most of their eyes are full of contempt. In their eyes, the difference between mortal territory and God's territory is like heaven and earth. Even if it is the God territory's war of ascending to heaven, they look down on it. This is like a pile of trash. The one who got a good ranking is not the overlord of trash. In the end, he is still trash. Therefore, they look down on him at all. It is the same as other races looking down on humans. Feeling their contempt, Tianyun did not pay attention to anything. This is inevitable. However, if they do not say it, no one will know they came from mortal territory. On the surface, there is no difference between the two. Even if it is a deep investigation, there is no difference. If there is no distinction, no one will discover they came from the mortal territory. This made Tianyun feel uncomfortable. If there is no distinction, it is estimated that the relationship will not be so awkward. Of course, he knows why there is a distinction. It is based on talent. Natural talent is the biggest difference between the mortal territory and the God territory. Therefore, it is divided. Kun Hao Heaven Monarch glanced at them and said in a low voice, "Almost, you can choose the heavenly palace you want to join now." He pointed to the side. There were many teleportation arrays of the heavenly palace on the side, namely the Sword Palace, Blade Palace, Axe Palace, Spear Palace, Pill Refining Palace, Divine Imprint Palace, Divine Construct Palace and Special Divine Palace. These were all different types of palaces. There were palaces with other domains, and one was very conspicuous. It was called Special Divine Palace, and he had no idea what it meant. I don't need to explain the front. As for the special divine palace at the back, it is a mess. For example, my weapon is relatively small, or my ability is small. I can choose special divine palace. There is no type of palace that you think is suitable. It is right to choose special divine palace. Kun Hao Heaven Monarch explained. After his explanation, everyone came to a realization. It turned out to be a chaotic palace. The Sword Palace was very popular. Of course, it was the first choice. Most of them used swords. Now, you can choose the palace you want to go to. After Kun Hao Heaven Monarch explained, he let them choose independently. Soon, they swarmed forward. Most of them chose the popular palaces in front of them. These were all popular palaces. It would be a fool not to choose. When the 5 arrived and were about to make a choice, Kun Hao Heaven Monarch pointed to the special divine palace at the side and said, "The 5 of you, go directly to the special divine palace." What? I specialize in cultivating long swords. I should go to the sword palace. Yes, I am refining pills. I should go to the alchemy palace. Let us go to the special palace. This is not our ability at all. No one chose the special palace. Except for them, they were forced to go there. They were not chosen by themselves. If I tell you to go over, then go. Don't talk so much nonsense. Kun Hao Heaven Monarch pointed at the special divine palace and said, "Hurry up and get in. Quickly. Don't force me to throw you all in one by one. A bunch of trash, and you have such high requirements." Kun Hao Heaven Monarch's eyes were filled with contempt. He had not expected that deep down, he was another existence that rejected the existence of the mortal territory. He felt they were vermin who had come here, making him even more disgusted. Chapter 1074. Kun Hao Heaven Monarch finally revealed his true thoughts. Previously, he seemed to be hiding his true thoughts. When he chose the palace, he would completely reveal his thoughts. This is different from what we said before. We all relied on our strength to reach this place. We all have our strength. We are not inferior to anyone. That's right, we are not trash. Our strength is not the slightest bit inferior to the experts of the God territory. Kun Hao Heaven Monarch, please take back your insults. We have our own choices. We want to find the elders. All of them were furious. They had worked hard to come here, but this was the result. They did not know what the special palace was. Even if it was the best choice, they were not willing. Because they were not only insulted but also could not choose the palace they wanted to go to. This was what made them most angry. There was no choice. Today, they could not choose the palace. Today, they were afraid that they could not select more things. Find an elder. Kun Hao Heaven Monarch sneered. Elder, you want to see me whenever you want. I'm the biggest here, so you have to listen to me. You will be punished for betraying me if you don't listen to my orders. The long sword in his hand flashed with a bit of killing intent. The extreme punishment here was directly killing them. It seemed that there was no lie. When the time came, he would kill them without mercy. When the other cultivators saw this scene, they all revealed mocking smiles. Most of them were gloating. They felt that there was a good show to watch, and they liked to watch this scene. The cultivators from the mortal territory felt his killing intent, and their hearts trembled. They did not doubt that Kun Hao Heaven Monarch would kill them. Here, Kun Hao Heaven Monarch was the biggest. He had the power to destroy the gods. It was easy to kill them. Kun Hao Heaven Monarch, I remember that we have not joined the Heavenly Spring God territory, right? Tianyun interrupted at this time. Since we have not joined the Heavenly Spring God territory, we are qualified to refuse. Of course, I have no interest in joining the Heavenly Spring God territory now. I choose to leave now. Although he had expected that there would be all kinds of rejection, being rejected here obviously disgusted him. Since this side does not want him to stay, he does not need to stay here, he can do whatever he wants. After saying that, Tianyun turned and left. They were just brought in, not officially joining Heavenly Spring God territory, so there is no problem for Tianyun to refuse unless he joined Heavenly Spring God territory, which is another matter. What a glib tongue. Do you even know how to refute me? Kun Hao Heaven Monarch's eyes are full of coldness. The moment you step into the Heavenly Spring God territory, you are already a disciple of the Heavenly Spring God territory. Even if you die, you will die here. I will give you a chance. Kneel on the ground and crawl past me. I will forgive you for your words. After saying that, he opened his legs and let Tianyun crawl over. Kun Hao Heaven Monarch, you are too insulting. We have never heard of it before. We immediately became disciples when we came in. Yes, we want to see the elders. Brother, don't go over, we want justice. The other 4 people were completely angry. Although they are not of the same race as Yi Tianyun, they came from the same area. Since they are so discriminated against, how can they not be angry? Justice, I am justice. When the sword in his hand was about to stab, he heard Yi Tianyun's voice. Wait, I have thought it through. Yi Tianyun said, are you sure you want to go through me? A wise man is a wise man. This is the right choice. If you go through it, I may be in a good mood. What if you choose another palace? Kun Hao Heaven Monarch laughed, and his legs grew bigger. The other cultivators of the god territory shook their heads, their eyes full of contempt. They thought they would have some backbone, but who knew it was still a weak shrimp? Brother, you can't get in. The cultivator beside him felt insulted and immediately stood up to stop him. The next moment, Yi Tianyun's figure flashed, his right foot seemed to gather all the strength, and he kicked the space between the legs of Kun Hao Heaven Monarch. Boom! Kun Hao Heaven Monarch was kicked directly into the sky and smashed into the hard wall. The whole person's legs opened, and the space between his legs was blurred. This was not his lifeblood being kicked out, but the entire person was kicked out. If you want me to crawl under your crotch, let's see if you have the ability to do so. Yi Tianyun looked at the paralyzed Kun Hao Heaven Monarch, his eyes were extremely cold. Letting him crawl under his crotch was equivalent to an insult to him. He would not take this lying down. A heavy kick was not enough to kill him, but the whole person was crippled. If he was not worthy of the divine pill, he really could not recover quickly. Because of his cultivation, he can still recover, but this kind of shameful thing, I am afraid he will be with him for a lifetime. You injured Kun Hao Heaven Monarch. The people next to him were stunned. No one thought that Yi Tianyun would suddenly attack. This is a second-grade god territory. Casually attacking a deacon is equivalent to a slap in the face. If you want to pursue it, it is a terrible thing. Chase to the ends of the earth, but unless you join a stronger force, it is another matter. So what? Those who insult me must pay the price. Yi Tianyun's eyes are cold, making the heart of the cultivator who looked at him cold. After saying that, he wanted to leave here, but the cultivator soon stopped him in front of him. You can't leave, you injured Kun Hao Heaven Monarch, you must be severely punished. Yes, it is our negligence to let you go. They all stood before Yi Tianyun. They wanted to take credit and express their loyalty to Heavenly Spring God territory. Who said I am leaving? Yi Tianyun looked at them and said indifferently, I'm going to ask the elders about this. Of course, he wouldn't simply leave. Instead, he wanted to question the elders and see what kind of attitude they had. If they still had this attitude, staying any longer was unnecessary. It was simply a waste of time. What's going on? At this time, the guards outside rushed in one after another, and when they saw that Kun Hao Heaven Monarch was injured and was paralyzed on the ground, their faces all changed. He suddenly attacked Kun Hao Heaven Monarch. The cultivators of the god territory immediately pointed at Yi Tianyun. Bullshit, it's all Kun Hao Heaven Monarch who insulted us first. The cultivator from the mortal territory who was with Yi Tianyun retorted. No matter the situation, offending the superiors is a capital offense. The guards were too lazy to listen to their explanation. In their eyes, injuring Kun Hao Heaven Monarch was a capital offense. Chapter 1075. The guards surrounded Yi Tianyun one by one. All of them are at the Heaven Monarch level. Although they are called Heaven Monarch, they are all at the first layer and second layer of Heaven Monarch, not very strong. Kill them without hesitation. The guards did not hesitate to take out their weapons and attack Yi Tianyun. Yi Tianyun was suddenly angry. There is no doubt that these guys are in cahoots. It is impossible to expect them to get justice for him. Yi Tianyun didn't show any mercy. He kicked them, and they all exploded into blood mist. They all died. At first, he didn't want to kill them. Since these guys insist on killing them, then don't blame him for being impolite. The guards who wanted to rush over felt their hearts tremble and didn't dare to continue moving forward. As for the other cultivators, they were even more shocked. Was this a cultivator from the mortal territory? He kicked a Heaven Monarch to death. Even if a Heaven Monarch was an ordinary Heaven Monarch, he was still a Heaven Monarch, but he couldn't withstand a single kick. Who wants to stop me? Yi Tianyun glanced at them. Just his aura alone was enough to force them back. No one dared to stop him. Immediately when he wanted to pass through here, the guards at the side gritted their teeth and stopped him. You can't go in through here. They finally stopped him. If Yi Tianyun went in, it would be equivalent to letting a dangerous person into the room, and they would not let him in. If he was let in and something happened, they would be punished as if they had a death sentence, so they might as well stop Yi Tianyun and not let him in. Even if they died, at least they can prove that they have some backbone. Yi Tianyun looked at them coldly, and after a moment, he said in a low voice, "Okay, I cannot go in, but you go and inform the elders. It's good to say there are dangerous people here and ask them to come out. So, either I go over, or the elders come in person." These words made everyone take a cold breath and let the elders come personally. This is big, but letting Yi Tianyun go in person and violate their principles is not good. Okay. The guard gritted his teeth and crushed the token in his hand. It was equivalent to sending out a letter of relief. At that time, there would be experts coming over. Only a portion of the guards had this token to send out a letter of relief in time to avoid serious matters from happening. Not long after he crushed it, the space beside him was quickly split apart. A figure walked out from the space in a threatening manner. He was an extremely violent god monarch. It was as if he was the ruler of the world. Only god monarchs of other levels could easily break through space and teleport over here. The one who walked out was not Elder Go Huang. Instead, it was another elder from the Heavenly Spring God territory. His name was Elder Shi Hong. His cultivation had reached the God Monarch second layer. Although he was only at the God Monarch second layer, he was enough to suppress a faction. As soon as he came out, he looked around and saw the blood stains on the ground, and the unconscious Kunhao Heaven Monarch frowned. Elder Shi Hong, he injured Kunhao Heaven Monarch. He even killed us and several guards. The guard quickly ran over and explained. Elder Shi Hong turned his eyes and looked at Yi Tianyun. His eyes almost nailed Yi Tianyun to the wall. Yi Tianyun didn't feel anything at all. He stood motionless, ignoring Elder Shi Hong, who was looking at him. If it were anyone else, they would have been scared by this momentum. Elder Shi Hong, it's all because Kunhao Heaven Monarch first insulted us. He also let this brother crawl under his crotch. Kunhao Heaven Monarch also forced us to join the special divine palace, not giving us a choice. The cultivators next to him immediately stood up and explained. Yi Tianyun did not need to stand up to explain. Someone helped to define it. Yi Tianyun's kick just now was too satisfying, so he stood up to help explain. Did I let you speak? Elder Shi Hong glared at him. His oppressive aura rushed over, making his feet soft and directly falling back to the ground. He did not expect that he could not stand firm with just his aura. Everyone couldn't help but look at Yi Tianyun. Under this gaze, Yi Tianyun is completely fine, isn't the gap too big? Immediately, Elder Shi Hong turned to look at Yi Tianyun and said coldly, "You are quite arrogant. What does Kunhao Heaven Monarch want you to do? If you still dare to resist now, committing the crimes below is a capital offense. This rule has always been in Heavenly Spring God territory. There are no exceptions." His words have been put down. It is to carry out the capital offense regulations, want to punish him. Yi Tianyun laughed. What a joke, I didn't expect this to be the strongest Heavenly Spring God territory. I am so disappointed. Heavenly Spring God territory is just so, and I don't want to stay. This act of protecting his shortcomings made Yi Tianyun angry, but it was understandable. Understanding is understanding, so staying in Heavenly Spring God territory is unnecessary. He turned to leave, but Elder Shi Hong flashed in front of him and said coldly, "You're here, and you still want to leave. As long as I want to leave, no one can stop me." Yi Tianyun stared at Elder Shi Hong. As expected of the powerful Heavenly Spring God territory, he was big enough to discriminate against anything. He did not know how valuable first place in the God territory's war of ascending to heaven was, but he was treated like this here, so how could he not be angry? Then I would like to see how you will escape. Elder Shi Hong was also furious. He had always been respected, but now, someone was going against him. How could he not be angry? Just as he was about to reach out and grab it, the space beside him was broken open again. A familiar figure walked out. It was Elder Go Huang. What's going on? He crushed the emergency token. After Elder Go Huang came out, he saw Elder Shi Hong was about to pinch Yi Tianyun's neck. He asked in confusion, "Stop. Tell me what is going on." Elder Go Huang. When Yi Tianyun saw Elder Go Huang coming over, he shouted, "Elder Go Huang, I respect your invitation and especially came to join the Heavenly Spring God territory. This was originally my honor, but who would have thought that after coming over, You would insult us and not allow us cultivators from the mortal territory to choose any divine palace. What is the meaning of this? Elder Go Huang frowned and casually glanced around, roughly understanding what it meant. Elder Shi Hong, stop. Elder Go Huang said in a stern voice. Elder Go Huang has violated the rules. This has already violated our greatest rule. Elder Shi Hong said in a low voice. He won the first place in the God Territory's War of Ascending to Heaven. He is a rare genius. Even the super geniuses here are not inferior to him. Elder Go Huang said in a low voice. Elder Go Huang said in a low voice, do you think this is very appropriate? When these words came out, everyone was stunned. Elder Shi Hong was also astonished. He won first place in the God Territory's War of Ascending to Heaven. Chapter 1076. God Territory's War of Ascending to Heaven. There had always been only a bit of gold content, and the overall gold content was not very high. Only the top 10 could be seen in the eyes of many second-grade God Territory elders or other disciples. However, in their eyes, they were far from the disciples on their side. At least there was a great gap, so overall, it was half a joke. To put it bluntly, it was actually for diplomacy. This diplomacy was to build a good relationship with the first-grade God Territory. This was not a bad thing for them. How could a battle of diplomacy not be called a joke? Therefore, when the guard saw that Tianyun had come from the God Territory's War of Ascending to Heaven, his expression was calm, as if he were looking at a very ordinary disciple. The others disdained Elder Go Huang's words and felt it didn't matter. However, Elder Shi Hong's face suddenly changed. He had heard of the detailed situation and even looked at the record. The elders used the record plate to record the battle scene, so that he could see the battle situation of Tianyun. At that time, he immediately believed that Tianyun was a genius and must be accepted as a disciple. He didn't care about the mortal territory or anything like that. It was just that he was very protective of his people. If Tianyun caused trouble, he would also be very protective of them. It is not interesting to him at all. He is also a rigid person. It is very difficult to forgive his sins. If you do not punish him severely, there may be a second time. If too many of them existed, wouldn't the whole God Territory be in chaos? Knowing that Tianyun is Earth Monarch, he suddenly feels very embarrassed. He was looking forward to when Tianyun would come, but now Tianyun was shouting at himself, making him very embarrassed. Cough, 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 tell me, what mistake did Kunhao Heaven Monarch make? Think about it, it is better to solve the process. Elder Shi Hong coughed lightly. Such a change left everyone stunned. Is the name of the God Territory's War of Ascending to Heaven exaggerated? Tianyun saw the change in Elder Shi Hong and immediately shook his head. As expected, only with strength can one be treated equally. Tianyun immediately told everything, which made Elder Go Huang very angry. What is he trying to do? Elder Go Huang said sternly. Isn't this already rectified? We must treat him equally. This Kunhao Heaven Monarch has also violated the rules. Lock him up in prison and let him stay for 1,000 years to reflect on himself. Yes. The guard beside him quickly came over to drag Kunhao Heaven Monarch down. Not only was he kicked to death, but he was also locked up in prison for 1,000 years. It was really hard. Who would have thought this mortal territory disciple would be so famous? The elder immediately changed his expression. The other cultivators had already seen through the truth. They all gasped in their hearts. No wonder Tianyun is so overbearing. It turns out that he has some ability. People with ability are often not afraid of trouble. Earth Monarch Tianyun, this matter is indeed not managed well. I hope you don't mind. Elder Go Huang felt very embarrassed. Originally, he was an elder, so there was no need to talk to the younger generation like this. However, this kind of thing had a great impact. He could see Tianyun's anger. He spent a lot of money to recruit him, but who knew that such a bad thing would happen? If there was a problem, how could he work for Heavenly Spring God Territory? Tianyun frowned. He had to admit that the situation made him feel very uncomfortable. After all, Elder Shi Hong repeatedly insulted him and stopped him. This made him feel very unhappy. Although he already knew about it, he still felt very unhappy. Earth Monarch Tianyun, let me tell you this. I like to protect my people. No matter what my people do, I will protect them. You are a newcomer, you don't follow the rules and beat my people. My character of protecting my people is coming out. In other words, even if I do this, I will protect my people. Elder Shi Hong said in a deep voice, I admire your ability. I think you can do a great job. Don't be arrogant if you can intimidate those little guys. Yi Tianyun raised his eyebrows. He did not expect Elder Shi Hong to apologize. As a person, this is a taboo. After all, this is harmful to his identity. He won't say it. Even if he made a mistake, he will believe he is right. Elder Shi Hong's words made him smile. This character is simple and crude, but it is a bit disgusting. However, it is only limited to outsiders. Elder Go Huang winked at Yi Tianyun, indicating he should give Elder Shi Hong a stage quickly. An elder bowed to apologize. This is incredible, especially the elder of Heavenly Spring God territory. Can it be easy to do this? He would be wrong if it were any other elder of God territory. Elder Shi Hong, I understand what you are thinking. I am still not satisfied with the management. If I listen to the arrangements and enter a palace that does not fit me, wouldn't I be unknown? Yi Tianyun asked. The one Yi Tianyun feels the most unhappy is naturally Kun Hao Heaven Monarch. Elder Shi Hong is not a problem. When did he not have the protection of his shortcomings? More importantly, he is still in management. He did not do well in this aspect. Many cultivators from the mortal territory cannot be treated fairly. This is the most disgusting thing. We have set this rule before, but this kind of thing still happens. It can only be said that it is neglected in management. Elder Go Huang frowned. This was not for Yi Tianyun's sake, but they considered doing it. As time went by, they found more and more geniuses in the mortal territory, and they were not inferior to their geniuses. If they want people to work hard for them, they don't even have the most fair treatment. How can they be loyal to themselves? Who knew that someone still relied on his position as a deacon to decide things at will, making them angry after hearing it? Thank you, Elder Go Huang. This junior only wants the cultivators from the mortal territory to be treated fairly. Yi Tianyun cupped his fists and said, since the other party said so, Yi Tianyun does not have to worry about it. The result is very satisfactory, and he does not feel disgusted. The eyes of the other cultivators of the mortal territory lit up, and they showed gratitude to Yi Tianyun. They did not expect to reward themselves with treasures but to give normal treatment. Chapter 1077. The sudden turn of events made the cultivators of God territory stunned. They felt that if they said this, they would be slapped half to death. At this time, they all wondered where Yi Tianyun came from. It was incredible that he could make the elders change their minds. They had never seen this scene before, including the guards. They felt that they were wrong. Is this still their elder? This is for sure. In the future, we will strengthen the management of this side. Elder Go Huang nodded seriously. This was not Yi Tianyun's words, but he wanted to do this. He had been doing this all along, but there were still loopholes. There were so many people, and there were many passages. If he wanted to abide by them completely, this was still impossible. Thus, he could only carry out strict management, or else he wouldn't be able to do it. Let's not talk about this anymore. I wonder what divine palace you will choose. Elder Shi Hong changed the topic. Why don't you come to our sword palace? The sword palace is very powerful. You should be using a sword, right? Generally speaking, they all use swords. Hehe, Elder Shi Hong, you guessed wrong. Earth Monarch Tianyun is using spears, so he wants to join the spear palace. Elder Go Huang laughed from the side. Spear palace. Elder Shi Hong showed a disappointed expression. He is from the sword palace. Of course, he wants Yi Tianyun to come to the sword palace. Cough cough. Two elders, I am sorry, I do not intend to join Spear Palace, but to join Divine Construct Palace. Yi Tianyun said his intention. What? Divine Construct Palace? They were dumbfounded. They did not expect Yi Tianyun to choose the Divine Construct Palace. It's not that the Divine Construct Palace is not good, but joining the Divine Construct Palace is difficult. If you don't master a demon fire, you won't join. Yes, I intend to join the Divine Construct Palace. Is there a problem? Yi Tianyun asked. There is no problem. I didn't expect that both of us had guessed wrong. Elder Go Huang looked at him and smiled. If I think about it carefully, it makes sense. I remember that you have a demonic fire. It is not a problem to join the Divine Construct Palace. So that's how it is. No wonder you want to join the Divine Construct Palace. Elder Shi Hong was disappointed. By the way, who did you let in the special Divine Palace? Or is it that bad? Yi Tianyun is good for the special palace. This, Elder Go Huang's expression was awkward, but he immediately nodded and said, it is indeed lacking. All aspects of resources are lacking. If the master is too biased, we won't be able to take care of too many practitioners from the side sects. The Heavenly Spring God territory was already very strong, but that did not mean there were all kinds of resources. Some practitioners from the side sects did not have corresponding martial arts or resources. They could only pile up together. Such a chaotic place, the environment was naturally not too good. It seems that if we go in, we will never be able to make a comeback. Tianyun said, not really. If we perform well, we will also do our best to cultivate and find ways to get corresponding martial arts. Elder Go Huang said, although this is the case, it is difficult to enter the early stage, and it is very difficult to break out. Tianyun did not say much about this and immediately went directly to the Divine Construct Palace's teleportation array. The rest of the cultivators also chose the Divine Palace they wanted. Before leaving, they thanked Tianyun one after another. They would have to join the special Divine Palace if he did not resist. Earth Monarch Tianyun, when you stabilize, come to me. I will take you to steal the heaven-stealing divine land, the promise I made before. Elder Go Huang urged. No problem. Tianyun nodded. Of course, he knew about this heaven-stealing divine land. It was a very good holy land for cultivation. He wanted to see what was going on. It might be of great help to him. After he stepped into the teleportation array, he quickly disappeared from it. The two elders exchanged a glance. This old face of mine is going to be lost. Apologize to a junior. Elder Shi Hong shook his head, feeling very helpless. What's wrong with that? You've already seen the record plate. This kid is very strong and doesn't look like a reincarnated soul. I think his master must be very terrifying. He might be an extremely strong god monarch or heavenly venerable. Elder Go Huang said. Elder Go Huang said, a heavenly venerable would let his disciple come to our place. Elder Shi Hong shook his head. This is an experience. Who knows? Elder Go Huang shook his head. Even if he is not a disciple of heavenly venerable, he will have a lot of opportunities. In short, it is a good way to let him polish those boys. This way, we can have a greater chance to take down the new god territory. They looked at each other and saw the burning eyes as if their goal was the same existence. Tianyun did not know that he was like a shit-stirrer arranged. These experts of god territory are extremely arrogant, especially those who look down on the experts from mortal territory. Even if the regulations do not discriminate, they will still discriminate. This is not a simple thing to say. The thoughts in the heart cannot be changed. With the appearance of Tianyun, Heavenly Spring God territory will become active. Because of this, Elder Shi Hong and the others chose to try their best to persuade him to stay. After all, there are very few mortal territory cultivators with such powerful strength. If it is a strong God territory cultivator, although they can also suppress those arrogant experts, the cultivators of the mortal territory are always more straightforward. Tianyun was sent to the Divine Construct Palace in the blink of an eye. Just as he arrived here, a burning sensation immediately came from all around, making him feel a bit hot. The place he was currently in was a temple. When he walked out, the outside was like a furnace, and his feet could feel the bottom, sending a terrible heat. Many plants were around, but these were fiery red. All of them were fire attribute plants that could withstand such high temperatures, and ordinary trees, estimated, could not stay longer and withered. In addition, all kinds of flame stones were everywhere, all containing amazing flame energy. When checked, let alone the surface, most of the planets under his feet were flame stones. No wonder he built the Divine Construct Palace here. With such a high temperature bonus, he must be able to forge a good weapon. Tianyun chose this place to strengthen his forging ability. He wants to forge a weapon that is extremely suitable for himself. Although he can get a good gun whenever he kills an enemy, the weapon forged is the strongest and most ideal for himself. He chose the Divine Construct Palace. He wanted to advance himself. Chapter 1078. When Tianyun left the temple, no guards were blocking him. He has already been examined, so there is no need to check again. Looking up, there is a row of different temples in front of him, as if the whole planet is wrapped up, endless. Although there is no end, there is a door in front of him, and guards are patrolling the edge of the city wall, watching the surrounding situation vigilantly. Tianyun can see cultivators coming here from time to time, and when they are ready to approach the city gate, they will choose to land and then go through the gate. Whether in the god territory or the mortal territory, most forces are forbidden to fly, and these key areas absolutely cannot fly randomly, lest something happen. For example, those who make a big mistake must fly to escape, and once they see that they are flying to escape, they will immediately be stopped. If they fly casually, they will not be able to control the scene easily. Of course, the most important thing is the problem of respect. Except for the elders and deacons level, all of them cannot fly. This is the rule suitable for most of the key areas. It is even forbidden to fly in Yi Tianyun's imperial city, only to walk normally. These are for the convenience of management. The rest of the cities do not need to be banned, so there is no interference. When he approached, the guards immediately stopped him and asked, "Identity token." Yi Tianyun took out the identity token and handed it over. After checking it, they nodded and immediately let him go. The degree of security was not big. After all, the identity of those who could come here had been confirmed, so there was no need to be particularly strict. Although not strict, it still needs to be confirmed. Otherwise, there is no way to come in. After entering, it is like a city, people come and go. It looks like a palace specially set up for disciples, but it is a huge city. Isn't this a city? Yi Tianyun was stunned. It differed from what he had seen before. When he looked around carefully, he knew the purpose of doing this. There are shops around selling all kinds of forging materials. The quality is different, and the price is also different. The currency is mainly star stones or can be replaced with other things. Many people were coming and going here. One look and one would know that it was a blacksmith. Whether or not it was a god craftsman was another matter. A god craftsman was in existence that could truly forge divine weapons and above. A blacksmith could only forge weapons that were within the divine artifact realm. However, this did not matter. There was a difference in cultivation levels. Although there were countless experts in the second-grade god territory, it did not mean that there were no weaknesses. Many native cultivators had similarly low cultivation levels, and some lacked talent. However, it just so happened that they discriminated against the cultivators of the mortal territory. Even from head to toe, they were inferior to the cultivators of the mortal territory. They viewed themselves as superior. This was like a crown prince who did not know how to wash his clothes and cook. He could not even do the government properly and was still incomparably arrogant, looking down on everything. Fortunately, there shouldn't be many of these people, only those geniuses would have this feeling. Along the way, Yi Tianyun saw a lot of new materials. This place is lively, but what is more vibrant is the divine hall at the front, a group of people lined up in a long line as if they were going to enter a place. Yi Tianyun walked over and saw that all of them were registering and handing out their tokens. After paying a certain star stone, they could enter the examination. You want to join Divine Construct Palace, right? Go to the back and line up. When the cultivators in line saw him, they immediately waved to the back, looking very skilled. It was obvious that they had done it many times. Many people want to see the truth and line up or cut the line, but these have to go back to line up, not cut the line. You all want to join the Divine Construct Palace? Yi Tianyun was stunned. Didn't they say that recruiting disciples was very harsh? Now there are so many long dragons, and they all have demon fire. Isn't that obvious? We won't join the Divine Construct Palace. Are we going to watch the scenery here? That's right, line up at the back if you want to join the Divine Construct Palace. With one look, you can tell you are new and don't even know the rules. Isn't it normal that you don't know the rules? There are always new people who want to join the Divine Construct Palace. But is it so easy to join the Divine Construct Palace? There are too many people. I don't know how many were eliminated this time, it's too cruel. Yi Tianyun glanced at them. Their cultivation level is around Star Monarch level, which is not very high. As for the body, there is no demon fire. Fire attribute constitution is fine, or some special one, such as the Fire Dragon Constitution, can satisfy the blacksmith's level. These should not be the inner hall disciples. It is likely to be related to the miscellaneous type, but even if they are doing odd jobs, they need a high level of ability to do odd jobs. Yi Tianyun looked up. If he lined up individually, wouldn't he be stupid here? If he doesn't queue for a few days and nights, he won't be able to hit himself. The key point is that he is not here to join the chores but to join the Divine Construct Palace. Brother, come to my side, I have a seat here. At this time, someone on the side waved to Yi Tianyun. Yi Tianyun turned his head and found that the person who beckoned him did not know, but there was one characteristic: human. He is of the same race, so he will care for him. What are you doing? Asking someone to cut the queue? Someone shouted angrily from behind. So what if I asked someone to cut the queue? Didn't you ask someone to cut the queue before? Didn't the person in front also cut the queue? So what if I cut the queue for my friend? The human brother retorted, we can cut the line, but you can't let people cut the line. If you want him to come in, get out of here. That's right, the human race is so mediocre, and they want to join the divine construct palace, it's a daydream. Yes, this is a waste of space, letting you line up here is kind. Tianyun thought that the sense of rejection would be less, but who knew that it was also born in God's territory, and now it's time for racial problems. No need, I won't cut the queue, you can just line up. Tianyun smiled and nodded, this kid seemed to be a good person. Brother, no need to be so polite, hurry up and come over. Don't be afraid of them. They cut the queue more, I will let you come alone. The young man waved his hand. It's not necessary. Tianyun waved his hand. He doesn't appreciate it but doesn't want to join the odd jobs. He wants to see how he can enter and register. It's not a good idea to wait in line. Joining a divine palace is a lot. There are too many problems. Chapter 1079. Tianyun refused to line up, so the man could only give up. The cultivators next to him began to laugh at him. They think your line is too long and want to see if there is a place in front to cut in line. You brat, go to the back and line up. You are an eyesore standing here. There is no human in front, and you are delusional to cut the line in front. It is very simple to cut the line. Come to me, only 100 star stones, and you will cut the line. 100 star stones, isn't this too bad? The registration only requires 10 star stones. Is the meaning the same? If you want to sign up quickly, you must pay the price. One by one, they began to laugh at Tianyun. The one in front of them even offered a high price to let Tianyun cut the queue. They thought he wanted to line up faster, so he did not choose to line up with his kind. This action undoubtedly hurt his kind, who wanted to take care of Tianyun. He also felt a little embarrassed. He did this out of kindness, but the other party did not appreciate it. Brother, thank you very much. It's just that I didn't sign up here. It doesn't mean anything to me. Tianyun thanked the young man. Immediately, when he looked carefully, he found a front desk in front of him. There was no one in front, and a very bored person was sitting there, seemingly waiting for something. His eyes lit up, and he walked forward. When the cultivators on the side saw it, they were puzzled. Don't tell me that kid wants to sign up over there. Looks like it. Isn't that place recruiting inner hall disciples? The conditions are very harsh. Did that kid reach the standard? Up to the standard my ass. How long has it been since someone reached the standard? He must be a newcomer who doesn't understand the rules here. That's right, he must be a newcomer who doesn't understand the rules. He is going to make a fool of himself. They all laughed. This kind of thing was not uncommon. When a newcomer came over and saw no one in line, he came over to line up. Who knew that the requirements were very harsh? Let alone reaching the standard, even the most basic requirements could not be reached. Tianyun came to the deacon and said, I am here to join the divine construct palace. He handed over the identity token, and the other person casually took it and checked it casually. The first place in the God territories war of ascending to heaven has demon fire. No, what? The first place in the God territories war of ascending to heaven and demon fire. He suddenly bounced up, and his voice was so loud that it startled everyone in the queue. Yes, is there a problem? Tianyun said, am I qualified? Yes, absolutely qualified. Please come in with me. The deacon was extremely excited. He could finally recruit someone, but no one came. He wanted to die. Then can you bring a friend with you? Of course, he is not going to the inner hall with me. He is going to the ordinary examination. As he spoke, he pointed at the young man who had just helped him. The cultivators in the queue were stunned at this time, including the young man who had been pointed at. They were instantly dumbfounded. The deacon glanced at him and nodded, come over. I will bring you in. Anyway, it is on the way. The sudden situation lit up the cultivator's eyes, and he quickly ran over. The dissatisfaction he had with Tianyun immediately disappeared. Immediately, the deacon led them directly in. The guards in front did not stop them, and with the deacon leading the way, they naturally wouldn't stop them. What's the situation? That kid has a demon fire. Yes, he is the champion of the God territories war of ascending to heaven. Damn it, no one has come to sign up in 100 years, how come this time? Damn it, we don't have to line up, the key is that the deacon will introduce us, the pass rate will be higher. They are full of regret. If they treat Yi Tianyun better, it will be their turn. Now, they only need to think about it. Yi Tianyun will not retaliate against them. When they become disciples, they will have the power to kill. They can easily be kicked out of here. When the time comes, they will cry. The mocking expression on his face now turned into a bitter melon face. It was worse than eating a fly. At the same time, Yi Tianyun followed the deacon forward, followed by the young man, who was a bit nervous. He did not know what to say. Relax, there is no need to be so nervous, so there is no need to line up. Yi Tianyun patted his shoulder, indicating he should not be so nervous. The young man wiped his sweat and nodded. Thank you, brother, for bringing me in. I didn't expect you to be qualified to sign up here. I was wrong. I thought you thought the team was too long, and you looked down on my side. It's okay. Work hard. You will be able to establish yourself here in the future. This is a gift for you. Thank you for your kindness. This is a lower grade rebirth level weapon. It's too precious. I can't accept it. His hands trembled. This was an extremely precious treasure to him. Take it, work hard. Yi Tianyun patted him on the shoulder. The deacon beside him looked at him and said, we are here, you can directly go in and register. Whether you will be hired or not depends on your own ability. The young man nodded heavily and bowed deeply to Yi Tianyun. Thank you, brother, when you have achievements in the future, I will repay you. After that, he took his weapon and ran to sign up. There was a good basic condition for him to walk more steadily, so he accepted. His gunman no longer refused. Immediately, Yi Tianyun followed the deacon and continued to walk forward. He asked while walking, excuse me, are there very few people here to sign up? The conditions of the Divine Construct Palace are so harsh, even if there is a demon fire, it is not necessarily accepted, so very few people sign up. Originally, fewer people have demon fire, and the registration is more difficult. The deacon was very helpless. Fewer people exist in my place or the other passages. Those who have demon fire are not everywhere on the street. It is not easy to find. If he can't find someone, he can't get any benefits. How can he not be in a hurry? Yi Tianyun nodded. Demon fire is rare, 1 in 10,000. Moreover, the pill refining palace also robbed people, and the demon fire could go to the pill refining palace, making the number of people smaller. From a practical point of view, more people go to the pill refining palace. After all, weapons are always external objects. Refining a good pill can improve your cultivation, which is obviously more important. Fortunately, you are here. Otherwise, I will be punished. The deacon was excited. Please choose to be a disciple so that I can benefit a little. Such a straightforward word made Yi Tianyun speechless. Chapter 1080. Under the guidance of the deacon, they walked all the way. The deacon seemed to have not spoken for a few hundred years. He kept talking to him along the way. The content of the deacon was complaining about the things here. He complained one after another. All the problems in the Divine Construct Palace were complained about, which made Yi Tianyun's head explode. However, he got a lot of useful information from it. The conditions are extremely harsh. Demon fire is the only basic point, and it requires various abilities. Therefore, it is very good for many people who come to participate in the selection of disciples. It is very good that 1 of the 10 people can be admitted. It is enough to see how harsh the conditions are. It is very difficult to have demon fire. It is very harsh to choose disciples among the owners of demon fire. It would be fine if it were any other faction, as long as they had demon fire. They could take it slowly later on. There was no need to be so harsh. The Divine Construct Palace was different. It had to be extremely strict. Just having a demonic fire was not enough. It also needed all kinds of stable foundations. For example, if one's comprehension of forging were too poor, they would not be accepted as a disciple. If one were not careful enough, they would also not be accepted as a disciple. The requirements for selecting a disciple were more harsh than the last. The key was that the disciple was here, and the situation was outside. No matter who it was, they would take turns to make trouble if they joined. Even if they qualified, they would be blasted away. As a result, the Divine Construct Palace became fewer and fewer people. On the other hand, the Pill Refining Palace continued to accept disciples to strengthen themselves. This was because the management was too arrogant and indulgent that this situation occurred. Why do I feel like I've entered the Black Palace? Yi Tianyun looked at the deacon who led the way and said, can I join another place? How can you? You are already here, you can't join. you go to other divine palaces. How can the deacon let Yi Tianyun run away? As long as he brings people in, he can benefit. Whether he succeeds or not, there will be some benefits. If he succeeds, the benefits will be doubled. Yi Tianyun was dragged over by the deacon and walked to the refining divine palace before him. This refining divine palace is no different from other palaces. They are all made of flame stones. And are not close, only the heat waves. If the cultivation is too low, it is cooked. This is the place, let's go in. The deacon dragged Yi Tianyun inside. After walking in, he first saw no big battle. Instead, it was empty. An old man was sitting next to him. He looked very bleak, like a declining family. No one came to join. When he just came in, the old man who looked sleepy suddenly opened his eyes. A golden light shot out from his eyes and hit Yi Tianyun as if he wanted to see through him. Elder Dong Yun, this is a disciple who has come to take part in the assessment. The deacon walked over with an attentive expression. He rubbed his palms together and said, he has a demon fire, and he won first place in the God Territories War of Ascending to Heaven. He is qualified to take the assessment. First place in the God Territories War of Ascending to Heaven. Elder Dong Yun's eyes widened. He slightly narrowed his eyes and looked at him up and down. A genius from the mortal territory and a demon fire. This is quite rare, but very good. It's finally a bit fun. That, Elder Dong Yun, he rubbed his palms together and looked at Elder Dong Yun like a child asking for candy. Go, 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 I know what you are thinking, go and get your reward. Elder Dong Yun waved his hand impatiently. Thank you, Elder Dong Yun. The deacon was happy and quickly turned to leave. When he passed Yi Tianyun, his eyes showed pity. Kid, good luck, you can do it. After encouraging him, he quickly left to get the reward. Yi Tianyun frowned, feeling like he was being sold. Following this, Elder Dong Yun clapped his hands, and with a few, ha, sounds, it echoed in the divine refining hall. Nothing happened next, no different from before. Following Elder Dong Yun, he came over with a smile. Seeing his smile, Yi Tianyun suddenly felt creepy, like a prey that was targeted. I haven't had a new disciple in 2 to 3 years. I wonder how strong you are. The last one was weak and couldn't even pass the most basic. Elder Dong Yun grinned at him. If you pass our test, you will be able to join the Divine Construct Palace, and we will also do our best to nurture you. We can even give you the right to cultivate in the heaven-stealing divine land. As long as we can get it, we will give it to you. It was such a shocking temptation, as if it was saying that as long as I had it, I would give you all the good things. Yi Tianyun was expressionless. To be able to provide so many benefits, it must be a very cruel test. This Elder Dong Yun likes to play the test more. Not a moment later, a group of people came in from the outside and quickly made the place lively. Finally, a newcomer, he looks quite young. I wonder how capable he is. Let's see if he can pass our group of senior brothers first. It's not easy to join. Oh, humans. Humans can also control demon fire. It's not simple. I just don't know if they can withstand our abuse. Oh no, our test. Not only the other elders but also some senior brothers and sisters. There were not many people who came, only a dozen or so. However, the lowest cultivation level was the 8 refinements Earth Monarch rank and the strongest was the 6th or 7th layer Heaven Monarch. There were many geniuses. They looked at Yi Tianyun up and down, their faces full of excitement, as if they found something fun. Seeing that they were so excited, Yi Tianyun's heart suddenly sank. These seemed to be regarded as fun, but he did not know any disdain in their eyes or look down on him. They wouldn't look down on him just because he was a human, and they would all be excited. Junior brother, we will call you Junior brother for now. If you can join us, we will each give you a greeting gift. If anyone bullies you, just tell us in the future, and we will immediately avenge you. Hey, senior brother Yulong, is it really okay for you to say that? What's not good about it? The one from before was immediately scared away by us. If you don't show us some respect, they won't be able to take the power assessment. One by one, they started to discuss. Their eyes kept looking at Yi Tianyun. Among them, Yi Tianyun felt very creepy. It was still a beautiful woman next to him. Her lovely eyes were burning. She even licked her lips at him as if looking at food. Junior brother, if you perform well, senior sister will take you to a fun place, she smiled slightly. Yi Tianyun was speechless. This is called Divine Construct Palace. It is a group of lunatics. Chapter 1081, Yi Tianyun can't stand their enthusiasm. This is his first time facing these tests, and they are so enthusiastic, making him very uncomfortable. Of course, it is better than a group of discriminatory guys, which is more annoying. At least these are not disgusting people. At most, they are enthusiastic. It seems there is still a test, as if they found something fun. I am here to take the test, senior brothers and sisters. Are you all an examiner? Yi Tianyun saw more than a dozen people surrounding him. This was the first time he had seen this situation. That's right, otherwise why do you think we came here? They looked at each other and smiled, seeing mischief in each other's eyes. The door behind him was directly closed at this time, making a loud noise spread through the area. Yi Tianyun turned his head to look back and found that the two senior brothers had run behind and closed the door. What's going on? Yi Tianyun asked doubtfully. Nothing, I just don't want others to disturb your examination. This is a very important test, you can't be disturbed at will. Senior brother Yu Long is the biggest among all the senior brothers and sisters who came, and his cultivation is the highest, reaching the level of the 7th layer heaven monarch. The second strongest is the temptation of Yi Tianyun. Her name is Huo Lian, and she has reached the 6th layer heaven monarch. They are all broken through by 8 refinements earth monarch, not 9 refinements. However, this is already quite strong. After all, in 8 refinements, earth monarch breaks through to heaven monarch. This level is already different from an elder in 1st grade god territory. In this place, you can only be regarded as a disciple. The difference in treatment is like heaven and earth. Yi Tianyun was speechless. This is not because he does not want to be disturbed but because he fears running away. What is the content of the assessment? Yi Tianyun looked at them as if he had thought about the content of the test hundreds of times, and now he put all his strength on him. The content, we have thought about it. We will test you 10 times. One of them jumped out and said, 10 times? Yi Tianyun almost vomited blood. 10 tests. Is this not a torture? Ahem, don't go too far. Elder Dong Yun came out and glared at the disciple. He smiled at Yi Tianyun and said, there are 3 tests. Yu Long, Huo Lian, and I will answer the questions. After passing, you can become a disciple of Divine Construct Palace. You can't leave on the way. Can't leave the stage on the way. If I can't pass, why should I continue? Yi Tianyun asked doubtfully. Of course, if I can't pass, I will jump to the next round. Even if I can't pass, I still have a chance to become a disciple. Elder Dong Yun smiled. There is such a reason. Yi Tianyun was shocked. This rule was messy, and he could still become a disciple even without passing. This means that it depends on the overall level, not just on one side, but on all aspects. If there is a bright spot, it will be recruited. If there is no bright spot, recruiting will be even more difficult. As for completely passing, it must be selected. Of course, you can't retreat halfway, you must finish our assessment, understand? Their eyes lit up, and they refused to let him leave. Yi Tianyun felt like a sheep in a tiger's den, wondering whether he had come to the wrong place or whether he should use teleportation to escape from there. This test, is there any life danger? Yi Tianyun asked. They looked at each other and hesitated. This hesitation meant that their lives were in danger. Seeing Yi Tianyun look at them, they smiled embarrassedly. Life is in danger. There is still a bit of danger. Our test will not be so simple. But you can rest assured, it will not be very dangerous. Senior brother Yu Long smiled. Yi Tianyun suddenly felt speechless and could only say, well, can we start the assessment now? Yes. They nodded repeatedly, and after looking at each other, Elder Dong Yun came out and said with a smile, then let me take the first test. After he came out, he looked at Yi Tianyun and said, the first round will not be difficult to give you. The first thing to master is fire control. If fire control is not good, everything is nonsense. So the first test I give you now is to burn this piece of ice into a thin needle. After that, he raised his hand and threw this piece of ice in front of Yi Tianyun, indicating that he would burn this piece of ice into a thin needle. Yi Tianyun was suddenly stunned. This was a test of abnormal. Burning a piece of ice into a thin needle, the strength that needs to be mastered, is not only difficult but also simply abnormal. The control is very detailed, especially since this piece of ice is very ordinary. It is made of very ordinary water, which means that as long as the fire is slightly increased, it will be directly burned down. It may be okay if it is burned a little, but if it is melted into a thin needle, the difficulty is quite abnormal. The thin needle was originally small enough, just a little touch would have completely vaporized it. If you can cut a small hole in it and let the needle go through it, I will reward you with a high-grade rebirth level treasure. Senior brother Yu Long added a condition next to him, his face full of excitement. Not to mention him, everyone else looked at Yi Tianyun, wanting to see what he would do. Yi Tianyun was speechless. Isn't this making things difficult for him? If he uses energy to carve, he can cut it into thin needles in less than a second. Now, it is too difficult to change it into flames. Isn't this a bit too difficult? Yi Tianyun frowned. Can your fire control ability do this? He has experience on this side, of course, he knows how difficult it is. If everyone can reach this step, it can be said that they are super fire control masters. Very few of us can do this, but it is not impossible. A strict standard can prove your ability. Senior brother Yu Long said very plainly, making Yi Tianyun roll his eyes. This simply makes things difficult for himself. That's right, our excellent standard is here, it depends on how much you can complete it. Elder Dong Yun's words made Yi Tianyun understand something, that is, there is no need to complete it all. After all, the difficulty is indeed very great if it can be made very thin, even if it is not a thin needle, it is very good. Yi Tianyun looked at them and said helplessly, okay, I will try. Don't worry, we will give you 3 chances. After 3 chances, take the best one as your result this time. Elder Dong Yun said. Yi Tianyun looked at the ice in front of him. The corner of his mouth curved into a smile. It was too simple for him. He was just pretending. He believed that his fire control ability was not weak. With the help of the investigating eye, everything was not a problem. In addition, he was also a God rune master, and his control of spiritual force was beyond ordinary people. Chapter 1082. The opening was so difficult. Many senior brothers looked at each other and smiled. They felt that it was interesting to test new people. They seemed to like this. They wanted to see how Yi Tianyun would solve it. They were both equivalent to judges. They wanted to see if new people could become their future junior brothers. At least Yi Tianyun did not look down on them at all. This made Yi Tianyun feel very comfortable. There was no rejection. They are quite united. They have a good relationship with each other. They are not like other forces. They are incompatible with each other. Only the status and talent are equal. There is a topic to talk about. As for the big gap, Yi Tianyun is too lazy to care about it. This kind of atmosphere is quite bad, not the environment Yi Tianyun likes. It is different here, the atmosphere is quite good. Hehe, I thought of that kid from last time. He was burned to nothing. Isn't his ability to control fire a little too bad? It's normal that he didn't burn anything. Some only had a fire, but his ability to control fire was terrible. I remember that there was a fire control ability that was good, but unfortunately, it was burned like a stick. The difference between it and a thin needle was too big. I can't even do this, let alone drill a hole in it. You can't do it, but it doesn't mean others can't. Senior sister Huo Lian can do this. Let alone a thin needle, even the hair is fine. While Yi Tianyun was preparing for the test, they were discussing. Yi Tianyun didn't think too much about it. He raised his hand and used the white flame bone fire. When this kind of demon fire appeared, everyone's eyes lit up. The white flame bone fire was a very good demon fire. They nodded repeatedly. Then Yi Tianyun quickly threw the flame on the ice, and with a "bear" sound, the violent flame directly wrapped the ice, and almost instantly, the ice was completely wrapped up. Everyone was stunned. It was so simple and rough, didn't it directly burn the ice? A moment later, the flame quickly disappeared. What was left behind was a thin needle. It was similar to the usual thin needle. This ice piece was burned into a thin needle in just the blink of an eye. This fire control ability was terrifying. After everyone saw it, they were immediately stunned. It turned out that they had encountered an expert in playing with fire. He easily burned the thin needle. It was obvious that he was very experienced. Damn it, I didn't see wrongly, right? Is this fire control simply smoother than senior sister Huo Lian playing? Bullshit. Senior sister Huo Lian can cut out the thin thread. It's thinner than a thin needle. Well, it's much better than mine. They were all shocked by Yi Tianyun's move. They thought that Yi Tianyun would fail, but they did not. Instead, they succeeded instantly. I almost forgot, I still need to open the hole. Yi Tianyun smiled, stretched out his hand, and he shot out a little flame, which easily penetrated the head of the thin needle and completely formed a thin needle. After taking it, Elder Dong Yun picked it up, looked at it, and nodded with great satisfaction. it seems that this stage is not difficult for you. It can be said that your fire control ability is very amazing. It seems that you have practiced a lot of fire control skills. They are very satisfied with this and are all amazed at Yi Tianyun's performance. Are all the new people so strong now? One of them reached out and patted his face. His level was not as good as Yi Tianyun's, so he did this. Yes, it seems that we are old, we have practiced for so long, but none of the new people are powerful, it is shameful. They all shook their heads, feeling a blow. Their fire control ability is less than half of Yi Tianyun's, but they can join. From here, it can be seen that it is necessary to test the ability to control fire, but it does not need to be at such a terrifying level. The ability to control fire can be done slowly in the later stages, but it is not the most important test here. Yi Tianyun immediately saw this. It is estimated that strictness is not particularly high from the first stage. You little kid, powerful, I just said it casually, you completed it. Senior brother Yu Long took the thin needle and looked it up and down, clicking his tongue. Then, according to the agreement, I will give you a high-grade rebirth level treasure later, you can choose. This senior brother Yu Long was very straightforward. He would give whatever he wanted without any regrets. However, to him, this was not a big problem. With his ability, he could forge a high-grade rebirth level. Although it was difficult, he was still able to forge it. Little brother, your fire control ability is comparable to your sister's. Senior sister Huo Lian smiled sweetly. When you join the Divine Construct Palace, can you spar with sister for a while? Wait for me to join. Yi Tianyun wiped his cold sweat. These people are enthusiastic. Cough cough, you passed the first stage perfectly. It is indeed beyond my expectations. Your foundation is very good, beyond our expectations, your ability is very good. Elder Dong Yun revealed a smile. So many disciples have come here to take the test. You can be considered one of the top disciples. Then I will leave the second test to Yu Long. Senior brother Yu Long waited for a long time. He excitedly ran out and said, I will take the second test, and the content is still fire control. Fire control. Yi Tianyun was stunned. He had tried fire control before him and still wanted to test this. Of course, it is not a simple fire control, you can refine a weapon or anything. We will keep disturbing you. If you can complete this weapon, you can pass, how about it? Senior brother Yu Long laughed. Everyone looked at each other and smiled. Yi Tianyun immediately knew what these guys were here for. They were here to help interfere with him, right? However, it was unprecedented to participate in this group as a judge. They were united to help the junior martial brother who joined them. No problem, let's give it a try. Yi Tianyun nodded. He wanted to see how far these people could go. It's good that there are no problems. We will still give you 3 chances. We will constantly interfere with you. I hope you can maintain control of the fire before then. Don't be disturbed by us. Senior brother Yu Long laughed. The others looked at each other and smiled as if they were laughing at something. I remembered something. We interfered with that guy before and directly blew up the cauldron. PFF'd. I almost forgot. It was too much interference that caused the explosion. They all laughed, but Yi Tianyun was speechless. He once again felt that they were a group of lunatics. Chapter 1083. Yi Tianyun didn't say anything more. He quickly removed a pile of materials and prepared to refine the lower grade rebirth level weapon. He won't choose the ones that are too difficult. Just select the ordinary difficulty. God knows how these guys interfere with him. He quickly threw out a pile of materials and mobilized the white flame bone fire to melt the materials. Without any furnace, he began to refine. Without a stove, he can refine. This is not difficult for him. This move made them sigh. They felt that Yi Tianyun was bold. He doesn't even need a furnace. He is good at controlling fire. He doesn't even need a furnace. I wouldn't dare to do this. Yes, although it is only a lower grade rebirth level weapon, without a cauldron, the difficulty is still not small. They all have some recognition of Yi Tianyun's ability. To play like this, they must be very good at controlling fire. They dare not do this, but others dare to do it. When Yi Tianyun was melting, a piece of iron suddenly smashed into the flame and quickly mixed with other materials. Add it to me, don't throw it out. Senior brother Yu Long laughed and added a bit of seasoning to him. Yi Tianyun was stunned at first, then quickly controlled the white flame bone fire to melt the mixed material and then remove the impurities, quickly overlapping with the melted material. With this material, the material of the whole weapon will change, and the difference in comparison will easily lead to failure. However, Tianyun controlled it perfectly, directly removing the impurities, leaving the purest thing, and throwing another new material. This material is perfect with the material that senior brother Yulong threw in so that they can complement each other and will not affect anything. But compared to before, this weapon will have more effect. When the other senior brothers and sisters saw this scene, they all praised it. This kind of decisive ability proved that the experience was quite good. If Tianyun did not add new materials, this weapon would still have problems. After all, it is impossible to eliminate the negative effects of this material by controlling fire. For example, if it is thrown into the ice stone, it must be stored with other materials that can withstand the ice stone. Only then can the weapon be successfully refined. Tianyun quickly found suitable materials that were perfect to control. There is no doubt that the foundation is very good. Interesting, then I will add this thing. Then someone threw out another ore. After falling into the melted liquid, Tianyun quickly wrapped it up, and after melting it, he threw out new materials to make a perfect ratio. I also throw one. They all felt that the matter was not big, constantly throwing out new materials. This is what they said interference, not to say that they want to beat him up when Tianyun was refining. This is not interference, but deliberately driving away. The content of their assessment was very rough. At the same time, it was also the foundation they needed. It was a test of his ability to adapt and control fire. Everyone was throwing out ores, special materials, and even spirit medicine. He had all dissolved them and integrated them into this pile of materials. He did not know what he could create and only needed to pay attention to one thing. He could not fail or explode. Even if a brick were forged later, it would at least be one that could smash people to death, not a pile of powder. If normal refining failed, it would directly explode, turning into a pile of abandoned materials that could not be used. In the end, all the onlookers threw in a material. Tianyun didn't refuse, and he couldn't refuse either. He solved the fusion problem perfectly every time. So far, there has been no big problem. The biggest problem is a large mass of liquid. I don't know what kind of weapon can be produced. It seems so mixed. It is estimated that there are all kinds of attributes. This kind of weapon is relatively poor. No one can have all the attributes. Being too comprehensive means that it is mediocre. Of course, now it is not that the weapon is strong, but it is enough if the gun is functional. This newcomer is powerful. He is the strongest newcomer I have seen so far. He threw so many materials, but nothing happened. That's right, if it had been me, I would have already failed, right? He is completely fine. Damn, why is it that the more the test, the more I feel inferior? They couldn't help but scratch their heads. They originally wanted to see how long Tianyun could hold on, but who knew that Tianyun would hold on all the way? Nothing and Ning. Tianyun shouted and quickly made a hand seal. This ball of liquid promptly flew up, and under his technique, it was constantly rubbed in the air. Then it fell heavily from the ground, and at the same time, it condensed into a giant hammer with energy, continually smashing down. This ball of liquid continued to smash. Because there were too many materials, he constantly widened the materials, and then the appearance of an incomparably huge sword gradually appeared in everyone's sight. With so many materials, it can only be made into a relatively large weapon. The giant sword is a good choice. Under his constant tempering, a giant sword quickly took shape and flashed with various colors, which looked very strange. This meant that too many materials were fused. If it were someone else, it would be a waste of materials. However, to merge and not explode, this already proves that Tianyun's ability is amazing. Dang! With a crisp sound, Tianyun collected the void giant hammer, a 5-colored giant sword, and it appeared in front of everyone. The grade is not low, it is almost close to the middle grade rebirth level weapon. The materials they threw out are not very precious but not very bad. Usually, they do not take any trash with them, so the materials they throw out will not be bad. Now that they can forge a nearly middle grade rebirth level weapon, it is shocking. It's done. Tianyun threw the giant sword at senior brother Yulong. After senior brother Yulong took it, he reached out his hand and touched it. He said, "You are amazing. You have perfectly forged it. With your reaction speed, you are at the middle and upper level." It is not that they are arrogant. Tianyun performed very well, but some still performed better than Tianyun. Tianyun is not surprised. He is only a first-grade divine forging master and 2 third-grade divine forging master here. It is not surprising that he is stronger than him. Chapter 1084. When Yi Tianyun forged the giant sword, they all couldn't help but praise him. They were not stingy with their praise. They were increasingly satisfied with Yi Tianyun, including Elder Dong Yun. They looked at him with admiration. Undoubtedly, he has already reached the level of divine construct palace through these 2 stages. I wonder if I can pass this stage. Yi Tianyun smiled and asked. If you can't pass, then no one in the world will be able to pass. Your control and adaptability are both excellent. Senior brother Yu Long smiled. We are very satisfied with this. You passed the 2nd stage easily and perfectly. Although you performed perfectly in the first 2 stages, there is still the 3rd stage. If you can't pass the 3rd stage, the assessment will be more difficult. Senior brother Yu Long looked at senior sister Huo Lian, and the last one to answer the question was senior sister Huo Lian. Yi Tianyun narrowed his eyes. He thought that they would hire him without going through the 3rd stage. Who knew that there was still the 3rd stage? And from their tone, the 3rd stage was the most important. Senior sister Huo Lian came out and looked at him with a red face. She smiled and said, Junior brother, your ability is not small. It makes me more and more interested. She also came over, reached out her fingertips, and drew circles on his chest, looking quite amusing. Yi Tianyun gently moved back, keeping a distance, and smiled. Senior sister, your temptation is too big. I am afraid I can't control it. If you can't control it, don't do it. Senior sister Huo Lian smiled. It was really like a beautiful lotus blooming. It looked red and had 4 colors. It looked quite stunning. Ahem, let's talk about the content of the 3rd test. Yi Tianyun said, you don't know how to appreciate beauty. Senior sister Huo Lian smiled and said, the content of the 3rd stage is very simple. Take this weapon and come with me to the Flame Secret Realm to kill demon beasts and obtain the Flame Scale. Flame Scale. Yi Tianyun still has some impression of this thing. It is one of the materials used to make a high-grade rebirth level, and it is still relatively precious. Only the demon beast has it. Generally speaking, there was no need to kill the demon beast. After subduing it, it would be fine if it was taken away. If it were dead, it would be impossible to obtain it. Thus, they would choose to capture it. From time to time, they would peel off a bit of the flame scales. After resting for some time, it could grow back again. This was still quite cruel. However, some places would give it delicious food and drink. They would cultivate it into their companions. This way, they would not need to subdue it. They would be able to obtain the flame scales. They would usually fall off. That's right, we have a flame secret realm here. There are many materials inside. There is also a demon beast. We can work together to subdue it. It will be considered a success if we can also pull out the flame scales. Yes, we have a flame secret realm here. Senior sister Huo Lian said. This is fine, no problem. Yi Tianyun nodded and said. It was not difficult to subdue the demon beast. To him, he could suppress it with one punch and knock it out. He could easily take the scales. Then let's go to the flame secret realm now. Senior sister Huo Lian waved to Yi Tianyun and led him forward. Senior brothers, are you not going? Yi Tianyun looked at them doubtfully. Go to the flame secret realm, what will we do? We will wait here for you to come back. Senior brother Yu Long smiled. We are very optimistic about you. This time, we will succeed in getting it back. Yi Tianyun was a little puzzled. He thought that they would come together to watch. Who knew that they would stay here alone? It made him feel strange. But thinking about it carefully, they will get the flame scale. If a group of people come, they will scare the demon beast. After they left, everyone smiled at each other and disappeared. Under the lead of senior sister Huo Lian, they came to the transfer entrance of the flame secret realm. When they explained to the guards that it was a test, they immediately let them go. They easily came to the flame secret realm through the transfer array. When they arrived here, Yi Tianyun felt the temperature was hotter than above. Looking around, there were still piles of flame stones, no difference from the outside. The only biggest difference was that there were volcanoes on the side and magma rolling on the side, forming a river of lava. With their cultivation, it was not a problem for them to fall for a short time, and the damage to them was not big. Yi Tianyun glanced at the side. Just as he was about to say something, a figure directly jumped into his arms. Junior brother, aren't we going to do something? Senior sister Huo Lian jumped into his arms, her beautiful eyes full of temptation. This is not to take the flame scales, it is to seduce people and do some private things. Fortunately, no one is around, otherwise, there is a misunderstanding. Senior Sister Huo Lian, what are you doing? Yi Tianyun grabbed her shoulder, pushed her forward, and said in a deep voice, we are here to get the flame scale, please behave yourself. Senior Sister Huo Lian was very attractive, but he was not interested in it. He had Shi Shuiyan in his heart, and everything was enough. Senior Sister Huo Lian waved her hand and said, you are so boring. I think you are better than others. Can't I play with you? Senior Sister Huo Lian, I will be very embarrassed if you do this. Yi Tianyun said in a low voice. I know, mission. You are just so boring. It is just a flame scale. I have it here. Senior Sister Huo Lian took out a flame scale and waved it in front of him as she spoke. She smiled and said, how is it? There are flame scales now. You only need to play with me here for a while, so let me do as I please. These flame scales are yours. There is no need to find the demon beast. It is so difficult to find a demon beast, so it is better to take the ready-made ones back. Moreover, I am now the supervisor. The flame scales are not considered to be on us. It is just that you took them. Her face was full of temptation, and she still had the completed task, so she didn't need to go to find the demon beast, she just needed to accompany her. I'm not interested, I will get the flame scales myself. Yi Tianyun didn't even look at her, he turned and walked forward. Looking at his back, Senior Sister Huo Lian's smile became even stronger. She raised her foot and followed him. Well, you are so rigid, but I like you. I will go with you to find the flame scales and not play with you this time. Yi Tianyun looked at Huo Lian and nodded, no problem. He smiled with a meaningful feeling. Chapter 1085. Under Yi Tianyun's appeal, Senior Sister Huo Lian finally became more obedient and did not touch Yi Tianyun again. Yi Tianyun checked the surroundings. There are many demon beasts here, and there are many forging materials. It can be said to be a material treasure house. It should be stored inside the Divine Construct Palace. It is not open to the public. Otherwise, this place would have been full of cultivators. Even if it is dangerous, it can be accepted. Especially if you want something good, you are not willing to take the risk. It is very unreasonable. As they went deeper, the demon beasts began to become scarce. There were even no demon beasts around here. At the same time, the quality of the materials nearby became higher and higher, and the number became more and more. It's not that no one is collecting here, but this is the territory of a powerful demon beast. It's very likely that we will come to the territory of demon beast. Yi Tianyun turned and looked around, he smelled the dangerous aura. The demon beast is not weak, at least above the heaven monarch level, and is very powerful. With the bloodline of Qilin, how can it be weak? The Qilin bloodline was one of the top 10 existences, and the power it erupted with was absolutely above most existences of the same level. Yes, that's right, we are already in the demon beast territory. Senior Sister Huo Lian's expression became serious and wasn't as exaggerated as before. As soon as she finished speaking, a roar sounded from the forest of flames in front of her. It was as if the roar from the underground abyss was terrifying. It is warning us not to get close. Senior Sister Huo Lian said in a deep voice. In that case, let's hurry over and take the scales. Yi Tianyun nodded, ignored the warning, and ran forward. Senior Sister Huo Lian followed, and a long whip appeared in her hand. It was very suitable for her personality. Roar, roar. At this time, a huge figure jumped out of the forest of flames. The first thing that Yi Tianyun felt was the extreme heat, as if it could burn people to ashes. Following in front of them was the huge flame Qilin. Its body was covered with a thick layer of flame scales. Every flame scale contained amazing fire energy. Even heaven monarch level experts would not dare to take the flame scales casually. Otherwise, they would be burned. Of course, Yi Tianyun is not worried about this. They don't need to worry about the flame scales burning themselves. What they need to worry about now is how to dig out the flame scales from its body. Flame Qilin is a super divine beast, 5th grade heaven monarch cultivation, and has super strong demon firepower that can burn everything. At the same time, the flame scales on its body can resist all damage and have a strong defense that is enough to resist fatal attacks. 5th grade heaven monarch cultivation, this flame Qilin is strong. This is a great divine beast. Seeing a divine beast, he wants to subdue it for his use. With such a powerful divine beast as a companion, how can it not be at ease? The flame Qilin once again roared at them and issued a stern warning, indicating that they should not approach. Go. Senior sister Huo Lian rushed towards the flame Qilin without hesitation. She whipped the whip in her hand and lashed it at the flame Qilin. With a pa sound, the whip landed heavily on the flame Qilin's body. Such a heavy whip only left a shallow mark on the flame Qilin's body, and it quickly recovered. It was completely fine. Senior sister Huo Lian's attack completely infuriated the flame Qilin. It roared at her, and a huge fireball whistled over. It was as if the end of the world had arrived. A huge fireball descended from the sky and enveloped the entire land. Senior sister Huo Lian's expression changed, and she quickly dodged to the side. However, her speed was still too slow. Even the fireball had already exploded towards her. At this moment, a figure blocked in front of her. A cold light flashed. Whoosh! The huge fireball was split into two. Tianyun grabbed senior sister Huo Lian and ran to the side. Senior sister Huo Lian was stunned. She didn't expect Tianyun to come so fast and pierce through this terrible fireball. You stay here, I will deal with it. Tianyun motioned her to stay on the side. It was enough to deal with this flame Qilin alone. Wait, senior sister Huo Lian quickly stopped him, but Tianyun had already rushed up alone, ready to shoot the flame Qilin. Seeing Tianyun rush up, the flame Qilin was stunned and turned to look at senior sister Huo Lian, his big eyes showing confusion as if asking for instructions. Senior sister Huo Lian pointed to Tianyun and nodded simultaneously. Roar! The flame Qilin suddenly became furious. It aimed at Tianyun and spat out a few balls of flame. The power of each ball was bigger than the other, directly blocking his escape route. Tianyun's eyes narrowed, and he used crazy heaven's secret art. Violent power was released along with the spear, directly piercing this huge fireball and easily stabbing the fireball coming at him in half. The next moment, he rushed out of the explosion fireball. He ran to the flame Qilin and threw his spear at it. With this sudden throw, the flame Qilin was smashed down from the sky like a fool. Boom! The flame Qilin slammed into the ground, creating a big hole. Tianyun did not stop. He quickly chased after the flame Qilin and prepared to attack it again. Wait a minute. At this time, senior sister Huo Lian quickly stopped in front of the flame Qilin. She opened her hand and blocked the flame Qilin. Junior brother, don't attack it. What's wrong? Aren't we going to take the flame scale? Tianyun smiled faintly as if he had already noticed something. This is our test. You don't play according to the routine, how can you be so strong? Senior sister Huo Lian was very helpless. What do you mean by not playing according to the routine? Tianyun pretended to be enlightened. Is it true that the flame Qilin is your companion, just trying to test me? Yes, it is to test you. I have to say, the last test didn't seem to succeed. At this time, a group of people flew over. These were the previous senior brothers and sisters and the elder Dongyun. They were all hiding on the side, and now they knew they were exposed, so they could only appear. Tianyun looked at them, and there was no expression of surprise on his face. It could even be said that he had guessed it long ago. This was all a trick. Chapter 1086. The flames Qilin got up from the ground. It was not injured at all. Tianyun did not use much strength at all. The spearhead was not directly aimed at its body. Instead, it was smashed with the spear shaft. Therefore, there was no damage at all. It did not even hurt the skin. At most, it would be painful when it was smashed down. For the flames Qilin, this was just a superficial injury. There was no big problem. Tianyun deliberately did this. He just cooperated with the performance of senior sister Huo Lian. Since the first time, senior sister Huo Lian came in, she knew that everything was an act. She estimated that he was tricked. The talent of senior sister Huo Lian was extremely high. He knew the true character of senior sister Huo Lian. She would never be so indulgent. Everything was a routine. He just wanted to trick her. Now, it was completely proven that his guess was right. It was just a test. From the beginning, senior sister Huo Lian had set him up. From all sides, she was showing her interest in him. She was also trying to seduce him from other aspects. He was sure that if he did, no matter how perfect his performance was, he wouldn't be chosen as a disciple. Junior brother, aren't you too strong? You ruined our plans. You ruined the trap we thought of with great difficulty. Senior brother Yu Long was a bit mad. He walked over and said helplessly, "It's fine. At least we managed to resist the temptation at the very front. We didn't choose to hand over Huo Lian's flame scale and instead chose to protect her. This is already in line with our criteria for choosing a person. As for the latter part, there should be no need to take the assessment. Elder Dong Yun walked out and smiled. However, this is indeed beyond our expectations. It was a very powerful attack. Even with this, it was broken through, and our plan was ruined. Elder Dong Yun, what is the original plan? Tianyun said with a smile. Huo Lian was injured and took you away. Hide in the cave and reveal all kinds of precious treasures simultaneously. See if you will be tempted, take the things, and run away. It is not your fault to be killed by the fire Qilin. Some people will take the treasures and run away. Instead of saving people first, they will destroy the corpses and the evidence. Elder Dong Yun shook his head with a fierce look in his eyes. It was obvious that he had encountered this situation before. Tianyun felt helpless. Isn't this a trap? It is equivalent to seducing a crime. If other people saw someone injured and were dying, they would easily take the treasures and leave. This was a test of human nature. Did he insist on saving people and leaving? Even if he was on the verge of death, he had to save them first. He didn't want to secretly take a few treasures, destroy their corpses, or even throw away their servants. Junior brother, I know what you are thinking. In the eyes of the outside world, our divine construct palace is a divine palace that deliberately makes things difficult for newcomers. We just want a sincere person who can give his back to someone else's companions. Not scheming against each other and all kinds of jealousy. We are a family, we help each other and support each other. Senior brother Yu Long had a serious expression. The others also nodded. There was no discrimination or mockery. Instead, they huddled together, only helping each other and supporting each other. This was a true senior brother from the same sect, not scheming all day. They were secretly stabbing each other. Tianyun appreciated this attitude the most. He wanted this feeling. There was no discrimination. It was the best choice to help each other. It was unlike some sects. From the moment they joined, they had to scheme against each other. If they were slightly stronger than each other, they would think of ways to belittle themselves or secretly stab them. This kind of sect would not last long. There were too many intrigues. How could it develop? Therefore, he would not casually join any forces. If he joined, he would stay for some time. It was impossible to keep for a long time. Now, this divine construct palace was very suitable for him. It could even be very united. From the rumors, it was indeed very difficult for newcomers. The test was very difficult, but the ability was only a part of the test. The real test was to test a heart. There was no need to have a particularly heaven-defying ability. It only needed a good foundation. After all, no matter how heaven-defying the fellow disciples were, they were always high up. No matter who they were, what was the use of coming? Although many factions would rather have a strong one than a bunch of ordinary ones, they needed a sincere fellow disciple for this place. Only by going out to fight would they be able to let their backs out. At this time, senior sister Huo Lian had already appeased the flame Qilin. She looked very close and could be considered a master and servant relationship. After a simple exchange, senior sister Huo Lian came over and asked, "Junior brother, did you notice it long ago?" "I don't quite see it," Tianyun said with a serious face. He already knew it. He would be too easily deceived if he couldn't see these tricks. Just to comfort them, he didn't say it out loud. If he knew it from the beginning, he wouldn't know what kind of blow they would suffer. "Is it?" Senior sister Huo Lian nodded and chose to believe him. "Oh right, your senior sister Huo Lian isn't that unrestrained. She is usually very strict. If you tease her casually, be careful not to get burned." Senior brother Yu Long laughed. "You have to sacrifice yourself for every test. Otherwise, how could you choose a true disciple from the same sect?" Senior sister Huo Lian rolled her eyes at him and stroked the flame Qilin. She smiled and said, "Junior brother, you have passed our test this time. We welcome you to join our divine construct palace. Yes, you have passed the 3 tests perfectly. You have passed all 3 tests easily. It can be said that you have passed with the best results in history." They all cheered for Tianyun's participation. "Elder Dong Yun, aren't you going to treat me?" Senior brother Yu Long looked at Elder Dong Yun and smiled. "It's a treat, let's go." Elder Dong Yun patted Tianyun on the shoulder and smiled, "Let's go. Let's celebrate the newcomers joining the divine construct palace. I'll treat you to a drink with drunken stars. Go to drunken stars to drink. Elder Dong Yun is generous. I have never seen you treat us before." Cough cough, that was in the past. Now, this Tianyun is very capable and the best in history. Can you not celebrate? Elder Dong Yun's face was red, so how could he not be happy to receive an all-around genius? When he is happy, he must be willing to spend much money to go to drunken stars. These other people have nothing to refute. Senior brother Yu Long reached out and grabbed Yi Tianyun's shoulder, smiled, and said, "This time, we are lucky. It's all thanks to junior brother Tianyun. Let's go and celebrate together. Let's go celebrate together." They were all full of smiles as if they had received a brother, making them happy. Yi Tianyun smiled. This feeling was not bad. Chapter 1087. Under the lead of Elder Dong Yun, they flew directly to Drunken Stars. Drunken Stars was not far from the Divine Construct Palace, and through the transmission array, they only needed to teleport to 2 places to reach Drunken Stars. Drunken Stars was a good place full of restaurants, wine everywhere, and delicious food. When he came here, Yi Tianyun was indeed shocked by Drunken Stars. Drunken Stars was full of rich wine fragrance, even he wondered if he had entered a wine pot, otherwise, how could it be so sweet? Although he did not enter the wine pot, it is almost the same as entering the wine pot. What can bring this rich fragrance is not wine but the many drunken trees here. The trunk seems full of wine, otherwise, how can the fragrance constantly float out? It was not that the drunken tree had wine but that a lot of wine was buried under the roots of the drunken tree. Drunken tree surrounded every restaurant. They could not dig it out casually. Otherwise, they would be cut off by the boss here. Through this drunken tree, they could add a rich and sweet taste to the wine and attract customers. "We are here. Let's go to this Apricot Rain building." Elder Dong Yun pointed. Apricot Rain building. Elder Dong Yun, this isn't as simple as bleeding out, right? Senior brother Yu Long and the others exclaimed, "In the past when we joined, you weren't so generous. Isn't this a bit too biased?" Cough cough, this isn't being biased. You guys have been working hard all this time. Is it all right for me to reward everyone? Elder Dong Yun waited for them and said, "Hee, Elder Dong Yun is generous, then let's go and drink a few pots of good wine." They all laughed and rushed to the Apricot Rain building. The atmosphere was harmonious. Yi Tianyun smiled and followed them in. "This atmosphere is really good. This is the same sect, brother." "Junior brother, you didn't see it." At this time, senior sister Huo Lian couldn't help but ask. Looking at senior sister Huo Lian, puzzled eyes, Yi Tianyun thought for a moment and could only nod and whispered, "I see a little. It's that senior sister Huo Lian, acting is a bit bad, not natural enough." His voice was very soft, and only the two could hear him. After senior sister Huo Lian heard this, her beautiful eyes became a little, "Is it that bad? You can tell at will. This is a bit exaggerated. It is okay for other people, but I have seen more details. For example, taking the lead is my task. Why are you taking the lead? And you are even flirting with the flame Qilin. It is hard not to know." Yi Tianyun said helplessly. "In the future, senior sister Huo Lian should make a detailed plan so we can be absolutely safe." Senior sister Huo Lian suddenly smiled. "Are you saying that fighting is not natural enough? The rest have not been discovered?" "Yes, there is a little problem with the battle," Yi Tianyun said with a smile. "That's great. I will improve in the future. Thank you for your reminder, junior brother. I almost lost my confidence." Senior sister Huo Lian smiled happily and patted him on the shoulder. She smiled. "When you pushed me away, you said it so righteously, it is really attractive. If possible, I will introduce a sister to you." "There is no need for that." Yi Tianyun quickly waved his hand, indicating no need. "What do you mean no? It is good to get to know each other." Senior sister Huo Lian smiled and said, let's go drink." Seeing her relaxed mood, Yi Tianyun shrugged. In fact, from the very beginning, he saw that senior sister Huo Lian was so entangled she must have said something, otherwise, she would have gone crazy. The others saw that senior sister Huo Lian was suddenly in a good mood, and they didn't know what happened. Immediately, the group of them entered the Apricot Rain building. As soon as they entered, they saw that everywhere was filled with apricot trees. It looked very beautiful. Some of them were even planted in the air. The dense apricot flowers fell. It looked like an apricot rain. This kind of very ordinary fruit, they did not expect it to become a theme here. "So it is Elder Dong Yun. I haven't seen you in a long time." At this time, the boss came over with a smile. "Indeed, I haven't been here for a long time. Give us a private room." Elder Dong Yun waved his hand. "No problem. Everyone, please follow me." The boss personally led the way. As an elder, Elder Dong Yun naturally had to lead the way. They heard a surprised voice when they were about to come to the private room. Isn't this Elder Dong Yun? Why are you so generous this time? Why did you invite so many people to drink? Everyone turned around and saw an old man. He followed the three people to taste the wine slowly. His eyes were full of ridicule when he saw them, but there was more disdain. Tianyun noticed that the clothes this person wore were similar to Elder Dong Yun's, meaning he was also an elder. Of course, there was more than one elder in the Divine Construct Palace. However, the situation was very different. There were also internal conflicts. Each elder had a different management method. Elder Dong Yun liked to be united. The foundation could be lacking, but the character had to be qualified. So it's Elder Xiao Tian. I was wondering who it was. I was generous and liked to invite my disciples. Is there a problem? Elder Dong Yun sneered. There isn't. After all, money is yours. How to waste it is your business. There is also a human. Tisk tisk. Elder Dong Yun is going back as he lives. You even accepted a human as a disciple. What does this look like? A garbage recycling center. Elder Xiao Tian said bluntly that Sanger Dong Yun was recruiting trash. Everyone was instantly enraged. Senior brother Yu Long stood out and smiled faintly. Elder Xiao Tian, speaking of which, your disciple seemed to have lost to us like a dog before. As he walked, he barked. He is a stray dog. Elder Xiao Tian's expression sank. He waved his hand, and a few chopsticks flew towards senior brother Yu Long. Elder Dong Yun quickly caught them. Elder Xiao Tian, what do you mean by this? Elder Dong Yun said with a cold gaze. Elder Dong Yun, please take good care of your disciples. When the elders speak, the disciples should not interrupt. Do you not understand this kind of etiquette? Elder Xiao Tian sneered. Don't worry, we still understand this bit of etiquette. It's just that what I recruit is my own business, it has nothing to do with you. Elder Dong Yun said coldly. That's right, what kind of race are we recruiting? They are all our junior brothers. Yes, they are all our junior brothers. They all echoed individually, making Tianyun feel a little touched. Even if they were opposing others, they had to stand by their side. Chapter 1088. Here is the reading point on the phone. Tianyun is very rare to see such a xenophobic person. From here, he knows that this group of people is sincere. As long as they are determined, there will be no change. The two elders of the same divine palace have different ideas. One is biased towards only recruiting geniuses, and the other focuses on character. I thought that the Divine Construct Palace would be a pure land. Only Elder Dong Yun has this idea. Elder Dong Yun has different ideas, not as extreme as Elder Xiao Tian. Even more people like Elder Xiao Tian would choose elites and not just elites. The disciples of Elder Dong Yun were very outstanding, but they were still a minority of the super geniuses and super elites. As for Elder Xiao Tian, he only recruited people with great potential and belonged to the elite level. Elder Xiao Tian looked at them with a disdainful smile. What a joke. In the Divine Construct Palace, you are the ones with the least number of people. In the Divine Construct Palace trials, your rankings are all lower. This is Elder Dong Yun, leadership. Otherwise, you wouldn't have gotten such a good result. Elder Dong Yun's face turned green and white. His complexion was not good. It could not be denied that Elder Xiao Tian's words were the truth. Because he was too stubborn about his character and unity, very few cultivators had successfully passed. Some had astonishing innate abilities, but their characters were not good enough. They were directly eliminated. The ones who were excluded were naturally the other elders. This meant that their resources were continuously added in. On the other hand, Elder Dong Yun had not joined for several years or even 100 years. It was not that no one came to test them, but that they could not pass every time. The content of the examination was too abnormal for them. Most people who had cultivated to this level were selfish in their hearts. It was impossible for them to become tolerant and associate with the weak suddenly. As time passed, the result was that no one joined the party. When Tianyun came here, no one was in line. The transmission array he went to was the area that led to the management of Elder Dong Yun. Naturally, he met Elder Dong Yun. As for the passage in other directions, that is to face different elders. Elder Dong Yun became increasingly fierce in the long term, and finally, no one came to sign up. This is the most embarrassing thing. Elder Dong Yun is right, but most cultivators do not want to be with the weak or do not like this binding feeling. Everyone has thoughts. Tianyun likes this feeling, and at least he will not be stabbed. This is my business. Elder Xiao Tian, you don't have to worry so much, Elder Dong Yun said in a deep voice. Of course, this is your business. However, if the many divine palaces try, it will not be your business but the entire divine construct palace. When the time comes, I will be held back by your people. I wonder what palace master will think. Elder Xiao Tian sneered. Every divine palace had a palace master. Normally, the master wouldn't appear in the entire divine palace, and many elders would manage him. Unless it were necessary, he wouldn't come out. I know what I'm doing. After saying this, Elder Dong Yun felt he was wrong and led the disciples to the private room in front. When they sat down, senior brother Yu Long said with dissatisfaction, Elder Dong Yun, Elder Xiao Tian has gone too far. I'm not afraid of them at all. He's considered a genius, and we have quite a few here. Just me and Huo Lian alone are enough to suppress that bunch of idiots. None of them wanted to drink, and they felt extremely aggrieved. No one liked being slapped in the face, especially in front of their elders. It was even more unpleasant. What he has said so far is indeed the truth. If you want to fight back against him, it would be best to fight back in the Imperial Palace. Elder Dong Yun gnashed his teeth. He wanted to make a move, but the elders were also not allowed to make a move. Private fights were not allowed, especially the two god monarchs. If they were to start a fight, these drunken stars would explode. I hate that group of tall fellows the most. They look down on everyone. I admit my talent is lacking, but am I not working hard? I believe that one day, I will be able to chase after those fellows. That's right, talent is not enough, but how can you look down on us like this? If you have the ability, don't cultivate. A group of arrogant fellows. One by one, they began to drink angrily. The wine they drank didn't taste at all like a cow chewing on a peony. One by one, they were filled with anger. Yi Tianyun lightly drank the wine he brought and slightly narrowed his eyes, thinking about something. There was a burst of cheers downstairs, and it began to be lively, attracting their attention. When they looked down, they didn't know when a fighting arena was built. Fighting competition was spacious, so building a fighting arena was not a big problem. Welcome, everyone. Today is the same as before. There is a special program. If you send people to fight, the wine will be free if you win. Of course, those who do not come down to fight can bet as usual. The shopkeeper of the Apricot Rain building stood in the arena and explained the situation to the guests. The Apricot Rain building was a bit special. In this world where martial arts were respected, there was naturally no lack of fighting. The Apricot Rain building built the arena here, and there were special activities. If they win, they will be able to get free wine rewards. If they did not like it, it would be a bet, which was a small bet. This kind of entertainment program was pleasing to the eyes. The essence was to bet. The banker was naturally the Apricot Rain building. From here, it was undoubtedly more profitable. This is our fighter. Who is interested in challenging him? The shopkeeper pointed at the fighter that he had sent over. His cultivation level was still relatively strong. He had reached the 6th layer Heaven Monarch. Those who are here to challenge cannot have a cultivation level that is too high. The highest level cannot exceed the 1st layer Heaven Monarch. Otherwise, I will lose my life. As for those with low cultivation levels, that's fine. There was a shift in their gazes. This slightly eased the mood of the crowd. They all looked at the situation below the stage. Very soon, there was a guest who was challenging them. This was something that could avoid drinking. How could they not give it a try? The price of the wine here was rather high. Why wouldn't they be happy if they were to drink it for free? Good. Now guests are coming to challenge us. I hope you can defeat our fighters and get free drinks. The shopkeeper smiled happily, indicating that the fight had begun. Chapter 1089. Before the fight began, everyone began to bet. Each person's bet was different, but more or less, there was a bet. Some bet on guests, and some bet on fighters. Everything depended on their preferences. Come, bet. Who do you choose? I choose the guest. Choose the guest. The fighter is a bit stronger. The fighter may win. The guest is a bit stronger. That fighter cultivation is a level higher. Senior brother Yu Long and the others discussed who should place their bets. They were a bit idle and had to drink more now. How could they not have some fun? Not to mention them, even Elder Dong Yun had started to place his bets. They would have nothing to do here if they could earn a little. Soon, they all placed their bets, and the waiter came to collect them. They would settle it when they left. Junior brother, which one do you think? Senior sister Huo Lian asked. I have faith in that fighter. His cultivation is lower than the customer, but his foundation is stable enough. His strength is especially important, he is an existence that can crush the opponent. Too many skills are unnecessary, strength alone can defeat the opponent. Tianyun simply analyzed. There is more detailed content, but he did not say it out loud. If he said it, it would scare senior sister Huolian. Even if the other party has martial arts, how much comprehensive strength, and where the weakness is, will it not scare people? With the investigating eye, there was nothing that could not be seen through by him. Does that fighter look very powerful? His aura is weak, and his explosive power is not too strong. Someone interrupted from the side. This is a hidden strength. Why did the shopkeeper send people here if it is so easy to be seen? He is not doing charity, but to win money, creating a situation where he will lose. Tianyun said with a smile. His further analysis made everyone feel it made sense, but some people still felt the guest would win. Let me think, it's better to vote for the warrior. Me too, let's listen to junior brother. It sounds quite reasonable. I am firm with my choice, and the guests will win. I have seen the guests win before, and sometimes I will make a mistake. Some people chose to believe in Tianyun. Some decided not to believe. This is nothing. They all believe in their own eyes and think they are not wrong. Then I bet 1,000 star stones on the warrior. Tianyun threw out a lot of money. This is not a big deal, just a casual game, there is no need to throw so much. Soon, everyone finished their bets and began to fight. They began to fight like crazy. In the early stage, the fighters were still suppressed for a while. Then, the fighters suddenly jumped up and waved their arms wildly. They threw the opponents out and won the fight. It is the warrior who won. This is a god, that power is hidden. It broke out at the critical moment, catching the opponent unprepared and throwing them out directly. Those who followed Tianyun to bed laughed, but the one who failed the bet had a bitter face. There was no profit, and it must have been a bitter face. Junior brother, you are right. Senior sister Huolian smiled and clapped her hands happily. She just listened to Tianyun and bet on the fighter. Tianyun smiled. Unless the other party deliberately admitted defeat, he would not make a mistake. Soon, it was the next batch. The fighter went to rest, and senior sister Huolian continued to ask, Junior brother, what about this round? Who do you think will win? Is it the fighter? I think the warrior is powerful, the other party is strong, and the equipment is strong. They all looked at Tianyun to see what he said this time. Judging from the eyes, he must be a strong fighter, and the guest is ordinary. The guest can win this time unless he deliberately admits defeat. Tianyun smiled. His cultivation is weak, but his foundation is there. I can still feel the aura of fire. He is likely to have the power of demon fire level. When combined, there is an unexpected effect. That's amazing. Junior brother, you can see that the other party has a demon fire. Senior sister Huolian covered her mouth in surprise. This is just a feeling. Whether it is accurate or not, that is another story. Tianyun smiled slightly. Well, I believe in you. I bet 5,000 star stones. Senior sister Huolian boldly pressed down 5,000 star stones. This starstone was not a lot, but it was a lot. If she lost it, it would make people feel distressed. Senior sister Huolian, you are bold. Do you believe in junior brother? They all felt that it was very strange. It's okay. It sounds a bit reasonable. Do you want to bet with me? Senior sister Huolian laughed. Then try it. All listen to junior brother. Forget it. The warrior seems stronger. He chose the fighter. Some of them continued to choose from Tianyun, some chose the warrior, and the choice was still different. Soon, the game started again. Tianyun's judgment was not wrong at all. The guest displayed the demon fire, and he easily defeated the other party with martial arts. There was no difficulty at all. It was a complete victory. God, it is really like this. Junior brother, you are amazing. This vision is much stronger than ours. It's too little if I invest more. They were both happy and worried. They didn't expect Tianyun to make the right judgment twice in a row. It was amazing. If it was a lie, there was still a half chance. However, Tianyun's analysis was very accurate. He knew what the other party could do. Junior brother, I earned again. It's all thanks to you that I can earn so much. Senior sister Huolian smiled so much that her eyes narrowed into slits. This is your choice, it has nothing to do with me. I just said it casually. Don't blame me if you lose. Tianyun smiled. Then, the third round continued. They all looked at Yi Tianyun, hoping he could answer accurately. After winning 2 games in a row, can they not look forward to it? In my opinion, the probability of customers is higher. Buy, 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 buy. If you don't buy, you are not a disciple of the divine construct palace. That's right, I bought this customer. I bet 5,000 star stones. Yi Tianyun didn't finish his words, and all the other people bet crazily, except for a little bit of not buying. Most of them chose to buy. This made him not know whether to laugh or cry. If the other party deliberately admitted defeat and performed abnormally, wouldn't he lose a lot of face? However, based on his current appearance, he wouldn't lose. Unless it were someone the shopkeeper could place in, he definitely wouldn't lose. Chapter 1090. The shopkeeper had deliberately arranged for them to enter and lose. So far, they had never heard of it, so everyone was not worried about this. If they were discovered, this apricot rain building would definitely be scolded to death. This was not a problem. The most important thing was whether or not they could really judge it accurately, and only by saying its highlights would there be a chance of winning. Yi Tianyun was able to say the highlights of the other party, which undoubtedly made them believe even more, which prompted them to place their bets one after another. It could be said that they all believed his choice and regarded him as a divine mathematician. Soon the result of the third match was Yi Tianyun's choice to win. This result shocked them again. They did not believe it at first, but now they completely believe it. If the first and second time were accidental, then what about the third time? The third time is not a coincidence. The key is that even the other side's highlight is revealed. It is impossible to be a coincidence. Great, we won again. If I had known this, I would have placed a bigger bet and earned more. Yes, but it doesn't matter. We can still continue to bet. As long as junior brother tells us, we will bet a bit more. It's a pity that the top is 10,000 star stones. Otherwise, I will definitely bet even more. They definitely had more than a few star stones. Some of them even had several 100,000 star stones. However, the highest limit here was 10,000 star stones. If it was too high, the apricot rain building would be afraid of not being able to afford it. Although he had confidence in the people he sent, it did not mean that he was absolutely confident. This was the heavenly spring god territory. There were so many geniuses here. If a heaven-defying genius came out and someone bet tens of millions of star stones with him, wouldn't the apricot rain building lose everything? 10,000 star stones is a good number, not high or low. To put it bluntly, it is just a simple entertainment. It can't be too much of a loss. Of course, if too many people are on the fighter's side, the shopkeeper will definitely let the fighter lose, otherwise it will definitely be a loss, pretending to be a bit better. This time the two are equally matched. Their abilities are almost the same. I really can't estimate. Yi Tianyun helplessly spread his hands. Their abilities are almost the same. If they fight, they can only rely on their own experience to win. Yi Tianyun really judged this point. The situation between the two is almost the same. It is hard to say. Are they evenly matched? One by one, they were disappointed. This is awkward. If they are evenly matched, it is not very accurate to say that they are at the level of an elder. They can see the experience and the ability of all sides, but who can see the combat experience? Soon the result came out again. It was the fighter who won. The two of them were really fighting, and the fighter almost lost. Just to verify Yi Tianyun's words, the two of them are equally matched. It is really hard to say. Who will win this round? They looked at Yi Tianyun with anticipation, wanting to hear what Yi Tianyun said. I think that Doje will win. The guest's cultivation is still one level higher, but this Doje is stronger. He looks very ordinary, but he cultivates speed martial arts. Under this logic, he can win this victory. Yi Tianyun quickly determined. Well said, then I bet on him, 10,000 star stones. Then I also bet 10,000 star stones. They are all fighting to bet, which really scared Yi Tianyun. It's hard for me to do this. If I lose, won't I have to take the blame? Yi Tianyun felt very helpless. After all, this is not a small number. It's okay. If we really lose, we won't blame you. Anyway, you let us make a lot of money before. At worst, we will lose back. Yes, we chose it ourselves. Who can say for sure? They all smiled. If they had really lost, it could only be said that there were more surprises. I said that the guest will win. At this time, Elder Xuan Tian, who was at the side, walked out. His gaze was sharp as he said, I didn't expect Elder Dong Yun to have such a simple-minded disciple. This match was clearly won by the guest. You all don't even know who this guest is. He is a great genius of the Spear Palace. His spear technique are like a shadow following him. Who can dodge an extreme spear technique? What kind of speed can he dodge his spear technique? Following him, 3 of his disciples came out. The wooden token in their hands represented that the person they were betting on was the guest. A genius of the Spear Palace. I remember now. He is the Spear Palace's heaven monarch Ru Ying. His spear art is indeed extraordinary. One of them suddenly recalled this person's identity, causing everyone's expressions to change. From this, it could be seen that this person was quite famous. On the other hand, that fighter was not that famous. It could even be said that he was unknown. Who cares what he is? I believe in Junior Brother's judgment, that fighter wins. Yes, it is the fighter who wins. What Spear Palace genius, the person invited by the shopkeeper, isn't he also a genius? Yes, it must be the fighter who wins. What blind eyes, I think you are the real blind one. Each of them didn't change their faces, instead, they all supported Yi Tianyun's judgment to read the book to face the enemy meant to be on the same side. Elder Xiao Tian, how to choose is our business, right? Elder Dong Yun said indifferently. Of course it is your business. It's just that you have placed all your hopes in the hands of a human. It's really a bit funny. Moreover, you even smashed 10,000 star stones one by one. It's really ridiculous. Elder Xiao Tian said indifferently, let's wait and see, that heaven monarch Ru Ying is the real winner. Elder Xiao Tian is so confident, naturally he knows the foundation of this heaven monarch Ru Ying, otherwise how can he have such confidence? Yi Tianyun didn't say anything. He was too lazy to refute anything. He had observed this person before. His ability was indeed not bad, but from a comprehensive perspective, he was naturally not as good as that fighter. Soon the fight began. Heaven monarch Ru Ying was like a dragon. Each spear was accompanied by a shadow, like a shadow. However, the fighter was more domineering. The long sword in his hand flashed with a light. Most people could not see it. He had already drawn a sword in the body of heaven monarch Ru Ying. Following that, he displayed an even more gorgeous sword technique. It made people dizzy, and they could not see it clearly. This speed was too fast. They had never seen a sword technique of this level. It could reach a level where even they could not see it. In the blink of an eye, countless swords were stabbed out. Heaven monarch Ru Ying was forced back repeatedly. Finally, under the sword, he was sent flying. Completely defeated. I didn't expect the great genius of Spear Palace to be killed so easily. He couldn't fight back at all. Just like Yi Tianyun said, the only thing that cannot be broken is speed. Seeing this scene, everyone looked at Yi Tianyun as if they had seen a ghost. Their judgment was correct. As for Elder Xiao Tian, his mouth was wide open. He didn't know what to say. His face was swollen from the beating. It was so embarrassing. Chapter 1091. Elder Xiao Tian's face is not swollen, but everyone thinks that his face is really swollen. Just now, he was very willing to say that the opponent will lose, and with the genius of Spear Palace, the opponent will definitely lose. Now that his face is slapped, it is very heavy. Nobody knows who is blind, it is completely his eyes. It can't be seen that Yi Tianyun exposed the real situation, making Elder Xiao Tian embarrassed. That's great. It's really that fighter who won. That sword technique is really too fast. I can barely see it clearly. Is there such a great person in our heavenly spring god territory? That's right. It's the first time I've seen such a fast attack. It looks very unfamiliar. If there is such a shocking sword technique, it should be very famous. No matter what, we won. 10,000 star stones, now doubled to 20,000 star stones. It's really a big profit. One by one, they cheered, but most of them still went to watch Elder Xiao Tian make a joke. Elder Dong Yun naturally won't let go of this opportunity. He looked at Elder Xiao Tian with a smile and said, "Tisk tisk, Elder Xiao Tian, your eyes are really good. What Spear Palace will win? Now, we have more than a dozen people, earning more than 100,000 star stones in one go. Although it is not a lot, it is entertainment. We can win." Elder Xiao Tian glared at them and glared at Yi Tianyun. He didn't expect to make a big fool of himself. This made him not know how to refute. Who asked him to be so full of words just now? He can't change the situation. Hey, isn't this super genius who just joined the Sword Palace, Heaven Monarch Jian Yudian? I didn't expect that the shopkeeper would be able to find him as a hired thug. A newcomer. No wonder I haven't seen him before. So he is a new genius from the Sword Palace. Rumor has it that he had become the #1 sword genius in the past 1,000 years in the Sword Palace. The audience below immediately began to discuss. Only then did the audience know the background of the fighter. The number one sword genius in the past 1,000 years in the Sword Palace, so naturally, it was much stronger than Heaven Monarch Ru Ying. Heaven Monarch Ru Ying was at most ranked in the Spear Palace, but Heaven Monarch Xian Tian was the number one sword genius in the past 1,000 years, and the ability he displayed far surpassed Heaven Monarch Ru Ying. Elder Xiao Tian turned green when he heard this. This was because he wasn't well informed enough. If he had known, he definitely wouldn't have said such words. In the end, it was because he was blind. Junior brother, you are really too amazing. You even saw through this. You really are our lucky star. You just joined, and we made a lot of money. That's right, that's right. We all suspect that you are from the Heavenly Trigram's Gate. Only the Heavenly Trigram's Gate can deduce this. The Heavenly Trigram's Gate, it can't be. If it was the Heavenly Trigram's Gate, would they join the Heavenly Spring God territory? They all looked at Tianyun and wanted to hear his answer. Heavenly Trigram's Gate, I am not from Heavenly Trigram's Gate. I just made a guess. It is just luck, Tianyun said modestly. The Heavenly Trigram's Gate they are talking about is actually a secret force. It is not a God territory force. It is a very secret sect. It is very mysterious. It is rumored that even a third-rank force doesn't dare to provoke it. You've already guessed 4 rounds. No one would believe you even if you said you were lucky. They all laughed, feeling that this newly joined junior brother was becoming more and more pleasing to the eye. A human, how could the Heavenly Trigram's Gate accept him? This is simply a daydream. Elder Xiao Tian said coldly, since you can see so accurately, Elder Dong Yun, why don't we go down and draw around? Let's see if we can see it. He was really too angry and wanted to take back some face from Elder Dong Yun. You think we are afraid of you? Senior brother Yu Long and the others had wanted to do this since a long time ago. If they kept saying that they were collecting trash, then who was the real trash? Elder Dong Yun didn't say anything, they were eager to fight. Tianyun looked up. The 3 people brought by Elder Xiao Tian were also eager to try. The cultivation of the 3 people was not low. They were all at the level of 5 Heaven Monarch. They were considered strong. The disciples invited by Elder Xiao Tian were definitely not simple. If they were too ordinary, it would really be a slap to the face. Elder Xiao Tian, since you want to fight, then no problem. How do you want to win? Elder Dong Yun naturally won't admit defeat. He feels that there is no lack of geniuses on his side. Of course, we will go down to fight. We will send one person, and you will be sent out by that kid. Don't you believe in his judgment? Then let him choose, how about it? Elder Xiao Tian looked at Tianyun, he wanted to regain his face. However, to go against a junior, he really did not have the bearing of an elder. Elder Xiao Tian really did not have any bearing to speak of. No matter who the opponent was, the most important thing was to regain face. Everyone looked at each other. They did not expect that there was such a move. Elder Dong Yun did not think too much about it and said, no problem, let him choose. I have no objections. Since he is my disciple, I believe in my disciple's choice. Senior brother Yu Long nodded and said to Tianyun with a smile, junior brother has a good eye, you can choose. Tianyun smiled. Elder Xiao Tian really knows how to make things difficult for others, he is really petty. No problem, since all senior brothers believe me, then I will choose. Tianyun looked at Elder Xiao Tian and said, how do you calculate this, 1 match to determine the winner? Of course it is not 1 match to determine the winner, 3 rounds and 2 wins, how about it? Elder Xiao Tian smiled and said, otherwise, don't think that we are bullying you and give you more opportunities. Of course, I believe that you will only send Heaven Monarch Yu Long or Heaven Monarch Huo Lian. How can others send them? Elder Xiao Tian laughed. He looked over and saw Heaven Monarch Yu Long and Heaven Monarch Huo Lian. The rest could only stay on the side as spectators. Oh, I don't think so. Don't worry, I don't need to send Heaven Monarch Yu Long or Heaven Monarch Huo Lian deal with your disciples. If I send one of them, I will lose. Tianyun pointed to his eyes, it should be said that I was wrong. How about it? Tianyun's words surprised them. Although they are very unhappy with Elder Xiao Tian's words, their strongest are Heaven Monarch Yu Long or Heaven Monarch Huo Lian. If both of them are not sent out, how can they win? Ha ha ha, what a joke. This is what you said. Elder Dong Yun, you said just now that he will be in charge of picking people. Elder Xiao Tian was about to burst into tears from laughing. How could the disciples he brought be ordinary? In his opinion, if not for Heaven Monarch Yulong or Heaven Monarch Huo Lian, it would be impossible to deal with them. Yes, he will pick. Elder Dong Yun was not unhappy with Yi Tianyun's words at all. After so many games, he believed that Yi Tianyun is absolutely confident. Since he can say it out loud, there won't be a problem. Chapter 1092. Elder Dong Yun was so confident that Yi Tianyun felt a bit comfortable. He wanted this sense of trust. If there is no trust, then nothing will work out. Thank you for your trust, Elder Dong Yun. Yi Tianyun said gratefully. If I say I believe you, I believe you. I am not the kind of person who would go back on my word. Especially someone who talks even more big and thinks too highly of himself. The words of Elder Dong Yun were clearly directed at Elder Xiao Tian. Elder Xiao Tian was furious. His face was ashen as he said, "Then I will send out Heaven Monarch Jin Yu on my side." Who will you send on your side? Just as you said, we cannot send out Heaven Monarch Huo Lian and Heaven Monarch Yulong. He wanted to see the other party make a fool of himself. If he didn't send out Heaven Monarch Huo Lian and Heaven Monarch Yulong, he would be courting death. This was no different from sending them away. All along, only the two of them had some ability, and there was nothing else. Heaven Monarch Jin Yu. Yi Tianyun looked at him and smiled. Then we will send out Senior Brother Feng Yu. This round, Senior Brother Feng Yu. Heaven Monarch Feng Yu walked out with a serious expression. In fact, he did not have much confidence in his heart. However, he did not want to be at a disadvantage in front of Elder Xiao Tian. He could not let himself be humiliated. The others were shocked. They did not expect Yi Tianyun to send out Heaven Monarch Feng Yu. Heaven Monarch Feng Yu was not very high in the crowd. She could only be regarded as moderate. As for Heaven Monarch Jin Yu, his level was not low. It could even be said that he was almost at the same level as Heaven Monarch Huo Lian. Elder Xiao Tian could not bring out a weak disciple. It could even be said that he was very strong. Heaven Monarch Feng Yu. Heaven Monarch Jin Yu's eyes were filled with disdain. His opponent was still a level weaker than him, so there was no longer any suspense in the outcome. Alright, can we go down and try now? Elder Xiao Tian was already impatient to see Heaven Monarch Jin Yu cripple Heaven Monarch Feng Yu. Wait a moment, I have something to talk to Brother Feng Yu. You can send someone to go down first. Yi Tianyun said. Good. Elder Xiao Tian motioned for Heaven Monarch Jin Yu to go down first, and at the same time, he sent a message, be a bit more ruthless and directly cripple them. There is no need to beat them to death. Just cripple them and teach them a lesson. Elder Xiao Tian, this disciple has the same intention. Heaven Monarch Jin Yu smiled coldly. He already had this idea in mind. Since the fight was over, it definitely would not end so casually. If there were no problems, it would be meaningless to them. Yi Tianyun said something to Heaven Monarch Feng Yu. After a while, Heaven Monarch Feng Yu was puzzled and seemed to be a bit strange about what Yi Tianyun said. I understand. Heaven Monarch Feng Yu nodded. Brother Feng Yu, I will leave it to you. Yi Tianyun said with a smile. No problem. Heaven Monarch Feng Yu was full of confidence and walked downstairs. At this time, the people below were ready. The shopkeeper saw that someone wanted to fight and welcomed them. The next show is a fight between the guests. Everyone can also bet, the shopkeeper immediately announced, making it easier to place bets. Junior brother, what did you say to Feng Yu? They asked nicely. Cough cough, I actually didn't say anything. You guys will see it later. Yi Tianyun smiled and didn't say what it was. After keeping them in suspense, everyone looked down with doubts. The difference in strength between the two was still relatively large. How could Yi Tianyun dare to let Heaven Monarch Feng Yu play? There was someone stronger than Heaven Monarch Feng Yu here, but there was no choice. It was him who was chosen. What was it? He still had to see the final result. For their own people, they did not hesitate to bet on Heaven Monarch Feng Yu. Everyone bet 10,000 star stones without mercy. For their own people, they would definitely support them greatly. The star stone felt like it was nothing and kept betting. When Elder Xiao Tian saw this, he sneered, he is really stupid. Even if he believes in his own people, he will not be so stupid. They naturally believe that they will win. It should be said that when Yi Tianyun said that he will not send Heaven Monarch Huo Lian and Heaven Monarch Yulong, they believed that they will win. Soon the battle began. Heaven Monarch Jin Yu held a golden longsword in his hand. The golden light was extremely dazzling. This was a golden sword that he had personally forged. It was absolutely in line with his own attribute power. It was able to unleash its strongest power. Heaven Monarch Feng Yu, if I were to attack too heavily, you can't blame me. You have to blame your junior brother. As soon as he finished speaking, Heaven Monarch Jin Yu had already flown over. The golden sword in his hand glowed with a golden light. It was as if a Buddhist light had enveloped him, his entire body flickered with a golden light. Like light was illuminating the world. It enveloped this entire land, causing all the evil spirits to be unable to hide. Heaven Monarch Feng Yu also took out the longsword he had forged himself. He flew over, wanting to fight against Heaven Monarch Jin Yu head-on. When this scene caught everyone's eyes, they all shook their heads. This was undoubtedly the most unwise choice. On the contrary, it was like dragging them into the water. Heaven Monarch Jin Yu's ability was originally very strong. If he confronted Yi Tianyun head-on, he would undoubtedly be at a disadvantage, but now he is facing only Feng Yu. Isn't this courting death for Feng Yu? Haha, this is your eyesight. Elder Xiao Tian laughed, thinking that Yi Tianyun is very ridiculous. Is it his plan to let Heaven Monarch Feng Yu fight head-on? Yi Tianyun was too lazy to pay attention to him. The corner of his mouth curved into a smile. Everything is within his control, there is no need to worry about anything. At the same time, when the two were about to touch each other, the attack of Heaven Monarch Feng Yu changed, ignoring the attack of the other party, directly throwing a sword at Heaven Monarch Jin Yu. Countless flying feather sword pierced through the long sword, like a dense rain of swords, continuously running through. This trash sword rain, how can it break my defense? You are courting death. Heaven Monarch Jin Yu quickly waved his long sword, breaking the sword rain, but there are too many sword rain, it is impossible to resist all of them. Following that, a small portion of the sword rain broke through, and it ruthlessly struck Heaven Monarch Jin Yu's body. In many places, there were no problems at all when it came to life. When Heaven Monarch Jin Yu was struck, his expression changed. The originally fierce attack suddenly disappeared. Instead, it was replaced by the disappearance of the star power. The attack dissipated. The overbearing attack suddenly dissipated. No one knew what had happened, including Heaven Monarch Feng Yu. None of them knew what they had done. However, Heaven Monarch Feng Yu did not stop. While he was ill, he wanted to take his life. He continued to use countless flying feathers and continuously pierced towards Heaven Monarch Jin Yu. At this moment, Heaven Monarch Jin Yu was covering his abdomen. He did not know how long he had been there, but he was already bleeding. It was obvious that the wound had been pierced by the flying feathers. His face was pale, and he waved his sword to block, but his momentum was weaker than before, and his star power was even more difficult to continue be used. Everyone was stunned. What was going on? Chapter 1093. Despicable. Heaven Monarch Jin Yu covered his waist, continuously waving his hands to block the flying feather, but his strength was getting worse and worse. The wound on his abdomen was like a dam that was about to burst, continuously pouring out star power, unable to store up energy to attack at all. Under the forced back of Heaven Monarch Feng Yu, he continuously retreated. He did not have the strength to resist at all. Logically speaking, even if he was injured, he should be able to quickly stop the bleeding or ignore his wounds. He should be able to fight. However, Heaven Monarch Jin Yu seemed to have withered. He was completely unable to hold up and fight. He could only continuously be forced back. If this continued, he would undoubtedly lose. Damn it, what exactly is going on? Elder Xiao Tian saw his disciple being forced back repeatedly and roared angrily, "Don't worry about that wound. Fight him." He did not want to lose this match. He only wanted to win perfectly. He wanted to win 2 out of 3 rounds. He needed to win both rounds instead of losing one. What he wanted was perfect, not a scar. Heaven Monarch Jin Yu was forced back repeatedly. Of course, he wanted to fight back. However, he seemed to be out of control and kept retreating. Very quickly, under the fierce attacks of Heaven Monarch Feng Yu, he was sent flying. After falling to the ground, he vomited blood continuously. Especially the area in his abdomen, blood continuously flowed out. The key was that he could feel the star power constantly flowing out. He had seen blood before, but he had never seen one that flowed star power. Everyone was shocked. They never thought that Heaven Monarch Feng Yu would win like this. Not to mention the others, even Heaven Monarch Feng Yu himself was dumbfounded. Who would have thought that it would be so easy to succeed? How could he not be shocked that he could easily defeat his own strong opponent? Damn it, After Elder Xiao Tian cursed angrily, he quickly flew down and landed beside Heaven Monarch Jin Yu to inspect him. Then, he was shocked. Your inner world is damaged, the star power is flowing out. As a genius, he definitely had an inner world. Moreover, it was more complete. The inner world was extremely important. If it was broken, it would be extremely lethal. Now, the inner world was broken, and the inside was in a mess. In this situation, not to mention fighting, it would be good if he could hold on and explode. You are so ruthless. You actually broke my disciple's inner world. Elder Xiao Tian was like a dog as he started barking. Elder Xiao Tian, what do you mean by this? We all saw the fight just now. I didn't see that my disciple was very heavy-handed. They were all very normal attacks, and they didn't even fight to the death. He had some problems himself, and he actually slandered my disciple. Elder Dong Yun also flew down, his expression furious. Not to mention Elder Dong Yun, everyone saw this. Heaven Monarch Feng Yu did not do anything. It was a very normal attack. It just happened to break the opponent's defense and then became like this. Such an irregular attack just broke through. Everything is so coincidental. This is at most accidental injury. How can it be said to be intentional? Is this your doing? Elder Xiao Tian looked at Yi Tianyun. Everyone is chosen by Yi Tianyun. Other than him, who else can it be? What can I do? I am here, and then simply send out Brother Feng Yu. Is there a problem? Yi Tianyun said helplessly. At this time, everyone remembered that he was the one who sent Heaven Monarch Feng Yu. He really succeeded in defeating Heaven Monarch Jin Yu. Not only did he defeat him, he could even be said to have a complete victory. The process was not important. What was important was the result. Elder Xiao Tian gritted his teeth. He just said it casually. How could he slander something? Moreover, it was his own problem. He could not blame others. Immediately, Elder Xiao Tian took people to heal his injuries. His inner world was damaged, so he needed to repair it quickly. Otherwise, if his foundation was damaged, it would be easy for him to have sequela. When the fight stopped for the time being, everyone gathered around and praised Yi Tianyun's judgment. It's really a success to defeat Heaven Monarch Jin Yu. It's really incredible. When I first chose Heaven Monarch Feng Yu, I was worried. Now it seems that I was worried for nothing. Yes, who could have thought it would be so easy? It was easy, easy. The other party didn't even touch a hair on Heaven Monarch Feng Yu. Heaven Monarch Feng Yu, what did Junior Brother say to you before? The most important thing was that Yi Tianyun had whispered something to him before. They were still fine. Now they could finally let Heaven Monarch Feng Yu say it out and solve the doubts in their hearts. Junior Brother didn't say anything to me. He told me to attack with all my strength. What moves do I usually use? However, I needs to fight head-on. Don't be afraid, just fight attack head-on. Heaven Monarch Feng Yu said helplessly. It's that simple. Everyone was shocked. So simple. Heaven Monarch Feng Yu shrugged and said, at that time, I wasn't sure. In any case, I listened to Junior Brother and displayed my usual attacks. My attacks were simply unable to withstand a single blow from Heaven Monarch Jin Yu. Who knew that there would still be a few attacks? Logically speaking, it shouldn't have caused any damage to him, but it still easily broke through his defenses. It must be Junior Brother. He only said that because he saw that there was something wrong with Heaven Monarch Jin Yu. Heaven Monarch Long Yu laughed. Everyone looked at Yi Tianyun, trying to get an explanation from him. This is about the same. I saw that his body is a bit strange, and his star power is not stable enough. Therefore, I speculate that he must have been injured during his recent cultivation. As long as he attacks a little, he can easily break through the defense. Yi Tianyun explained. He easily grasped the biggest weakness of Heaven Monarch Jin Yu through the investigating eye. He does not need too much strength at all, as long as there is an attack. But why don't you just directly attack that weakness? Someone on the horse asked. If you tell me, it is too deliberate, and Heaven Monarch Jin Yu is on guard. As long as we guard against that weakness, our chances of winning are high. Yi Tianyun smiled. Everything was within his expectations. After listening to his explanation, everyone knew what was going on. It turned out that they had planned everything well. If they told Heaven Monarch Feng Yu, who had just been staring at the other party's weakness, wouldn't it be telling the other party that they were going to attack their weakness? Too powerful. You saw it, we can't see it at all. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, even more shocked by Yi Tianyun's observation. This is something that even Elder Xiao Tian does not know. but he observed it, it is incredible. Tianyun smiled, as long as he knows the weakness, everything will be easy, so there is no need to send any powerful imperial heaven monarch Yulong, it is enough to deal with. Soon Elder Xiao Tian came back, his face was pale, and he said, in the next round, I will send heaven monarch Xuan Yan, who will you send out? The matter has been settled, and I can only find some face through the next round. I wonder who Tianyun will send in the next round. Chapter 1094, everyone looked at Tianyun, wanting to see who he will choose this time. They all looked at each other, so many people, who will choose? The opponent is heaven monarch Xuan Yan, a stone, whether it is defense or strength, he is a strong existence. There are very few people present who can defeat heaven monarch Xuan Yan, unless heaven monarch Huo Lian and heaven monarch Yulong, but he can't send them. This is awkward, they want to see who Tianyun will choose this time. Such a troublesome opponent, could it be that he also had some weakness? Or perhaps there was something that he could use other powers to attack. Hurry up and choose, if you want to find something wrong with heaven monarch Xuan Yan, then save your worries. His body is strong, so there won't be any problems. Elder Xiao Tian sneered. This time, he had already thoroughly asked heaven monarch Xuan Yan. He did not wish for the situation of heaven monarch Jing Yu to happen again. If he lost another match, then they would completely lose. Everyone looked at each other, is there really no other way? Didn't I already choose? The next one is me. Tianyun came out and looked at Elder Xiao Tian. You, Elder Xiao Tian was shocked. No matter what they thought, they never thought that Tianyun would personally fight. It was really beyond their expectations. Tianyun is only at 7 refinements Earth Monarch. Originally, he could have broken through to 8th refinements Earth Monarch, but he was not in a hurry. Recently, there are a lot of things that can only be delayed. Therefore, in the eyes of others, he is at most the 7 refinements Earth Monarch. This cultivation base is on the 5th layer Heaven Monarch. Isn't this courting death? Yes, it is me. What's the problem? Tianyun said, it doesn't seem to violate the rules, right? Of course there is no violation of the rules. Are you sure you want to do this? Elder Xiao Tian suspected that Tianyun is crazy, the difference in cultivation is so big, but he chose to personally fight, he suspected that Tianyun is crazy. I am sure. Tianyun said, good. Elder Xiao Tian looked at Elder Dong Yun and said, Elder Dong Yun, I didn't do it on purpose, but he chose it himself, it has nothing to do with me. Elder Dong Yun and the others were shocked, who would have thought that Tianyun would personally fight? We believe in junior brother, since he chose this, we have nothing to say. Senior sister Huo Lian and the others nodded and did not persuade Tianyun to not do this. Even sister Huo Lian smiled, because she remembered that during the assessment, the flames Qilin was smashed by him, which was enough to show that his strength was quite overbearing. She did not know how much potential Tianyun had not burst out, but his strength was definitely not bad. Since he can make this request, then there must be a chance of winning, otherwise why would Tianyun raise it? Well, I respect my disciple's choice. Elder Dong Yun also said. Elder Xiao Tian was shocked, he thought he would try to persuade Tianyun to stop him, but he didn't expect Tianyun to do it himself. Very good, since you are so bold, then let me see how strong you are. Elder Xiao Tian glanced at Heaven Monarch Xuan Yan and sent a message, this kid will definitely fight to the death, don't show any mercy. Also, be careful, I don't know what the kid is thinking, he can go all out. Elder Xiao Tian, you are too nervous. This kid's cultivation is so low. At most, he has some tricks up his sleeve. In the face of absolute power, these schemes are all trash. Heaven Monarch Xuan Yan was filled with confidence in himself. The other party was so far away from him. If he couldn't even win this, then he might as well commit suicide. Since you have such confidence, then I'll leave it to you. If you lose, Elder Xiao Tian's gaze was cold. There was no need to say what he wanted to say. He knew what he wanted to say. Heaven Monarch Xuan Yan nodded his head vigorously. Elder Xiao Tian paid great attention to his face. He originally looked down on Elder Dong Yun. If he lost to Elder Dong Yun's disciple, where would he put his face? Then, they all started to fight. When they stood on the stage, all of them exploded. There was such a great disparity in cultivation, yet they still sent a match. Wasn't this a gift? Cough cough, I won't bet this time. The situation is special. If the difference is too great, it won't make a bet. The shopkeeper's words greatly disappointed many of the customers who wanted to bet. He originally wanted to earn a lot of money by instinct. He closed his eyes and invested in Heaven Monarch, Xuan Tian. He did not need to choose anything else. Who knew that he would not bet? It was really disappointing. The shopkeeper was not a fool. It seemed that there was such a great disparity. If he returned the bets, wouldn't he lose a lot? He did not want to lose money. After all, opening a restaurant was not for charity. It was for the sake of making money. It seems that the shopkeeper has taken care of you. If you all continue to bet, it will be a big loss. Elder Xiao Tian didn't forget to stand by the side. Our junior brother will not lose. Yes, don't think that your Heaven Monarch Xuan Tian can win. Our junior brother is even more powerful. They have full confidence in Yi Tianyun. After experiencing these things, they have a deeper understanding of Yi Tianyun. They think that he is unfathomable, absolutely a great expert. Powerful. Are you kidding me? Elder Xiao Tian shook his head. The difference in cultivation is so big, what can a human do? If it was another race, I would still have a chance. A human, HMPH. While they were talking, Yi Tianyun and Heaven Monarch Xuan Tian had already started fighting. Heaven Monarch Xuan Tian was unarmed. It was not that he did not have a weapon, but the power of his fist was stronger. His whole body doesn't look bright, but his heavy body, when he swung his huge fist down, it was like a mountain. I want to see what tricks you have. Heaven Monarch Xuan Tian faced the attack head-on, and at the same time stared at Yi Tianyun, not relaxing at all. He wanted to see what tricks Yi Tianyun has, such as sneak attack from the side, or what tricks he used. Who knew that Yi Tianyun did not move? When he came over, he also waved his fist at the same time, fist against fist, without any tricks. It was a very simple and crude fist against fist. Is he a fool? A fist against a fist? I am dying of laughter. It is his ability to fight with Heaven Monarch Xuan Tian. Before his voice fell, the next scene was like a palm, grabbing Elder Xiao Tian by the neck, making him unable to speak. He saw Heaven Monarch Xuan Tian was sent flying by a punch, but Yi Tianyun took 2 steps back. Nothing happened at all. Chapter 1095. Heaven Monarch Xuan Tian and Yi Tianyun exchanged fists. In the end, Heaven Monarch Xuan Tian was sent flying. This result is unbelievable. Heaven Monarch Xuan Tian is a giant rock race. But the point is that his cultivation is higher than Yi Tianyun. Who knew that he would still be crushed? Everyone felt incredible. Heaven Monarch Xuan Tian, who was sent flying, began to crack the thick rock on his arm. It was obviously shattered by Yi Tianyun's overbearing fist. On the other hand, Yi Tianyun's fist is not a problem. Except for a few steps back, nothing happened. It's really hard. Yi Tianyun smiled, mobilized the dragon god bloodline in his body, and constantly circulated it in his body. Heaven Monarch Xuan Tian's cultivation is stronger than his own, but who is he afraid of? From the investigating eye, it can be seen that Heaven Monarch Xuan Tian is not as terrible as he imagined. Especially when he improved his cultivation and absorbed more star power from heavenly tribulation, his body was greatly strengthened. Even Heaven Monarch Xuan Tian might not be able to defeat him. Heaven Monarch Xuan Tian quickly stopped and felt the pain of his fist. He felt very incredible. He thought that Yi Tianyun would use some tricks. But now it seems that there is no trick at all. He directly fought with him. And yet, he lost. When he was stunned, Yi Tianyun suddenly stepped on the ground, turned into a dragon, and rushed over here. He activated all the strength in his body, especially the dragon god bloodline must be activated to the strongest. The equipment effect of his body is also activated to the maximum. If it is not like this, how can he fight above his level? After all, his cultivation is a lot higher. If there is no other comprehensive strength, no matter how talented he is, he can't deal with it. What are you doing? Yi Tianyun swung his leg, and Heaven Monarch Xuan Tian quickly reached out his arm to block. Boom! Heaven Monarch Xuan Tian was kicked back again and again. The hard rock wall on his body was immediately smashed into a depression, and dense cracks appeared on his arm. The violent power, even the strong defense of Heaven Monarch Xuan Tian could not easily resist. This scene shocked everyone. Most of them thought that Yi Tianyun would use some kind of scheme, or use some kind of positioning to trick Heaven Monarch Xuan Tian. Now it seems that they are naive. Yi Tianyun did not need to do this at all. He directly smashed Heaven Monarch Xuan Tian with the most violent force. This kid is so powerful. He is a human. Not to mention Elder Xiao Tian, even Elder Dong Yun and the others were shocked. Although they knew that Yi Tianyun was not weak, They did not expect that he would crush Heaven Monarch Xuan Tian. While they were shocked, Tianyun did not give the opponent a chance to breathe, and continued to attack crazily, without using any special moves. He simply smashed with his fist. Don't be arrogant. Heaven Monarch Xuan Tian was also angry. The cracks on his body began to repair quickly, and soon he built a thick layer of rock on the surface of his body. The power began to rise rapidly, completely releasing the power of the fifth layer Heaven Monarch. Heaven Shaking Body Secret Technique. Crazy Heaven Secret Technique. Tianyun instantly turned into a very heavy body, and at the same time, he released the Crazy Heaven Secret Technique to increase his combat power by 10 times. The star power inside his body was running crazily, and it didn't seem to be a huge body. It was like a giant planet, rushing towards Heaven Monarch Xuan Tian. The two collided directly, and with a loud bang, Heaven Monarch Xuan Tian was sent flying, and the thick rock was smashed into pieces. On the other hand, Tianyun was completely fine, not even a scratch on his body. Tianyun is wearing the evil demon god set, and his defense is so strong, so he is naturally not afraid of Heaven Monarch Xuan Tian. From the surface, he seems to wear very ordinary clothes, but the real situation is, it is the evil demon god set. How can his defense be bad? However, when they collided, he still felt that the other party was quite hard. Heaven Monarch Xuan Tian was not an ordinary person, and his body was also extremely strong, and he was able to be hit by Tianyun like this. It was already shocking. The giant rock race had always had an astonishing defense, but they were actually knocked into such a state by the human race. This was truly a great humiliation. Xuan Tian, quickly use your weapon. Use your fist, use your weapon. Elder Xiao Tian, who was below the stage, hurriedly shouted. Heaven Monarch Xuan Tian definitely had a weapon that could be used, and could even be combined to release an even stronger power. However, Heaven Monarch Xuan Tian ignored him and continued to use his hard body to collide with Tianyun. Damn it, he doesn't listen to me. Elder Xiao Tian was so angry that he gritted his teeth. If Heaven Monarch Xuan Tian used a weapon, the chance of winning would undoubtedly increase greatly, even to the extent of crushing him. However, Heaven Monarch Xuan Tian didn't use it, which made him angry. Elder Xiao Tian, it seems that you don't understand your disciple's heart. As a giant rock race, he uses his fist and body to fight against himself. These two are the things that he is most proud of. Do you think he will use other moves? Elder Dong Yun sneered, your disciple knows the rules, he knows how to do it. The giant rock race is most proud of his fist and body. Now that he is suppressed by Tianyun, how can he admit defeat? Taking out his weapon is equivalent to admitting defeat. Therefore, even if he lost, he had to use the most basic method to fight to the end. Nonsense. The process is not important. The result is important. Elder Xiao Tian did not care about that. He only wanted to win this match. Elder Dong Yun shook his head. He was too lazy to care about his thoughts. He did not even know his own disciples' thoughts. How could he be a master? However, Heaven Monarch Xuan Tian ignored him and continued to use his most primitive ability to collide with Tianyun. Tianyun also didn't use any weapon, he still used all kinds of fists to smash him. Heaven Monarch Xuan Tian was sent flying again and again. It was the same move. Heaven Monarch Xuan Tian lost. Heaven Monarch Xuan Tian had used martial arts, combined with his own bloodline defense, he should be able to fight many opponents of the same stage. However, in the face of Tianyun, he was full of a deep sense of powerlessness and was completely crushed. Under the final punch, Heaven Monarch Xuan Tian was sent flying and vomited blood. When he fell heavily to the ground, he did not faint. Instead, he collapsed to the ground and laughed. He even laughed with tears. He did not expect that he would lose to a human, an opponent that he could never imagine. It's really hard. Tianyun shook his hand, looked at Heaven Monarch Xuan Tian lying on the ground and smiled. However, thank you for being so persistent in fighting against me. Our giant rock race will not use any weapons when facing such an opponent. Heaven Monarch Xuan Tian sat up and said in admiration, you are the first human I have ever met to be so hard. I admire you. How can a man not be strong? Tianyun smiled slightly. Chapter 1096. Tianyun won this round in the most overbearing manner. They had won 2 rounds in a row of the previous 3 rounds set by Elder Xiao Tian. There is no need to try the remaining round at all. He won directly. Not only that, but he also made Heaven Monarch Xuan Tian admire him very much. He vaguely regarded him as a friend. This is not an enemy. He is about to become a friend. Elder Xiao Tian, you lost. Elder Dong Yun looked at Elder Xiao Tian and was so happy that he almost burst out laughing. Elder Xiao Tian's expression was ugly. He never thought that he would lose to Elder Dong Yun, who was at the bottom of the Divine Construct Palace. He had always been extremely dissatisfied with Elder Dong Yun's way of doing things. He did not reply. Instead, he raised his foot and walked over to Heaven Monarch Xuan Yan. He said coldly, "Xuan Yan, what do you mean by this? Just now, I asked you to take out your weapon. Why did you do this?" Elder Xiao Tian, we Giant Rock race have our own rules. The other side doesn't use weapons, but they use our greatest advantage to attack. We can't violate the rules. Heaven Monarch Xuan Yan had already climbed up, and his injury was not very serious. Although he was beaten to spit blood by Yi Tianyun, it was just a normal injury, not a very serious injury. The loser is the loser. What's the point of violating the rules? You are the loser now, get out of here. I will not accept you as a disciple, especially this kind of rotten head. Elder Xiao Tian was completely enraged. This was equivalent to not listening to him, so there was no need for him to stay by his side. Heaven Monarch Xuan Yan's body stiffened, then he slowly knelt down and said in a deep voice, "This disciple is unfilial. I am sorry, Elder." After he finished speaking, he heavily kowtowed 3 times, completely severing all ties with Elder Xiao Tian. From now on, the two of them would no longer have any relationship. Humph! Elder Xiao Tian snorted coldly. He turned to look at Elder Dong Yun and said, "It seems that your new disciple is not bad. He also knows how to make use of this kind of death rule. I am looking forward to the palace battle after a period of time. At that time, I will see what other abilities you have besides strength." After he finished speaking, he waved his hand and left with his people. He also left with the defeated Heaven Monarch Jin Yu. Although Heaven Monarch Jin Yu lost, he listened to Elder Xiao Tian. This was the main point. Losing was not scary. What was scary was not listening to his instructions and losing. This was what he could not tolerate the most. After Elder Xiao Tian left, they all looked at Heaven Monarch Xuan Yan, feeling even more sympathetic. "Heaven Monarch Xuan Yan, how about you join us?" Yi Tianyun came over and smiled. Heaven Monarch Xuan Yan is not a sinister person, always straight to the point. From the rules to the knowledge, this guy is less stubborn, always abiding by the rules of the clan. "Join your side." Heaven Monarch Xuan Yan was stunned. He was originally a disciple of the Divine Construct Palace. But at most, he would just change his master. There was no problem. Can I really do it? He hesitated for a moment, but in the end, he still asked. He still wanted to stay in the Divine Construct Palace. "There's nothing that can't be done. The premise is that you can pass our examination." Heaven Monarch Yu Long walked out and grinned, "Your character is good. I admire you. It's just that you have to pass the examination, otherwise you won't be able to join." The others nodded with a smile. Although Heaven Monarch Xuan Yan and Elder Xiao Tian were on the same side, the relationship between the two wasn't too deep. Especially since he didn't listen to Elder Xiao Tian, they were happy. Some people had their own bottom line in their hearts. Heaven Monarch Xuan Yan had his own bottom line. Only cultivators with a bottom line could allow themselves to go further. "Thank you so much." Heaven Monarch Xuan Yan was extremely grateful. "I will work hard to pass all of your tests. If I can't pass, I won't have the face to join you. Let's not talk about the test for now. Let's drink first." Elder Dong Yun was in a very good mood. He had just won against Elder Xiao Tian. How could he not be happy? Immediately, they returned to the private room and continued to taste the fine wine. This time, without Elder Xiao Tian, they immediately felt that the fine wine was exceptionally sweet. "Junior brother, I didn't know that you understood the rules of other races. If that Heaven Monarch Xuan Yan used a weapon, how confident do you think you would be in winning?" Heaven Monarch Huo Lian asked. The others all looked over, including Heaven Monarch Xuan Yan. What if he used a weapon? Yi Tianyun slowly put down his wine glass and smiled. "Let's drink, let's not talk about these things." Seeing that Yi Tianyun was not willing to answer, they can only stop asking. Some think that he can win, and some think that he can't win. Yi Tianyun continued to drink a cup and did not say anything. The result was needless to say, not to mention that Heaven Monarch Xuan Yan used a weapon. Even if it was burning his essence blood to fight with him, it would not be empty. "It's about time, it's time to improve my cultivation." The matter on his side was temporarily settled, the next step was to go to heaven-stealing divine land to cultivate, so as to improve his cultivation. Soon the matter here ended. Through this banquet, their relationship improved a lot, especially after this duel, let them understand him deeply, and the relationship between them was undoubtedly greatly improved. After saying that he will go to the heaven-stealing divine land, they all looked at Yi Tianyun with envy. Heaven Monarch Huo Lian and the others did not have a chance to go to the heaven-stealing divine land. It was a very strict place, and it was not so easy to go there. It takes a lot of contribution points to go to the heaven-stealing divine land and stay there for a while. For example, if Yi Tianyun wants to go to the heaven-stealing divine land to cultivate, he can only stay for a month at most, which is enough to see how precious it is. Yi Tianyun, according to Elder Go Huang, he can go after he is ready. If he wants to go to the heaven-stealing divine land, he must be approved by these high-level elders, not even Elder Dong Yun. Soon, under the guidance of the guards, he saw Elder Go Huang. There was no trouble this time. It was obvious that Elder Go Huang gave instructions under the token to avoid unnecessary trouble, which would be much more convenient. You're finally here. I already know about your situation. You've just joined the Divine Construct Palace and caused such a huge ruckus. Elder Go Huang shook his head and smiled. Furthermore, you've joined Elder Dong Yun's faction. It seems that your character is not bad. Elder Dong Yun's faction is not bad. In the past, Elder Dong Yun was a super genius, but his personality was different and his path of cultivation was different. No matter what, he was definitely a good elder. There is nothing here that can hide from the eyes of these elders. As long as he wants to know, he can know everything in the next second. Elder Dong Yun, of course, is a very good elder. Yi Tianyun smiled slightly. Then Elder Go Huang, I wonder if you can go to heaven-stealing divine land now. Of course there is no problem. I was waiting for you. Elder Go Huang grabbed him, tore open space, and brought him in, disappearing from the palace. Chapter 1097. Elder Go Huang took Yi Tianyun the tear space and quickly came to the transmission array. This teleportation array is special. There are 2 guards guarding it. The rest of the teleportation arrays are not guarded here, which proves that the place where the teleportation array is very important. Elder Go Huang. The 2 guards bowed one after another to show their respect. Elder Go Huang nodded. He took Yi Tianyun to the teleportation array and pressed the stone tablet next to him. After transferring star power into it, the teleportation array soon began to light up and quickly enveloped them. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared from the place. In the next moment, another area appeared. Yi Tianyun looked around. There was nothing there. Everything was empty. The place where the teleportation array was located was even more special. It was a huge floating rock surface. It was not a star face. There was no doubt that this place was very remote. The heaven-stealing divine land was actually in such a remote place. It looked very strict. He could see that there were not many people who could really touch the stone tablet. It meant that if they wanted to come over, the elder had to lead the way personally, otherwise they could not come over at all. It was really amazing that it was so strict. It seems that it is very difficult to come here through other ways. If nobody even know where the location is, how can they come here? Isn't this heaven-stealing divine land too strict? Yi Tianyun sighed. Heaven-stealing divine land is the cultivation area of our 5 great god territories. It will definitely be stricter. There is even a strict time limit. How much time can be allocated in each god territories is determined. Elder Go Huang said, because there are many cultivators, the time it takes to spread out is very small. Unless there are more outstanding disciples, they will not get this reward. I can see that they are here. Are the other teleportation arrays in the god territory nearby? Yi Tianyun turned his head and looked around. It was empty, and he did not see any other teleportation arrays. Almost. It's not far from here. I will take you to the heaven-stealing divine land now. If you use it well, it will be enough for you to break through to 9 refinements Earth Monarch. Only when you reach 9 refinements Earth Monarch can you stand on a high platform. Elder Go Huang is very much looking forward to Yi Tianyun breaking through to 9 refinements Earth Monarch. Although 8 refinements Earth Monarch is good, 9 refinements Earth Monarch is the real top. They will only let cultivators who can break through to 9 refinements Earth Monarch to cultivate in this kind of peak cultivation place. If they stop at 8 refinements Earth Monarch, then there will be no such opportunity. Unless they are disciples who have great contribution points, they cannot even take a look. Heaven Monarch Yu Long and Heaven Monarch Huo Lian are good, but they are not judged to have the qualification to break through to 9 refinements Earth Monarch. They do not have much contribution points, so they are not allowed to come. Just think about it, the heaven-stealing divine land was originally so big, and the resources would definitely not be endless. Now that it was under the management of the 5 great god territories, it was absolutely strictly restricted to send people. Otherwise, if they were casually let in, the heaven-stealing divine land would become a wasteland. Tianyun nodded. He also wanted to break through to the 9 refinements Earth Monarch level. After all, this was the goal of his current mission. Immediately, Elder Go Huang took him directly to the front. Under Elder Go Huang's lead, the front could be said to be pitch black, and nothing could be seen. It should be said that all the light seemed to have been sucked away, so that they could not see any light. Tianyun clearly felt that the star power around him had been sucked out, and it could even be said that there was no star power around, which was an extremely vacuum zone. Are you ready? Elder Go Huang stretched out his hand and pointed. There was a dark light in front of him, which looked like a black ball. This could not be judged from the eyes, but from the perception. Originally, the space around was dark enough, and then it emitted a dark light. It was still so dark. Tianyun could feel that this dark ball contained a special and strange energy, as if all the extracted energy was gathered here. Heaven-stealing divine land, how did it form? Tianyun is very good to this. No one knows this. When we found it, it was already here. It is just between the 5 great god territories, and it is a cultivation place. Elder Go Huang took out a jade pendant and handed it to Tianyun. This jade pendant can only allow you to stay in the heaven-stealing divine land for a month. Of course, this time is for the outside world. The time inside often changes. I can't say what the situation is, but you have to remember one thing. When this jade pendant is about to disappear, it is time for you to leave. If you don't leave, you won't be able to come out of it and will be completely trapped inside. His expression was serious. It didn't seem like he was lying, but he was really serious. Is this cultivation field actually so dangerous? It seems that this jade pendant is like a protective talisman. If the protective talisman is gone, then it will be swallowed and will never be able to come out. Got it. Tianyun held the jade pendant tightly. I will come here to pick you up in a month. Elder Go Huang patted him on the shoulder and smiled, but there's no need to be so nervous. With this jade pendant, it will be very safe. As for what's inside, there will be super geniuses from other divine regions. Just ignore them. Tianyun nodded, and after saying goodbye to Elder Go Huang, he directly went into the black ball and disappeared in front of Elder Go Huang. Kid, I hope you can obtain a great fortune here. Only when you break through to the Heaven Monarch of 9 refinements Earth Monarch can you be considered a true Heaven Monarch. He shook his head and turned to leave. A month later, he will come here to pick him up. When Tianyun passed through the black ball, he immediately felt that the jade pendant in his arms became hot, followed by a little white smoke drifting from the surface. He could clearly feel that the jade pendant began to disappear little by little, but the process of disappearance was very slow. At the same time, this jade pendant turned into a shield and firmly wrapped him inside. When he completely entered, it was no longer pitch black inside, but a special world with 5 colors. It was completely different from the pitch black outside. This place looked like a paradise. There were spirit medicine and spirit tree everywhere. There was also a large pile of spiritual springs on the side. Only the water belonged to the spiritual springs. Only the trees were all of high-quality spirit trees, and the grass were of high-quality spirit grass. Even a stone was a good material for forging. This could be said to be all treasures. There was no waste or ordinary item. This scene deeply shocked him. This was heaven-stealing divine land. It really was a divine land, and treasures were everywhere. Heaven-stealing divine land, do you mean to steal all the energy in the surroundings, and even old heaven is stolen to form this treasure land? Tianyun was shocked. Chapter 1098, there were treasures everywhere, and none of them were scraps. This was equivalent to entering a mountain of gold and silver, and the entire street was filled with treasures. Even if the air here was absorbed, it felt like it was absorbing extremely dense star power, echoing in his body. Just breathing here was 10 times more than outside. This means that just breathing for a day is equivalent to cultivating outside for a month. This gap can be imagined. If you cultivate, doesn't that mean flying? This place is really too amazing, worthy of being called heaven-stealing divine land. The nearby world has been stolen. Tianyun was still deeply shocked. He had seen many cultivation places, but he had never seen such a heaven-defying existence. When he scanned all the way with his probing eyes, he saw that there was an extremely terrifying power in the end. There is no doubt that there is an extremely huge and violent core inside heaven-stealing divine land. If it is not a violent core, how can it swallow the surrounding world? Not to mention devouring the surrounding world, even he was gradually being devoured, but because he was wearing a jade pendant, he was able to survive here. After coming in, he finally understood what it meant. This place had always been devouring intruders. If it was just an external object, it would quickly be devoured and assimilated. This was the terrifying nature of heaven-stealing divine land. If the jade pendant was gone, the result would be very obvious. It would be devoured. As for what it would become, it was not very clear. Of course, without this jade pendant, he believed that the horse would not be devoured, and it would also disappear bit by bit. It should be related to cultivation. The stronger it was, even if he did not rely on the jade pendant, he would be able to hold on for a while longer. Just to be safe, he must have left before the jade pendant disappeared. If he was trapped here, then everything wouldn't be worth it. Tianyun immediately landed on the ground and walked all the way. The feeling of his feet was no different from the outside. It could be said that it was the same. He reached for a stone. This was a rare jade flower stone. It was a material for making a high-grade rebirth-level treasure. When he picked it up, he immediately felt a serious sense of rejection coming from the material, as if he was unwilling to let him touch it. It was as if it came alive, constantly beating his hand, trying to break free from his hand. There is such a sense of rejection. Tianyun felt a bit strange, and immediately put the jade flower stone into his storage ring finger to see if this jade flower stone will break free. Who knew that he found the storage ring finger? He could not put it in at all, directly stuck outside, completely unable to enter. Space repulsion. This place is really strange. This heaven-stealing divine land, it doesn't bring anything out at all. Tianyun looked around at the treasure materials. No wonder after so long, there are still materials here. If he can take it away, he will definitely sweep them away. There are so many materials, although some of the grades are not very high, it is not a problem to give it to Star Monarch or Earth Monarch rank. In particular, there are so many disciples in God territory, no matter how many resources there are, it is not enough. If he can take it away, he will definitely take it away. Who knows that he can't take it away? So many treasures can only be seen. This is a pity. Let's take it away. Tianyun's eyes flashed, the jade flower stone in his hand disappeared in his hand, and he forced it into the inventory. At this time, the jade flower stone is lying in the inventory, and can no longer go out. No matter how stubborn it is, it can still be taken away by him. This is the wonderful use of the system inventory. It seems that it can still be taken away. I thought it cannot be taken away. Tianyun's eyes lit up. This means that he can take away a large number of treasures. Others can't take it away, but he can take it away. The items in his body can be said to be endless. Immediately after, he took everything he needed. It was useless to let them struggle, so he directly took them in, cut off the connection between them. Cool. Tianyun felt very comfortable, and easily plundered a lot of treasure materials, but he didn't see everything, just that he thought it was good. If he took everything, it would be crazy. After roughly looting a pile, he checked his surroundings. There were no cultivators. It was obvious that there were very few people. The jade pendant was the most expensive. He could feel that this jade pendant was very special. According to the price, it was at least equivalent to a low-grade Heavenly Dao treasure. Using a lower-grade Heavenly Dao level treasure to send someone in was a very high price. Therefore, it was certain that there were few people here. Other than the high price of sending someone in, there was also the restriction to enter. As for what the restriction was, it was not very clear. It's almost time to cross the tribulation. Tianyun felt that now he has time. He can choose to cross the heavenly tribulation to break through to the 9 refinements Earth Monarch level. Upgrade to 9 refinements Earth Monarch level. Ding, deducted experience. Congratulations player, successfully broke through to 9 refinements Earth Monarch level. Soon after, thick clouds began to form in the sky. Although this place devoured everything, it could still form a heavenly tribulation. However, when the heavenly tribulation appeared, it began to be devoured at a speed visible to the naked eye. At this time, the heavenly tribulation began to get angry. Violent lightning began to fall from the sky, and its power increased rapidly. However, the speed of devouring here was also not just for show. It began to devour at a crazy speed. Of course, Tianyun suffered, and soon he was hit by the violent heavenly lightning. After he resisted, he found that more than half of the heavenly lightning had been absorbed, and the rest was completely withstood. It seems that it will be easy to break through here. Tianyun noticed the problem. This world can devour heavenly tribulation, which means that it can help to slow down the power of heavenly tribulation. The reason why 9 refinements Earth Monarch is so rare, if the test of 9 refinements Earth Monarch is too terrible, it is simply a life-threatening existence. Of course, the most important thing is that when 9 refinements Earth Monarch breaks through to Heaven Monarch, it is the most difficult, because 9 refinements Earth Monarch is terrible enough, and old Heaven is not willing to accept it. Therefore, many 8 refinements Earth Monarchs thought that breaking through to 9 refinements Earth Monarch was a success, but they did not know that breaking through to Heaven Monarch is the most terrible thing. If you cross tribulation here, it will be a lot easier. Maybe it is still limited, but at least it can be greatly reduced. No wonder Elder Go Huang asked me to break through to the 9 refinements Earth Monarch level here. This opportunity is indeed not small. Tianyun's eyes flashed. This heaven-stealing divine land is really stealing the energy of heaven, even absorbing the energy of heavenly tribulation. Chapter 1099. The heavenly tribulation was getting more and more intense. It seemed that it was angered by this heaven-stealing divine land. The heavenly lightning was getting stronger. However, Tianyun did not wait for it to continue condensing. He directly rushed forward, wanting to blow up the heavenly tribulation with a punch. Just as he approached, the heavenly tribulation was completely enraged. If it was disturbed by external forces, he would be fine. Unexpectedly, the tribulation would dare to break him. In an instant, the heavenly lightning turned into several thunder dragons and rushed down crazily, swallowing him. Tianyun's eyes flashed with light, and the crazy damage mode exploded. He punched directly, and the whole heavenly tribulation was easily blown up. Nothing could withstand his violent power, not even the heavenly tribulation. No matter how powerful the heavenly tribulation was, it was actually impossible to be too strong. Under the crazy damage mode, it was directly crushed. Under his hard attack, the heavenly tribulation was easily blown up, and it was no different from before, even weaker than before. Without a doubt, this was all thanks to heaven-stealing divine land. Fortunately, the reward that should be given will still be given. The destructive power of the heavenly tribulation began to descend, turning into star power that poured into his body, constantly nourishing his body and strengthening his meridians. This kind of refreshing feeling made him feel very comfortable. This was the feeling he wanted, so he broke the heavenly tribulation again and again to obtain the purest energy. Finally passed, after Tianyun woke up from meditation, the place that was originally damaged by the heavenly lightning was quickly repaired. This kind of repair method, even he was speechless. What a huge life, it could quickly recover the wounds on his body. Next, he could charge into the 9 refinements Earth Monarch. This process would not be particularly long, especially with so many resources here. For him, it was not a problem to break through to the 9 refinements Earth Monarch. It was very problematic for others, but it was not a problem for him at all. No matter how powerful the heavenly tribulation was, could it be as powerful as his own crazy damage mode? Shortly after, he flew away to see if there was anything else to plunder. Not long after he left, a few people flew over from the side and looked at the area. Damn it, he ran away. The young man frowned. Yeah, he crossed the heavenly tribulation so quickly. He clearly felt that he was going through the heavenly tribulation just now. It hasn't even been a while, and he has already succeeded. Another young man asked doubtfully. We can only say that we are late, and the other side just passed the tribulation. Otherwise, we will definitely be able to grab the jade pendant of the opponent, so that we can stay here for a while longer. Another young man felt very regretful. The 3 of them were undoubtedly in the same group, and wanted to rob Tianyun's jade pendant. Fortunately, he left, otherwise it would really be a fierce battle. It's okay, that guy must still be here, let's split up and look for him. One of them suggested. The other 2 nodded, then quickly disappeared and split up to look for other places. Tianyun was not aware of the situation here. He flew all the way and saw a lot of treasures. He felt that they were good for him, so he put them into his inventory. After searching all the way, he saw a special island with a rainbow around it, which looked like a fairyland island. The key is that there are many cultivators here. He thought there would be fewer people here, but he didn't expect to see more than a dozen people sitting on this island. It feels like everyone is gathered here, all of them are meditating here. There is no doubt that the cultivation environment here is excellent, otherwise they will not come here. There is no treasure here, they can only find a good cultivation place, otherwise they will definitely not gather here. When Tianyun approached, they all looked over. When they saw a strange face, they looked at his face a few more times. At the same time, the token in Tianyun's hand flashed, meaning that there are people from Heavenly Spring God territory. Only when they met their fellow disciples would they flash and look up. One of them opened his eyes and said, as he got up and walked over. Junior brother of the Heavenly Spring God territory. The one who walked over was a 5th layer heaven monarch. His cultivation level was quite high and his overall level was astonishing. He was definitely a genius. This place is also suitable for the cultivation of the heaven monarch realm, so it can still improve a lot. After all, the star power here is too strong. Yes, I didn't expect to see senior brother here. How should I address you? Tianyun saw that the other party is quite friendly. It seems that he is not a cultivator who discriminates against races. Just call me senior brother Ziguan. Where is junior brother come from? He really has a purple crown on his head. Calling him senior brother Ziguan is quite interesting. Heaven monarch Ziguan is not a human, but a phoenix clan. This is very kind. I am Tianyun. Tianyun introduced himself. So it's junior brother Tianyun. I didn't expect you to come alone. Is there no one else? Heaven monarch Ziguan asked. No, Elder Go Huang asked me to come down myself. He didn't ask anyone else to come with me. Tianyun was puzzled. Is there a problem? Yes. Heaven monarch Ziguan's face sank as he sent a voice transmission. If I were to go alone, it would be very easy for me to be ambushed. That would be a dead end. Even though I don't have any evidence, I feel that someone is thinking the same thing. It's better to be careful if they aren't from the same god territory. There is such a thing. The elder said there is no problem. Tianyun frowned. He knew that this will happen, but Elder Go Huang said there is no need to worry. Yes, they did it very secretly. I can only find a little clue, but who it is, I really do not know. Heaven monarch Ziguan said. The elder said it's okay, it's based on the fact that there are people watching. If we act alone, we will be ambushed, but we don't know who it is. This is the most troublesome thing. If we know, we will be punished. Fortunately, senior brother Ziguan is here. Other than senior brother Ziguan, there are no other senior brothers. Tianyun asked. Yes, but they are not here. I am cultivating on Divine Dream Island to deduce the future situation. Heaven monarch Ziguan explained. You just came here, cultivate here, it is still very safe here. No one will dare to attack, especially when there are so many people. Divine Dream Island. Tianyun looked at the island, and the investigating eye immediately showed a message. Divine Dream Island can allow people to enter sleep to cultivate. Cultivation speed greatly increases. The main function is to deduce the cultivation method of martial arts in the future, or the future path of cultivation. The success rate of deduction varies from person to person. For this explanation, Tianyun was shocked. It is really amazing. This is equivalent to the legendary divine mathematician. It can deduce a little bit of the later life. How can he not be shocked? Chapter 1100. This heaven-stealing divine land was truly amazing. To have such a thing was undoubtedly equivalent to a treasure. It could deduce martial arts or even the problem of comprehension. In other words, if he encountered a bottleneck, he could cultivate here and enter this dreamland state. He could deduce how to break through the bottleneck. This was naturally an astonishing function. No wonder this group of people comprehended it here. It was not necessarily a bottleneck. It could be a breakthrough in martial arts. It would be difficult to break through when one cultivated it to the upper levels. This Divine Dream Island was undoubtedly a very good choice. If one wanted to enter and develop, it would depend on one's contribution. Although all the people present are geniuses, geniuses also have a bottleneck. For example, Heaven Monarch Ziguan has a bottleneck. This is nothing to be ashamed of. If there were no bottleneck, he would have rushed all the way. Of course, Tianyun does not have a bottleneck. If it is difficult, it is a problem of experience, but the accumulated knowledge is more than enough. There is no bottleneck. Yes, this Divine Dream Island is very divine. You can cultivate and comprehend in sleep. Heaven Monarch Ziguan pulled him over, smiled, and said, we don't have much time. Come and cultivate quickly. We will meet up with the other senior brothers when the cultivation is over. Yi Tianyun nodded and sat down to cultivate. Soon, Heaven Monarch Ziguan entered a state of cultivation. However, Yi Tianyun did not go to sleep immediately but began to draw prizes. He still had 2 lottery tickets that he did not use. He took advantage of his free time to see what he could draw this time. He felt that he should still draw duplicates. After all, he had been drawing duplicates recently. He did not feel anything. Of course, there was no problem with drawing duplicates. After all, this could save a lot of crazy points. It was a good choice. Lottery draw. Following that, a huge lottery wheel appeared in the void and began to spin in front of him. He silently activated his luck halo, and a powerful luck halo enveloped him. He wanted to see what he could draw. In the end, the pointer of the lottery wheel stopped at the martial arts category. Martial arts. Yi Tianyun was stunned. This was the first time he had seen this type, but he was still full of expectations. Then the crystal box fell. He picked it up, opened it, and immediately saw a familiar martial art, Heaven-Shaking Divine Art. Heaven-Shaking Divine Secret Art Enhanced Version, Lower Grade Rebirth Level Martial Art, can greatly increase his weight and shock the world. Enhanced Version. Yi Tianyun was happy. Heaven-Shaking Divine Secret Art is still very useful and has already reached the maximum level. The previous Heaven-Shaking Divine Secret Art was only at the heaven level, not particularly high. Now that he has a higher version, he can continue to improve. Under the violent gravity, what will not be crushed by him? Although it was repeated, he still felt very happy. After all, he liked this kind of martial arts very much. Thinking carefully, I see he still has fewer martial arts, especially high-level ones. The previous pile was a waste. The highest level was heaven level. Without rebirth level martial art at the level, it would be hard to look at. Again, Yi Tianyun once again drew the lottery. The huge lottery wheel continued to spin, and he would be excited every time he got something. After all, this is a brand new lottery wheel, it can be considered a duplicate, and he can get a higher level. He still thought it was good. Ding! The pointer of the lottery wheel finally stopped at martial arts. It was still martial arts, which made him laugh. He did not expect what he wanted and what he wanted. The crystal box fell from the surface and was held in his hand. Looking at the crystal box, he shook his head and smiled. I hope it can surprise me. Then he slowly opened it, and a new martial art appeared in front of his eyes, the Heaven-Flying Divine Secret Art. Heaven-Flying Divine Secret Art. Lower grade rebirth level martial art greatly enhances its speed and sensitivity and works best with Heaven-Shaking Divine Secret Art. Yi Tianyun's eyes lit up. This Heaven-Flying Divine Secret Art can also be matched with the Heaven-Flying Divine Secret Art. When using the Heaven-Flying Divine Secret Art, due to the increase in weight, whether it is speed or skill, it will be greatly reduced. Now that the Heaven-Flying Divine Secret Art can greatly increase speed and skill, it is a perfect match. He didn't expect that he would be able to get a good reward in 2 lottery draws, which made him feel very good. Do you want to continue to draw? Yi Tianyun looked at the current crazy point. There is still much left. He was willing to use it to draw the lottery, but now, he can't get good martial arts if he doesn't win the lottery. Killing others can get good martial arts, but it seems better to draw the lottery unless you get a stronger Heavenly Tao martial art. It is a bit funny. Forget it, I'll use it for the time being. I'll draw the lottery when I need it. Yi Tianyun did not continue to draw the lottery. After all, the lottery was a secondary 10 billion crazy point, which was more painful. When he wanted to meditate and cultivate, he found a shocked look in his eyes. When he turned his head, he first saw not who was looking at him. He found countless light spots around him, coming to him. Unconsciously, he had several tens of millions of experience points in his body. What's going on? So many star powers gathered in his body. This is too amazing. This is too strange. We risked our lives to absorb it. He took the initiative to gather star powers. What is going on? Could it be that he has some treasure that can attract the star powers in the surroundings to cultivate without any effort? They were all stunned, and they were even more envious. If they could have this treasure, it would undoubtedly increase their cultivation greatly. Junior brother Tianyun, what is going on? Could it be that the elder gave you some treasure? Heaven Monarch Ziguan was shocked. The light covered Yi Tianyun, how could he not be surprised? Yi Tianyun remembered that his luck halo was not closed. It was luck halo that caused the surrounding star power to gather. He did not expect luck halo to be able to guide the surrounding star power, which shocked him. He immediately stopped luck halo. Just as he stopped, the surrounding light spots quickly disappeared, but there were still some that slowly gathered, just not as terrifying as before. Prestige points is high, and you can also attract this star power. Tianyun immediately knew that it was not only luck halo that attracted star power but also these prestige points. Chapter 1101. Tianyun didn't expect lucky halo and prestige points to have this kind of effect here, making him feel very magical. There is no such situation outside. This kind of situation will happen in Divine Dream Island. Taking the initiative to let star power come over undoubtedly greatly increases his cultivation speed, making him not particularly tired. Although the star power here is very rich, and he can absorb a lot of it with a casual breath, it is like pulling something from the wall when it is really absorbed. Because the star power is fixed by heaven stealing divine land, you have to spend more effort to absorb it if you want to absorb it. Tianyun took the initiative to come closer. The gap between them can be imagined, making the surrounding cultivators envious. I wonder what kind of treasure he holds to have such an effect. He doesn't know what kind of treasure he has. His value completely attracts it. Other people don't have this kind of effect, which means their value is not good. When he turned off the terrible luck halo, the light spots quickly disappeared, leaving only a small part of star power to take the initiative to come over. Junior brother Tianyun, what's wrong? You don't need that treasure. Heaven Monarch Ziguan saw that the star power around Tianyun was gathering, which was obviously reduced significantly. This is not a treasure, but I took the initiative to absorb it. Tianyun shrugged helplessly. He wanted to keep using luck halo, but the consumption of luck halo was calculated in a second, and the consumption of crazy point was too much. Is this ability so magical? Heaven Monarch Ziguan said with envy, it seems that the martial arts you cultivate are special. We can't absorb that much. Then, he continued to cultivate with his eyes closed. After all, Tianyun is not a treasure. He can't enjoy it and can only rely on himself. Tianyun ignored the surrounding eyes and closed his eyes to cultivate. He wanted to see what this divine dream island could give him. As he immersed himself, he quickly felt that he entered a strange dream realm and was facing crazy heavenly tribulation. In front of him was countless divine lightning, covering this world, even covering every corner of the world, leaving him no place to escape. This is the heavenly tribulation that 9 refinements Earth Monarch will break through. In this dream realm, the scene Tianyun saw was very exaggerated. The surroundings were covered with divine lightning, much stronger than before. It felt like they were not on the same level of existence, more like they were going through some punishment. However, that's all. This is the only scene he can see. The result remains the same even if he wakes up again and enters this dream realm. Divine Dream Island cannot perform many scenes. At most, it can provide 1 or 2. Tianyun only has 1 scene facing this terrible divine thunder. As for whether or not 9 refinements Earth Monarch needs to face the test, it is unclear. He just feels that the divine lightning around him is terrible, making him feel powerless as if he is facing a god monarch, suppressing the world. If my heavenly tribulation becomes like this, the difficulty is too great, it must be improved in all directions. Tianyun frowned. He felt that the difficulty was not ordinary. Even if he used crazy damage mode, he might not be able to withstand it. This was the reason why he was worried. He could blow it up with a punch if it were the same as usual. However, the increase is limited. After all, cultivation is the foundation. Without the foundation of cultivation, it is still difficult to resist by defense and such. It should not be 9 refinements Earth Monarch's heavenly tribulation. If so, no one can pass it. Tianyun shook his head, denying this information. This was an attack on the level of a divine lord. How could it be a test of a 9 refinements Earth Monarch? After all, the amount of information he received now was very little. He wasn't too sure if it would be the heavenly tribulation of a 9 refinements Earth Monarch. After repeatedly experiencing it several times, he finally stopped feeling it. Instead, he began cultivating here, quickly rushing to absorb the surrounding star power. Obtain 3 billion experience points, 31 billion experience points, 32 billion experience points. The experience points continued to rise. The knowledge gained was quite crazy. Compared to the knowledge gained from the Divine Temple of Life, it was much more, no less than 10 times. No wonder it was said that this was an excellent training ground. Cultivating here for a month was equivalent to several years outside. Of course, he didn't stay here for more than a month. He speculated that it was far more than a month from the consumption. At least 2 or 3 months. Elder Go Huang had said that a month was different for the outside world. The time passed was slower. As for how long it would take, it would be based on consuming the jade pendant. It might only be used up in a year or so if it took a long time. If it were fast, it would take more than a month. He had been maintaining the cultivation state here and absorbing the experience crazily. This was under the state where he didn't need to use the crazy damage mode. He could obtain 1 or 200 million experience points each time using it. With this speed, he can break through to the next level faster. It seems that there is no pressure in trying to break through to the 9 refinements Earth Monarch. He meditated here to cultivate. Breaking through to the 9 refinements Earth Monarch is very good here. As time passed, he crazily absorbed the experience point here. After an unknown period, he finally heard a clear and melodious voice. Ding! Congratulations, player, successfully reached the experience of breaking through to the 9 refinements Earth Monarch. Do you want to level up now? Tianyun is not in a hurry to level up. He is staying on Divine Dream Island. How can he level up at will? No matter what, he has to leave this place to level up. Immediately, he opened his eyes and saw the original scene. Heaven Monarch Ziguan was still a cultivator next to him, but he was not hurrying to leave. I have been cultivating here for almost 2 weeks. Time has passed fast. He took out the jade pendant. It has already consumed a small part of it. It can last a few more months. In just 2 weeks, he has reached the 9 refinements Earth Monarch level. The effect is really surprising. Following him, without alarming Heaven Monarch Ziguan, he turned around and flew outside Divine Dream Island, intending to find a place to break through to 9 refinements Earth Monarch and complete the task. Not long after he left, the 3 cultivators on Divine Dream Island opened their eyes simultaneously and looked at each other. They could see a bit of brutality in each other's eyes. There was no dialogue between the 3 of them. At the same time, they left Divine Dream Island and chased after the area Tianyun flew away from. The rest of the cultivators ignored these people and continued to cultivate. Everything was the same as before. Chapter 1102. After flying away, Tianyun quickly found a remote place to stop. After looking around for a bit, he revealed a strange smile. Right after, he began to activate the heavenly tribulation. He believed the heavenly tribulation he would encounter later would not be the scene he saw in Divine Dream Island. If this is the case, he still has to activate it. The effect will be greatly reduced here, so he can only do this. Ding! Congratulations to player Tianyun, who successfully broke through 9 refinements Earth Monarch cultivation. At this time, the sky began to be covered with dark clouds. Countless divine lightning began to flash around, unlike the scene where divine lightning was everywhere. Only the terrifying divine lightning above his head began to be enraged under the interference of heaven stealing divine land. However, even if he was angered, it was not a problem. At most, it is several times stronger than the situation of 8th refinements Earth Monarch. It is normal to have some enhancement, but if it is not for the effect of God Monarch rank, Tianyun does not need to worry about anything. When he was about to cross the tribulation, 3 figures suddenly appeared beside him, surrounded him, and looked at him with cold eyes. This friend, we will give you 2 choices now, either to bear the effect of strengthening the divine lightning or to throw out all the treasures on your body, choose by yourself. Tisk tisk, this is the breakthrough of 9 refinements Earth Monarch. If the breakthrough succeeds, he will become a super genius. In the past, I didn't even dare to break through to 9 refinements Earth Monarch. 8 refinements Earth Monarch is already very terrifying, let alone 9 refinements Earth Monarch. Yes, if he dies, it will be a big loss. The 3 cultivators first found Tianyun to cross the tribulation. Now that they saw him moving alone, they immediately caught up. Who knew that Tianyun would cross the tribulation, and this is even more so taking advantage of the situation. The 3 are Heaven Monarch Hua, Heaven Monarch Yu, and Heaven Monarch Sang. They are not 3 brothers but in a good relationship, so the names are naturally the same, which means their relationship is very good. Tianyun ignored their threat. From the beginning, he knew that someone was lurking on the side, and he was too lazy to pay attention to it. He will not dislike it since he came to give experience. The 3 are geniuses, and although they are not the best, they are still very good. They gain many benefits after killing them. Throw all the treasures to you, Tianyun said with a smile. That's right, this is your only choice. Otherwise, if we interfere a little, how much do you think the power of your heavenly tribulation will increase? They stood a little closer to Yi Tianyun and said threateningly. This kind of threat will work, especially the stronger the cultivation, the more terrifying the power of the heavenly tribulation will become. The heavenly tribulation will not care whether the other party is doing it intentionally. They will anger the heavenly tribulation and become stronger if they are close to the tribulation. From its point of view, even if they come to help defend, they will all increase their power. Therefore, those facing tribulation must have a protector. Otherwise, it is very easy to be threatened. The three people in front of him are very simple and crude threats. Aren't you afraid of being punished by Heavenly Spring God territory? Yi Tianyun looked at them indifferently as if this matter had nothing to do with him. Kid, don't you know it is easy to attract death by talking like this? Hu Huatian's eyes were cold, and the corner of his mouth curved into a sneer. Yi Tianyun's words are indeed courting death. If the other party did not have the intention to kill, then it would completely anger the other party to kill him to silence him. A fatal disaster. Yi Tianyun looked at them and smiled. Do you think I am a fool? If I listen to you, I will die faster. You plan to kill me from the beginning. Otherwise, you will be severely punished if you are exposed. The choice they gave was to play with Yi Tianyun before he died, and they would not. Let him go. Once they go out, they will be severely punished. 5 great god territories have already made the corresponding rules, and they cannot kill each other. Once they find out, they will be punished by other god territory. However, this kind of thing is just verbal talk. We can only let it go if we can't find it out. There are so many geniuses here. It is impossible to kill the wrong person. It is too harsh. No god territory is willing to do this. As for soul searching and the others, it is unlikely. In their situation, they will never allow this to happen. If there is any problem, who will compensate them? It seems that you are not stupid. Since you can see it, there is no need to say more. Die. Before his voice fell, Yi Tianyun rushed directly to them. He did not care about the heavenly tribulation at all. After rushing over, they were shocked. They originally wanted to threaten him, but who knew that Yi Tianyun directly rushed over, ignoring the heavenly tribulation in the air. If you want the heavenly tribulation to strengthen, it will be even more exciting. Yi Tianyun quickly circulated his heaven-flying divine secret art. With a shoo sound, his speed instantly increased. The next moment, he arrived before the weakest heaven monarch, Hu Yu. He grabbed him and directly flew above the heavenly tribulation. Before heaven monarch Hu Yu could react, he was already caught. As they rose, the power of the heavenly tribulation suddenly increased, and the thick divine lightning immediately came down. The terrifying power, even heaven monarch would have to retreat 3 times. When heaven monarch Hu Yu wanted to struggle, he was firmly frozen. The terrifying power made him feel powerless to struggle. Quick, let go of me. Heaven monarch Hu Yu was scared to death when he saw the terrifying divine lightning. No problem, I will let you go, get out of here. Yi Tianyun suddenly kicked, and with a dong sound, he directly kicked Hu Yu into the heavenly tribulation, and with a bang sound, the divine lightning came down and directly penetrated Hu Yu's body. Hu Yu barely managed to resist, but his body was already burnt black, and he seemed to be injured. Then, another powerful divine lightning came from the sky and hit Yi Tianyun's body. However, it only left a black mark on his body and quickly disappeared. The recovery speed was amazing. Hu Yu didn't fall to the ground. Yi Tianyun grabbed the divine spear and threw it at them. He pierced them into the air with a hu si sound. He looked at them coldly and said, "Don't you want to trigger the heavenly tribulation? Come on." The other 2 were still stunned on the side. The series of actions were too fast for them to react. One of their brothers was nailed in the air by Yi Tianyun. He couldn't move at all. He didn't die, but he was nailed in the air. The divine lightning continued to fall, and he was burnt to ashes. This time, they knew that they had kicked an iron plate. Chapter 1103. Yi Tianyun didn't give them a chance to recover. He swept the Sky Dawn divine spear in his hand and directly cut Hu Yu, struggling into 2 pieces. Ding! Successfully killed Hu Yu, gained 8.7 billion experience points, 15 million crazy points, and 5 million sin points. Obtained martial art myriad absolute kill, middle grade rebirth level martial art, broken teeth sword, high grade rebirth level weapon, ancient spirit necklace. Ding! Successfully killed Hu Yu, gained an extra 100 billion experience points, 10 million crazy points, and 5 million mastery points. At the same time, Get a lottery. With 64 times experience, he gained more than 8 billion experience points. It was amazing. It had to be said that killing these experts was the fastest way to earn experience points, and he could also get a lot of treasures. If he can obtain a Heavenly Dao level martial art, it would be even better. However, they don't have this kind of Heavenly Dao level martial art to cultivate. At least they are not qualified to develop it. Second brother. When they saw that Hu Yu was dismembered, they immediately screamed and rushed to Yi Tianyun without hesitation. They have been working together all the time. They didn't expect that this time, their brother was killed in an instant. I want to kill you. Heaven Monarch Husang roared and used all his strength to rush towards Yi Tianyun. Husang's shadow immediately appeared behind him, and it was a giant python. The poisonous gas was quickly released from his body, turning the sky into darkness. The other Heaven Monarch, Hua, was also the same. They all released their strongest power, wanting to take revenge for Heaven Monarch Hu Yu. However, as soon as they entered, the heavenly tribulation immediately struck them with terrifying divine lighting. They could only resist. Boom! The two of them were directly pushed back dozens of meters, and their bodies were scorched black. The power of the heavenly tribulation against them was much stronger than the power against Yi Tianyun. Yi Tianyun directly withstood the heavenly tribulation and flew over to them. What? You want to rob me with your ability? Yi Tianyun sneered. They were both shocked and angry. The divine lightning that angered the heavenly tribulation was too strong. It was good that they could withstand it. If it were any other ordinary heaven monarch, they would have been killed. In other words, their cultivation is at the 5th layer heaven monarch, so the power of the divine lightning is at least at the 6th or 7th layer heaven monarch. This is the punishment for those cultivators who sneak in. Although it can strengthen the heavenly tribulation, it also protects the tribulation transcender. The heavenly tribulation that Yi Tianyun endured is much stronger, but overall, it is not as abnormal as theirs. Damn it, should we wait for him to finish the tribulation? Heaven Monarch Husang quickly retreated, not daring to continue to break into the heavenly tribulation. That's fine too, let him successfully break through to the 9 refinement Earth Monarch. We'll make plans later. Heaven Monarch Hua could only bite the bullet and leave. After being struck by the divine lightning, they sobered up a lot and did not dare to approach further. This was like a pot of cold water being poured down quickly, cooling down for the time being. There's no need to do anything. Come with me to undergo the tribulation. Yi Tianyun laughed and rushed towards them, scaring them so much that they ran away, but how could he be faster than Yi Tianyun? Phoenix Blood Vein, open. Heaven Flying Divine Secret Art, open. Double speed continuously activated, the speed directly exploded, turning into a light shadow, and instantly caught up to Heaven Monarch Husang, scaring him to burst. What kind of speed is this? He stuttered. This speed was too terrifying, he almost caught up in the blink of an eye. Didn't I say, how about staying and crossing tribulation together? Yi Tianyun's eyes flashed, and he raised his fist and smashed I. Heaven Monarch Husang quickly waved his snake sword to block, but Yi Tianyun completely ignored this snake sword and punched it again. Heaven Shaking Divine Secret Art. The violent power overlaid on his fist, like a giant planet condensed on his fist, matching with 2 martial arts that increased speed. Under the condition that the power was not weakened, it still had an astonishing speed. Dong! The hand that Heaven Monarch Husang used to hold the snake's sword trembled. This violent power directly shattered his palms, and he was sent flying along with his sword. Boom! A huge crater was created on the ground. Third brother, Heaven Monarch Hua was scared out of his wits and stopped running. He didn't expect that both of his brothers would be defeated. What are you screaming for? Why did you do that? Yi Tianyun sneered, want to leave? It's too late. The next moment, he charged forward with the heaven-shaking divine secret art. In the blink of an eye, he arrived before Hua. He used his body to collide fiercely. There were no fancy moves. He simply charged forward. He directly smashed Hua into a bloody mist. The violent power could not be stopped at all. He exploded with a single crash. The upgraded heaven-shaking divine secret art was too terrifying. Combined with the heaven-flying divine secret art, it was like a flying giant planet. Who dared to stop it? Ding! She successfully killed Hua. Obtained 9,300 billion experience points, 20 million crazy points, and 5 million sin points. At the same time, obtained the Wrapping Snake Sword, high-grade rebirth level weapon, Myriad Absolute Kill, and Ancient Spirit Bracelet, lower grade rebirth level. Ding successfully killed Heaven Monarch Hua, gained 100 billion experience points, 10 million crazy points, 5 million mastery, and a lottery ticket. A series of sounds popped up, giving him much experience, far away from leveling up. I'm sorry, I didn't expect it to be so powerful, it exploded with a hit. Tianyun helplessly spread his hands. He thought that, at most, he would be seriously injured, but who knew that the collision would turn into a blood mist. The power of the heaven-shaking divine secret art is certain, and with their physique, they are not as strong as Tianyun. Immediately, he turned his eyes to Heaven Monarch Xuan, who was lucky enough to block his attack with the snake sword. Otherwise, the punch would blow him into a blood mist. Of course, the situation is not good now. The snake sword seems to be embedded in his body, and it seems to be dying. The violent fist directly punched the weapon into his body, almost penetrating. How can this not be dying? Following that, a flash of divine lightning struck down and struck him to death. Ding successfully killed Heaven Monarch Xuan and obtained. Ding completed the exciting level kill and obtained. When Tianyun heard this news, he helplessly shrugged his shoulders. It seems that this heavenly tribulation is helping him. Chapter 1104. The three heaven monarchs were easily killed by Tianyun, no different from drinking water. They can't deny that they are all geniuses, but with Tianyun's great increase in strength, how can they be his opponent? Therefore, it is not difficult to deal with them, especially with the combination of the heaven-shaking divine secret art and heaven-flying divine secret art, the two divine arts. The power directly exploded. It is almost a crushing victory, directly crushing the other side's power. It can even be said that this is the power of 9 refinements Earth Monarch. When breaking through to 9 refinements Earth Monarch, the power has become a lot stronger. It can be said that the power of the 9 refinements Earth Monarch is several times stronger. Sure enough, there is a different level of existence. No wonder 9 refinements Earth Monarch is a real Earth Monarch. Let's break this heavenly tribulation first. Tianyun looked up at the heavenly tribulation and quickly flew up, using the heaven-flying divine secret art to fly up soon, and with the heaven-shaking divine secret art, he smashed the heavenly tribulation. After breaking the heavenly tribulation, the sky began to descend with rich star power, strengthening his body and the planet inside his body. He meditated here to recover, feeling this amazing energy. This is the feeling of 9 refinements Earth Monarch, really good. Tianyun felt comfortable all over, and when he was almost there was a burst of shouts from the side. You killed our 3 senior brothers. What came into view was 2 cultivators flying over here, and when they saw the blood and corpses on the ground, they suddenly became angry. Judging from this familiar aura, it was undoubtedly his senior brother. Following that, other cultivators also flew over. Divine Dream Island's cultivators clearly sensed the tribulation fluctuations here, so they all flew over. Even Heaven Monarch Ziguan flew over. When he saw the situation in front of him, his face changed. Junior brother Tianyun, you are reckless. Even if you want to fight, you can't do it here. You have to choose a remote place to fight. Heaven Monarch Ziguan shook his head and smiled bitterly. If he were discovered, Tianyun would be punished. Tianyun is from the same sect, he is biased towards his people. As for the other cultivators of God territory, how they die has nothing to do with him. The other cultivators flew over, and when they saw this scene, they all looked at him with gloating eyes. They were all witnesses to this scene. I killed 3 of your fellow disciples. That's right. Tianyun stood up and agreed very readily. At the same time, he took out the spoils of war from the corpses, which contained the jade pendant. With 3 jade pendants, he can stay here for a longer time. When the time comes, he can ask someone to send him a letter, and Elder Go Huang will not stay outside for too long. When the cultivators saw Tianyun answer so readily, they could not help but be stunned and immediately scolded. Put down your things, it seems that you are still robbing money. How can such a disciple appear in your heavenly spring God territory? Do you want to destroy the relationship between God territory? No one can bear this big accusation. Tianyun looked at him indifferently and sneered, destroy the relationship between the God territory. Then you can see who broke the rules first. After saying that, he threw out a record plate, and the previous conversation fell into the eyes of many cultivators. I'll give you 2 choices. Either hand over all the treasures, or we get close and increase the power of the heavenly tribulation. You want to kill me to silence me. Don't treat me as a fool. All kinds of scenes and voices appeared in everyone's sight. Tianyun was not a fool. He knew the seriousness of the situation. He used the record plate from the beginning to record all the situations. Everything would be fine if he proved that the other party threatened him first. When this picture came out, Heaven Monarch Ziguan rushed to the other side and scolded, "Well, the one who destroyed the relationship between the divine realm is you. I didn't expect you also to threaten my junior brother to cross the heavenly tribulation. If my junior brother were not stronger, he would have been killed by the heavenly tribulation." Suddenly turning, the other side didn't know what to say and was suppressed by the painting of the record plate without any ability to refute it. When the others saw this scene, they all shook their heads. They didn't expect Yi Tianyun to hold back. This time, the one being punished is not Yi Tianyun but the other party. Yes, overcoming this heavenly tribulation took a lot of effort. I will explain it to Elder Go Huang, and then we will pursue the responsibility of your god territory. Yi Tianyun said coldly. He didn't believe these people. He didn't know that Hua and others did this. They must know, and now they failed. They will be angry. Now that he had the record plate, there was no need to explain too much. The picture was the simplest and crudest explanation. This is all their actions and violations of the rules. It has nothing to do with our divine realm. We will mention this matter to the elders. When the time comes, we will discuss the matters of this side. The other party's tone immediately weakened, and anger flashed in his eyes. He did not expect that everything would be wasted like this, and he died in vain. Good. I hope that you can give a reasonable explanation when the time comes. Yi Tianyun snorted, then flew to Heaven Monarch Ziguan and said with a smile, "Senior brother Ziguan, let's go." Heaven Monarch Ziguan nodded and left with his people, leaving the group of people looking at each other. Heaven Monarch Ziguan gave a thumbs up and praised, "Junior brother Tianyun, you are amazing, you know how to use the record plate. Otherwise, you really can't wash it off. This must be recorded, otherwise, it is really big trouble. The movement is so big, if the other party takes a hat, I can't bear it." Yi Tianyun smiled. He had known this before. No matter what, the mouth is not as good as the several pictures of the record plate. Although the picture can be fake, there is no condition to fake it here, so it is not considered fake. Oh right, I almost forgot to congratulate junior brother Tianyun. You have already broken through to the level of a 9 refinement Earth Monarch. This is too shocking. Heaven Monarch Ziguan shook his head and said, "At most, I will break through to the 8 refinement Earth Monarch. Otherwise, I will fail. In this way, you will become one of the few disciples who have broken through to the 9 refinement Earth Monarch." How many people have broken through to the 9 refinements Earth Monarch in the Heavenly Spring God territory? Yi Tianyun asked. There won't be more than 10 of them. It's easy to imagine how heaven-defying you are, right? Heaven Monarch Ziguan said enviously, "You will be greatly nurtured in the future. However, there is one thing that I must remind you of. You must be strong enough. Otherwise, you might die here when you break through to the Heaven Monarch realm." His expression was extremely serious, without the slightest hint of a smile. Chapter 11:05. 8 refinements Earth Monarch broke through to the Heaven Monarch realm and was about to die, not to mention 9 refinements Earth Monarch breaking through to the Heaven Monarch realm. It was not that Heaven Monarch Ziguan was not confident of breaking through to 9 refinements Earth Monarch, but that he was not optimistic of breaking through to the Heaven Monarch realm. I know that, I have to improve myself before I can break through. Yi Tianyun thought of the scene on Divine Dream Island. Was he facing the heavenly tribulation that broke through to the Heaven Monarch realm? If that was the case, he needed to improve himself. Otherwise, he would only be dead. However, he would have to face other attacks comparable to the Heaven Monarch realm to break through to the Heaven Monarch realm. Wasn't this a bit too much? At that time, he would only be able to block it. He wouldn't be able to be so burdensome. He would be able to destroy the heavenly tribulation with a single punch. It would already be pretty good if he could block other Heaven Monarch realm attacks. How could he explode with a single punch? If he provoked the heavenly tribulation and released an even stronger Heaven Monarch attack, that would be fatal. Ding, completed the main mission, broke through to the 9 refinements Earth Monarch. We have obtained 500 million crazy points, 500 million sin points, and 500 million mastery points. Ding successfully accepted the main mission, to break through to the 10 refinements Earth Monarch or break through to the Heaven Monarch realm. Breaking through to the 10 refinements Earth Monarch, obtaining 1 billion crazy points, 1 billion sin points, and 1 billion mastery points. At the same time, obtaining the title, the first Earth Monarch, breaking through to the Heaven Monarch realm, obtaining 500 million crazy points, 500 million sin points, 500 million mastery points. Choose one of the two main missions. You can choose to break through. What? When Tianyun saw this new main task, his whole body was dumbfounded. It was not that there were two main tasks, but a new word appeared, 10 refinements Earth Monarch. 10 refinements Earth Monarch, don't you know that there are only 9 refinements Earth Monarch? How come there is a 10 refinements Earth Monarch? It makes him shocked. Junior brother Tianyun, what's wrong? Heaven Monarch Ziguan saw Tianyun suddenly shout and felt strange. Senior brother Ziguan, I wonder if there is a saying about 10 refinements Earth Monarch. Tianyun calmed down, looked at him and asked, 10 refinements Earth Monarch. Heaven Monarch Ziguan suddenly smiled and immediately denied, I have never heard of this saying. 9 refinements Earth Monarch is the ultimate, there is no 10 refinements Earth Monarch. Do you think there are 10 levels in the other levels and all 10 refinements Earth Monarch? That's right, Tianyun nodded, there's no such thing, 9 refinements Earth Monarch is the limit. I've never heard of 10 refinements Earth Monarch at all. If there is a 10 refinement Earth Monarch, wouldn't the sky explode? Heaven Monarch Ziguan laughed, it's okay, I thought about it a long time ago, but later, I found that there was no such thing. Heaven Monarch Ziguan did not hesitate to deny it, thinking there were no 10 refinements Earth Monarch. Of course, Tianyun will not say it, but there are 10 refinements at the Earth Monarch level. The system is not lying, since it has been given this condition, it will have it, absolutely not false. 10 refinements Earth Monarch. Tianyun's eyes flashed, if he successfully breaks through, he can also get a special title, Eternal First Earth Monarch. This title is absolutely powerful. I don't know what effect it will add, and only after getting it will I know, but what special conditions will be needed to break through to 10 refinements Earth Monarch. When he checked, there were indeed special conditions stacked on it. 10 refinements Earth Monarch. The basic conditions to break through the need to condense a second planet in the body and operate in the body. At the same time, both need to share star power to reach the state of mutual birth. Otherwise, it will be deemed a failure. Note: a planet with a core is needed. When he saw this condition, he frowned. Was it still necessary to condense a planet? This difficulty was not just a bit higher, especially in the state of 2 planets. It was very easy to cause problems. The most important thing was that there needed to be a core, not just a stone, but a planet with a core. It had to be said that the difficulty was quite high. If they could not condense a second core, they could not collide with each other, or they would die. The difficulty is high. Tianyun shook his head. No wonder no one has succeeded for so many years. This condition is so harsh. How can he succeed? Otherwise, this strange title will not appear. What an authoritative title. This is the first time in history that the 10 refinements Earth Monarch has reached. There are still 10 levels like other levels, but it is too difficult. People think there is no 10th level or impossible to achieve, so no one can successfully cultivate it. As time passes, no one successfully cultivates it. Naturally, they will deny the 10th level. Although the difficulty is very high, how can it be challenging if there is no difficulty? Tianyun roughly knows what Divine Dream Island has given him. It may be the heavenly tribulation of the 10 refinements Earth Monarch, or when it breaks through to the Heaven Monarch realm, the heavenly tribulation he will encounter may be a hint from Divine Dream Island. 10 refinements Earth Monarch, the number 1 Earth Monarch in history, breaking through to the Heaven Monarch. Will the old heaven allow it? Therefore, the most terrible divine lightning will descend. Whether it can withstand it or not depends on the individual's ability. Immediately, he followed Heaven Monarch Ziguan and flew forward. Heaven Monarch Ziguan did not take him back to Divine Dream Island but directly flew ahead with him. We will meet up with the other disciples now. That place is the heaven-stealing divine land, the best place to cultivate. You have just broken through, so you must go there and consolidate your strength. Heaven Monarch Ziguan said enviously, you have also obtained 3 jade pendants. You can stay here for a while longer. Senior brother Ziguan, how much time do you have left? Tianyun asked. It won't be long, we will leave here in less than 10 days. Heaven Monarch Ziguan said with a smile. How about this? This jade pendant is for you. Tianyun picked one of them and handed it to Heaven Monarch Ziguan. He obtained 3 jade pendants, allowing him to stay for a long time. He doesn't need to keep it for so long. It's almost enough. Moreover, he thinks that Heaven Monarch Ziguan is a good person. He can give him the last time. Heaven Monarch Ziguan quickly said, Junior brother Tianyun, you must not do this. You have just broken through to the 9 refinements Earth Monarch realm and need to consolidate your cultivation. It is obvious that 9 refinements Earth Monarch has broken through to the Heaven Monarch realm, and there is a slim chance of survival. Don't think you are enough. In fact, everything is not enough. His eyes are full of determination, and he does not want the jade pendant given by Yi Tianyun, but he is very concerned about him. Good people from the same sect are still in Heavenly Spring God territory. Chapter 1106. The words of Heaven Monarch Ziguan made Yi Tianyun feel very touched. If it were anyone else, they would not be polite to him. It is too difficult to come in here. It will be more difficult to wait for a while, especially when Yi Tianyun has 3 jade pendants and Heaven Monarch Ziguan still chooses to give up. This action makes Yi Tianyun feel a little admiration. Few people can refuse like this, proving Heaven Monarch Ziguan is thinking for him. Senior brother Ziguan, I have 3 of these, so I will choose one less for you. It seems that you have encountered a bottleneck. I don't know when you can come in next time. You don't have to be polite to me. You said I have broken through to 9 refinements Earth Monarch cultivation. The elders will nurture me. When the time comes, you will give me more resources. Maybe it won't be long before I can come in again. Yi Tianyun still insisted on giving Heaven Monarch Ziguan Jade a pendant. Heaven Monarch Ziguan was a good person, especially now that he had encountered a bottleneck. It was a favor for him. If he had not encountered a bottleneck, he would not have stayed in Divine Dream Island for so long to study and see if he could break through this bottleneck. Hearing Yi Tianyun say this, Heaven Monarch Ziguan hesitated a little and then gritted his teeth and said, that is, I owe Junior brother Tianyun a favor. I have encountered a bottleneck recently and have not been able to break through. If Junior brother Tianyun has any problems in the future, feel free to come to Sword Palace to find me. I will help. Of course, Yi Tianyun believed his words. At least his favorable impression of himself was not fake. He looked at people with favorable impressions. If his favorable impression were low, then it would be a lie. Heaven Monarch Ziguan was not one of them, so he was still worthy of a deep friendship. Then I will have to rely on senior brother Ziguan, Yi Tianyun said with a smile. Immediately, he handed over one of the jade pendants. After Heaven Monarch Ziguan received it, he carefully put it away. This was a hard-to-come-by opportunity for him, so he naturally had to be careful. This time, I can cultivate for another month. Thank you so much. Heaven Monarch Ziguan just checked. This paid pendant can be used for at least a month, which is a long time. The other 2 jade pendants were almost the same, and the 3 came in together, so the time was nearly the same. Under the lead of Heaven Monarch Ziguan, they soon arrived at their destination, Heavenly Venerable Road. Heavenly Venerable Road is a long passage, looking at it, a long passage, circling all the way and finally leading to the top of a mountain range. When they saw many cultivators sitting in the aisle before them, to put when they came here bluntly, they were sitting next to the road. This road is very strange. There are no trees around, not even spirit herbs. It is a very empty passage. Only a few thousand meters away from the aisle are all kinds of spirit trees and spirit flowers. Here is a bare aisle, including the aisle leading to the top of the mountain. It is also bare. Even though the hill is bare, it looks very ugly. But this aisle is to attract most cultivators who come here, and they all stay here cross-legged to cultivate. Yi Tianyun glanced over. There are more than 100 people in total. These are the super geniuses of the 5 great god territories. Each of them cost a lot to cultivate. More than 100 people are here, and it will cost more than 100 jade pendants. The price is equivalent to 100 heavenly Dao rank treasure. It is extravagant. This is just one of the batches. After all, another group of people will be sent in as time goes by. The consumption will be even more amazing. No matter how talented a cultivator was, they would not be able to pile up without astonishing resources. There are quite a few experts. Some are even at the 8th or 9th layer Heaven Monarch realm. It seems they are trying to break through to the God Monarch. Yi Tianyun nodded. Breaking through to the God Monarch here was not a big problem. After all, the star power was much denser than outside. There was no need to mention outside if they could not even break through here. This is the Heavenly Venerable Road, the best cultivation place in heaven-stealing divine land. Although this place is bare, it is the best place to absorb star power. Unlike other places, the sense of rejection is stronger. Heaven Monarch Ziguan explained. Why isn't anyone climbing up the heavenly venerable road? Yi Tianyun saw that many people were meditating along the way, but the more they went up the mountain, the fewer people there were. At the very top, no one was there at all. Because they can't climb up, there is no one. Heaven Monarch Ziguan shook his head. According to the legends of the heavenly venerable road, whoever can climb to the highest peak will become a generation of heavenly venerable. A generation of heavenly venerable. Yi Tianyun's eyes narrowed. The cultivation of a heavenly venerable is stronger than a god monarch. He is a top expert in the third-grade god territory. As a territory lord, there is no pressure at all. You can become a heavenly venerable just by climbing up. Isn't that too exaggerated? Yi Tianyun asked doubtfully. This is indeed a bit exaggerated, but if you want to climb up, the chances of me becoming a heavenly venerable in the future are not low. At least, it is much higher than most god monarchs. Heaven Monarch Ziguan shrugged and said, anyway, I don't have to think too much about it. Right now, even God Monarch has nothing to say, let alone a heavenly venerable. That is a god-like existence. Yi Tianyun nodded. This explanation was a bit reasonable. It would be too exaggerated if he really ascended to the top and became a heavenly venerable. There was only one possibility. After he ascended, he would have the enlightenment of a heavenly venerable. This would be of great help to his future breakthrough. This explanation is more reasonable. He doesn't believe he can become a heavenly venerable just by climbing up. Although the difficulty is quite high, many people still tried to climb up. Yi Tianyun watched many of them move forward step by step, and a group of heaven monarch powerhouses were climbing the mountain. It was really funny, isn't that for sure? Coming here, you must try the heavenly venerable road. Otherwise, it would be a waste to come here. Moreover, this is the best cultivation place. Cultivation is the main, climbing up is just in passing, and there is no conflict between the two. Following Heaven Monarch Ziguan, he flew down and soon landed at the beginning of the corridor. Junior brother Tianyun, you can start from here. Under normal circumstances, as long as you walk through the place, you can fly directly, and there is no need to walk again. Heaven Monarch Ziguan said, so you don't have to worry about leaving this place, or the next time you come, you will have to come back again. Still so reasonable. Yi Tianyun nodded. This way, there was no need to start walking again, it was quite reasonable. Chapter 1107. Many types of tests could only be passed from the beginning to the end, and they couldn't leave from any place. The next time they came back, they could still stay in this place. This was what the heavenly venerable road was like. If they could climb up to the mountain peak, they could fly directly over next time and not walk in from outside the passageway. This would undoubtedly save a lot of time. The key was that the concentration of star power was completely different. It is indeed more humane. Junior brother Tianyun, you stay here first that day. I will go over it first and wait for you to catch up. I believe you can catch up soon with your level. If there is a problem, just call me. After Heaven Monarch Ziguan explained it to him, he flew forward. It was obvious that he had been here before. Heaven Monarch Ziguan's talent is not bad. It is not the first time he came here. He can't go up with Yi Tianyun again. This is undoubtedly a waste of time. Moreover, although this passage is very far, it is all within the sight range. There is no need to worry about someone interfering with Yi Tianyun. If someone interferes with Yi Tianyun, Heaven Monarch Ziguan will immediately see it, so there is no need to go so close. After Heaven Monarch Ziguan left, Yi Tianyun turned his eyes to Heavenly Venerable Road. This name is Domineering Heavenly Venerable Road. Since it can be called this, it must have its meaning. Become a Heavenly Venerable. Yi Tianyun lifted his foot and walked towards the Heavenly Venerable Road. As soon as his foot landed on the ground, he immediately felt thoughts rushing into his head. This was not a martial arts secret book but a concept. Instantly, he felt that he was in a state of mind. The next moment, he thought he was in another world, becoming a small farmer, farming, and feeling the hard work. However, Yi Tianyun calmed himself down and quickly woke up from this state. He felt that he had been here for several years, but it was not that long. He only stayed in the real world for a short time. The most important thing is that if he doesn't move, this is the most important thing, he doesn't take a step forward and directly stops here. So that's how it is. An illusion test. Yi Tianyun calmed down and immediately knew the problem of the Heavenly Venerable Road. It is to experience these illusions. However, this illusion is so real. He felt the pain of the farmer's labor. Fortunately, in the process of experiencing it, the star power around him also poured in, constantly turning into experience. He found that the star power here was very rich and stronger than the outside world, which was easier to absorb. The key is that he will fall into this illusion realm. It is possible to fall into it for a long time. When he wakes up, the protective effect of the jade pendant will be gone. At that time, he will be finished here. Therefore, he must be pulled back. Otherwise, he will fall into this illusion realm. However, it was just the beginning, so the difficulty was not very high, so Heaven Monarch Ziguan did not come over to protect him, and he did not say it very clearly. Only after experiencing these things personally, did he know that everyone's situation was different, so there was no point in saying it too clearly. Immediately after he stabilized his mind, he continued to walk forward step by step. Because his mind was very stable, let alone falling into an illusion, there was no pressure. As he kept walking forward, Tianyun was surprised to find that the effect absorption was improving, which went to the Temple of Life, which was also going down. The closer to the core, the better the effect. It was the same here. The closer he got to the front, the more amazing the effect would be and the more experience points he gained. As he walked forward, he caught up with the new cultivators and continued chasing after Heaven Monarch Ziguan. The Heavenly Venerable Road was at least 100 miles away. Normally, he could reach it instantly if he flew, but now it was different. Step by step, his speed would slow down. Of course, Tianyun directly ran forward and continued to run forward. When this scene fell in everyone's eyes, it was like looking at this fool. Is this kid crazy? It will be troublesome if he breaks into a special illusion realm in one breath and accidentally gets stuck in it. It seems to be Heavenly Spring God territory. The geniuses of God territory are so arrogant. Forget it, they can do whatever they want. Anyway, the one who dies is themselves. One by one, the cultivators shook their heads, thinking that Tianyun was crazy. Others walk step by step. At most, they walk faster. As for running, they have never seen it. Even the more arrogant geniuses climbed step by step instead of rushing forward in one breath. This would bring a great negative effect. The impact of the illusion of the Heavenly Venerable Road would accumulate, and it would look very stable and be able to withstand this illusion. Still, the explosion would be even stronger once they ran too far. To put it bluntly, every step should have an illusion, and it could be said that every step was a world, and no one could escape. At most, they would accumulate to a certain extent, enter the illusion realm, and then break out of the illusion. The further they went, the more shocking the illusion became, and if they accumulated a large distance, once they stepped into the illusion, they might not be able to wake up. If this place is the same as the outside, the problem is that it is different from the outside. After the jade pendant is used up, it will be a dead end, completely swallowed by this heaven-stealing divine land. It's over. I didn't explain it to him clearly. I can't go that far in one go. When Heaven Monarch Ziguan saw Tianyun running over, his heart jumped, and he felt bad. When he just wanted to go over and persuade him to stop, Tianyun suddenly stopped, obviously entering the illusion realm. He ran for several miles in one breath, too fierce. Heaven Monarch Ziguan gasped, and after a little calculation, he felt that what Tianyun was facing this time was a terrifying illusion. Generally, one can break it by force after falling into an illusion. If they carried someone away, they could come into contact with this illusion. However, if they were to do this with the help of external forces, they would have to do it head-on. Therefore, if someone were to sneak attack them, it would be considered a failure. Of course, there were so many people here. Who would sneak attack them? Unless they didn't want to stay here any longer. It was clearly stated that they couldn't attack each other. If anyone were to do this, they wouldn't even know how they would die if they were to be seen by so many people. It was precisely because the 5 great god territories knew where the problem was that they made all sorts of rules. They didn't have to attack each other. It was beneficial to everyone. Haha, that kid has fallen into an illusion. He has already run for several miles. With such a shocking distance, he should be able to break through for at least a month. At that time, the barrier on his body will be gone. Hehe, I think it will take a longer time. It seems that this trip was wasted. It is such a waste. It is good to leave this time for me to go up step by step. It is so cost-effective. Everyone thinks that Tianyun is a fool and believes that he is wasting the jade pendant. When they think it will take Tianyun a long time to wake up from the illusion, the next moment, he suddenly opens his eyes and continues running forward. Instant break. Everyone was stunned. This guy was an instant break. Chapter 1108. According to reason, it will take a long time to break out of the illusion after gathering so many illusions in one breath. After all, after accumulating, the difficulty will rise greatly. It is not a lot of small illusion accumulation, but it directly increases the difficulty. Otherwise, they would have run away instead of walking slowly. They will mostly walk and stop, deliberately letting themselves enter the illusion. This is equivalent to the accumulation of the illusion realm before entering. After breaking it, it is comparable to solving a small problem. Many people follow this method, and it is the most reliable. If you run wildly, you can run a distance at most, not run a few miles like Tianyun. This distance is too far. Once it breaks out, it is possible not to break the barrier of the jade pendant. This time is too long, so no one is willing to do this. It is too dangerous. When Tianyun does this, he will be laughed at, but when he breaks it in seconds, everyone is shocked, wondering whether they are seeing things. It seems it has only been a few seconds, but it has already been broken. It is too exaggerated. I suspect he has not entered the illusion realm but just stopped to rest. Impossible, he must have entered the illusion realm. The aura fluctuation just now is different. The aura will calm down once he enters the illusion realm, and the whole person will be dead. In this case, does he break it in an instant? How did he do it? Everyone was stunned and wanted to see it. They watched Tianyun finally move away, but they didn't expect anything to happen. Tianyun ignored their eyes and continued to rush forward. It is undeniable that the illusion here is very strong, but for him, this illusion can still be bearable. Under the strong spiritual force, any illusion can be broken directly. This is his spiritual force, an existence far beyond the same level. Don't forget that he is a powerful God rune master, and his spiritual force must be much stronger than others. With his extraordinary willpower, how can this little illusion block him? Continue. Tianyun rushed up all the way and continued to throw a distance of several miles away. Then, under everyone's surprised eyes, he stopped in place and entered the illusion realm. At this time, everyone began to discuss again. They all guessed how long Tianyun would wake up this time. No one thought that Tianyun could wake up instantly. After all, the later he went, the more difficult it was. He couldn't wake up instantly like before. When they all thought this, it was not long before Tianyun woke up quickly. Although it was a bit slower, their difference was not big. It only took less than half a minute to break it. In theory, it was still broken in seconds. The group of people was dumbfounded. The result was still the same. At most, it was a little slower than before, not a few days or even a month. Following Tianyun, he rushed forward, chasing after Heaven Monarch Ziguan. Heaven Monarch Ziguan was still quite far, about 30 miles or so, almost half the way. I don't know how long he walked, but it seems that catching up with him is not a problem. Junior brother Tianyun, you will catch up to me so soon. Heaven Monarch Ziguan shook his head. What he said before was encouragement. He knew that Tianyun needed to walk slowly. Anoe, it will take a long time to catch up, but in the blink of an eye, he has closed the distance of almost 10 miles. If this continues, he will catch up soon. It took him 2 months to get here, and the progress was relatively fast. Who knew that Tianyun could catch up to almost 1/3 of the distance in one breath? It was a hit. The others looked at Tianyun one after another. They don't know where he came from. How can he be such a monster? They are also in the heavenly spring god territory, and they are even more shocked by this scene. When did they have such an abnormal fellow disciple? The key is a human who can be judged at a glance, an existence that can suppress all the people present. Tianyun didn't care about anything. He just kept running every time it was fixed, first running 2 or 3 miles, then stopping to break, and then continuing to chase. The time of each break is a little longer than before, but the time is very short. It takes a few minutes to stack up. It can be said to be quite brief, at least for them, it is very short. It should be known that when they have walked this road before, even a few hundred meters away, it can take 2 hours. Tianyun is 2 or 3 miles away, and it only takes a few minutes. This gap makes them want to vomit blood. They can come here, who is not a super genius, but compared to Tianyun, it feels like a pile of shit. There is no way to compare. How long has this guy been? He has already traveled more than 10 miles. Isn't that too fast? That's right. This speed is comparable to that of Heaven Monarch Luyun. Let's not talk about that Heaven Monarch Luyun. He is simply heaven-defying. He seems to be a second. They all can't help but think of another genius who is so heaven-defying, just like Yi Tianyun. Both instantly broke, even faster than Yi Tianyun. He is not here for the time being, so now the limelight has been overshadowed by Yi Tianyun. Yi Tianyun has been under everyone's attention. He quickly rushed up and promptly caught up with Heaven Monarch Ziguan. Heaven Monarch Ziguan did not move. He just stayed in place and waited for him to come. He wanted to see how long Yi Tianyun took to catch up with him. It took less than 15 minutes, Heaven Monarch Ziguan smiled bitterly. This was too fast. Senior brother Ziguan, I caught up. Yi Tianyun came to Heaven Monarch Ziguan and said with a smile. Hey, junior brother Tianyun, how did you do it? How did you break such a powerful illusion so easily? Heaven Monarch Ziguan asked. This is to use spirit force to break the illusion. Yi Tianyun shrugged and said, it's just that I've spent more and more time in the future, causing senior brother Ziguan to laugh at me. I did laugh. Heaven Monarch Ziguan did not know whether to laugh or cry. You spent less than a quarter of an hour to catch up to me for 2 months. It makes me not know whether to laugh or cry. Chapter 1109. Heaven Monarch Ziguan didn't know what to say but felt a little depressed. How could there be such a big gap between people? Is this our fellow disciple? A Heaven Monarch looked up and down at Yi Tianyun and was surprised. A human can have such an amazing ability. You are the first human I have seen who is so strong. I have seen many humans before, but their talent is poor. Cough cough. Heaven Monarch Yuhua, pay attention to your words. Heaven Monarch Ziguan knew the situation very well. If his race were being said like this, they would feel unhappy. Therefore, he hurriedly reminded his companions. I am not wrong. Humans are indeed not generally low. Of course, I am not discriminating against humans. I do not discriminate against any race. What I hate the most is those who are lazy and greedy. They lack talent, but they are still unwilling to work hard. Humans are a race that I have seen is very hardworking. It is just that their talent is too poor. It is difficult to make up for it just by relying on diligence. However, I am still very impressed. It is just that the average status is low. The cultivation is too low, and the status can only be like this. It is a bit too difficult to change the current situation. Heaven Monarch Yuhua seemed to have opened up a chatterbox as he began to speak out continuously, completely ignoring the words of Heaven Monarch Ziguan. This, junior brother Tianyun, Heaven Monarch Yuhua is just like this. Sometimes, he likes to say these words. Heaven Monarch Ziguan felt very awkward. It's fine. What senior brother Yuhua said is the truth. The average talent of the human race is too low. We can only rely on hard work to make up for it. Yi Tianyun looked at the Heaven Monarch next to him. This was true, and he didn't feel disgusted at all. Moreover, there was no discrimination in the tone of Heaven Monarch Yuhua. That is true, but there are still no bright points. I have seen 3 human experts before. Their talent is a bit poor, but they are all working together. The level they show is very strong. The ability of human learning is still very strong. Of course, the most important thing is that there are many people. Which god territory doesn't have humans? Heaven Monarch Yuhua seemed to think of the past and smiled. 3 human experts. Yi Tianyun narrowed his eyes and asked, Senior brother Yuhua, what are their names? The 3 people's collective action reminded him of the 3 humans. Maybe it was them. He had been out for so long but had never heard of them. In the vast sea of people, it was difficult to find them. Of course, I remember. One is Heaven Monarch Shuang, the other is Heaven Monarch Gaming, and the other is Heaven Monarch Feng. I also made friends with them. Drank good wine, and their abilities were pretty good. Their cultivation bases are all in 5 or 6 training. Having such a level is not easy for the human race. Yuhua said with a smile. Sure enough, Yi Tianyun's eyes flashed. Staring at Yuhua, he said, Brother Yuhua, I wonder where the 3 of them went. Or did they say anything about it? I don't know. They said they wanted to wander around the 2nd grade god territory to see who would take them in. You also know about the situation in the 2nd grade god territory. The difficulty is too great if you want them to take you in as disciples. No one will take you in if your talent is not up to standard. Heavenly Monarch Yuhua shook his head. I wonder which god territory they have joined now. It is not good for them to be wandering cultivators all this time. How many years ago was this? Yi Tianyun hurriedly asked. Not long ago, roughly a few years ago. Yuhua thought momentarily, then smiled and said, Do you know each other? Yes, They are from the same hometown as me. Tianyun is very grateful for the information given by Heaven Monarch Yu Hua, at least it proves that the three of them are still alive. No wonder they are very hardworking, and their cultivation is extremely hard. This is the first time I have seen them cultivating so hard. It feels like they are unwilling to tell me their purpose. Heaven Monarch Yu Hua shook his head and smiled, but forget it, we met by chance. I naturally can't interfere with their situation. Tianyun nodded and clenched his fists. They were cultivating so hard, what else could they do? It must be to quickly become stronger and then return to the third-grade god territory to protect everyone. Little did he know that he had solved the situation, at least temporarily. I wonder where they appeared in the end. Tianyun asked. I remember it very clearly. A rogue cultivator gathering camp is in the third-grade god territory. Rogue cultivators will go to that place. Sometimes, other god territory will recruit disciples from there. Yu Hua said. Thank you, senior brother Yu Hua, for the information. Tianyun has already decided that he will find their whereabouts after he goes out. This is a surprise, I didn't expect to get news of them here. They have contributed so much to the third-grade god territory as long as they are safe. Could it be that junior brother Tianyun wants to find them? Yu Huatian asked. Yes, after this is over, I will find them. Tianyun said bluntly. Then I wish you good luck. 3 days god territory is very big, maybe it is not there. Yu Hua shook his head and said, however, seeing a human as strong as you is rare. Let me tell you one more thing. Heavenly Spring God territory is very impetuous now, be careful, Nuob. Thank you. As expected, Heaven Monarch Ziguan could do this. Both of them did not discriminate against other races, and they did not discriminate against the weak. Tianyun immediately said goodbye to them and continued to run forward. He would not stay here and move forward with them step by step. Do you think junior brother Tianyun will reach the end of the Heavenly Venerable Road? Heaven Monarch Ziguan asked. If this can be maintained, there should be no problem. The premise is that it can be maintained. Heaven Monarch Yu Hua said enviously, I don't even know how he cultivates. He is the weakest human, yet he can suppress everyone. I'm not sure about that. This proves that even the weakest race has the chance to turn things around, Heaven Monarch Ziguan said with a smile. That's right, we have to work hard as well, senior brother. The two of them looked at each other. There was a hint of determination in their eyes. They were also carrying some responsibility. Everyone had different responsibilities. Many looked glamorous on the outside, but they were all working hard inside. Most of the cultivators present have a lot of responsibilities, but each person is in a different situation. Tianyun's responsibility is to protect the 3 realms. Everything is so simple, except that everything is false. Heavenly Venerable Road. Tianyun looked at the mountain peak with burning eyes. He wanted to rush higher. He does not want to be in the hands of others. Chapter 11:10. Tianyun continued to rush forward crazily, basically 2 or 3 miles. This distance has been maintained and can be broken through quickly. In one breath, he directly rushed to more than 60 miles and reached the foot of the mountain. As long as he climbs to the top of the hill, he will reach the end of the Heavenly Venerable Road, and what he will get at that time is something to look forward to. But for many years, there have been less than 10 people who can reach the end of the Heavenly Venerable Road. To be precise, only 8 people can climb to the end. Knowing that only 8 people can climb to the end of the Heavenly Venerable Road, the reason is very simple. Above the cliff of the mountain peak, there are 8 names engraved, which are very conspicuous. As long as one could pass the Heavenly Venerable Road, they would be able to leave their names on this cliff. This was a great honor. No one knew why there was a Heavenly Venerable Road here. They also didn't know how the heaven-stealing divine land was formed. They only needed to know one thing, and that was to climb the Heavenly Venerable Road. Then, they would have a chance to become Heavenly Venerates. The 8 names carved on the top did not all become Heavenly Venerates. However, there were indeed people who became Heavenly Venerates. The rest of the time was not enough. After all, climbing up did not mean immediately becoming a Heavenly Venerate. It was just an additional enlightenment. We finally reached the foot of the mountain. As long as we climb up this mountain, we will be able to comprehend the rules of Heavenly Venerates. Tianyun shook his head and looked at it. The difficulty was not very high, but there was one surprising thing. The star power concentration here was quite high, providing him with a lot of experience. Unknowingly, he has gained a lot of experience. It's just that if he wants to break through to the 10 refinements Earth Monarch, just relying on experience alone is not enough. He also needs to meet other conditions to be able to achieve it truly. Unless he directly breaks through to the Heaven Monarch, he only needs experience, and there is no need to meet other conditions specially. In theory, this is the first time he has encountered a bottleneck. This bottleneck needs to meet different conditions to be achieved. The situation where he can level up just by accumulating experience is temporarily impossible. Unless he chooses to break through to the Heaven Monarch, then he will be at the bottom. He wants to do his best. 9 refinements Earth Monarch breaking through to the Heaven Monarch is already quite amazing for others. However, to him, becoming the #1 monarch in all of history was his goal. Fellow disciple, how did you do it? What kind of treasure did you rely on? At this time, a young man on the side looked at him with contempt, determined that Tianyun did not rely on his ability but on external forces. Tianyun frowned. This guy was obviously from Heavenly Spring God territory. Otherwise, he would not call him a fellow disciple. Tianyun glanced at him. He was too lazy to pay attention to him, so he just walked forward without talking to him. Wait, do you know who I am? The cultivator stopped him in front of Tianyun. Why do I need to know who you are? Tianyun is very disgusted with this kind of person. He thinks that others can't do what he can't do. Hey, you are so arrogant. I am your senior brother. When I see your senior brother, I don't respect you and don't know etiquette. Heaven Monarch Go Jian was very dissatisfied. Senior brother, there is a rule that when you see your senior brother, you must be respectful and greet him. Tianyun sneered and wanted to go around him. Don't go, Heaven Monarch Go Jian coldly said. What treasure did the elder give you? Otherwise, how can you break the illusion so easily? Take out that treasure and let me see it. I'm sorry, don't think that everyone uses some kind of treasure to support them instead of relying on their abilities. Tianyun said coldly. What else do you humans have? Heaven Monarch Go Jian suddenly smiled. If you don't rely on treasures, can you come here? What a joke. I wonder how you got in here. I think you have some great opportunity, right? Heaven Monarch Go Jian, what's wrong? A Heaven Monarch walked over and asked. I'm teaching a junior brother etiquette. Who knew that he would not know what was good for him and was quite arrogant? Heaven Monarch Go Jian was extremely dissatisfied. Heaven Monarch Go Jian, that's cheap. Tianyun stepped forward and directly went around Heaven Monarch Go Jian, not wanting to pay attention to him. You brat, if you have the ability, try to take another step. Heaven Monarch Go Jian was about to explode from anger. He was a senior brother, but he couldn't even call him a junior brother. Tianyun turned a deaf ear. He continued to walk forward, step by step, faster and farther. Fuck, stop him. Heaven Monarch Go Jian rushed over, blocked Tianyun, and angrily said, I told you to stop, how dare you disobey me? A good dog doesn't block the way. Tianyun said coldly, how dare you call me a dog? Heaven Monarch Go Jian was furious. Do you believe that I will throw you out and let you have a taste of your own medicine? Tianyun looked at him coldly and sneered, if you have the ability, you can try. Even if he were an elder, he wouldn't show any respect, let alone a mere senior brother. He can do whatever he wants, it has nothing to do with him. You are courting death. Heaven Monarch Go Jian roared, and without hesitation, he sent out a palm strike. The strength of the 6th layer Heaven Monarch was more than half used. The fierce palm wind was not trying to hit Tianyun but directly sent him flying. Get lost. Tianyun used Heaven Flying Divine Secret Art, and his figure kicked over faster, hitting the face of Heaven Monarch Go Jian and kicking him out of Heavenly Venerable Road. Heaven Monarch Go Jian rolled dozens of times in front of everyone and finally stopped. His mouth was swollen, and he was vomiting blood. Tianyun showed mercy. If he wanted to kill someone, his head would have been broken by his kick, and if he were in Heavenly Spring God territory, he would leave his life to his fellow disciples. When everyone saw this, they were shocked. This fellow disciple killing each other was exciting. It was good that people were not in the illusion. Otherwise, they will be willing to come back. If he hadn't been interrupted in the illusion realm, he wouldn't have come back, but now that he was sent flying, he wondered if the other side would be able to swallow this anger. You kicked Heaven Monarch Go Jian out. If you tell the elders, you will be severely punished. The fellow disciple next to him scolded him. What a joke, if I don't fight back, I will be sent flying. Am I not losing anything? Tianyun coldly retorted. What a fool, don't think that you can get the support of the elder just because you have the treasure given by the elder. I won't fight with you today. After I go out, I will help Heaven Monarch Go Jian to get justice. The Heaven Monarch did not fight with Yi Tianyun and flew to find Heaven Monarch Go Jian. What an idiot. Not long after senior brother Yu Hua said that I immediately met this idiot fellow disciple, it's impetuous. Yi Tianyun was suddenly in a bad mood, making him feel very disgusted. Chapter 11:11. Yi Tianyun's action, in the eyes of Heaven Monarch Ziguan and the others, has just begun, but they have already kicked their fellow disciples out. This hot temper made them all gasp. Junior brother Tianyun, isn't it a bit too ruthless? Heaven Monarch Ziguan was slightly worried, but the situation was still relatively serious. It is forbidden to fight here, but between fellow disciples, although there is no rule, it will be very troublesome to be known by the elders. It is a good opportunity not to cherish it and to play fighting here. How can the elders not be angry? Hehe, after saying these guys are arrogant, they are immediately taught a lesson. Isn't this a good thing? Every one of them is arrogant and conceited. If they think that they can't do anything, they think that others can't do it too. Yu Hua suddenly smiled, thinking that Yi Tianyun did a good job. You are right, but those elders won't blame him, right? Heaven Monarch Zgu shook his head, thinking it was still too reckless. Blame him, then let's see how far junior brother Tianyun has reached. Heaven Monarch Yu Hua laughed, rules are dead. Whoever has the biggest fist is the true truth. If junior brother Tianyun is getting closer to the end of the heavenly venerable road, do you think those elders will blame him? Moreover, the cause is all because those guys are too stupid. What treasures do they want to see? I don't believe the heavenly venerable road has any treasures that can suppress that illusion. Even if they do, why not give them to them but to junior brother Tianyun? Just thinking about it makes me understand. They are a bunch of self-righteous idiots. When Heaven Monarch Yu Hua spoke, he was extremely vicious. Fortunately, none of them could hear him. Otherwise, they would come looking for trouble with him. Alright, just say these words in your heart. It will be bad for us if those people know about it. Heaven Monarch Ziguan shook his head. He felt that it was better not to say these words directly. It was not good to affect himself like this. Forget it, I can't be bothered to say anything more. Let's continue forward. I hope junior brother Tianyun will charge forward and ruthlessly defeat those high and mighty geniuses. They think they have a good background and bloodline, and they think they are invincible. Heaven Monarch Yu Hua sneered, thinking that everything was so ridiculous. Heaven Monarch Ziguan patted his shoulder, indicating that he should calm down. He looked at Heaven Monarch Go Jian, and his eyes were also full of indifference. For some people, there is no need to be too sympathetic, and there is no need to be good friends. After kicking off Heaven Monarch Go Jian, Yi Tianyun continued to climb up. His speed remained the same as before, but for caution, he shortened from 2 to 3 li to about 1 li. It undoubtedly takes a little more time to climb to a higher level, but this is more reliable. Everything has to be done safely and not too recklessly. Sure enough, every mile of road will stop and fall into a relatively difficult illusion, from the time originally not needed for a quarter of an hour to several hours, even to almost a day later. This time keeps pushing forward. This seems to be a lot slower, but it is much faster than others. People have not climbed to the bottom of the mountain peak, and they need a few days to go forward. Yi Tianyun reached the side of the mountain peak, which takes much less time and really can't be compared. The cultivators on the upper side are scattered, no more than a dozen at most, much less than below. Many people can climb up to the top but are not here. For example, Heaven Monarch Lu Yun is not here. When they saw Yi Tianyun catch up, they saw that it was a human again. They suspected he had some special treasure, otherwise, how could he break the illusion so quickly? Many people have this idea. If it were any warmer race, no one would doubt him, mainly because he is a human, so he is suspected. Yi Tianyun never cares what they think, he cares for himself. When he rushed more than 70 miles, another cold voice came. What do you mean by that? Yi Tianyun looked up. The one who questioned him is an 8th layer Heaven Monarch expert. He looks handsome and extraordinary. He is also a genius of Heavenly Spring God territory. He seems to have just come out of the illusion realm not long ago, but what happened before? He did not go down to help. He just looked on. Nothing much, just a normal counterattack. Yi Tianyun looked at him and said indifferently, what's the problem? No problem, you can go back now. Heaven Monarch Zhong Yun waved his hand and said coldly. Why? Yi Tianyun's face was calm, but he did not show any anger, as if everything had nothing to do with him. Because I am your senior brother. Heaven Monarch Xianxia said coldly, in Heavenly Spring God territory, as a senior brother, you have the right to order junior brother. Anyone who disobeys will be sentenced to death. Tianyun laughed on the spot. He looked at Heaven Monarch Xianxia and sneered, it has something to do with that Heaven Monarch Goyun. You are taking revenge for him, right? And as a senior brother, you have the right to order a junior brother. What a joke. I am not your subordinate, and I am not your person. With the name of a senior brother, you can bully people at will. Honestly, this is the most boring thing I have ever seen. If I am qualified to go to the end of the heavenly venerable road, who do you think the Elder Council will punish? Tianyun almost wanted to hit someone. This is the so-called power. If he is in danger, he can just give this order. But now it is a problem of the future. If he lets someone leave like this, doesn't it mean he has lost his future? Do you think you are qualified to go up? Heaven Monarch Xianxia said sarcastically, you climbed up here because you found a treasure from somewhere. If you want to go up, do you think you can go up if you don't have the ability? My good senior brother, I suspect that Ki has kicked all the heads. All of you think that I came up with a treasure. Which eye did you see that? Even I don't know. Tianyun was not angry but smiled. Even if it is a treasure, it is a treasure that I got with my ability. If there is this treasure, I will throw it out for you to pick up. I dare to say that you are like a dog and will immediately rush to pick it up. What do you mean by using your ability? It is just a bunch of bullshit. You think that you can't complete it yourself, and you think that others rely on external forces. You are a bunch of stupid people. If you look down on us humans, just say it directly, and don't talk nonsense in front of me. Time is very valuable here, understand? Tianyun directly spat out many words, like a barrage of bullets, making the face of Heaven Monarch Xianxia livid. No one has ever dared to talk to him like this. Tianyun is the first. Chapter 11-12. Heaven Monarch Xianxia was suddenly angry. He looked at Tianyun and said angrily, very good. What a glib tongue. I don't like you. What's wrong with that? Who has the biggest fist is the truth. If I don't teach you a lesson today, I don't know why I am a senior brother and you are a junior brother. He angrily walked down from the top, wanting to fight with Tianyun. Tianyun's eyes narrowed, and he clenched his fist, ready for the strongest explosive power. Even if he is such a strong Heaven Monarch, he is still confident he can beat him with one punch. Especially when the other party was careless, it was extremely easy for them to kill him instantly. Who would have thought an Earth Monarch would have the strength to stand above most Heaven Monarchs? Under the carelessness of the negligence, everything was over. Oh no, that Heaven Monarch Xianxia has been enraged. When Heaven Monarch Ziguan saw this, his face sank. Tianyun is so far away from Heaven Monarch Xianxia. If they fight, Tianyun will be in danger. It is not wise to fight here. The other cultivators of the God territory were gloating. They did not expect that there would be internal strife here. It was fine to fight outside. At least it would not consume the jade pendant. In this place, time is money. Every second is equivalent to cash. They did not cultivate well. Instead, they were ready to fight. It was really funny. They were happy to see this situation. Anyway, they did not lose themselves. They could watch the program and cultivate. They were happy. These idiots will die if they don't play high. Heaven Monarch Yu Hua shook his head and said to the other side, Senior Brother Xianxia, please calm down. It is not a good thing to cause trouble here. We will make plans after we get out. How about it? They could not fly over. They could only shout from below. Heaven Monarch Yu Hua wanted to persuade them. After they got out, he would find the elders to settle it. This was nothing more than a delaying tactic. It was not to let Heaven Monarch Xianxia choose a good place to take revenge. If they went out, how could the elders fight them? I want to solve it here. How about it? Heaven Monarch Xianxia looked at them coldly, ignoring Heaven Monarch Yu Hua's persuasion. He turned his head and looked at Tianyun coldly, provoking his dignity. He doesn't care what the situation is now. Even if enemies surround him, he has to deal with Tianyun first. He has to protect his dignity, lest someone like Tianyun will choose to resist him in the future. Just as Heaven Monarch Xianxia was about to make a move, a figure flew past him and said lightly, "Oh, bullying the younger generation here, is this style of you, Heaven Monarch Xianxia? Before, you even shouted at me that you wanted to fight with me, but now it seems that you are despicable." A snow-white figure floated down from the sky and the beautiful figure that fell made Tianyun stare. The person before him now was not a stranger, it was the previous god, Monarch Yukin. After not seeing her briefly, she has already broken through to 9 refinements Earth Monarch. It seems that she is preparing to break through to Heaven Monarch, but in her previous life, it was God Monarch Yukin, and the data of the investigating eye has been refreshed. He hadn't expected that God Monarch Yukin would appear here. This caused him to feel extremely shocked. He had originally thought that he wouldn't be able to see her. Who would have thought that she would appear before him in the blink of an eye? It was truly shocking. Heaven Monarch Lu Yun, you've come. Heavenly Monarch Zhong Yun's gaze focused as he turned his gaze towards God Monarch Yukin. His eyes were filled with a burning gaze. Heaven Monarch Lu Yun, Tianyun almost swallowed his tongue. Is this person Heaven Monarch Lu Yun? But she has not broken through to Heaven Monarch, so how can she be called Heaven Monarch? However, if you feel it carefully, just by sensing it, it is similar to Heaven Monarch's aura. If her cultivation is improved, her soul will awaken more and more, and then the aura she reveals will naturally be similar to Heaven Monarch. It is not a problem to be misunderstood, as Heaven Monarch, Tianyun's investigating eye, can see everything and naturally cannot hide it from him. It is just that she has another identity. It seems that she has joined another god territory and can successfully come here. It seems that it is not the first time she has gone here. Otherwise, she will not be able to fly up immediately. Heaven Monarch slowly landed 80 miles away. She was even taller than Heaven Monarch Zhong Yun. She was the Heaven Monarch Lu Yun, rumored to have the highest chance of reaching the top. Now that she had returned, she had attracted the attention of many people. Is Heaven Monarch Lu Yun trying to reach the top this time? It's possible. This time, she might be able to reach the top. Even if he can't reach the top, getting close to the top would be amazing. If she can reach the top, that would be the 9th name. I would also like to carve a name on it. All of them shook their heads, feeling extremely envious. It would be great if they also possessed this ability. Heaven Monarch Lu Yun, become my woman. Heaven Monarch Zhong Yun looked at her and said in a deep voice at this moment. It was like a thunderclap that exploded from the ground, causing everyone to cry in alarm. They never expected Heaven Monarch Zhong Yun to say such words at this moment. However, no one was jealous of Heaven Monarch Lu Yun. He can't be jealous of women. One day, he can also become the woman of another Heaven Monarch or his own woman. Therefore, he doesn't need to be jealous. He just needs to conquer them. This is overbearing because Heaven Monarch Zhong Yun wants to conquer her in front of so many people. Tianyun looked at Heaven Monarch Yukin, wanting to see something from her expression, but he could only see calm, not interested in this. Become your woman. Heaven Monarch Yukin glanced at Tianyun and said lightly, if you want to be my man, beat him first. She pointed at Tianyun, and in an instant, everyone's eyes gathered on him, making him the focus of everyone. Tianyun was suddenly stunned. It seemed that Heaven Monarch Yukin wanted to use him as a shield so that he could stop these idiots. Defeat him. Heaven Monarch Zhong Yun sneered, this guy still needs to win. Yes, I don't need to win. You have already won. Tianyun looked at Heaven Monarch Yukin and said, he has already won me. According to the rules, he can become your man, right? Tianyun's answer stunned them. How could they admit defeat in the blink of an eye? Heaven Monarch Zhong Yun was stunned and laughed, what a good junior brother. You are very flexible, I am starting to appreciate you a little. Heaven Monarch Yukin clenched her fist. Her heart was about to explode. She did not expect Tianyun to play according to the routine. She admitted defeat without any dignity. Tianyun shrugged. He just did not want to be a shield. Chapter 11:13. Don't you have any intention of defending your dignity? God Monarch Yukin clenched her teeth and looked at Tianyun. She was a little disappointed that Tianyun didn't succeed. This was a man who had won against her. She was very unhappy that he admitted defeat. No, I just don't want to be a shield. Tianyun shrugged and said, this is not a shield, I just want them to make a comparison. Even you can't win, and you want to become Tao companions with me. God Monarch Yukin shook her head. Even if the other party won Tianyun, she would not be a companion with the other party. How can her ambition be compared with the cultivators here? She just wanted to give them a standard, not even reaching this standard, and want to marry her. That is a fool's dream. If it is really like this, you will not be able to marry in this life. Tianyun shrugged and said, no one can beat me, including you. After saying that, he grinned, and his tone was full of infinite dominance. After listening, everyone suddenly became angry and began to spit at Yi Tianyun. He just has a little ability, but he is so arrogant. Yi Tianyun's words undoubtedly indicate that he is not targeting anyone, but everyone here is trash. If he is the standard, God Monarch Yukin will be single for the rest of her life. How can his arrogant words not anger everyone? Heaven Monarch Xianxia had originally changed his opinion of him, but now he suddenly became angry. He is arrogant. I know this is Earth Monarch Yi Tianyun. God Monarch Yukin was not angry. She covered her mouth and chuckled, feeling very happy. She likes this kind of thing. Yi Tianyun's previous behavior made her very unhappy. Everyone looked at their conversation and immediately knew they must know each other. Otherwise, they would not have had such a close conversation and would not have directly set this standard. Seeing the two of them looking at each other, Heaven Monarch Xianxia said angrily, as long as you win him. No problem, come to the duel now. Heaven Monarch Xianxia rushed before Yi Tianyun, looked at him coldly, and said, let's fight over there. Heaven Monarch Xianxia seemed crazy. He wanted to fight with Yi Tianyun and beat him up to win the heart of beauty. More than that, he still felt humiliated. He didn't expect the woman he liked to have such a good relationship with his junior brother. Wait, do you think I'm discussing this duel? God Monarch Yukin looked at him and sneered, I'm talking about the Heavenly Venerable Road, not martial arts. Before I leave, let's see which of you scores more. I can stay here for 2 months. The final result will depend on which of you can defeat him. God Monarch Yukin wasn't referring to any martial arts competition. The difference in cultivation level was so great that there was no meaning. Moreover, this was the Heavenly Venerable Road. If they wanted to compete, they would have to go further. So it's to compete with the Heavenly Venerable Road. This is even simpler. Heaven Monarch Xianxia withdrew his gaze and turned his gaze to the front once more. It was better to use this to decide the victor. In any case, he would also climb up and see who could go further. I'm not interested. However, this Heavenly Venerable Road is something that I want to climb up. You guys can do whatever you want. Don't drag me down. Yi Tianyun was too lazy to care about them. Are you planning to retreat? Heaven Monarch Xianxia stared at him with burning eyes. Retreat? Yi Tianyun sneered, I have never retreated. I just want to say you can do whatever you want. If you can surpass me, then come. After saying that Yi Tianyun was too lazy to pay attention to him, he raised his foot and walked forward, bypassing Heaven Monarch Xianxia. Boy, I want to see how long the treasure in your hand can last you. Even if he died, he still thought that Yi Tianyun came up with treasures, not relying on his strength. This annoyed Yi Tianyun. This guy is an idiot. No matter how many times he said it, it would be useless. Immediately, Yi Tianyun climbed up and sent a message, how can you come out of here, and even change your identity and join other gods' territory? You know how to find resources to cultivate. Don't tell me I don't know. God Monarch, Yukin sent a voice transmission. The Heavenly Venerable Road is a good place. In my previous life, I almost reached the peak. Now, I've fought again. If I can reach the peak, my chances of breaking through to the Heavenly Venerable Road will greatly increase. Is the Heavenly Venerable Road that amazing? Yi Tianyun asked doubtfully. That's for sure. Don't think that only the 5 great gods control this place. There is often 3rd grade god territory coming to ask for a place. 2nd grade god territory can't stop it, so we can only obediently give it to them. Yukin God Monarch said indifferently, according to legend, this heaven-stealing divine land is a treasure lost by an invincible supreme expert. 3rd grade, god territory regions, have always been eyeing it, but they can't take it away, so they can only send people over. You can't even take away a 3rd grade god territory. Yi Tianyun was shocked. It seems that this heaven-stealing divine land is not simple. A 3rd grade god territory is not invincible unless a stronger existence is coming. However, stronger existences probably don't like this heaven-stealing divine land, they have even more amazing treasures. Yukin God Monarch laughed at himself, feeling that everything was so small. Yi Tianyun nodded. There are mountains beyond the mountains. To them, this is a treasure ground. For some peerless, powerful figures, this is only trash. To climb to the peak of the Heavenly Venerable Road, Yi Tianyun felt a bit motivated. He wanted to see what the truth was. Following him, he continued to rush forward, chasing straight to the limit where Heaven Monarch Xianxia was. Heaven Monarch Xianxia also sped up, but he did not dare to rush too far. He would stop to break the illusion whenever he walked a few hundred meters. Yi Tianyun is very rough. Every time he sprints a mile, he is much faster than Heaven Monarch Xianxia. Similarly, God Monarch Yukon is also not slow, just like Yi Tianyun, she rushes up a mile. She almost reached the finish line in her previous life, and now, with the sole support of her last life, naturally, her speed will not be slower than Yi Tianyun or even faster. Looking at this chase, the people on the back can only be left far behind, unable to catch up. Only the geniuses in front can participate in this chase. However, some cultivators are not interested, they just take it slowly. Some of them participated in this chase. They did not confess to Heaven Monarch Xianxia, but they wanted to win against Yi Tianyun and then chose to confess. This is undoubtedly the best choice and is more low-key and reliable. Yi Tianyun did not pay attention to them using himself as the standard, he kept rushing forward, falling into the illusion repeatedly, feeling that he had spent one world after another, becoming a different existence, comprehending 100 states of life. If you want to break through to Heavenly Venerable, you must comprehend the 100 states of life. When Yi Tianyun woke up from the illusion, he felt everything was not so simple. Chapter 11:14. When Yi Tianyun walked the Heavenly Venerable Road, he did not simply break it but carefully comprehended its emotions. Since he will take this test, he must have his reasons, otherwise, how can he come here now? The road to becoming a Heavenly Venerable is very difficult. If you want to succeed, the price you have to pay is extremely high. There are many ways to break through to the Heavenly Venerable Road. If you want to choose that kind of breakthrough, it depends on the individual. Yi Tianyun believes that the Heavenly Venerable here must be one who engraved his breakthrough method here so that the later generations can carefully comprehend it. This Heavenly Venerable is an extremely kind existence, but the real meaning is unclear. I guess I will know what the Heavenly Venerable is thinking after I finish climbing the Heavenly Venerable Road. Yi Tianyun smiled and continued to climb forward. His speed remained the same. He gradually began to catch up with others and was about to catch up with Heaven Monarch Xianxia. Heaven Monarch Xianxia was very anxious in his heart. If this continued, he would be caught by Yi Tianyun. At that time, he would be extremely humiliated. Before, he shouted at Yi Tianyun to get rid of him easily. Who knew that now he was getting closer and closer? He was about to be caught up. This kid is so strange. What kind of treasure does he have? How can he break it so quickly? Is he relying on his ability to get up here? It is impossible. Human beings cannot be so powerful. Human beings have always been at a low level, and their talent is very low. How can they rely on themselves to get up here? Heaven Monarch Xianxia never believed that Yi Tianyun could have this ability. The human race has always been at such a low level, how can they turn over? Salted fish can't turn over, it will only worsen. In addition to his disbelief, Yi Tianyun has gradually approached him. From the originally not short distance, he quickly closed in. Ultimately, the distance between the two is less than 100 meters. Heaven Monarch Xianxia is completely panicked. It has only been a short time, Yi Tianyun has already caught up, this speed is amazing. You, what kind of treasure are you using? It is cheating, Heaven Lord Xianxia shouted. Cheat. Yi Tianyun's tone was extremely disdainful, only this guy could think of this. That's right, you cheated. Otherwise, how could you be so fast? You cheated. Heaven Monarch Xianxia could only retort like this to cover up his shortcomings. What a joke. Even if you use a treasure, it is still his ability. If you have a treasure, it is also your ability. You think that you have lost, so you start to find excuses. I despise this kind of man the most. I can't afford to lose. The key is that it is not the end yet. It is boring to admit defeat now. God Monarch Yu Qin shook her head in front. She felt that Heaven Monarch Xianxia was really funny. The way she looked at him was becoming more and more disdainful. Even if she had a little good impression of him before, it would disappear completely. Let alone now, he had no good feelings in the first place. Now, he was even more disgusted. There is a saying about cheating nowadays. As long as it is something on me, no matter how I use it, it is not considered cheating. There is no need for trickery in war. Why is there fairness? He would immediately use it without saying a word if there was such a treasure for him. It was simply disgusting. Heaven Monarch Xianxia's face turned green and white. He had not expected to be mocked by the woman he was chasing, making him feel like he had eaten a fly. I was just saying it. I don't even know who will be the winner. Heaven Monarch Xianxia clenched his teeth and began to rush forward crazily. It was much farther than before. Yi Tianyun looked behind him and shook his head. This idiot is courting death. They are charging within their own estimated range, not acting rashly. Heaven Monarch Xianxia is acting rashly, completely angered by God Monarch Yukan. You don't have to speak for me. Tianyun said to God Monarch Yukan. I didn't speak up for you, I just feel that he is very disgusting. He has already cultivated the Heaven Monarch and still said such childish words. Even I can't stand it. God Monarch Yukan is telling the truth, she is very unhappy with Heaven Monarch Xianxia, there is no other reason. Okay, Tianyun shrugged his shoulders. This Heaven Monarch, Xianxia, is not qualified to be his opponent. The only one who can be his opponent is God Monarch Yukan. Of course, there is no opponent here, it depends on his own ability, there is no quota limit, and there is no saying of first place. Tianyun continued to rush forward. Although the other cultivators did not speak, they still silently rushed forward, but their speed was not as fast as Tianyun's. Not only did they not catch up with Tianyun, but he left them behind teasingly. I can't see through you more and more, you seem to be not a reincarnation, how can you break the illusion so quickly? God Monarch Yukan felt that this was the most confusing thing. After all, she has a soul from her previous life. What does Tianyun have? A soul from her last life. She can't feel it, as for what treasure it is, she also can't see it. I don't know, I can break this illusion at will. Tianyun shrugged his shoulders, and his walking speed began to slow down. He began to feel that the illusion here was difficult and had to slow down. Break it at will. God Monarch Yukan rolled her eyes at him, knowing that Tianyun would not tell the truth. Of course, Tianyun did not tell the truth, he can break through so quickly. Naturally, he has all kinds of titles, abilities, and experiences, and combined, he can break through so quickly. As for the treasure, he doesn't have it, completely relying on his strength to rush up. Soon after, they didn't talk much. Tianyun continued to climb up. There was not much time left. The more he got to the back, the more time he needed. Compared to God Monarch Yukan, he needed more time. The gap between the two of them gradually began to show. God Monarch Yukan lived for many more years than Tianyun. He had lived for many years, and he had also passed this place once. He almost reached the peak. He would be safer than Tianyun and even faster than him. Tianyun didn't compete with her. Anyway, he didn't intend to compete with her anyway. It was not the battle of God territory. So what if it was faster than him? Anyway, he would not get any reward. He followed the two of them, leaving the others far behind. The third one was several miles away from them. They were not on the same level at all. As time went on, they would only get farther and farther. At the back, Heaven Monarch Ziguan and the others looked at the two of them in a daze. Junior brother Tianyun is amazing. Compared to that Heaven Monarch Luyun, he is completely unyielding. Hehe, I think the most interesting one is still Heaven Monarch Xianxia. Looks like he is stuck there. If the jade pendant is used up, who will save him? I think that junior brother Tianyun will not make a move. Heaven Monarch Yuhua laughed. He felt that Heaven Monarch Xianxia deserved it. Chapter 11:15. No one knows whether Heaven Monarch Xianxia can wake up quickly from the illusion realm. If he exceeds the time limit, he will be finished. Tianyun is too lazy to save him. As for whether other people will help or not, that is unknown. Heaven Monarch Ziguan and others can't help. Even if they want to help, they have to get close to help. They are so far away that it is impossible to save them. Tianyun is too lazy to care about these things, but he keeps walking forward, and the distance is gradually shortened. Looking up, 3 miles are ahead, and he can successfully climb to Heavenly Venerable Road. This is not too difficult for him. Jade Zither, Divine Lord, is also the same, the distance between them is less than a few hundred meters. In front of me is the place where I am stuck. The test is too difficult and completely different from the previous one. Of course, everyone's situation is different. I hope you can pass this hurdle. God Monarch Yukan stepped into a special area, surrounded by a special light. At this time, Tianyun was surprised that the area she entered was safe. The jade pendant on her body was no longer consumed, as if she was entering a safe place. There is such a situation. Tianyun thought momentarily, then rushed up with 2 or 3 steps. He thought he could get past the place where God Monarch Yukan was. When he was side by side, his whole consciousness was instantly swept in without any resistance, he was swept in. It was completely different from before. If he forced himself to hold on, he could walk a distance more. Now, It was completely impossible. It was as if he was stuck at this point. When he stepped on it, he was immediately swept into the illusion. When the people below saw it, they were very shocked. They did not expect that when they went up, they would not consume the jade pendant, which meant that they could stay on it all the time without worrying about the consumption of the jade pendant. This made them envious. As long as they did not consume the jade pendant, they could stay on it to cultivate. Even if they were stuck, it did not matter. As long as they could stay here, their bodies would absorb star power and slowly become stronger. However, the key point is that they are so close to the finish line. For them, every step is so difficult. How can it be so easy for them? They have reached the end of the Heavenly Venerable Road. They can get it after walking for a few more miles. Walking to the finish line, this is something left behind by the Heavenly Venerable. It makes people envious. They all imagine why Tianyun climbed there by himself. They don't know how much energy it takes to climb there. After experiencing too many illusions, it seems that they will be broken soon, but he has been in illusions for thousands of years. It can be said that it is 1,000 years. At the same time, Tianyun felt that he entered a strange space. What kind of space is this? Tianyun looked around and found himself in a withered forest. The plants around him have withered, and many spirit medicines have withered. This made Tianyun feel a bit painful. These spirit medicines are relatively precious. Although it is just an illusion, why does it look so real? He felt like he had entered the real space, not like before, becoming a farmer or a little soldier to participate in some things. He is sucked into a strange space. The difference is that the soul comes in, not the body comes in with it. Is this independent space of heaven stealing divine land? Tianyun guessed this was not an ordinary illusion, it was very different from the previous one and a completely different test. After Tianyun walked for a while, he wanted to fly up and observe the surrounding situation. However, he found that he could not fly at all. He was completely blocked from flying, which made him a little surprised. He immediately understood that it was normal to have this kind of phenomenon. After all, this was another space, and restrictions were normal. However, this way, he could not completely see this area. Just as he was about to leave this place, he suddenly heard a deep voice. It has been a long time since a suitable person came here. I don't know how many years. The voice was very low and hoarse, like 100-years-old man speaking. Just as he was wondering, the withered plant in front of him instantly recovered its life and returned to its original appearance. Only a small part of the area was restored, just a road leading to the front. It seemed to guide him forward. Tianyun did not doubt him. Even if he were careful, it would be useless. This space belonged to this person. According to this situation, as long as the other party does not let him go, it will be difficult to leave here. Since it is difficult to escape, it is better to see what is happening. He walked along this recovery road. When he just stepped on the grass, Tianyun immediately felt a comfortable life force surging up, making him feel comfortable. Compared to just now, it is heaven. This made him feel that this was the real space, just that his soul was moved in. As he went deeper, more and more spirit medicines appeared before him. His life force also became more and more concentrated. It was no longer that strange energy. Finally, after walking for a while, he saw an old man sitting at the table before him, pouring tea and drinking by himself. The tables and chairs he sat on were all grown from tree vines. They just happened to become tables and chairs. After Tianyun walked in, the old man turned his head and looked at him. I didn't expect that the person this time was so young. The old man looked at him, and Tianyun also looked at the old man. Instead of saying that the old man in front of him was an old man, it was better to say that he had white hair and a youthful face. In addition to his white hair, his face was no different from that of a young man. It surprised him. What surprised him was not the appearance but the strange energy emitted by this person, forming a weird aura around him. Tool spirit. Tianyun looked at him up and down. The old man in front of him didn't feel like a person but a ball of energy. Among the top treasures, there must be a tool spirit, a soul born from a treasure. To obtain this treasure, you must tame this tool spirit. If you don't have enough strength to subdue it forcefully, you will instead suffer a backlash. This was the same as the tool spirit in the three realms. His current rebirth level weapon did not have a tool spirit. The tool spirit was nurtured. It could not be casually produced when the grade was high. It was too common. A truly powerful treasure had a tool spirit. Without a doubt, this was the inner space of a treasure. Chapter 11:16. This is the space of a treasure. Tianyun immediately gave a judgment, and the investigating eye also gave an accurate judgment, showing the old man's information in front of him. Hua Shu, able to revive all withered spirit medicines by force, simultaneously able to enhance the effect of spirit medicines by force greatly enhanced. The real name of the old man before him is Hua Shu, turning rotten into magic. This ability is strong and can revive withered spirit medicines and the like. This ability is impossible, only these treasures can achieve such a magical effect, especially to strengthen the impact of spirit medicines. This makes his eyes light up. The old man smiled faintly. You guessed right, I am the tool spirit of this space, you can call me Hua Shu. Compared to others, you know more. Hua Shu, this name is quite straightforward. Tianyun looked at him and asked, then what do you mean now? I was moved down from the heavenly venerable road, and now you want to test me. It seems this is not like an illusion, it is not the same as before. Yes, it is to test you. This is indeed not an illusion but a real internal space. It is my internal space of me, a test specially set up by the master. You can come down to test as long as the conditions are met. You have met the conditions both in terms of physique and talent. Therefore, you can be my master. Especially in physique, you seem to have a strong vitality, which is very compatible with my attributes. After listening to this explanation, Tianyun suddenly froze, subconsciously looking at the jade pendant on his body. Are you saying that not everyone will come down to experience the test you gave them? Tianyun asked. That is for sure. Different cultivators have different tests. You are full of vitality, which fits the test this time. The old man explained. Tianyun is silent. He has a long life set on his body that he has not taken off. When he is on heavenly venerable road, he can change it to a long life set to strengthen his soul. It seems that he can only heal his injuries, but he can also heal his soul, so he must be able to break through the illusion. Who knew that after changing it, it would become this kind of test, making him look strange. I wonder what kind of test it would be if he wore the ancient set. Tianyun did not show any fluctuation on his face, but he said indifferently, compared to this, I want to know, what ability can you give me? Hua Shu did not speak but gently waved his hand, and a withered spirit medicine floated into his hand. Tianyun judged from this withered spirit medicine that it should be a third-grade spirit medicine. This is another third grade of spirit medicine of God territory, not a mortal realm level of spirit medicine. Then Hua Shu's hand emitted a green light, and a surge of vitality rushed out, pouring into this withered spirit medicine. In the blink of an eye, this withered spirit medicine had returned to its original state. The recovered third-grade spirit medicine, not only did the spirit power not weaken, it became slightly stronger. This old man's ability is the ability of decay. It can restore any withered spirit medicine to its original state. It can improve quality if it is a normal spirit medicine. The rotten eyes turned into green light. It looked strange, but the wood spirit power coming out of its body was amazing. Tianyun's eyes burst out a bright light. Although the investigating eye had already told him, he was still very shocked. After all, this was the first time he saw it. He will be shocked. To restore the withered spirit medicine, this is a heaven-defying existence. In reality, even if the ability to attribute wood is strong, restoring the withered spirit medicine to its original state is difficult. Some special spirit medicine has begun to wither since the picking. Even if put into a jade box, it can't reduce the withering speed. Therefore, it is necessary to make it immediately. There must be no delay. Otherwise, if the effect is greatly reduced after some time, the impact of eating it will be too low. This ability is powerful, and the key is to improve the quality, which is also attractive. This ability is good, but it is not simple to get this ability, right? Tianyun narrowed his eyes. There is no free lunch in the world. If it is suitable to come casually, it is too much to look down on these tool spirits. Which of these tool spirits, which one of them is not old and crafty? They already have intelligence, how can they give it away for free? Especially the test given by Heavenly Venerable, the difficulty must be high and not low. You should know that God Monarch Yukon is stuck here, which proves how difficult it is. Although the test she experienced differs from his, the difficulty is not too different. Hua Shu took back the energy and, at the same time, threw the spirit medicine in his hand to the side, then sat down, took a sip of tea, and motioned Tianyun to sit down. Tianyun was not in a hurry. He sat down with him. The teacup next to him seemed to be prepared for him. After pouring himself a cup of tea, he sipped it. It tasted sweet and fragrant. It is a rare good tea. Tea is good, but I don't know if this process will be like this cup of tea, first bitter and then sweet. Tianyun shook the teacup, looked at the rotten, and said. Shu squinted and said, this depends on your ability. If your ability is not enough, it will always be bitter. Immediately, Shu stood up, moved a few steps in the same place, and said, over the years, there have been many people who are suitable for me, but only a few can really have me. It has been too long since the last one. If you want to have me, you must have enough strength to control it truly. If you can't get approval, don't even talk about becoming my master. Shu turned around and looked at Tianyun. Tianyun said indifferently, I don't know what question you are asking, but what about the previous ones? Can you tell me how they are doing? Shu looked at Tianyun and said with a smile, the number of suitable people who can become this master of this rotten space can be counted on one hand, but the number of suitable people who come in is not small. There are only two choices for suitable people to come in. The first choice is to become the master of this rotten space. The second choice is to be eliminated. Shu's voice did not have any coldness or any hostility, it sounded very flat. Eliminated? Tianyun asked doubtfully. Yes, eliminated. There is only one chance for this test. Next time you come here, it is impossible to try here again, so you can only change to another space test. The old man smiled. This means that there is only one chance. Chapter 11:17. So, your master has already passed away? Tianyun asked. If not for the master's death, why would he leave these treasures here? Each of them is so valuable, especially the heaven-stealing divine land. They are extremely powerful treasures, even third-grade god territory wants them. We don't know whether our master has passed away or not. Our goal is to become a servant of the person who passed the test. It's that simple, the old man said in a deep voice. The tool spirit will obey all the orders of the previous master. They don't need to pay attention to why it is doing this. They just need to know what to do next. Tianyun frowned and thought, this heavenly venerable's way of doing things is strange, he can't understand it. This is equivalent to giving a treasure, it will not provide it for free, right? Is your master choosing the inheritor? Tianyun asked. Sorry, I have no comment on this. The old man shut his mouth and said, if you want to know, you must pass my test. If you can't pass, you can choose to leave. Then you don't have to talk nonsense, just answer the question directly. Tianyun didn't ask more since the other party would not answer, so there was no need to continue asking. Although he doesn't know what the mysterious heavenly venerable is thinking, there must be a meaning since he gave it out. In his opinion, he will likely choose a successor or help do something, otherwise, it is impossible to give things for free. Unless it is an extremely generous existence, the problem is that he has never seen such a generous existence, at least, he has to recruit people to inherit his legacy so it is credible. Shu narrowed his eyes and smiled, this question is not very difficult. You just need to make dishes that I like to eat. Wait, Tianyun raised his hand to signal him not to continue but asked doubtfully, you mean the test is cooking? Yes, what is the problem? Although you are in a soul state, you can still mobilize the things here, so you only need to make one dish, which is a test. Shu, the old man said. What the hell, I mean, why do I test for cooking? Not a fight, or something else. But you tell me to cook. Tianyun felt like his head was about to explode. He has been cultivating for a long time. He doesn't need to eat anything to absorb the essence of the world. Now he had to cook. Letting him fight or carve a few hundred divine imprints is better. He knows a little about this. It is really bad to tell him to cook. Yes, my test is to cook. If you don't understand, you can leave now. Shu reached out his hand to signal Tianyun to leave. Did you think of this dish yourself, or did your master say it? Tianyun asked. I thought about it myself, what's the problem? The dish was made by my master before, and I just want to eat it once, the dishes that my master made before. He stood up, and his face showed some nostalgia, I want to eat that dish again. I don't know how long it has been since I last ate it. Tianyun looked at him and said helplessly, well, what kind of spirit medicine is that dish made of? As a tool spirit, he said that he can move outside. It is no different from a real person. He can eat and enhance his spiritual power. Tool spirit is half a living person, so eating is no problem. It had to be said that this heavenly venerable was different. He seemed to treat them as family. Otherwise, how could he cook for them? Washu shook his head and said, I don't know. How would I know what kind of spirit medicine is inside? I only remember the taste. It looks like honey, but it tastes sour and sweet. It has a different taste. He was immersed in his memories. It seemed that he had a special love for this dish. However, the feeling he said made people confused. This was too vague. Rather than a dish, it was more like a snack. However, many dishes had the same taste. All the information was too little. Instead of saying that the difficulty is not simple, it is as difficult as ascending to the heavens. The description is so simple but not too detailed. There are thousands of spirit medicines, who knows what they are used for? Making a dish he likes to eat is very straightforward but very ethereal. However, Tianyun can feel that this is true. This requirement of Washu is so simple that nothing is mixed in it. But the simpler the thing, the harder it is to do. There is so little information. Does it mean that other tests have the same conditions as yours? Tianyun said helplessly. No, it depends on the person. Washu said. Tianyun thought for a moment. It was indeed similar. There were 8 people outside who had successfully reached the finish line, which meant the first 8 people must have passed the test. I don't know what kind of spirit medicine to use, and I don't know how to make it. This information is too little. Tianyun felt very helpless. The information given was so little, and it was no wonder no one had become his master. If it is simple, do I need you to do it for me? Washu rolled his eyes at him. Tianyun took a deep breath and said, is there a limit to the number of times? No, just try it. You can take the spirit medicines around you. I will help you restore the spirit medicines to their original state. Washu said. Hearing that there was no restriction, Tianyun breathed a sigh of relief. The difficulty is too high if he only gives a few chances. The information shown is so little, how can it be easily done? No wonder all the people who came in before failed. The information you gave is too little, it reached a state that is not available. Tianyun shook his head. Washu said, this is my test. What other tool spirits test, that is their problem. As for me, this is the test. He is rigid except for eating dishes, the rest is not a test. This kind of thing is so troublesome that Tianyun still feels that it is good to have a hard fight. After all, there are so many spirit medicines and spirit fruits, there are hundreds of thousands of them, even if it is just one material, there are thousands of choices. If there are 2 materials, it is simply beating people up, and the combination instantly soared. It can be said that there are many kinds of things. Unless there is one material that is fixed, or if 1,000 materials are combined, it is not as simple as 1,000, but a terrifying number. Pa! Tianyun slammed the cup in his hand on the table and said in a deep voice, no problem, you are mine. He wants this treasure. Thank you for listening and supporting the Cultivation audiobook channel. If you'd like to support us, 1 cup of coffee can make a big difference. Please check the PayPal link in the YouTube description.